Welcome back to another deep dive. Today, we need to have a very, very honest and maybe a slightly painful conversation about what I like to call the chaos business model.
Oh, I know this model well. I think I used to be the CEO of it.
Right, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
It's that sticky note that's somehow stuck to the bottom of your shoe, and it has a potential client phone number on it.
Yeah, or the back of a napkin from lunch 2 weeks ago that you swore you'd put into your system.
Yes. Or it's having 5, 6, 7 different browser tabs open at all times. You've got one for your email, one for invoicing, one for your calendar, another one for a spreadsheet that, let's be honest, hasn't been updated since 2021.
Mhm.
And somehow, in the middle of all that digital noise, you completely forget to invoice a major client for 5 grand.
It's the classic death by a thousand cuts. It's not one big failure, it's 100 tiny ones. You aren't losing business because you're bad at what you do. You're losing business because you literally cannot find the piece of paper where you wrote down what you were supposed to do.
It's chaos.
It's pure chaos, and honestly, it's exhausting. It burns you out faster than anything else.
It is so exhausting. And usually when we talk about solving this, people's eyes just glaze over. They say, oh, get a CRM. And everyone immediately rolls their eyes because they picture a glorified, clunky address book from like the 90s.
Wait, a digital Rolodex, something you have to fight with more than you actually use.
Exactly. But today we are going deep, and I mean really, really deep into the operational brain of a system called Auto Robo. Now, full disclosure, if you haven't heard of it, Auto Robo isn't just another piece of software you subscribe to and then forget about. We are framing this today as really the future of running a business,
I think that's the right way to put it.
and specifically a business powered by AI.
And that's a key distinction, a really key one. We are not just talking about a place to dump names and numbers. We are talking about an ecosystem, a central nervous system for your entire operation.
I like that, central nervous system.
Yeah, because whether you are a massive enterprise with 50, 100 employees, or a classic mom and pop shop working out of a garage, the difference between profit and just noise is how you organize your data.
100%.
If your data is messy, your business is messy.
Right.
Full stop.
Right. And so the mission for this deep dive is very specific. We are going to get into the weeds. And I'm warning you, the listener, now. We are flipping the usual script. Usually we do big picture, high-level stuff. Today we are going, I'd say, 80% technical how-to and 20% business why it matters.
Because the how is where the magic is. The why becomes obvious once you see the how.
Exactly. We are going to break down exactly how this system works click by click because that's where you'll see the power.
It is. And before anyone tunes out thinking, oh no, this is too technical for me, just remember, this is all about the democratization of technology. It really is.
Break that down. What do you mean by that?
Well, 10, maybe even 5 years ago, the kind of power we're about to discuss. I mean, true automation, granular tracking, real AI integration that was only available to Fortune 500 companies.
Right. The guys who could afford $1 million custom servers and a whole team of IT guys in the basement just to keep it running.
Precisely. Now, the same power, the same intelligence is accessible to everyone. Even small businesses can use this. It's designed to be user-friendly, it's accessible, and it genuinely levels the playing field.
And before we dive in, I want to make sure everyone knows that everything we are talking about today, this entire system, all the features, is accessible at www.autorobo.ca. So if you're listening and thinking, okay, I need to see this to believe it, or you actually want to follow along with us, that's where you go. That's www.autorobo.ca.
And just a quick housekeeping note on support, because I know when we start talking about technical weeds, some people get nervous. They think, oh, great, another complicated tool I have to learn all my own.
Yeah, another weekend lost to YouTube tutorials.
Exactly. Auto Robo has an entire support ecosystem built around it. There is a self-training academy built right into the platform.
Okay, that's huge.
It is. And there is 247 support, real human support.
That's almost unheard of for software at this level. Usually, the training is you crying at your keyboard at 2 a.m., searching YouTube for a tutorial video in a language you don't even speak.
We've all been there.
We have. But today, we're giving you the cheat codes. So let's start at the very center of the universe for any business. The contact record.
The source of truth.
The source of truth. I love that. Because if I ask a random business owner, what is a contact? They'll say, well, it's a name and a phone number.
Yeah, maybe an email if they're fancy.
Right, if they're really on top of their game. But in Auto Robo, it's so much more than that, isn't it?
It is, fundamentally. In Auto Robo, the contact record is where marketing, sales, and service all collide. It's not just a static entry in a database, it's a dynamic, living history of everything that human being has ever done with your company. Everything. And the layout is very, very intentional. It's designed specifically to stop you from clicking around like a maniac, wasting time and losing your train of thought.
Okay, let's visualize this for the listener.
Oh.
So you open up Auto Robo, you click on a contact's name. What are we looking at? Walk me through the geography of the screen.
Okay, so close your eyes and picture 3 main panels. It's a trifold layout like a brochure.
Okay,
On the far left, you have the identity. That's all the core information, who they are.
got it. Identity.
In the center, you have the conversation. That's every single thing you've ever said to them and they've said to you.
Identity, conversation.
And on the right, you have the action panel. That's what you need to do next. Things like tasks, payments, documents, appointments. It's the doing part of the record.
I like that breakdown. Identity, conversation, action. Left, middle, right. It's clean.
It is. It keeps your brain organized.
And there's a small detail right in the upper left that I think is actually one of the most important things for avoiding those really embarrassing mistakes.
The contact name. It sounds so simple, right? But it's huge and bold right in the upper left corner.
Why does that matter so much?
Because when you are moving fast, you're navigating through 50, 60 leads in a day, you absolutely need to know with 100% certainty who you are editing. There is nothing worse than sending a "Hi, Steve" text to a Sarah.
Oh, I've been there. The copy-paste error of doom. It's a relationship killer.
We all have. This layout is specifically designed to prevent that. Your eyes are immediately drawn to the name, so you're always grounded in who you're dealing with.
And speaking of navigating through 50 leads, talk to me about the blue arrow. Because in most CRMs I've used, just getting from one contact to the next is a nightmare.
This is a favorite feature for power users, and it seems so small, almost insignificant, until you actually use it for an hour.
Okay.
So normally in a CRM, what do? You click a contact, you do your work, you type a note, then you have to hit the back button on your browser.
Then you wait for the whole list of 500 contacts to reload.
Right. Then you scroll, find the next contact, click them, do your work. It's unbelievably slow. It kills your momentum.
It's the friction. It's the thing that makes you hate doing your follow-ups because it's so tedious.
It's pure friction. Exactly. In Auto Robo, when you're inside the contact view, there are these 2 blue arrows at the top right of the screen. You can just click them to cycle through your list, next, 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 without ever leaving that detailed 3-panel view.
Oh, wow. So you're just flowing through the list.
You're just flowing. It's like swiping through a playlist on your phone instead of having to get up and load a new CD for every single song.
That's a great analogy. It's about efficiency. You're not clicking 5 times to find one email address while the customer is literally on hold getting annoyed. You just stay in the zone.
That's it. It's about speed and maintaining your cognitive flow. It keeps you productive.
Okay, let's break down these panels then. Let's start with the left panel. The identity. This is where the standard stuff lives, right? The basics. Name, email, phone.
Correct. When you first open a contact, it defaults to the Contact Info tab in that left panel. It has the basics, but it also shows you really important glanceable info like tags, what sales opportunities they're in, what automation workflows are active. It's your quick summary.
The vitals.
The vitals, exactly. But the real power here, and this is where we really get into the deep customization, is the concept of custom fields.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting for me. Because every single business is different. A dentist needs to know the last x-ray date, and a mechanic needs to know the car model. Those aren't standard fields you'll find in any out-of-the-box database.
Nope. And you shouldn't have to cram that information into a generic notes field where it gets lost forever.
So, walk us through the technical side. How do I create a custom field in Auto Robo? How hard is it, really?
It's surprisingly intuitive, but there is some core logic you need to understand to do it right. So first, you're going to navigate to Settings in the main menu on the left side of your screen.
Okay, Settings.
Then you find the Custom Fields section in that menu. Easy enough. There's a big green button that says, plus Add Field.
Simple enough so far.
When you click that, a pop-up window appears, and this is where you have a lot of power and a few important choices to make. First, you have to give it a file name so you can identify it later. Something simple like car model or last x-ray date.
Right.
But then, and this is a critical nuance, so pay attention here, you have to select object.
Select object. Okay, pause. Stop right there.
Yes.
That sounds like developer speak.
Yeah.
Why does a business owner, a plumber, a baker, need to touch something that says select object? What does that actually mean in plain English?
That's a great question. Think of objects as the different filing cabinet drawers where your data lives. In Auto Robo, you have a few main drawers. You have a drawer for contacts, which are the people, and you have a drawer for opportunities, which are the deals.
Okay, people and deals.
Right. So when you create a new piece of data, like our car model field, you have to decide, does this data belong to the person forever, or does it belong only to the specific deal they are doing right now?
Give me an example that's still a little fuzzy.
Okay, let's say you're a real estate agent. The client's date of birth belongs to the contact object. That's a fact about the person that will never change no matter how many houses they buy.
Right. It's attached to them.
Exactly. But the property address of the house they're currently trying to buy, that belongs to the opportunity object, the deal. Because if that deal falls through and you delete the opportunity, you don't want to lose their date of birth. But you probably don't need to keep that property address attached to them anymore.
Ah, okay. That makes perfect sense. So for most general information that you want to stick with the human being forever and ever, you select the contact object.
Precisely. 90% of the time, that's what you'll choose. You want that data to follow them around regardless of how many deals they do with you over the years.
Okay, so I've named it, I've selected the contact object, and then you have to put it somewhere on the screen, right? It can't just float in the void.
Right, you choose a group. This just determines which folder or section within that left identity panel the information shows up in. You can create your own groups like vehicle information or medical history. It's just for organization, to keep things tidy.
Makes sense.
But here is the feature I really, really want to highlight within custom fields because it saves so many headaches. The file upload field type.
Oh, I love this idea. Because how many times has a client emailed you a signed contract or a critical PDF, and then 3 months later you are frantically searching your Gmail inbox for contract.pdf or scan001.jpg?
It's a nightmare. It's a waste of time, and it looks unprofessional when you have to ask them to send it again.
Totally.
With the file upload custom field type, you can create a space to store documents directly on the contact record itself. So in that setup window, after you name it, you select File Upload from the list of field types.
And you could even specify the file type if you want to be restrictive, right?
You can, which is a lifesaver.
So you mean I can stop clients from sending me their entire family photo album from their vacation when I specifically asked for a single tax document?
You absolutely can. You can restrict it to just PDF or just document formats. Or, if you trust them, you can select all and let them upload whatever they want.
That's amazing.
You also have a toggle switch for allow multiple files. So if you're an accountant and they need to upload 5 years of tax returns, you just turn that toggle on. You can even set the max number of files, and then you hit save.
Okay, so I've built this field. Let's say I call it signed contracts. I've saved it. How do I actually use it? I'm looking at the contact record now. What do I do?
You just navigate back to the contact section, you open that person's record, and you scroll down in the left panel to the group you assign that field to. You'll see the label Signed Contracts and a button that says Upload a File.
And I just click it.
You click it, it opens your local computer's file browser. You select the file you want and hit Save.
And boom, it's there.
It's there, and it's there forever. It creates a permanent audit trail. You are no longer relying on your memory or your messy, cluttered inbox. The data, the actual document, lives on the person's record.
That is massive for compliance, too. And for legal reasons. If you ever get audited or if a client claims they sent you something they didn't, you just go to their file and there's the proof, date stamped.
It is the source of truth, again. It's indisputable.
It really is.
And just to round out that left panel, you also have the General Info tab, which is for things like their business name, their address, their website, which, by the way, all feeds directly into the AI and automation later on.
Oh, so?
Well, if you have their website stored here as a piece of structured data, the AI can use that data to intelligently personalize emails.
Ah, so it can write something like, hey, I was just looking over things at business name and I had an idea.
Exactly. But if that field is empty, the AI is just guessing. It's generic. If the field is full, the AI is smart. It has the fuel it needs.
That's a perfect segue to the center panel, the conversation.
Yeah.
This is the stream of consciousness for the relationship, right?
This is the heartbeat of the relationship. I really believe that. The center panel shows you the message stream, and it's perfectly chronological. Emails, SMS, text messages, records of phone calls, they are all in one single unified feed.
which is so much better than checking your phone for their texts, then switching to your computer for their emails, then trying to remember what you talked about on the phone yesterday. It's all in one place.
It puts the entire history of your communication right in front of you.
But you can filter it, can't you? If I just want to find that one specific text message from last Tuesday, I don't want to scroll through 6 months of emails.
Of course, there's a filtering option right in the header of that center panel. You can filter by specific channels, show me just SMS or just email or just calls to cut right through the noise.
Okay, good.
But the feature I really want to highlight here, because it solves a massive, and I mean massive, emotional pain point with clients, is the nuance of the DND setting.
Do not disturb, which in most systems is the nuclear option, the big red button.
Right. In most legacy systems, D&D is a binary switch. It's on or off. You tick the box, and you can never, ever talk to that person again via any kind of automation. They are globally unsubscribed.
Which is a huge problem because in the real world, relationships are messy. You have that client who gets absolutely furious if you text them while they're at dinner with their family.
Yeah.
But they're totally fine, even happy, to receive your weekly email newsletter with valuable tips.
Exactly. And in the olden days, how would you manage that? You'd have to put a physical sticky note on your computer monitor that says, "Do not text Steve." And inevitably, a new employee or even you on a busy day would text Steve, and Steve would be angry.
And you might lose the client over something so small.
You could. In Auto Robo, you have granular D&D. It's not one button. You can go into the contact and set D&D specifically for the SMS
Or
channel.
you can keep the email channel active.
Exactly. You can mute the specific channels they don't like. Facebook Messenger, SMS, direct calls, email, Google My Business Messages, WhatsApp. It's a separate toggle for each one.
That's a game changer.
It preserves the relationship. You don't have to fire the client or lose them from your marketing completely. You just agree to stop communicating on the channel they hate. It's respectful.
That is the difference between retaining a client for years and losing one over a dumb mistake. It's emotional intelligence built directly into the software.
It is. It acknowledges that when a customer says, "Stop texting me," it doesn't always mean "I hate your business and never want to hear from you again." It just means, "I hate texts."
And practically, does the system warn you? If I forget and try to text Steve after I've said his SMS to D&D, what happens?
The input box where you would type the SMS will be completely grayed out and locked. You literally cannot make the mistake. The system protects you from yourself.
That is beautiful. That's a smart guardrail.
It is.
And while we are in this center panel, I see some other tools in the header. You can mark as read or unread. How is that useful?
It's basically the inbox zero philosophy, but applied to your entire CRM. If you read a text message from a client but you can't reply right at that moment, you can mark it as unread.
Ah, so it stays bold, visually reminding you that you still need to deal with it.
Exactly. It's a lightweight task management system right inside your conversation view.
And the little phone icon.
You click it, and it initiates an automatic call through the system. No manual dialing. It's one click to connect.
And composing messages. I'm assuming we have templates to save time.
Oh, of course. You can use pre-written templates for common questions or follow-ups. You can insert emojis to keep the conversation friendly and human. It's all designed to make high-quality communication frictionless.
Okay, let's move over to the right panel, the action panel. And this is where things get a little bit, well, let's call it Big Brother, but in a friendly, profitable way.
I like that. It's the activity tab.
Tell me about this. What exactly are we tracking here?
We are tracking everything that matters. If your website is built on the Auto Robo platform, or even if it's just integrated with our tracking code, we can track their page visits. We track every email they open, every link they click. We track their purchase history.
Okay, paint me a picture. So I can see that Steve opened my marketing email at 9:00 a.m., then clicked the link and visited the pricing page on my website at 9:05 a.m., and then he called my office at 9:10 a.m.
Exactly. And that context is absolutely invaluable when you pick up that ringing phone. You aren't going in blind asking, "So, what can I help you with?" You know he's a hot lead. You know he was just looking at your pricing.
You can tailor the conversation immediately.
Immediately, you can say, "Hey, Steve, thanks for the call. I bet you're calling about the premium package you were just looking at on the site." You sound like a mind reader.
That is incredibly powerful. But the deeper value here, I think, is attribution. This is a buzzword that people get confused by all the time. Break it down for the non-marketing folks listening. What is attribution?
Attribution is simply and reliably answering the question, how did this person find me and what made them buy?
Okay.
Auto Robo automatically tracks the first interaction, Maybe they clicked a Facebook ad you ran 6 months ago and then forgot about it. And it also tracks the last interaction. Maybe they replied to an email newsletter you sent this morning to finally make a purchase.
Okay, but why does that matter to a small business owner who is just trying to, fix a sink or sell a consulting package?
It stops you from lighting money on fire. It's that simple. If you look at your reports and see that 80% of your actual paying customers first came from that one Facebook ad you ran 6 months ago, what do?
You put more money into that kind of ad.
You put more money there, and if you see that absolutely nobody who became a customer ever came from that expensive billboard you have downtown, you stop paying for the billboard.
So it moves marketing from, I think this works, to, I know this works.
From guessing to knowing. This is where the system's intelligence really shines. It gives you the hard, cold data to make smart financial decisions about your marketing budget.
And you can also see the automation history here in this panel, right?
Yes. There's a tab for active workflows and past workflows. This is absolutely crucial for maintaining a good customer experience. You can see exactly which automated campaigns or sequences they are currently in.
And that prevents that really awkward moment where you send a welcome new customer email to someone who has been a loyal client for 3 years.
Exactly that. Or sending a, "We miss you, here's a coupon" email to someone who literally just bought something from you yesterday. It makes you look incompetent.
So you can check the past workflows to see their entire journey.
You can see their whole history. Oh, I see they already went through our onboarding sequence back in 2022. Let's not send it to them again. It just saves you from looking sloppy and impersonal.
Okay, let's talk about my favorite tab. The most important tab in the right panel. The one that keeps the lights on. The Payments tab.
The Money tab.
The Money tab. Walk us through the technical workflow of actually getting paid in Auto Robo. Because for so many businesses, sending invoices and chasing payments is the worst part of the job.
It's designed, again, to remove all the friction from that process. So first and most basically, you have the ability to add cards on file. You can store clients' credit or debit card information securely right on their contact record.
Okay, that's huge. But walk me through a real-world scenario. I'm a consultant. I'm on the phone with a new client. They're excited. They're hot. They're ready to go. Usually, I'd have to say, great, I'm so excited to work with you. I'll email you an invoice later today. And then what happens?
Then you hang up.
Yeah.
And then life happens. The client goes to lunch. Then they get pulled into a meeting. Their kid gets sick. And your invoice gets buried under 200 other emails. And you are sitting there refreshing your bank account for 2 weeks, wondering what happened.
And then you have to become the bad guy, the debt collector. Hey, just check it in on that invoice I sent. It totally ruins the vibe of the new relationship.
It kills the momentum. In Auto Robo, you stay on the line. You say, great, let's get you started right now. What card would you like to use? You go to the Payments tab, you click Charge Now, you enter the amount, add a description like initial consultation, and because you can input their card right there or use one they already have on file, you charge them while they're still on the phone and still excited.
So the money is in the bank before you even hang up the call.
Money in the bank, you win, the friction is gone, the deal is done.
What about recurring payments? Subscriptions.
Just as easy. There's a subscription section. You click Add, you select the start date, you select the product or service from a list you've created, and it will run automatically every month, week, or year until you tell it to stop.
And invoices and estimates. What about more formal documents?
You can generate them right from there. When you click Create Invoice, it redirects you to the invoice builder, but it pre-fills all of the contact's details, their name, their business, their address, so you aren't typing out their info for the 100th time. It's all pulled from that left panel data we talked about earlier.
See, it's all connected.
It's all connected.
What about managing the cards themselves? What if a client calls and says, hey, my Visa just expired. Can you delete that one? I have a new Amex.
You go to Manage Cards. You'll see a list of their cards on file, just the last 4 digits and the expiration date. For security, you can add new ones or delete old ones. But, and this is a really smart safety feature, if that card is currently attached to an active subscription, the system will scream at you.
It actually screams, metaphorically. A big warning prompt appears that says, warning, deleting this card will cause this active subscription to fail. Are you sure?
That is smart. It stops you from accidentally cutting off your own recurring revenue stream just because you were trying to be helpful and tidy up the data. Exactly. It's those little intelligent guardrails that make the system so robust and safe to use.
Okay, let's move into some of the more advanced stuff. I want to talk about advanced contact management. And I have to ask about this because when I saw it in our notes, I was pretty skeptical. Multiple phone numbers.
This is a very specific constraint in many, many other systems. You
Okay.
get one field, phone, maybe if you're lucky, a secondary field for mobile.
Right. And the world is more complicated than that. So how does Auto Robo handle this?
We allow you to add up to 11 phone numbers per contact.
11. Who on earth has 11 phone numbers? Seriously, is this actually a useful feature, or is it just feature bloat?
It sounds excessive, I know. It really does. Until you start dealing with high net worth clients or complex B2B organizations, think about it. You have a key contact. They have a home phone, a main work phone at their desk, a personal mobile, a work-issued mobile, maybe a landline at their summer house in the Hamptons,
Okay, I'm starting to see it.
maybe a direct number for their executive assistant who screens all their calls. It adds up fast.
Okay, fair point. If you are dealing with that level of client, you absolutely need all those different access points.
You do, and more importantly, you need to know which is which. In Auto Robo, to add them, you just go to the phone section in that left panel and you click Add Phone Number. You just keep clicking it to add more fields.
And you can label them, I assume. So I know which one to call at what time of day.
Yes, you have a drop-down with standard labels: home, work, mobile, landline. Now, technically, you can only use each label once per contact, so you can't have 5 numbers all labeled mobile. You'd have to get a little creative if it came to that.
That makes sense for keeping the data clean. And you can designate one as the primary number.
Yes, there's a little radio button next to each one. You select the primary, and that's the default number the system will use for things like automated text messages. But here is the really cool user interface trick: the hover dial.
Explain that. What's a hover dial?
When you move your mouse over the main phone icon in the header of the contact record, it doesn't just blindly dial the primary number. A little drop-down list appears right there with all of their phone numbers clearly labeled.
Oh, that's slick.
It is, and you can choose which specific number to call right then and there, in that moment.
So I could think to myself, oh, it's 2.00 p.m. on a Tuesday. He's definitely at the office. I'll click the work number. Or it's 6.00 p.m. I should probably try his mobile.
Exactly. It gives you tactical options. You aren't just blasting messages into the void and hoping you use the right number. You're being intentional.
What about collaboration? Because in most businesses, we aren't working in a total silo. We have a team. And sometimes you want to keep an eye on a lead or a client without necessarily owning it.
That's where followers come in. It's a great feature. You can assign up to 10 other users in your system as followers on any contact record.
And what does that do for them?
This grants them the ability to view and edit that record, even if their general user permissions are more restricted. For example, maybe they can normally only see contacts that are assigned directly to them.
So if I have a salesperson who only handles the Northwest Territory, but I want them to see how I'm handling a VIP client in New York for training purposes, I could just add them as a follower on that one record.
Precisely. Or if you have a specialist like, say, a mortgage broker who is working with one of your real estate agents, the agent can own the contact, but the broker can be a follower to stay updated on the status of the deal without taking it over.
I see. And then you have audit logs. This must be the security feature.
This is the big brother for your own employees, in a good way. It's about accountability. You can see a complete history of who changed what and when they changed it. If someone deleted a phone number or changed an address, the audit log tells you exactly who did it and at what time.
So no more, "It wasn't me, the computer must have eaten it" excuses.
The system sees all. The log never lies.
We have covered a ton of ground here. I mean, a ton. We've gone through all 3 panels: custom fields, payments, D&D, multiple phones. But I want to zoom out for a second. We started this entire conversation by saying this is the future of business powered by AI. How does all this incredibly detailed technical stuff we just talked about, how does it actually connect to AI? Because right now it just sounds like a really, really good database.
That is the million-dollar question, and it's the most important concept to grasp. See, most people right now think AI is magic. They think you just turn it on and starts printing money. They think ChatGPT is just going to run their entire company for them.
Right.
But AI needs fuel, and that fuel is high-quality structured data.
And what we've been talking about for the last hour is how to create that structured data.
Exactly. You said it before. Dumb data equals dumb business. I would say dumb data equals dumb AI.
Right.
You cannot have a smart business with dumb data. If your data is just a messy list of names and numbers in a spreadsheet, the AI can't do very much for you. But think about what we just conceptually built in the system. We have custom fields where we store their specific preferences and history.
Hmm.
We have granular D&D settings, so we know they hate texts but love emails. We have activity logs, so we know for a fact they visited your pricing page yesterday at 3 p.m. We have their signed contract stored as a file upload.
That is the fuel.
That is the fuel, exactly. So when the AI in Auto Robo goes to write an email for you, it's not just guessing, it's not generic. It's looking at that entire rich contact record and saying, okay, this is Steve. He prefers to be communicated with via email. He last visited the pricing page yesterday. He has a file upload field for his signed tax return. I'm going to write a highly personalized email that references those specific things.
So the AI literally writes an email and says, hey, just following up, thanks again for uploading those tax docs yesterday. I saw you were checking out our pricing for the premium package, and I'd love to chat about how that could work for you.
Exactly. And it does that automatically, in seconds. Auto Robo structures the data so that the AI can actually be intelligent. Without this structure, without the contact record being the true source of truth, AI is just a fun parlor trick. With this data, the AI becomes your best, most efficient employee.
And that's where the real value is. It's not about replacing you. It's about cloning the best, most organized version of you and letting it work 24/7.
Precisely.
Now, for the listeners who are maybe feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the technical weeds we just waded through, I know we went pretty deep there, I want to remind you about the support system, because I can almost hear the anxiety through the headphones. I can't set up custom objects. I don't even know what an object is.
Laughs. Don't panic. Please do not feel like you have to memorize this entire deep dive. Auto Robo includes a comprehensive self-training academy. It's built right in. It walks you through every single click we just described. There are step-by-step videos. There are written guides. It's designed for people who are not tech wizards.
It's for the mom and pop shops, too.
Absolutely. And there's the 24/7 support, real people ready to help.
Which, again, is so rare for software this powerful. Usually you buy it and you are completely on your own. But with Auto Robo, there is always someone there to help you figure out how to add that 11th phone number or set up that critical file upload field.
You're never alone with it.
So let's wrap this up. We've covered the whole contact record. What is the final ultimate takeaway here?
The takeaway is that this system doesn't just store information, it activates it. A dusty Rolodex on your desk stores information. Auto Robo takes that information and activates it to create revenue, save you hundreds of hours, and build stronger customer relationships.
So whether you are a solo entrepreneur trying to get off that sticky note hamster wheel or a big firm trying to streamline your operations, this is how you professionalize your business.
Yep.
You move from chaos to system.
It's the leap. It's about leveraging this incredible technology so you can get back to doing the thing you actually love, which for most people probably isn't data entry and chasing invoices.
I couldn't agree more. And I'll leave you, the listener, with a provocative thought to mull over. If your CRM knows your customer better than you do, if it knows when they visited your site, what they bought, what they're interested in, and exactly how they like to be talked to, is the AI running the business, or are you?
That is a scary thought, and also a very exciting one.
But maybe it's a good one if it means I can finally take a 2-week vacation and know that the business will keep running just as smart, or maybe even smarter, without me.
That's the dream. That's the ultimate goal.
You can access everything we talked about, you can subscribe, and you can start your journey out of chaos today at www.autorobo.ca. Go there, check it out. Remember, even the smallest businesses can get the advantage with this.
Absolutely. It's for everyone.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive. Now go let the robots do the work. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. I want to start today with a feeling I think everyone listening knows intimately.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Right. So picture this. It is 9 a.m. on a Monday. You open your laptop, you take a sip of coffee, and you click on that one single tab that basically dictates the rest of your day.
The inbox.
The inbox, the absolute black hole. And usually you just look at it and sigh. You see this massive wall of unread text, spam, client demands, maybe some internal fireside chat from the CEO that you don't really care about. It is just overwhelming.
Completely overwhelming.
And in most systems, that tab is just, well, it's a bucket. You throw stuff in, you pull stuff out.
Right. It's digital plumbing. It is purely functional at that point. Input, output. It's the digital equivalent of that pile of mail sitting on your kitchen counter that you are just terrified to look at.
Exactly. But, and this is exactly why I am so excited about the stack of documents we are covering today. We're looking at a CRM system that claims that entire view, that whole mindset, is dead.
Yeah, they make a very strong case for it.
They are arguing that if you are still looking at your Conversations tab as just an inbox, you are fundamentally misunderstanding modern business.
It's a bold claim. But honestly, looking at the documentation provided, they really have a point. We aren't just talking about reading emails anymore here. We are talking about what they call a command center.
Command center. I mean, it sounds aggressive, like I need a headset and some sort of nuclear clearance code just to log in.
It does sound aggressive, I agree. But think about it. In a standard inbox, you are inherently reactive. A message comes in, your cortisol spikes, you panic, and you reply.
The endless treadmill.
Exactly. In the system we are analyzing today, the architecture itself is designed to make you proactive. It is designed to turn you from, just a guy answering emails into a communication architect.
Okay, I have to pause you right there. Communication architect. Is that an actual real title, or did the marketing department just make that up?
Marketing definitely made that up.
I figured.
But the concept itself absolutely holds water, because when you dig into these features, and we have a ton of ground to cover today, from AI bot management all the way to heavy compliance shields, you realize this isn't about typing faster.
Right.
It is about structuring exactly how the world interacts with you. It's about building this fortress around your time while still somehow making the customer feel like they are the only person in the world.
Okay, I am listening.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, I am a little skeptical. Usually when tech companies push more features, it just means more buttons I will never click. I don't want a Boeing cockpit. I just want to send a text message to a client.
And that right there is the trap. If you just send a text, you are doing it manually. You are trading your time for money. What we see in this stack of source material, which includes everything from deep technical guides to very strict compliance protocols, is a blueprint for automation that actually feels human.
So what is the mission today? If we are going to decode this command center for everyone listening, how do we break it all down?
We need to look at three main pillars. These three themes kept popping up in every single document I read. First, there is efficiency.
Okay.
And this isn't just about speed, it's about timing and using templates smartly. Second, and this is the really scary one for business owners, is compliance and control.
The please don't get sued pillar.
Precisely. How do you protect yourself from massive lawsuits, aggressive spam filters, and just general chaos? And third, we have collaboration.
Because nobody works in a vacuum.
Exactly. In a modern business, you are rarely talking to a customer entirely alone. There is a whole team behind the curtain, and they need to talk to each other without the customer ever hearing them.
Efficiency, control, and collaboration. Okay, let's jump right in. Let's start with efficiency, and specifically, the art of timing. Because I found this fascinating when going through the sources. Yeah. The documents spend a huge amount of time talking about the when, not just the when.
That is a critical distinction to make. In a standard inbox, as we said, there is really only now. You write a message, you hit send, it goes. Immediate gratification. But in a professional setting, now is quite often the absolute worst time to send a message.
Right. I mean, we have all been there. Let's paint the picture for the listener. You are working late. It is 11:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. You are in the zone.
Dangerous territory.
Very. You want to clear your to-do list so you can finally go to sleep. But you have 5 emails you need to draft to 5 high-value clients.
So here is the dilemma. If you hit send at 11:30 p.m., 2 things are going to happen. 1, you might actually wake them up if they have their phone notifications turned on.
Which is incredibly annoying. That loses you points immediately.
Extremely intrusive. But secondly, even if their phone is on silent and they don't see it until morning, you are signaling something very dangerous to that client.
You were telling them you were available at midnight.
Exactly. You are training them that you have zero boundaries. You suddenly become the 24/7 guy. And once you are that guy, they're going to expect a reply at midnight next time, too.
It is a completely self-inflicted wound. You are basically showing them you are either desperate for the business or horribly disorganized with your time. But on the flip side, if I don't send it, I go to bed stressing out that I am going to forget to do it in the morning.
And that right there is exactly where the schedule message feature within this conversations module becomes your absolute best friend. It bridges that gap between your working hours and their working hours.
So walk me through the mechanics here. Is it hidden somewhere? Because in my regular personal email, I always forget where that scheduling button actually lives.
In this interface, it is designed to be right in your primary eyeline. You compose your SMS or your email just like normal, but instead of hitting that giant send button, you look for the timer icon. It looks like a little stopwatch.
Okay, the stopwatch, I see it. I click that.
And suddenly, you have total control. You get a calendar selector pop-up. You can pick the exact date. You can pick the time. And here's a tiny detail I really appreciated in the technical guide. The time selector strictly uses the 24-hour format.
Oh, interesting. Why does that matter so much?
Well, have you ever accidentally set an alarm for 3 a.m. when you actually meant 3 p.m.?
Oh, more times than I would ever like to admit on air.
Right. In a business context, that mistake is fatal. Sending a friendly just checking in text message at 3 in the morning is a total disaster. The system defaults to the 24-hour clock to force you to be intentional. You really can't mistake 1,500 hours for 300 hours.
That is incredibly smart UI design. It prevents a massive social faux pas. Now, here is where it gets really interesting to me because the documents also heavily mention a time zone selector built right into that same window.
Yes, I call this the sniper feature.
I love that. Explain how the sniper works.
By default, the system will try to align with the customer's known time, but you can manually change it. Let's say you are sitting in New York, but you are actively courting a big lead over in London. They are 5 hours ahead of you.
Right.
If you just blindly schedule a message for 9 a.m. your time, it lands at 2 p.m. their time. That is the middle of their afternoon slump. It gets completely lost in the noise of their day.
It's just another email in the pile at that point.
Exactly. But if you use that time zone selector, you can set it to land in their inbox at exactly 8:45 a.m. London time.
While I am still sound asleep in New York.
Exactly. You appear right at the very top of their stack when they sit down with their morning coffee. You appear present, professional, and prompt without actually having to be awake. It aligns your workflow perfectly with their availability.
That is huge for international business. But I do have to play devil's advocate here for a second. There is a very real danger in scheduling things ahead of time. The real world moves fast.
Yes. The oh no moment.
The absolute oh no moment. Let's say I schedule that cheerful message for tomorrow morning saying, hey, really looking forward to our kickoff call. But then 10 minutes after I schedule it, the client emails me directly and says, hey, bad news. We're canceling the entire project. Please do not contact us.
And if your scheduled message still goes out the next morning...
I look like a total idiot. I look like a robot who simply doesn't listen to what they just told me.
Worse, you look completely incompetent. So you definitely need a kill switch.
Can I stop it? Is there a big red abort button?
You can stop it. But there's a very specific process you need to know, and the source material is clear on this. The scheduled message sits right there in the conversation thread, usually looking a bit grayed out or marked with a clock icon to show it is pending. You have to hover your mouse over it, click the 3 dots icon.
The universal symbol for more options.
Exactly. You click the 3 dots and you go to details.
Okay, so it is buried just a little bit. It's not a one-click cancel.
Deliberately so, I think. They don't want you clicking it by accident when scrolling. So inside that details pane, you will find a button that explicitly says cancel send.
Cancel send. A total career lifesaver.
It opens a quick confirmation window. You confirm it, and then poof, it is gone. The queue is completely cleared. But, and this is a huge, massive but, that the expert in me really needs to highlight for anyone listening.
I hear a major warning coming.
The official guide includes a very specific bolded note. It says, if the scheduled time passes before you try to cancel it, this option will not be available.
Meaning, you cannot cancel the past.
You cannot time travel. Once that internal clock hits the scheduled second, the system fires that message out. It hands it off to the carrier or the email server to push it down the pipes. It has left the building. There is absolutely no recall button after the fact, especially for an SMS text message.
So scheduling is an incredibly powerful tool, but it requires you to stay on top of your pending queue. You can't just set it and forget it if the real-world situation is highly fluid.
Exactly. It is a tool. It is not a magic wand. You still have to manage your relationships.
Now, sticking with his main conversations view for a second, one thing that really struck me in the overview documents was just how many different things can land in this one single box. We naturally tend to think inbox equals email, or maybe inbox equals text, but this thing is, it's everything.
It is what the industry calls an omni-channel stream. The documentation explicitly lists email and SMS, obviously, but it also pulls in Facebook Messenger and Instagram direct messages, Google My Business or GMB chat messages, web chat widgets straight from your website, and even WhatsApp.
Wow, So if a customer messages me on Instagram asking about a price, and then 3 days later sends me a formal email with a signed contract, does that really all show up in one chronological place?
Ideally, yes. If the contact record is merged correctly in the CRM, the system completely consolidates that entire communication history into a single unified thread. You will literally see the Instagram DM right above the formal email.
That seems incredibly useful, but also, potentially very messy. If I have 10 different channels firing automated receipts and casual texts into one stream, isn't that going to look like a chaotic scroll of doom?
It absolutely can,
Right.
especially if you have a lot of automated system messages firing off, like appointment confirmed or invoice sent. That is exactly why they built in a feature mentioned in the guide called the collapsed view.
Ah, the four corners icon.
Right. It is located at the far right, just above the main message box. If you click that little icon, it instantly streamlines the entire view. It hides all the bulky headers, the extra spacing, the system fluff. It condenses the history so you can just scan the actual human interactions quickly.
Which is huge when you are trying to quickly catch up on what happened with a client 3 weeks ago, right before you hop on a Zoom call with them.
Context is king in sales and support. If you get on a call and you don't know that they DM'd your company on Instagram yesterday with a complaint, you look totally disconnected. This view prevents that exact scenario.
Okay, so we have got the timing down. We have got the visual layout down. Let's shift gears and talk about the content itself. Because we definitely aren't just sending plain text back and forth anymore. We are living in a highly visual world.
We are. And this brings us perfectly to section 2, media and attachments, or as I like to call it, breaking the text barrier.
I am talking about the paperclip icon. We all know it. We all love it.
The classic universal paperclip. Now, the basic function is obvious to everyone. You click it, it opens your Finder window, you upload a file from your device. But this system also has a dedicated media storage option built right in.
Right, which sounds like having a Google Drive or a Dropbox built directly into the CRM itself.
Essentially, yes. It saves your commonly used assets so they are always one click away. Your company brochures, your logos, standard onboarding videos. But here's where we need to get a bit technical, because there was a feature buried in here that I think is the absolute blinkest takeaway for this entire section.
The auto upload.
Yes, the auto upload mechanism.
This was a huge aha moment for me reading the docs.
It solves a fundamental, incredibly frustrating infrastructure problem. Listeners really need to understand that the text messaging system, specifically SMS and MMS, it runs on very old pipes.
Old pipes. What do you mean by that?
I mean the physical carrier pipes. Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, they are not the open internet. When you send an iMessage on your iPhone to another iPhone, or you use WhatsApp, you are using data. You are using the internet protocols. You can send a 4K video of your cat playing the piano, and it's totally fine.
Right. It goes through instantly, crystal clear.
But when you send an MMS from a business CRM platform, you are often routed through the legacy cellular network. And that legacy network absolutely hates large files.
It's like trying to stuff a king-size mattress into a standard letter envelope.
That is the perfect analogy. If you try to attach a 50-megabyte raw video directly to an SMS or an email, it is going to bounce hard. It is way too heavy. The carrier will look at it and just reject it outright.
So usually I just get a little red failed message and I get incredibly frustrated and have to figure out another way to send it.
Exactly. But what this system does is brilliant. If you try to attach a file that is larger than 20 megabytes, the system automatically detects that it is too big for the envelope. Instead of giving you a frustrating error message and stopping your workflow, it quietly uploads that massive file to your internal media storage cloud, and then it simply inserts a clickable link into the text message instead.
It's so smart. So the customer just gets a text with a link to download or view the file, and my message actually gets delivered.
Exactly. It keeps the deliverability rate extremely high while still getting the heavy content to the user. And it all happens seamlessly in the background. You don't have to pause, go upload the video to Dropbox, generate a shareable link, copy it, paste it back into the text. The system handles all that plumbing for you.
Speaking of content and delivery, there was one specific feature regarding videos and emails that I thought was just absolute marketing gold: the interactive video thumbnail.
Oh, yes. This is a very subtle but incredibly powerful psychological trigger.
Explain the psychology behind this. Why does this tiny feature matter so much?
Well, think about your own behavior when you check your email. You open a marketing email. You see a standard blue underlined link that just says, "Watch our video." Do you actually click it?
Honestly, probably not. It feels like homework. I don't know what is on the other side of that link, how long it is, or if it's going to autoplay with sound.
Exactly. It is static, it is boring, it requires a leap of faith. But if you upload a video via the media storage for an email in the CRM, the system automatically creates an animated GIF thumbnail of the first few seconds of that video.
So when the customer opens the email, they actually see a little moving picture embedded right there in the body.
They see movement, and the human eye is biologically hardwired to track movement. It is a primal survival instinct. If something moves in our field of vision, we look at it.
So you're basically hacking their brain.
In a benign, marketing-friendly way, yes. It makes the email feel alive. The click-through rates on those kinds of animated thumbnails are significantly higher than standard static links. It is a tiny technical feature, literally just converting a few frames of video into a looping GIF, but it has a massive measurable impact on user engagement.
I really love that.
Yeah.
But we do have to put on our expert hats for a second here. Because while we can send attachments and GIFs, the sources were very, very specific about the technical limits.
Yeah.
You cannot just send whatever you want, whenever you want, especially when we are talking about SMS.
Correct. And this is exactly where people get into deep trouble. They treat their business SMS platform exactly like their personal iMessage texting, and they are not the same.
Let's break down the actual SMS limits. What are the hard numbers we are dealing with?
The absolute hard cap for an MMS, which stands for Multimedia Messaging Service in this system, is 5 megabytes for the total size. That includes the weight of your text characters plus your image file.
5 megabytes. I mean, that is tiny. A standard portrait mode photo on my smartphone is like 8 or 10 megabytes these days.
Exactly. High-resolution photography is the mortal enemy of MMS. But here is the real kicker. That 5 megabytes is just the system limit. The actual carrier limits out in the wild vary wildly. Some major carriers will allow up to 3.5 megabytes, but some of the cheaper discount carriers only allow 300 kilobytes.
Whoa, 300 kilobytes. That is like a pixelated Game Boy image from 1998.
It really is. So if you send a beautifully designed 4 megabyte promotional flyer to a customer who happens to be on a budget carrier network, it might bounce completely. Or, frankly worse, the carrier might forcefully compress it themselves until it looks like absolute garbage by the time the client sees it.
So what is the official recommendation for businesses?
The source material is very conservative on this point. They strongly recommend trying to keep all your attachments under 500 kilobytes if you want to be totally safe and ensure pristine delivery across all possible networks.
Better safe than undelivered or ugly?
Exactly. And regarding file types for MMS, it is strictly JPEG, PNG, and GIF. That is it.
What about MP4s? I know everyone wants to send flashy video texts these days.
MP4s are not directly supported as an attachment in the traditional sense for SMS. If you want to send an MP4, the system will push you to send it as a hosted link, like we discussed earlier, which honestly is vastly better for everyone involved. Do you really want a 5 megabyte video file clogging up your personal text thread and eating your data?
Probably not. And what about for emails? Are there strict limits there too?
Email is much more forgiving, but it is certainly not infinite. The source mentions email server limits, specifically citing Mailgun as an example, which has a 25 megabyte hard limit. If you go over that, you are risking a hard bounce.
So the overarching lesson here is check your file sizes before you blindly hit send. Don't assume the internet is just magic that can handle anything.
And if an MMS fails to deliver, that is the very first thing you should check. Is the file too big? Or, simpler yet, is the phone number you are sending from actually MMS capable? Because, surprisingly, not all of them are.
Why, really?
Yeah. Some older toll-free numbers or specific local numbers haven't been provisioned by the carrier to handle images at all. They can only do text.
That is a great catch. Always check your number settings.
Always.
All right, moving on to our second major pillar today. And this is the one that usually makes people's eyes completely glaze over, but it is the one that actually saves your entire business. Compliance and control.
Ah, yes, the shield.
We are talking about D&D, do not disturb. Now, usually when I hear D&D, I think of flipping a little moon switch on my iPhone so I can finally sleep without getting buzzing notifications. But in this CRM context, it is a whole lot more complex than that, isn't it?
It is vastly more complex. In this business context, D&D isn't just a polite preference, it is a rigorous compliance engine. It is what protects you from violating heavy federal laws like the TCPA in the US.
The Telephone Consumer Protection Act.
Exactly. The fines for violating that act, meaning specifically texting someone who has explicitly told you to stop, can be up to $1,500 per text message.
Ouch. So if I have an automated drip campaign that accidentally sends 10 texts over a month to someone who opted out, that is $15,000 in fines for one person.
Yeah, exactly. So we are not just talking about being polite here. We are talking about not going totally bankrupt because of a software oversight.
So how does the system actually handle it? Is it just a master switch on the contact, like don't talk to this person ever again?
It certainly can be. That is what they call all channels D&D. If that master switch is toggled on, the system forcefully blocks everything. Outbound calls, texts, emails, the works. You literally cannot send them a message, even if you try. The send button will likely be grayed out, or the system will fail the message immediately before it even hits the server.
But what if a client texts me and says, hey, please stop calling my cell. I am at work all day. Just email me the contract. If I block everything, I completely lose the sale.
And that is exactly where granularity comes in. The system supports channel-specific D&D, so you can go directly into the contacts record and check the D&D box for calls and SMS, but purposefully leave the email box unchecked.
That is smart. So you actively respect their specific boundary regarding their phone, but you keep the conversation and the deal alive on their preferred channel.
Exactly. It allows you to heavily tailor the communication to the customer's exact terms without breaking compliance.
Now let's talk about the real nuclear option. When the customer doesn't tell you their preference politely, but they scream it at you via an automated text reply, like replying "Stop" in all caps.
That is handled by automated compliance. The system is constantly quietly listening for those specific opt-out keywords. If a contact replies with "stop he," "unsubscribe," or "cancel," the system doesn't wait around for you to see it and take action. It automatically instantly triggers a permanent DND flag for SMS.
Permanent DND. That sounds incredibly serious.
It is, and this is a crucial point for users to understand. If a customer texts SDOP, and the system locks them out, you, the business owner, cannot manually go into the system and unlock them.
Wait, really? Even if I am the super admin of the whole account, even if that same customer calls my desk phone 5 minutes later and says, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, my toddler grabbed my phone and typed "stop" by accident.
Even then, the system hard-codes it and prevents you from forcing an override. This is actually a massive safety feature for you, because if you had the power to manually override an opt-out, you could potentially be coerced into breaking the law by an aggressive sales manager. Or you could simply make a typo. The system takes the liability entirely out of your hands.
So how do we actually fix the toddler scenario then? Are they just gone forever?
The only way to re-enable that permanent SMS D&D is for the contact themselves to text the word "start" back to your system number.
Ah, okay. So "stop" is the compliance shield and "start" is the only key to unlock it.
Precisely. It puts the control entirely, 100%, in the customer's hands, which is exactly what the federal regulators want to see. For email, it is a very similar automated process. If an email hard bounces, or if they click that little unsubscribe link down in your footer, the email D&D gets flipped on automatically.
I noticed in the docs there was a clear distinction made for temporary SMS D&D versus permanent. What actually triggers a temporary one?
That is almost always a technical issue. If a text message bounces back from the carrier with specific error codes, the guide mentions a 3000 or a 3006 error, the system might temporarily pause sending to that specific number.
What actually causes those weird numbered errors?
It could be that the local carrier is having an outage. It could be that the person's phone has been turned off or out of service area for a long time. It could just be a weird network glitch. The system sees the hard bounce and basically says, okay, let's stop banging our head against the wall for a bit and hurting our sender reputation. That is a temporary D&D. You actually can fix that one manually in the contact record once you have called them and resolved the issue or confirmed the number is actually valid.
Got it. So the rule of thumb is customer actively says "stop" equals permanent, and they must fix it. Carrier has a technical glitch equals temporary, and you can fix it.
That is a perfect summary.
One more thing on D&D, inbound D&D. This feature kind of flipped the script for me. Usually we only talk about not annoying the customer, but this is actually about the customer annoying us, right?
It is. It is essentially spam protection for your business lines. Every single business owner knows the pain of the relentless SEO expert spam calls or the daily automated robocalls.
Or frankly, the angry ex-customer who will not stop texting you insults at 2 in the morning.
Exactly. You can actually block specific contacts from calling or texting your CRM number at all. You just toggle inbound D&D on their profile, and it completely cuts them off at the source. It preserves your sanity and keeps your inbox clean.
Essential. Truly essential. And I assume this whole D&D framework plays nice with the larger automation features. Like, if I have a massive automated workflow set up to send a happy birthday text to 1,000 people, but one person is on D&D, does that cause the whole workflow to crash and burn?
No, and that is the real beauty of how they built this. The workflow engine is smart. It uses a concept called intelligent skipping.
Intelligent skipping. I like the sound of that.
It's brilliant. If a contact is moving through an automated workflow and they hit a step that says send SMS, but they are currently flagged for SMS D&D, the workflow simply skips that specific communication step. It doesn't throw a fatal error. It doesn't stop them dead in their tracks. It just quietly bypasses the text and moves them to the very next step, which might be something administrative like wait 3 days or add a tag.
So the background administrative work still happens perfectly, but the illegal communication is suppressed.
Exactly. It keeps the business machine running smoothly without causing a massive compliance nightmare.
Okay, let's move to our third major pillar today, collaboration. This is where we stop looking at the customer as a target to acquire and start looking at our own internal team as a cohesive unit.
Right, because modern communication is very rarely a solo sport, especially in high-stakes sales or technical support.
The first feature here that I really think is a total game changer is internal comments. The source material describes this beautifully as the yellow sticky note of the CRM.
That is the perfect visual metaphor. Imagine you have a physical manila file folder for a client on your desk. You take a physical yellow Post-it note and stick it right on the front cover that says, hey, don't mention the divorce, or make sure to ask about his new dog.
Critical relationship-saving info.
Exactly. But in the digital world, we so often lose that entire layer of context. We have the raw email thread, but where do we put the human context? Internal comments allows you to type a note right there, in line, in the main conversation thread. It appears visually in the feed, chronologically, right alongside the emails and texts.
But the customer can't actually see it, right?
Crucially, no. It has a different colored background, usually yellow, and it is completely invisible to the customer. It is exactly like whispering to your colleague while you are both on a conference call, but you have the phone on mute.
That is incredibly useful.
And it gets better. You can use the @ symbol to tag specific team members. So say you are looking at a really weird, complex email from a client. You just type @Sarah and write your question. Sarah gets an instant notification. She clicks it, looks at the exact thread with all the context, replies internally, and you get your answer. All without ever leaving that single window.
Compare that to the old, painful way of doing it.
Yeah.
Forwarding the long email chain to Sarah, starting a brand new subject line, waiting for her to reply to your inbox, copying her text, pasting it back into a reply to the client. It is a disorganized mess.
It creates what we call shadow threads. You end up with 5 different scattered email chains internally, all about one single client interaction. Internal comments keeps absolutely everything centralized in one stream.
That is true efficiency. But we do need to clearly distinguish this from internal chat, because they sound very similar, but the documents treat them as 2 completely different tools.
They are structurally very different. Internal comments are strictly about a specific customer, and they live forever attached to that customer's specific record. Internal chat is a separate, standalone system entirely. It is like having Slack or Microsoft Teams built directly into the CRM platform.
Okay, so this is for general team-to-team comms.
Yes. You can start a chat with one person or create a channel with multiple team members. It supports rich text, emojis, file sharing. It is completely private to the participants invited, and it has its own dedicated history log separate from any client.
So if I need to ask you about where we are going for team lunch on Friday, or clarify a general HR policy change, I use internal chat.
Correct.
But if I need to ask you specifically about Bob's overdue invoice,
Uh-huh.
I use internal comments directly on Bob's contact record.
Exactly. Keeping those 2 contexts strictly separate is absolutely crucial for keeping your database organized. If you bury general company policy discussions inside Bob's contact record, nobody will ever find them again. And conversely, if you dump Bob's private financial info into the general Friday lunch chat, you're creating a massive privacy and compliance risk.
That is a very good point. Now let's talk about group SMS, because this feels like a feature that perfectly bridges the gap between internal team collaboration and external customer communication.
It does bridge that gap perfectly. This feature allows you to have a single unified text conversation with up to 10 participants at once, including yourself as the sender.
What is the primary use case here? Why would a standard business need a 10-person group text?
Think about the real estate industry. You are a buying agent. You are working with a married couple or two business partners buying a commercial property together.
Oh, right. If you text just the husband about a house, the wife gets furious that she is out of the loop.
Exactly. And then you spend half your day literally just repeating yourself to the other partner. You don't want to text them separately. You want one unified group chat. Hey guys, the house on Elm Street is ready to view right now.
Makes total sense. Everyone is on the same page instantly.
But there is a massive transparency warning here that the documents outline. Everyone in that group text sees everyone else's phone number.
So you absolutely do not use this for a marketing blast to 10 random prospects who don't know each other.
Absolutely not. Do not ever use group SMS for marketing. That is a massive privacy violation waiting to happen. If you put 10 total strangers in a group text, their phones will all blow up. They will all start angrily replying in Esta P and who is this? And they will all see each other's personal numbers. It is a complete disaster.
For a marketing blast, you use bulk SMS, right?
Correct. Bulk SMS sends individual isolated messages to a list. Group SMS is strictly for people who already know they are in a defined group together.
Speaking of privacy and groups, the guide actually had a really nice further reading section on the proper use of CC and BCC for emails right within the conversation tab.
Yes, the standard email protocols still apply here, but it is amazing how often professionals still misuse them.
They gave a very specific example for CC that I thought was quite smart, the vendor use case.
Right. Say you are an event booking agent, you are emailing your primary client, but you desperately need to loop in the caterer so they have the address. You CC the caterer. Now, the caterer sees the instructions, the client clearly sees that the caterer is looped in and handling it, and you, the primary agent, stay right in the loop for the inevitable reply. It perfectly connects the dots for everyone.
And for BCC, the blind carbon copy.
That is what I call the school announcement model. If you are a principal and you need to email 50 parents about a field trip cancellation, you use BCC. They all get the critical info, but they don't get a giant scrollable list of 50 other parents' private email addresses. It fundamentally protects privacy.
It is such simple stuff, but if you mess it up, like accidentally putting all 50 parents in the CC field instead of BCC, you get a tidal wave of angry emails.
Indeed you do. It is all about respecting the data.
All right, we have comprehensively covered the basics. Now, I really want to get into the power features. Section 5 of the outline. These are the things that make you sit back and go, whoa, I had no idea CRM could do that. These are the features that actually justify doing a full deep dive.
These are the bells and whistles that actually drive measurable revenue.
Well, let's start with payments, because ultimately at the end of the day, businesses need to get paid. And usually that involves a lot of steps. Sending a PDF invoice, waiting for them to open it, clicking a clunky link, logging into a portal, it is just pure friction.
And friction is the absolute enemy of revenue. Every single extra click you force a customer to make costs you a measurable percentage of conversion. The source material outlines a feature that solves this called quick payment links.
Walk me through how it actually works in practice.
You are engaged in a chat, could be SMS, could be email with the customer. They finally say, "Great, I love it. I will take the premium consulting package." Instead of you having to switch tabs over to your accounting software like QuickBooks or Xero, manually creating a new contact, building an invoice, exporting the PDF, and attaching it, you just stay right there in the chat window.
Okay, that saves a few minutes already.
You just click the request payment option right there in the text editor. You select the specific product from your preloaded catalog. You can instantly adjust the price or the currency if you need to. Maybe you want to give them a quick friend discount to close the deal.
Nice. Very flexible.
You can even set a hard expiry date if you want to create artificial urgency. Hey, this payment link is only valid for 24 hours, and then you hit send. It generates a secure, clickable link directly in the text stream. They tap it, Apple Pay or Google Pay pops up instantly on their phone, they scan their face, and the money is transferred. It is done.
That is dangerously easy.
It dramatically reduces the time to cash. And the technical guide notes that this process automatically generates a proper invoice in the background too, so your bookkeeping stays perfectly clean for taxes. But the actual experience for the customer is just tapping a simple text message.
I love that. Now let's talk about WhatsApp. We briefly mentioned it earlier as one of the channels, but there are some highly specific features here that add a real human touch.
You are talking about voice notes.
Yes. I use these all the time in my personal life. My friends and I send rambling 2-minute voice notes back and forth instead of calling. But in a strict business context, is that really considered professional?
It is actually becoming incredibly valuable, especially in international markets or high-touch consulting services. Pure text can be so easily misinterpreted. It can feel cold or transactional. It is very hard to convey genuine excitement or empathy in 160 typed characters.
That is very true. If a client texts a problem and you reply with just okay, it can be read as a cheerful okay or deeply annoyed okay.
Exactly, you lose the nuance. A voice note allows you to clearly convey tone. You can hit record and say, "Hey John, I just looked over your entire account and I figured out the problem. Don't worry, it's going to be a super easy fix." The customer actually hears the relief and the confidence in your voice. This system allows you to record up to 10 minutes of continuous audio directly in the WhatsApp channel integration.
10 minutes. I mean, that is basically a podcast episode right there.
Please, for the love of all things holy, do not leave 10-minute voice notes for your customers unless you absolutely have to. Be respectful of their time. But the technical capability is there. It does require you to grant microphone permission on your web browser first, of course.
And what about snippets? I saw that term used heavily with WhatsApp.
Snippets are purely efficiency tools. They are pre-saved, templated responses. If you find yourself typing out the exact same answer about your holiday business hours or your office parking directions 5 times a day, you just save it as a snippet. Then it's just click, send, done.
Now we have to talk about the absolute brain of the operation. Conversation AI.
Yes. The robot in the room.
The docs talk about bot status, the ability to turn the AI on, off, or pause it. My very first thought reading that was, why in the world would I pause it? I bought the bot to do the work so I don't have to.
Well, imagine the scenario. You decide to jump into a live conversation personally. You are having a very delicate, nuanced discussion with a client about a major complaint. They are upset. You are actively trying to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah, high stakes.
And then suddenly, the AI bot wakes up because it detected a random keyword in the client's text, and it aggressively interrupts your delicate human conversation with, "Would you like to book an appointment to learn more?"
Oh, God. That is so awkward.
It destroys the trust immediately. It proves to the angry client that they are just talking to a machine, or worse, that you aren't paying attention. So the system gives you the ability to pause the bot for a specific contact thread. You can even set it to automatically wake up after a certain time delay, like pause for 2 hours.
So you finish your human chat, handle the crisis smoothly, and then the bot quietly goes back on night watch duty later.
Precisely. It fundamentally prevents what we call bot collisions.
And there are different modes for the AI, right? I saw suggestive versus autopilot.
This is entirely about your comfort level and control. Autopilot means exactly what it sounds like. The bot reads the inbound message, writes the reply based on its training, and sends it instantly. You do not see it until it is already done.
Which is pretty scary for control freaks.
Absolutely, which is exactly why suggestive mode exists. In suggestive mode, the bot does the heavy lifting of writing the draft. It pops up in the chat window and basically says, "Hey boss, here's what I think we should say." But a real human has to physically click the send button to approve it.
It is like having a really smart, eager intern drafting all your emails.
Suggestive mode is fantastic for initially training the AI or, frankly, training yourself to actually trust the AI. Once you watch it get the answer perfectly right 100 times in a row, then you feel comfortable switching it over to autopilot.
Speaking of trusting the AI, there was one specific feature here that I think is hands down the coolest thing in the entire document stack. The response info panel.
Yeah.
Or, as I started calling it in my notes, the black box revealed.
This is critical, absolutely critical for anyone serious about using AI in their business. Usually, AI is treated as a total black box. You put a prompt in, a response comes out, and we have absolutely no idea how it arrived at that conclusion.
Right. It's like, why did you say that, robot?
Exactly. This new panel lets you clearly see the exact why. It shows you the raw prompt that was used in the background. It shows you the specific intent the AI detected. Did it statistically think the customer was angry? Did it think they were ready to buy?
That is fascinating. It's quantifying human emotion.
It is. Furthermore, it shows the exact knowledge chunks it pulled from your internal database. So if it answers a complex question about your pricing tiers, the panel actively highlights the specific paragraph in your uploaded FAQ document that it read to get that answer. And finally, it shows how much of the previous chat history it considered before replying.
So if the bot ever gives a weird hallucinated answer to a client, You can just open this panel and see, oh, I get it. It pulled the wrong knowledge chunk about our refund policy from an outdated 2022 PDF.
Exactly. It completely turns AI hallucinations from a terrifying mystery into a simple debugging problem that you can actually solve in 5 minutes. It gives you the clear logic trail. For a business owner, that level of transparency is what allows you to actually trust the automation at scale. You can fully audit the robot's brain.
It really is like seeing the robot's internal thought process. It makes the whole concept of AI vastly less scary.
It does, and it allows you to continuously refine your uploaded knowledge chunks to make the bot incrementally smarter every single week.
All right, we are coming into the home stretch here. Section 6, organization and quality control. We have set the messages, we've scheduled the text, the bots are running the night shift. How do we keep this massive command center clean?
Organization is the only thing that prevents the Conversations tab from devolving back into a swamp.
Let's start with call recordings.
A massively powerful feature, but one that absolutely comes with a giant flashing red warning label in the document.
Check your local state laws.
Yes. Enabling call recording is actually quite easy. It's done right in the phone number settings. But you absolutely must know if your business operates in a one-party or two-party consent state.
Can you clarify the difference for the listeners?
Sure. One-party consent means only one person on the phone call needs to know the call is being recorded, and that person can just be you. Two-party consent means that both people on the line must explicitly know and consent. In strict states like California or Florida, recording someone without explicitly telling them first is a literal felony.
A felony.
Oh.
Okay, so please, do not just click that toggle button because it looks cool on the dashboard.
Compliance must come first. Always, always have that automated greeting voice say, "This call may be recorded for quality assurance." That simple phrase is your legal shield.
Assuming we're legally covered, what can we actually do with these recordings inside the CRM?
You can easily find them right in the conversation stream by using the quick filter for calls. You can listen to them inline, you can mute them, and this is my absolute favorite trick for saving time. You can change the playback speed.
You mean like 2x speed podcast listening?
Absolutely. If you are a busy sales manager tasked with reviewing 10 long discovery calls a day for quality assurance, listening to them at 1.5x or 2x speed will save you hours of your life every week. You can quickly spot how they handled objections, check their overall tone, and move on. You can also easily download the MP3 file if you need to save it externally or send it to a coach.
And the system automatically tracks the call status too.
Yeah.
Like answered, voicemail, busy.
Yes, which is fantastic for high-level reporting. If your sales team makes 100 outbound calls on a Tuesday and 90 of them are tagged as no answer, you immediately have a data point to investigate. Maybe you are calling your specific demographic at the entirely wrong time of day.
Which brings us right back to the scheduling feature from Section 1.
Exactly. It is all deeply connected.
Finally, let's briefly talk about filters and bulk actions. Because sometimes you just need to clear the deck and start fresh.
Bulk actions are basically your digital broom. You can select up to 100 separate conversations at a single time. You can mark them all as read, star them for later, or delete them entirely.
Please be very careful with the delete button.
Yes, delete is usually permanent and cannot be undone. Mark as read is much, much safer. It instantly clears all those stressful red notification badges without actually destroying any historical data.
And the filters. There were some really interesting ones mentioned in the appendix, like engagement score.
That is a brilliant one. The system algorithmically calculates how active a specific contact is based on their behavior. You can click Filter by High Engagement Score to instantly find your absolute hottest leads. It surfaces the people who are actively clicking your links, replying to your texts, and opening your emails right now.
Or filtering by mentions.
Right. If you filter by mentions, you instantly see everywhere someone tagged your name in an internal comment. That basically becomes your prioritized to-do list right there. You just ask, where does my team need my input right this second?
It's incredible. It really, truly is a command center.
It is. It is so much more than a simple mailbox.
So let's wrap this up. We started this entire episode by saying that the Conversations tab isn't just a place you check. I think we have definitely proven that today.
We have gone from a messy, anxiety-inducing inbox to a highly structured relational database. We've seen tools that seamlessly handle the complex, messy reality of human relationships, like time zone scheduling, blocking toxic numbers, grouping partners together, while also adding the raw, scalable speed of digital tools like AI intents, snippet templates, and one-click payments.
It is a perfect hybrid. It handles the messy human stuff and the incredibly fast robot stuff, all in one unified interface.
That is the ultimate goal, to elevate you to a proactive communication architect, exactly as we said at the start.
But, I have to leave our listeners with a slightly provocative thought, something to really chew on after the episode ends.
Go for it.
We just spent a full hour talking extensively about managing our conversations. We have AI detecting human intents. We have hidden internal whispers that the client can't see. We have animated video thumbnails explicitly designed to trigger biological, psychological responses. We have automated D&D compliance protocols.
You do. We have meticulously optimized every single millisecond of the interaction.
Right. So as we use more and more of these highly engineered tools to quote-unquote manage our conversations, are we actually becoming better, more empathetic communicators? Or are we just becoming far better data managers? Because from where I sit, the line between a genuine chat with a customer and a highly calculated data transaction is getting really, really blurry.
That is the ultimate philosophical question here. If the AI is literally speaking for you, and the snippets are writing your words for you, where is the actual you in the relationship? The efficiency is totally undeniable, but the real challenge for the user is to intentionally keep the humanity in the loop. You have to actively choose to use the voice notes. Use the personal, unscripted touch when it matters. Don't let the command center turn you into a detached drone pilot who never actually looks out the window at the people you're talking to.
Use the tools. Don't let the tools use you.
Exactly. Keep the human element alive.
On that note, I want to formally challenge everyone listening today. Go into your CRM settings right now. Enable just one single feature we talked about today that you aren't currently using. Maybe it is the video thumbnail generator. Maybe it is setting up an internal chat channel for your team. Just try it out. See if it fundamentally changes your daily workflow.
And please check your D&D compliance settings, just to be legally safe.
Always check the D&D. Thanks so much for listening to The Deep Dive. We will see you next time.
See you then. You know, there's a very specific, very painful kind of Sunday night dread that I think a lot of people listening right now are going to recognize instantly.
Oh.
It's not just the standard back-to-work blues. It is the back-to-the-manual labor blues.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting there, maybe you run a gym, maybe you're a real estate agent, or, maybe you're running a solo consulting gig from your kitchen table. You have a spreadsheet open. It has 400 names on it.
The dreaded spreadsheet.
A dreaded spreadsheet. And they might be leads from a trade show. Maybe they're past clients you haven't spoken to in 6 months. And, no matter how fast your thumbs are, you have to physically copy a phone number, paste it into your phone, type a message, hit send, copy, paste, type, send.
It is the business equivalent of digging a swimming pool with a teaspoon.
Yes.
You are technically working, you're sweating, you're moving dirt, but are you actually building anything? Or are you just, exhausting yourself?
That is exactly it. It's spreadsheet fatigue. It's the feeling that you are a highly paid human router manually connecting point A to point B when you should be the architect of the whole operation.
Right.
And that is exactly why we're here today. We're doing a deep dive into the Auto Robo System. Now, I've gone through the stack of research, the technical documentation, the user guides. I've practically lived in the help docs for the last 3 days.
Oh, wow.
And let me tell you, this isn't just software. This feels like hiring a digital operations manager who doesn't sleep, doesn't drink coffee, and never, ever asks for a raise.
That is a pretty fair assessment. What we're really looking at today is the architecture of scale. Specifically, we're going to pop the hood on Auto Robo's bulk actions and automation capabilities.
Okay.
We aren't just talking about sending a text message here. We're talking about building an automated brain that runs the logic of your business so you don't have to.
And before we get into the weeds, and trust me, we are going to get right into the weeds, down to the CSV formatting and carrier logic, I want to flag something really important for the listeners.
Okay.
I know automation and AI can sound like, high-tech wizardry reserved for the Fortune 500 companies with massive IT departments. But looking at this, it is built for the little guy just as much as the enterprise.
Absolutely.
If you are listening and thinking, I need to stop digging with that spoon, you can check it out or subscribe right now at www.autorobo.ca.
Right. And the mission of this deep dive is pretty specific. We want to hit that sweet spot. 80% technical, how do you actually push the buttons? How do you format the data? How do you set the timers? And 20% business strategy.
I like that split.
Because pushing the button is easy. Any robot can push a button.
Yeah.
Knowing when to push the button so you actually make money, That's the hard part.
Because if you're just pushing buttons without a plan, you're just a faster robot.
Exactly.
You're just spamming people at the speed of light, which is a great way to go out of business fast.
Precisely. And one thing that stood out in the source material is that Auto Robo isn't just handing you the keys to a Ferrari and wishing you luck on icy roads. They have a full academy for self-training.
Okay, that's huge.
So whether you need to learn the technical setup or the business strategy, you can do it at your own pace. Plus, and this is huge given how complex business logic can get, they offer 204/7 support.
Which, let's be honest, is a massive upgrade over the standard IT experience. My current IT strategy is usually just Googling error codes at 11 p.m. and hoping a stranger on a forum from 6 years ago had the same problem.
We've all been there.
So knowing there is a human on the other end, that 24/7 support is a game changer.
It is necessary. The internet doesn't close at 5:00 p.m. Your systems shouldn't either.
Okay, let's unpack this. We are going to structure this logically, starting with the most immediate pain point that every business has. Communication. Section 1. The art of mass communication. Or, as I like to call it, how to text 1,000 people without getting blocked by the phone company. We're starting with bulk SMS.
This is the bread and butter of the system, the send SMS bulk action. On the surface, it looks deceptively simple. You go to your contacts tab inside the system, you select the people you want to reach.
So you just, click the little check boxes next to their names?
Exactly. Maybe it's your entire database, or maybe it's just the people who visited your website last week and you hit the send SMS button. But the mechanics underneath, that's where the magic happens.
Right, because the temptation, and I've been guilty of this, is just to type, "Hello, buy my stuff." But the documentation highlights that you can and should use templates.
Templates are about efficiency, yes. You don't want to retype your sales pitch 500 times. But the real power, the thing that stops you from sounding like a robot, is the custom fields.
The merge tags.
Exactly, the merge tags. You insert a tag like contact.firstname or contact.companyname. So in your dashboard, the message looks like code. It looks like, hey name, how is business at company?
A little technical.
A little. But when it hits Steve's phone, it says, hey Steve, how's business at Steve's Pizza?
It creates the illusion of intimacy.
It's not just an illusion, it's relevance. We are trained, we're conditioned to ignore generic blasts. We see, dear customer, and our brain deletes it before we even finish reading. But we are biologically wired to pay attention when we see our own name. It triggers a different part of the brain.
Now, there was a note in the research about multimedia. You can attach images, files, even emojis. But there was a warning about emoji professionalism, which I have to admit, it made me laugh.
Chuckles. Yeah, context is king there. If you're a gym sending a hype text, a fire emoji or a bicep emoji works perfectly. It fits the brand energy.
Right.
If you're a funeral home or a high-end corporate law firm, maybe skip the winking face with the tongue out.
I once sent a winky face to a client by accident instead of a thumbs up. It changed the dynamic of the negotiation, let's just say.
I can imagine.
But let's look at the delivery modes, because this is where the business value really kicks in. The documentation lists 3 ways to send these texts. First, there's send all at once.
That is your blunt force instrument. That is your emergency broadcast system.
Okay.
Our webinar starts in 15 minutes. The flash sale ends in 1 hour. You hit that button, and the system tries to push everything out the door as fast as the pipelines allow. It is high impact, high urgency.
But it also has high risk, right? If you send 5,000 texts at once and you messed up a typo,
then you have made a mistake 5,000 times in 1 second. There is no undo on a text message that has already left the server. Send all at once requires you to be absolutely certain your message is perfect.
Check it twice, check it 3 times.
At least.
Then there's scheduled time. This is this set it and forget it mode.
This is for the strategist. Let's say you run a restaurant. You don't want to text people about your lunch special at 9:00 a.m. when they're just settling into their first meeting with coffee.
No, they'll just swipe it away and forget it.
Exactly. You want that text to hit their phone at 11:30 a.m. right when the stomach starts growling and the what should we do for lunch debate begins in the office.
You're timing the market.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You write the text on Tuesday night when you have time. You schedule it for Thursday at 11:30, and the Auto Robo system handles the execution. You're working on your business, not in it.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The third mode, drip mode. When I first read this, I thought, why would I want to slow it down? If I have good news, I want everyone to know right now.
It's counterintuitive.
It is. But then I read the section on infrastructure load, and it just clicked.
Imagine you text 5,000 people at once. Reply yes to book an appointment. And let's say you have a really good offer, and 10% of them reply instantly. That's 500 texts hitting your inbox in 3 minutes.
That is a DDoS attack on my receptionist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have created a customer service disaster. You can't reply to 500 people fast enough. They wait 10 minutes, they get annoyed, they go to a competitor. Drip mode saves you from your own success. It allows you to say, send this to 50 people per hour.
So you get a steady stream of replies that a human can actually handle.
That's the operational benefit.
Yeah.
But there is a technical benefit too, specifically regarding the telecom carriers. You know, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile,
The gatekeepers.
the gatekeepers, they have algorithms designed to stop spam. If a brand new phone number suddenly blasts 10,000 texts in 1 second, the carrier's algorithm goes, whoa, that is not human behavior. That is a bot. Block it.
So you get flagged as spam before you even get started. Your whole campaign is dead in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
But drip mode, sending a text every 30 seconds or every minute over the course of 8 hours, that looks like a very productive human. Or a team of humans.
It looks natural.
It mimics natural workflow, keeps your trust score high with the carriers.
So drip mode is basically your camouflage. And looking at the settings here, it is incredibly granular. You can set the batch quantity, the repeat after, interval seconds, minutes, days, and even process between hours.
That last one is crucial, process between hours. If you're dripping a campaign of 5,000 people and it takes 20 hours to complete, you do not want the system to keep working at 3 a.m.
Oh, God, no.
No one wants a marketing text at 3 a.m. It
Okay.
feels invasive. It's just creepy. So you set the window. Only send between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. The Auto Robo system pauses at 5.01, waits all night, and picks up exactly where it left off at 9 a.m. the next day.
That is intelligent automation. It's respecting the customer's time.
It is.
Now, moving slightly sideways from SMS, we have the other giant in the room, WhatsApp. The source material calls this a modern hybrid.
WhatsApp is fascinating because it sits right between SMS and social media. It
Yeah.
has the high visibility of a text message. People read their WhatsApps immediately.
The read receipts, yeah.
Right. But it feels more personal, almost like a social network. But because Meta owns it, and they are terrified of it becoming a spam wasteland, there are rules. Very strict rules.
The dreaded 24-hour rule. This was a big, bold section in the documentation. Can you break that down for us? Because it sounds tricky.
It is the single most important constraint for WhatsApp marketing. It's called the messaging limit regarding a business-initiated conversation. Here's the rule. You, the business, cannot just chat casually with a customer whenever you want unless they have messaged you first in the last 24 hours.
Wait, so if I have a list of past clients, I can't just say hi.
You can, but it has to be a template message. And that template has to be pre-approved by Meta.
Ah, there's the catch.
There's the catch. You can't just freestyle it. You submit a template like, appointment reminder. Hi, name of your appointment is tomorrow. Meta approves it. Then you can send that to start the conversation.
And once they reply, what happens then?
Once they reply, say thanks. The 24-hour service window opens. Now you can freestyle. You can chat, send emojis, answer questions. But if the conversation goes dead for 24 hours,
The window slams shut.
the window closes. And you have to use a template to open it again.
It is like a game of tag. You have to keep the engagement alive to keep the free chat open.
Exactly. And there are tiers to how many conversations you can even start. When you first sign up for Auto Robo and connect WhatsApp, you are usually in Tier 1. You can start 250 conversations per 24 hours.
Okay, so I can't just buy a list of 10,000 numbers and spam them on WhatsApp on day one. That's probably for the best.
Absolutely not. And if you try, or if people report your messages as spam, your quality rating drops. If it drops too low, Meta puts you in the penalty box. They throttle your sending limits.
So it's high risk, high reward.
It's high accountability. To scale up, to get to Tier 2, which is 1,000 messages, or Tier 3, which is 10,000, you have to prove you're a good actor. You have to send relevant messages that people actually reply to, not block.
That makes sense. It forces you to be a better marketer, which is the point. Now, physically, in Auto Robo, this works much like SMS.
Very similar workflow. You go to bulk actions, select your contacts, but instead of send SMS, you choose send WhatsApp. You select your verified template, again, must be verified, and then you can use all the same drip mode logic we just talked about.
So the tools are there, but the strategy is don't be annoying.
That should be the strategy for all business, honestly.
Fair point. A very fair point. So what does this all mean for the bottom line? Let's move to section 2. Reputation and revenue. Because sending texts is fun, but making money is better. The first thing here is automating review requests.
This is one of the lowest hanging fruits for any business, especially small businesses. We all know reviews matter. Reviews drive SEO, search engine optimization. If you have 500 five-star reviews, Google puts you at the top of the map pack.
Right at the top.
If you have 2 reviews from 3 years ago, you're invisible. You effectively don't exist.
But asking for reviews is awkward. And manual, hey, thanks for buying the bagel. Please go to Google and rate us. No one remembers to do that. The staff forgets to ask. The customer forgets to do it. It just falls through the cracks.
That is the friction point. Auto Robo removes the friction. You can simply select your recent customers in the database, say everyone who came in this week and hit send review requests.
And you can choose the channel. Email, SMS.
Email is standard, but SMS has a much higher conversion rate.
Yeah.
If I get a text with a link that says, hey, click here to give us 5 stars, and it opens the Google app directly, I'll do it. It takes 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
If I have to find an email, click a link, log into Google,
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. Too much work.
And again, the source material mentions drip mode here. Why would I rip reviews? I want 500 reviews right now.
Think about it from Google's perspective. Google's algorithm is a spam detective. If a business gets 0 reviews for 6 months and then suddenly gets 500 reviews on a Tuesday afternoon, what does that look like?
It looks like I paid a click farm in a basement somewhere to boost my rating.
Exactly. It looks suspicious. It looks fake.
Yeah.
And Google might flag your account or just delete all those reviews.
What? So you could lose them all.
You could. Using drip mode to send out, say, 10 requests a day creates a natural growth curve. It looks like you're just suddenly becoming very popular or protects your reputation while you build it.
That is a pro tip right there. Fake it till you make it, but make the faking look real. Now let's talk about managing opportunities. This sounds a bit more like sales jargon. What is an opportunity in this context?
Think of it as your pipeline. In the database, a contact is just a person, a name and a number. An opportunity is that person attached to a potential deal.
Okay, give me a scenario. Walk me through it.
You go to a trade show. You collect 50 business cards in a fishbowl. Those are contacts. You upload them to Auto Robo. Now, you want to track them as potential sales.
Right.
You can use bulk actions to add update opportunity. You aren't just adding them to the database. You're placing them on a specific step of the ladder. You can say, all 50 of these people are in the new lead stage of the trade show pipeline.
And I see here you can assign a lead value. I love this part. I can say each of these leads is worth potentially $1,000.
And suddenly that list of names isn't just data. It's a revenue forecast. You can look at your dashboard and say, I have $50,000 sitting in the new lead bucket.
It gamifies it.
It does. It changes your psychological approach to the day. You aren't just doing admin. You are managing potential revenue. It motivates you to make the calls.
And you can update the status in bulk too, right? Like if I call 20 people and they all say no, which happens, I can just select them and mark them as lost or abandoned all at once.
Yes. Or move a bunch of them to negotiation at the same time. It keeps the pipeline clean. If you don't update your statuses, you're flying blind. You think you have $1 million in the pipeline, but really you have $1 million of no. You need to know the truth.
Flying blind is bad. We want to be flying with radar. Speaking of radar, let's go into the engine room. Section 3. Automation and workflows. This is the stuff that makes the Auto Robo system actually, well, robotic.
This is where we move from static to dynamic. A contact list is static. It's just names on a screen.
Yeah.
A workflow is dynamic. It's a journey.
So adding to automation isn't just sending a text. It's dropping someone into a sequence of events.
Correct. You select your contacts, you click Add to Automation, and you choose a workflow you've pre-built. Let's create a hypothetical one. Let's say it's a new homeowner workflow for a landscaping company.
Okay, I'm with you.
The workflow might look like this. Day 1, send a welcome to the neighborhood email. Day 3, send a text, need help with the lawn. Day 4, if they haven't replied, create a task in the system for the office manager to call them personally.
And I can trigger this for 1,000 people at once.
Or schedule it, or
Okay.
drip it. The business point here is scalability. This allows a solo founder to run a complex customer journey that, 10 years ago, would have required a marketing team of 10 people to manage manually.
You are effectively cloning yourself using AI.
That's the goal.
I love the idea of cloning myself. I would send the clone to do the grocery shopping, but inside this database, we need to keep things organized. That's where tags come in. The outline calls them the sticky notes of the database.
That is a perfect analogy. Imagine a physical file folder. You stick a yellow Post-it note on it that says VIP. That's a tag.
Simple enough?
In Auto Robo, you can bulk add tags to segment your audience.
Yeah.
Let's say you are that gym owner again. You have 500 members. You want to tag the ones who joined in January as New Year resolution.
Okay, why?
So in February, when the motivation starts to fade, you can send a specific targeted message just to the New Year resolution group, saying, don't give up now. The first month is the hardest.
And you ignore the bodybuilders who've been there for 5 years because they don't need that message.
Exactly. They don't need that text. If you send that text to the regulars, they'll think you don't know who they are. Segmentation is about sending the right message to the right people. You can't do that if everyone is just in one big pile called everyone.
Ah, that's really smart. And the sources also mention removing tags. Is that as important?
Equally important, this is data hygiene. If someone was a prospect and they buy your product, you need to remove the prospect tag and add the client tag.
Otherwise, you are sending please buy from me emails to people who already bought from you.
Which is the quickest way to annoy a new customer. I just paid you, stop asking me for money.
Yeah.
Auto Robo lets you remove all tags or just selected tags in bulk. It keeps your targeting precise. A clean database is a profitable database.
Okay, speaking of keeping things clean, let's talk about disaster management. Section 4. Data hygiene, specifically the undo button, or the lack thereof, because I have definitely deleted things I shouldn't have.
We all have. We've all had that moment of panic. Auto Robo has a soft delete mechanism. When you select contacts and hit the trash can, you have to type the word delete in all caps to confirm, by the way.
I like that. It is a speed bump. It forces you to take a breath and think, do I really want to do this?
Exactly. It prevents the fat finger mistake.
Yeah.
But even if you do it and then realize, oh no, I deleted the CEO of my biggest account, you can go to the restore section and it holds them for a little while.
It's like a digital purgatory.
A bit, yeah.
But the source material has a pretty scary warning here. It says deleting removes everything linked to them.
Yes. This is why you need to be careful. When you delete a contact, you aren't just deleting their name. You are deleting their conversation history, their notes, their appointments, their tasks, all of it.
So if I restore them, does that stuff come back?
Usually, yes, if you catch it in time. The system tries to relink everything. But it's risky. You don't want to rely on the restore function as a workflow. Deleting is serious business.
Now, what about the classic duplicate problem? When you have John Doe and Jonathan Doe and J Doe, they're all the same guy.
Duplicate entries, the bane of every database. This usually happens when people fill out a form twice or you import a list that overlaps with what you already have.
It's a mess.
It is. Auto Robo has a merge contacts bulk action. There can be only one feature.
Highlander style?
Highlander style. You select 2 to 10 contacts that look like duplicates. The system asks you to pick a master record. This is the survivor, the one ID that will remain.
But what if John has the right email in record A, but Jonathan has the right phone number in record B?
That is the beauty of the merge tool. You can pick and choose. You get a screen with columns, and you can say, keep the email from record A, but the phone number from record B. You can select Show All Fields to compare them side by side. It stitches them together into one Frankenstein super record.
That is incredibly useful, but...
There's a but, isn't there?
But once you click that merge button, it is irreversible.
Oof. No undo button there.
No, you can't unmix the paint. Once those records are fused, they are fused forever. So, extreme caution is advised. If you aren't 100% sure they are the same person, maybe it's a father and son with the same name, don't merge them.
Got it. Measure twice, merge once. And briefly, for the B2B listeners, there's companies.
Right. If you're selling to consumers, you care about people. If you're selling to businesses, you care about entities. You don't just want a list of 50 guys named Mike. You want to know that these 10 Mikes all work for Tech Corp.
You want to see the whole picture. Exactly. You can bulk add or edit contacts into company records via the Smart List page. It helps you see the organizational structure. Oh, I'm talking to 3 different people at Tech Corp. Maybe I should coordinate my approach. It's about strategy.
Now, we have talked about managing data that is already in there, but how do we get it in there in the first place? Section 5, import-export, the glamorous world of CSV files.
Chuckles. It is not glamorous, but it is 80% of the battle. If your import is bad, your life will be hard. If your import is clean, the system sings.
So what is the secret to a good import? What's the one thing people get wrong?
Preparation. Most people try to rush this. They download a messy file from LinkedIn or their old CRM and just jam it into Auto Robo. That causes errors. You need to prep the file.
Okay.
It must be a .csv. That's a comma-separated values file, not an Excel file, not a numbers file, a CSV.
And one single sheet, right? No tabs.
Single sheet, under 50 megabytes. And the header row, the top row, is your map. It needs to match the CRM fields as closely as possible.
So if the CRM expects first name, don't label your column given name.
Ideally, yes. The system is smart enough to help you map columns. It'll say, hey, does given name mean first name? And you can say yes, but cleaner is always better. And specific formatting rules matter. Phone number is the biggest tripping point.
The E.164 format.
Yes.
E.164, it sounds like a droid from Star Wars. E.164, bring me the toast.
It does a bit. It's just the international standard for phone numbers. Plus sign, country code, then the number. So for the U.S., it's +1, then the area code and number. No dashes, no spaces.
Why does the +1 matter if I am only texting people in my town?
Because the back end of these systems uses global routing. If you just put 555-0199, the system might get confused. Is that a U.S. number? Is it U.K.? Is it Australian? The country code acts as the postal code for the planet. It ensures delivery.
Good to know. And dates. I've messed those up before.
IYMDD is the safest bet. 4-digit year, 2-digit month, 2-digit day. It's standard computer logic. If you write Jan 1st, 24, the computer might read that as text, not a date. And then your birthday automations won't work because the system doesn't know it's a date.
Okay, little details, big consequences. Now, the system has a deduplication brain. How does it know if I am uploading someone who is already there?
It checks email first. Email is the unique fingerprint. If the email matches an existing record, it assumes it's the same person and updates the record with any new info from your file.
And if there's no email?
Then it checks the phone number.
Okay, so email is the primary ID, essentially. Right. Now let's talk about when it goes wrong, because it will go wrong. You hit import, and you get the red banner of death.
You get the error log. And this is where people panic. They see import failed, and they think the software is broken.
I would freak out. I would think I broke the internet.
Don't panic. Go to the Bulk Actions tab. Click Show Error Log. It will show you line by line what happened. Line 4, missing mandatory field. Line 55, invalid date format.
So it tells you exactly where the typo is in your spreadsheet.
Yes. It's not a mystery. You just open your CSV, you go to line 55, you fix the date, you save it, and you re-import. It's not a black box. It is a diagnostic tool.
That is reassuring. And exporting is pretty straightforward. I assume it's easier going out than coming in.
Much easier. Select Contacts, click Export. You get a clean CSV with everything. Contact ID, tags, activity logs. It is your data portability. It means you aren't locked in forever. You own your data.
Okay, final technical section before we wrap up. Section 6, health checks and maintenance. This sounds like going to the doctor, but for your email list. Email verification.
This is critical. Many businesses skip this because it costs a tiny bit of money. We're talking fractions of a cent per email. But the cost of not doing it is much higher.
Why? What happens if I send emails to fake addresses? A few of them just bounce, right? No big deal.
It is a huge deal. Your sender score tanks. Email providers like Gmail, Yahoo, and Outlook watch you. They monitor your bounce rate. If you keep trying to deliver mail to dead addresses or addresses that don't exist, they think you are a spammer. They think you bought a cheap list from the dark web.
And the punishment for that?
The punishment is the spam folder. They start sending your real emails, the ones to your actual paying clients, straight to spam. You become invisible.
So verifying is like cleaning the pipes before you turn the water on.
Yes. The Auto Robo system connects to the LC email system to ping the address and check if it's valid. It will give you stats, valid, invalid, or risky.
And you just delete the invalid ones.
Absolutely. Get them out of there. They're dead weight. They're actively hurting your business. And just a note, this usually works best for primary emails. Secondary emails might not get checked, so keep your primary data as clean as possible.
And finally, bulk action logic and limits. We talked about drip mode, but there are hard limits too, right? The system has rules.
Yes, rate limits. Even with drip mode, there's math involved. If you set the frequency to more than 10 minutes, the system allows a higher volume, say 10,000 messages. If you try to jam them through every 30 seconds, the system throttles you down to maybe 1,000 per minute.
Why? Is it just trying to be difficult?
To prevent system crashes. It's traffic control. If everyone gets on the highway at once at 5 p.m., nobody moves. The limits keep the traffic flowing for everybody using the system.
And there is a scheduling window limit?
You cannot schedule more than 720 hours in the future. That is 30 days.
So I can't schedule my Christmas texts in July?
No. And honestly, from a business perspective, you shouldn't. A lot changes in 6 months. A client might move, they might cancel, they might, not be a client anymore. You want your data and your outreach to be fresh. 30 days is a healthy planning window.
That makes sense. Okay, looking at the time, we have covered a massive amount of ground, from SMS drips to merging contacts to the nuances of E.164 phone formats.
It's a comprehensive system. It's a lot to take in.
I know. So let's zoom out. What is the so what here? Why should the listener care about all these buttons and settings and CSV headers.
Because Auto Robo isn't just a database. It is an active participant in your business. It isn't just storing names. It's acting on them intelligently. 247.
It is the difference between a filing cabinet and a salesperson.
Exactly. A filing cabinet just sits there. A salesperson picks up the phone. Auto Robo picks up the phone for you thousands of times a day. The future is AI and automation. That's not hype. That is the reality now. If you're still manually copy-pasting numbers, you aren't just slower. You are falling behind competitors who are using systems like this to scale personal interactions.
And again, friendly reminder, this is for everyone. Small businesses, huge enterprises. The system is user-friendly, but if you get stuck, and you might because we covered some complex stuff.
We probably will at some point.
Yeah. There's the Academy for Self-Training. You can become an Auto Robo black belt on your own time.
And if you really break something, or just need a human to help you explain the drip mode math, there is 24/7 support. That safety net is invaluable. You are never alone in the dashboard.
You can access the system or subscribe right now at www.autorobo.ca. Seriously, go check it out. It is worth a look just to see what you are missing.
It is an investment in your own sanity and your business's growth.
I want to leave you with a thought. We talked about spreadsheet fatigue at the start. I want you to imagine your next Monday morning. But instead of staring at a list of 50 calls you need to make, you open your dashboard and see that the system has already texted them, verified who is interested, and put the 5 hot leads into your negotiation pipeline.
That is the power of automation.
What could you achieve if you never had to copy-paste a phone number again? What specific creative work could you do with those extra hours?
That is the question.
Thanks for diving deep with us today. Check out www.autorobo.ca, and we will catch you on the next one.
See you then.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. I am genuinely pumped for today's deep dive because we're tackling a subject that honestly I think haunts the dreams of pretty much every business owner I have ever met.
Oh, yeah. This one hits close to home for a lot of people.
It really does. So I want you to picture a scenario and, be honest with yourself if this sounds familiar. It's 4 p.m. on a Friday.
The worst time.
The absolute worst. The week is almost done. You're tired. You are trying to find that one client. You know the one I'm talking about? The one who bought that specific product 6 months ago because you just realized you have the absolute perfect upsell for them. You know they are ready to buy. It is literally free money just sitting there on the table. But where is the data?
The Friday afternoon scavenger hunt. I know it well.
Exactly. Is it in a spreadsheet titled final v3.xlsx?
Or maybe client list new do not use.
Right. Or is it on a yellow sticky note that lost its stickiness like 3 weeks ago and fell behind your desk? Is it stuck in your email outbox from a conversation you had back in November?
You are describing the universal nightmare of business chaos. We actually call it the scattered spreadsheet syndrome.
That's perfect.
It's that feeling where you have all of the pieces of the puzzle, but they're scattered across 5 different rooms. And, half of them are probably under the couch.
That is exactly it. It's that sinking, heavy feeling in your stomach that you don't actually know who your customers are. I mean, you know you have customers, obviously, because you're making money and the lights are still on. Hopefully. But you don't know who they are in a way that allows you to take action. You can't just snap your fingers and find that one specific person. So today we are diving into a solution that claims to fix this specific pain point. We're looking at the Auto Robo System.
And we really need to frame this correctly. We aren't just looking at this as another piece of software you have to learn.
Yeah.
I think that's a trap people fall into. Oh, great, another login to remember.
Right, another password to forget.
Yeah, exactly. Based on the documentation we've gone through, we need to frame this as a fundamental shift in mindset. This is about pivoting from manual, human error-prone chaos to an AI-driven system. This is what the source material calls the new way of running a business.
The new way of running a business. I mean, that is a bold claim. It sounds a little bit like marketing fluff at first, but looking at the source material, I kind of get it.
You see where they're coming from.
I do.
Yep.
We're going to be unpacking specifically how Auto Robo uses something called smart lists and their payment management system to basically turn the lights on in a dark room. It feels like we're moving from the Stone Age to the Space Age here.
That's a great analogy because the data's there, right? You have the data, you just can't see it. It's dark.
It's buried.
It's buried. And what really stands out in the research is that this isn't just for the Fortune 500s. I think people hear AI and automation, and they immediately think, okay, that's for Amazon, that's for Google, that's for people with $1 million IT budgets.
Right. They assume it's totally out of reach for the little guy, the solo entrepreneur.
But this is for everyone. Whether you're a solo entrepreneur running a boutique bakery or a massive enterprise with a sales team of 50 people, the fundamental mechanism is the same. You need AI to sort through the noise.
The chaos.
The chaos of data affects the solopreneur just as much, if not more, than the CEO.
And the best part, from what I can tell, it doesn't require a PhD in coding. You don't need to hire a developer to set this thing up.
No, thankfully not. It's surprisingly user-friendly. It's designed for humans, not robots, which is a little funny given the name Auto Robo.
A little ironic, yeah. So our mission today is clear. We are going to explain exactly how to harness these tools within Auto Robo to unlock actual business value. We are going to get technical. I want to be upfront about that. About 80% of this deep dive will be a look into how to actually push the buttons, how to set up the logic, how to make it work.
The nitty-gritty.
But we will always tie it back to that 20% business strategy. Why does this put money in your pocket? Why does this save you from pulling your hair out on a Friday afternoon?
Precisely. Knowledge without application is just trivia. We want you to walk away from this deep dive knowing exactly what to do. And just to flag this early on for anyone listening who wants to actually see this in action, or maybe you're driving and you want to check it out when you get home.
Good point.
You can access the system right now at www.autorobo.ca.
That's www.autorobo.ca.
Okay, let's unpack this. We have to start with the core concept. Section 1. What exactly is a smart list? Because to me, in my head, a list is just...
Ooh, well, it's a list.
It's a piece of paper.
It's a piece of paper with names on it. It's my grocery list. It's static.
In the old world, yes. That is exactly what a list was. It's a snapshot in time, you print it out, and 5 minutes later, it's already obsolete.
Right. Someone made a purchase, someone else unsubscribed, it's already wrong.
It's immediately wrong. In the Auto Robo ecosystem, a smart list is dynamic. It is alive. Think of it less as a list and more as a living, breathing segment of your customer database. It's the brain that feeds the Auto Robo AI.
So it updates itself. That's the key difference. It's not a snapshot, it's a live video feed.
Constantly. It automates the sorting and filtering. So let's use an example. Say you have a list of high-spending customers. On a piece of paper or in a spreadsheet, if John Smith spends $500 today, what do you have to do?
I have to remember to do it, first of all. Then I have to open the spreadsheet, find his name, maybe color his row green or something, and then save it.
And that's assuming you even remember to do it.
Which, let's be honest, I probably won't. Nobody actually does. We all say we will, but we don't.
Exactly. It falls through the cracks. It's one more thing on the to-do list. With a smart list, the second John Smith's transaction clears, the AI sees that he now meets the criteria for high-spending customer, and it automatically pulls him into that list.
So I do nothing.
You do absolutely nothing. It just happens in the background. You could be asleep, you could be on vacation, the list stays up to date.
That is the game changer, because the business value here is massive. It stops you from doing that thing we all hate, blasting a generic, hey everyone, email to your entire database.
The spray and pray method, it really doesn't work anymore, if it ever did. People just tune it out. They unsubscribe.
It effectively burns your audience. You're training them to ignore you. Smart lists enable personalization at scale. You can talk to the people who care about the things that actually care about.
And that's the key. At scale. You can't manually personalize for 1,000 people, but an AI can.
And again, just to reassure the listener, you don't need a degree in data science for this. The documentation makes it crystal clear that a small business owner can set this up in minutes and look like an industry giant to their customers.
It levels the playing field. That's what's so powerful. The AI doesn't care if you have 1 employee or 1,000. It processes the logic the same exact way. It gives the solo founder the same targeting power as a massive marketing department with a team of analysts.
Okay, let's get our hands dirty. We are going into the engine room. Section 2 of our deep dive is the technical deep dive. We are going to create our first smart list. I want you to walk us through the interface, step by step. Let's imagine we are sitting at the computer right now.
All right, close your eyes and visualize the dashboard. You are logging into Auto Robo. You navigate to the contacts list on the side menu.
Okay.
Right now, depending on your business, you might see a giant, overwhelming list of everyone you've ever talked to. Hundreds, maybe thousands of names just scrolling down the page.
It's the chaos we talked about at the beginning, the digital version of the messy desk.
It is the chaos. Now, scan the screen. Look for the button that says More Filters. This is usually located somewhere on the top of your contacts list, kind of near the search bar. This button is the gateway. This is where the magic happens.
The escape hatch from the chaos.
Exactly. When you click that, a sidebar slides open, usually on the right-hand section of your screen.
And this is where we start telling the AI what we want. It's like the control panel for the whole operation.
It is the control panel. At the top of that sidebar, you'll see a search bar. This lets you quickly locate specific filters. You can filter by almost anything you can imagine: name, business name, tags you've applied, email, phone number.
But the power isn't just in finding John Smith. I can do that with Control F.
No, that's easy. The real power is in the logic.
The nitty-gritty. Let's talk about these operators. The documentation mentions things like is not, more than, less than, contains. These sound like math class, but they are actually business superpowers. Give us a real-world example of how we'd use these.
Okay, let's stick with our goal of finding your VIP customers. You wouldn't just search for a name. You'd use the search bar in the filter panel to find a field called, let's say, total spent or lifetime value.
Okay, so I find that filter.
You click on it. Now it gives you the operators. You would select the operator more than, then a little box appears, and you type in your value. Let's say it's $500.
So, filter, total spent, operator, more than, value, 500.
Boom. The AI instantly filters out everyone who hasn't spent that much. The main list on your screen refreshes in real time, and you are left with just your high rollers.
I love that. And I love the is not operator too. It sounds negative, but it's so useful for filtering out noise.
It's incredibly useful for data hygiene. It's like a bouncer for your list. Let's say you are sending an email campaign. You want to filter for contacts where the email field is not empty.
Obvious, but something people forget.
So often. Because what's the point of having a contact in your email campaign list if they don't have an email address? It's just wasted data.
Mm-hmm.
Or, here's a more advanced one. Maybe you want to find people who have a tag that says lead, but you want to filter out anyone where the tag is client.
So you want to find the people who haven't bought yet? You're looking for prospects, not existing customers.
You're refining the audience. You are whittling away the marble to reveal the statue underneath.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
And there are also binary operators, which are just simple yes or no switches. Things like has active campaign. You can instantly see who is currently going through a marketing sequence and who isn't, or has active subscription. Super powerful.
Okay, now here's where it gets really interesting. And I think this is where people might get tripped up, but it's actually simple once you get it. The difference between A and D and OR. This is critical logic.
These are the logic gates. This is the foundation of good data segmentation. If you get this wrong, your list is, well, it's useless.
Explain it to us like we're 5. Or maybe like retired business owners who just want to sell more stuff without having to read a computer science textbook.
Okay, let's do that. A and D is exclusive. It makes the crowd smaller. Think of it like a bouncer at a very exclusive club with a very strict checklist.
Okay, I'm with you.
If the rule is, I want customers who live in New York City and have spent more than $500, the person has to meet both criteria to get in.
Both. No exceptions.
No exceptions. If they live in New York but only spent $10, right, they're out. If they spend $1,000 but they live in Jersey, nope, they're out too. It's like a sniper rifle. You are narrowing down your target to a very, very specific group.
Right. Criteria A plus criteria B, it has to be both.
Exactly. Now, OR is inclusive. It casts a wider net. It makes the crowd bigger. The bouncer is much friendlier.
The bouncer's in a good mood.
Exactly. The rule is, I want customers who live in New York or customers who live in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Now, your list gets bigger. It's grabbing people from bucket A and people from bucket B and putting them all in the same room.
So and D is for when you need to be super specific, maybe for a high-value personal outreach where you need to know exactly who they are. Or R is for when you want to fill a room for an event and you don't care if they come from the city or the suburbs, you just want people there.
You've got it. Precisely. And I have to say, looking at how Auto Robo handles this, have you ever tried to do a complex and/or sort in a standard spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Like Excel or Google Sheets?
Oh my God, I break into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Writing those complex nested formulas, I, F, A, N, D, A, 2, N, Y, B, 2500. I usually just give up before I even start. Or I ask the one person in the office who knows how to do it.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
You miss one parenthesis, one little comma, and the whole sheet breaks or gives you that dreadful hashtag error message.
And you have no idea why.
In Auto Robo, you literally just click a button, you build your first filter, and you click add another filter, and it asks you, AND or AER. You just click the one you want. The system handles all that complex code in the background. It abstracts the difficulty away. It's a massive, massive time saver.
So it's turning a programming task into a simple series of clicks.
That's the whole philosophy.
Okay, so we've done it. We have refined our list. We use our more than logic to find the big spenders. We've used our A&D gates to make sure they're in the right region.
Yeah.
We have a beautiful, clean list of people who are ready to hear from us. We have to save it.
Yes, do not just close the tab after all that work. You have to look for the Save as Smart List button, which is usually at the bottom right of the page.
And click it.
And here's a pro tip from the documentation, and honestly just a pro tip for life. Naming conventions.
Do not name it List 1, please.
Please, for the love of all that is organized, do not name it List 1. Do not name it New List or Test.
Or your name, Bob's List.
Don't do it. Name it something descriptive. High-value clients, NY area 2024. Or leads added last 30 days. You want to be able to look at that name in 6 months and know exactly what it is without having to open it up and decode your own logic.
Future you will thank. Present you. It's a gift to your future self.
Absolutely. Once you're satisfied with the name, you click Save, and it typically shows up in a special section, maybe a row of buttons at the top of your contacts list for easy one-click access.
Okay, so that's the how. We have clicked the buttons, we have built the list, but let's transition to the why, Section 3. Strategic implementation. How do we actually make money with this? Because a list is just a tool. How do we use the tool?
This is where we bridge that gap between the technical features and business revenue.
Yeah.
Because who cares about a cool feature if it doesn't do anything for the bottom line?
Exactly. It's just a toy at that point.
And this system adds value across every industry. It doesn't matter if you sell cupcakes or consulting services. It matters how you treat the data. Let's look at a few specific scenarios. Let's start with what most people think of first, marketing segmentation.
Okay. Scenario. You are launching a new product. Let's say you run a camera shop and the brand new model just dropped.
Right. The old way, the spray and pray way, is you send that launch email to everyone in your database, people who bought a tripod 5 years ago, people who just browsed your site once, people who live in a different country. Your open rates will be terrible, your click-through rates will be in the gutter, you're annoying people. But if you use Auto Robo to create a smart list of, say, customers who purchased a camera body in the last 12 months, what happens?
You're talking to a warm audience, a hot audience even. These are the people most likely to want to upgrade.
They're enthusiasts, they've already proven they trust you, and they're interested in that specific product line.
And the value there is higher conversion rates. You are doing less work, you're sending fewer emails, but you're making more sales. It's a more efficient engine.
Exactly. Now let's look at a different department. Sales prioritization. This is huge for B2B businesses or any company with a dedicated sales team.
Okay, the scenario here is the classic one. The sales team has too many leads and not enough time. They are drowning. They log in on Monday morning. They're staring at a list of 500 phone numbers. Who do they call first?
If they just call alphabetically, they're absolutely wasting time. The person at the top of the list might be the least interested. With smart lists, you filter by lead score, if you have that set up, or even better, recent activity.
So what would that look like?
You could build a smart list for leads who visited the pricing page on your website in the last 24 hours.
Oh, that's a hot lead.
That's a scorching hot lead. That's someone actively considering a purchase right now. The sales team should call them immediately, not in 3 days.
So the value is efficiency. You are focusing your most expensive resource, your sales team's time, on the people who are actually ready to buy. That is literally time is money. You are moving your sales team from cold calling to warm calling.
Or even hot calling.
Yeah.
What about event management? Say you're hosting a local meetup or maybe an online webinar for a specific region.
This one seems obvious, but people get it wrong all the time. You filter by location or past attendance.
Right. If I'm hosting a dinner in Chicago, I do not want to annoy my clients in London or Tokyo with an invitation they can't possibly accept. It looks unprofessional. It looks like spam.
It shows you don't know who they are.
It breaks that trust. Auto Robo lets you target just the Chicago zip codes using the contains filter, for example. You get targeted relevant invitations rather than spamming the whole database.
Okay, here is one that I think is underrated. It's not as flashy, but it might be the most valuable. Customer support and retention. We usually think of lists for selling, but what about for helping?
This is so vital, especially for subscription businesses. You can create a smart list for contacts with multiple support tickets in the last 30 days, or contacts with unresolved issues.
Oh, that is smart. So you're basically creating a list of unhappy customers, an at-risk list.
An at-risk list. You are identifying who is having a bad time right now, probably before they've even thought about canceling.
And then you can reach out proactively.
That's the magic. Before they cancel, before they post a bad review online, a manager can get an alert. They can call them up and say, hey, I see you've had to write in 3 times this week. I'm so sorry about that. That's not the experience we want for you. Let's get this fixed right now together.
Wow. That turns a frustrated customer into a loyal fan for life.
It does. That is retention. That is protecting your recurring revenue stream.
And on the flip side of that, you can do the same for your best customers with loyalty and gamification.
Rewarding your best people. Creedle is the filters by loyalty points earned being more than 1,000, or total spent in the top 5%.
And then what?
Then you send an exclusive offer only to them. Hey, you're one of our top 50 customers. As a thank you, here's a 20% off code for your next purchase. Everyone wants to feel special. Auto Robo lets you operationalize that feeling.
And the last one here, a classic, cross-selling, upselling. You sold the camera, now you got to sell the lens.
Exactly. You create a smart list where the filter is purchase product X, and maybe another filter Andy has not purchased product Y.
So, bought the camera, Andy has not bought the matching lens.
Precisely. You send them an email a week later saying, hey, we hope you're loving your new camera. Did you know this lens is the perfect companion for it? It increases the lifetime value, the LTV, of that customer. You aren't just waiting for them to come back. You are intelligently inviting them back with something you know is relevant to them.
It seems so obvious when you say it all like this, but without a system like Auto Robo, you just can't do this efficiently. You are just guessing.
You are guessing, and manual guessing is slow and often wrong. AI-driven sorting is instant. It happens in the background while you sleep, which is the best part.
Okay, let's talk about managing all these wonderful new lists. Because if you get excited, and I know I would, you might end up creating 50 different smart lists. It could become a new kind of chaos.
The chaos of organization. Yes, it can get messy if you aren't careful. So you navigate to the Manage Smart List section, which is usually found under the Main Contacts tab.
And what does that look like?
Auto Robo seems to favor a very visual interface here. They use what they call table cards.
So each list gets its own little card, like an index card.
Exactly. It'll have the name you gave it, maybe how many people are in it right now,
Yeah.
when it was last updated. And the best feature here, it's so simple but so effective, is drag and drop.
Oh, I like that.
You can physically click and drag your cards to reorder them. You can move your Hot Leads Call Today list to the very top of the stack, so it's the first thing you see when you log in. You can move the Christmas Promo 2023 list to the bottom when it's July.
I love that. It's like organizing your physical desk, but it's digital and much cleaner. Now let's talk about collaboration, because businesses rarely run on just one person. Usually you have a team.
This is the big business feature that Auto Robo brings to everyone, even small teams. Sharing permissions. When you create a list, you have choices on who gets to see it.
Okay, explain the icons. The documentation mentions icons. How do I know who sees what?
So on the card for each list, you'll see a little icon. If you see a global icon, maybe it looks like a little globe, that means the list is globally shared. Everyone in your company's account can see and use it.
And that's good for what kind of list?
Good for general lists, like all active clients or newsletter subscribers, things that everyone in the company needs access to.
Then there is user-created share. What does that mean?
That means you made it, and you specifically chose to share it with certain team members. The icon might look like a couple of people. Maybe the sales manager creates a list of her team's leads and shares it only with the sales reps. The marketing team doesn't need to see it, so it reduces clutter for them.
And shared with you.
That's the inverse. Someone else made it, and they give you access. You can use it, but you might not be able to edit or delete it.
Got it. And of course, if there is no icon at all.
It's private. Your eyes only. This is great for your own personal scratchpad lists. Maybe you're testing a new filter idea and don't want to confuse the team with it yet.
This is so important for keeping the team on the same page. It stops the sales team and the marketing team from working off two different versions of reality.
It prevents data silos. That's the corporate term for it. It ensures everyone is looking at the same up-to-the-minute data. It stops people from working off of different outdated spreadsheets that are saved on their own desktops.
And what about the quick actions on these cards? What can we do with them besides just looking at them?
You'll usually see a little menu button on each card. From there, you can duplicate a list.
Why would I do that?
This is great if you have a really complex filter setup, say 5 different ND conditions, and you want to make a slight variation. Maybe you want the same list, but for California instead of New York. You don't have to rebuild it from scratch. Just clone it and tweak that one location filter. Saves a ton of time.
Smart. And delete. Now, there is a safety note here that I really want to underline. This feels important.
This is a crucial distinction. Deleting a smart list does not delete the contacts inside it. I'll say that again. It does not delete your customers.
Phew. That is a massive relief. I think everyone has that primordial fear of hitting the delete button and wiping out their entire customer base.
No, Auto Robo's smarter than that. All you're doing is destroying the filter. The bucket goes away, but the water just goes back into the ocean. The people are still safe and sound in your main database.
Thank goodness.
But there is a note of caution here. If you shared a list with the team and you delete it, it's gone for everyone. So the best practice is to revoke access for your team members before you delete, just to be clean and polite.
Makes sense. Give them a heads up. Okay, section 5, maintenance. Because the reality of business is that things change. Data changes. You change your strategy. Your lists can't be set in stone.
Your lists absolutely need to evolve with your business. So you will need to revisit that More Filters button from time to time. You'll click on an existing list, the filter panel will open, and you'll see the exact logic you set up before.
And I can just change it.
You can just change it. You can change more than $500 to more than $1,000 as your business grows and your definition of a VAP changes. You can add a new condition. You can remove an old one. It's fluid.
What if I've just made a complete mess?
The Clear All option is your friend. Sometimes you've applied 10 different filters, you've tied yourself in a logical knot, you've confused yourself, and you just want to reset. Click Clear All and start fresh.
And when we save these changes, we have a fork in the road. The documentation mentions save versus save as new. This seems important.
Very. Save overwrites the current list. You should use this if you're just correcting a mistake or making a simple update to an existing threshold. The original list is updated with your new logic.
But save as new.
Save as new creates a version B. This is incredibly useful if you are testing a new segmentation strategy, but you don't want to lose the old one that you know works. You can have high-value leads V1 and high-value leads V2 and compare their performance. It's great for A/B testing your ideas.
Now, I have to mention my favorite button in the entire interface. The documentation calls out the undo unsaved button.
The oops button.
The oops button. I love that there's an oops button.
It's highly valuable. We've all been there. You're tinkering with logic. What happens if I had this filter? Oh no, that made everyone disappear. What did I just do?
Panic sets in.
Instead of panicking, you just hit undo unsaved. It reverts you back to the list's last saved state. It gives you the freedom to play with the data without the fear of breaking something permanently.
It encourages experimentation. You aren't afraid to break things if you know you can always go back.
Exactly. And one last thing on the view here, column customization.
The columns drop-down menu.
Right. You don't need to see every single piece of data all the time. It's just clutter. If you are preparing an email campaign, you probably don't need to see everyone's phone numbers. You can just turn that column off.
Or if you're making sales calls, you don't need to see their shipping address.
Exactly. You turn off the columns you don't need, it declutters your screen so you can focus only on what matters for the task at hand.
Clean workspace, clean mind. I like it. Okay, we have organized our data. We have targeted our customers. Now let's get to the part where we actually get paid. Section 6, financial management cards on file.
Let's transition from data to dollars. This functionality is found under the Manage Cards feature.
And how do we get there? Walk me through the clicks.
You're looking at a specific contacts details page. You'll see a little icon, the universal sign for money. You click that. Then you'll see an actions menu, and inside that menu, you'll find Manage Cards.
Simple enough. And this shows us any credit cards they have saved on file or maybe cards they've used in past transactions.
Right. It gives you a view of the customer's wallet, essentially, within your system. Now, we need to talk about risk management here, specifically deleting cards.
Because this happens. A client calls and says, hey, can you remove that old Visa? It expired. Or for security reasons, I just don't want my card on file anymore.
Exactly. So your first instinct is to find the card and click the little trash icon. Now, scenario A is perfectly safe. The card isn't attached to anything important. You get a simple pop-up that says, are you sure? You click confirm. It's gone. No harm done.
But scenario B is the danger zone.
Scenario B is when that credit card is linked to an active subscription.
Red alert, sirens.
Yes. Because if you delete that card, what happens at the next billing cycle?
The payment fails.
The payment fails. The subscription fails. The revenue stops. The service might get cut off for the customer. You lose money, and the customer loses access. It's a lose-lose situation.
So does Auto Robo just let you do it? Does it let you shoot yourself in the foot?
No. This is where the AI has your back. It gives you a system warning. The The system detects that the cart is linked to an active subscription, and it essentially screams at you with a pop-up window, "Hey, this card is being used for an active subscription. Are you absolutely sure you want to do this?"
That is so valuable. That one little warning can prevent thousands of dollars in accidental revenue loss.
And it saves you from that incredibly awkward phone call where you have to tell a client you accidentally canceled their service because you clicked the wrong button.
The system is acting like a safety net. It's looking out for your bottom line.
It really is. It anticipates the human error that we're all prone to making.
So we have covered a lot of ground. We've gone from creating lists to managing millions of dollars in potential subscriptions. Let's zoom out for Section 7. Let's talk about the Auto Robo ecosystem as a whole.
Right. We need to remind the listener that while we've been talking about buttons and filters and these, technical details, this is the engine of modern business. This isn't just a utility you use once a month. It's a competitive advantage you use every day.
The future is now.
It is.
Yeah.
If you aren't using AI to sort and understand your data, you are fundamentally falling behind. But Auto Robo knows that this is a learning curve for a lot of people. Not everyone is a tech-savvy data scientist,
Not at all.
and that's why they have the Academy.
Talk to us about the self-training platform. What is that?
It's a full training academy built right into the system. It's not just a boring PDF manual. It has courses, videos, tutorials, and it covers both sides of the coin.
Meaning?
It has technical training like, here's a step-by-step video on how to filter for X. And it has business training like, here are 5 marketing strategies you can run using smart lists. So it's not just the how, it's the why. You don't have to guess. You can learn at your own pace.
And if you are really stuck, if the Academy doesn't have the answer for your very specific, weird problem.
24/7 support. I cannot emphasize this enough.
Businesses don't sleep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you're a bakery owner prepping at 4:00 a.m. and you can't figure something out, you can get help. If you're a tech company pushing code at midnight and you hit a snag, you can get help. You aren't left alone with a glitch. A real human is going to help you.
And again, just to reiterate, who is this for?
It is for everyone. Just go to www.autorobo.ca. You can see for yourself. Whether you are a small business just starting out or a huge enterprise, small businesses get the same core power as the big guys. It's accessible.
It's really about democratizing the power of AI for all businesses.
That's the mission right there.
So let's wrap this up. We started this deep dive talking about the chaos of spreadsheets and sticky notes. We talked about how painful and inefficient that is.
We moved from that chaos to the order of smart lists, the brain of the whole operation.
We learned how to use logic is not, and or to find exactly who we need when we need them. We learned how to apply this to marketing, sales, customer support, and retention.
We discussed how to manage all that data, how to share it effectively with our teams to break down silos, and how to keep it clean and up to date using the maintenance tools.
We even touched on the critical financial aspect of managing cards on file securely, with the system acting as a safety net.
And we highlighted that this is all wrapped in an ecosystem that includes 24/7 support and comprehensive self-serve training.
So Auto Robo isn't just a tool, it's an AI partner. It adds tangible value by saving time and increasing revenue. It effectively gives you a superpower, the ability to know your customers instantly.
And if I can leave the listener with one final provocative thought.
Please, go for it.
Think about your competitor, not just any competitor, but the one who's really hungry, the one who wants your market share. Now imagine they are using a system like this. Imagine they have an AI automatically building a list of your unhappy customers based on public social media mentions or support ticket data before you even know those customers are unhappy.
Oh, that's a chilling thought.
They can reach out to your at-risk clients with a targeted offer before you even have a chance to save them. So the question you have to ask yourself is, can you really afford to stay on manual mode? Can you afford to keep using spreadsheets while your competition is using a sniper rifle?
That puts it in perspective. It's not just about efficiency, it's about survival.
The tools are there. It's up to you to use them.
If you are ready to make that switch, to move from chaos to clarity, check it out at www.autorobo.ca. Thank you for listening to this deep dive. We will see you on the next one.
Goodbye, everyone. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. I'm your host, and today we're going to tackle something that, well, it might sound a little mundane on the surface.
A little.
Okay, a lot. But I promise you, this is the absolute bedrock of a functional business, not to mention your own sanity. We're talking about tasks.
Specifically, the tasks system that's built right into the Auto Robo platform.
It really is.
It's the unsexy secret to success, isn't it? Everyone loves talking about the big picture, the grand strategy, the
Of
moonshots.
course, fun stuff.
But nobody wants to talk about who's actually going to follow up with the vendor or send that invoice or call a client back on Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
Exactly. And we're all guilty of letting that slip. I call it the sticky note graveyard. You know the feeling. You've got a couple of notebooks, maybe that app you downloaded and used for 3 days.
Oh, I know that app.
And of course, a monitor just framed with yellow squares that are slowly, tragically losing their stickiness, fluttering down to the floor. Pure chaos.
It's entropy. That's the actual physics term for it. Systems, by their nature, tend toward disorder.
And in business, that disorder looks like missed deadlines.
Forgotten leads, unhappy clients, and a whole lot of sincere apologies emails.
Right. And what we're diving into today is the antidote to that entropy. We are looking at the technical documentation for the Auto Robo Task system.
And this is important. We're going deep into the mechanics of how this thing actually works.
We're getting very granular. We're looking at the interface, the buttons, the fields, why they're there, because Auto Robo isn't just a to-do list. It's an entire AI-powered ecosystem.
And for anyone listening who's maybe having a moment of realization about their own system or lack thereof.
That hope and a prayer is not a strategy.
Precisely. You can actually follow along or see what we're talking about at www.autorobo.ca.
That's autorobo.seca.
And that URL is really important because this system isn't just for massive corporations. It's built to be accessible.
So it scales.
It scales perfectly. Whether you're a solopreneur, running a business from your kitchen table, or you're an operations manager at a company with hundreds of employees, the logic we're about to unpack applies to you.
I love what you said in the pre-show. You called the task what was it?
The atomic unit of work.
The atomic unit of work.
That's it. If you can't manage the atom, you can't manage the universe of your business. It's that fundamental.
Okay, manage the atom. Let's do it. Let's start at the absolute beginning, section 1. Getting started.
The first click.
The very first click. So I've just logged into Auto Robo. I see my dashboard. I have something I need to do, and I want to put it into the system. Where do I go? Because my first instinct is to look for a big button that says tasks or to do on the main sidebar.
And you won't find one there, which is strange.
It is, and this is the first sort of aha moment in the user experience design here. To find your tasks, you actually navigate to the Contacts tab. The Contacts tab to manage my work. That feels, I don't know, wrong. Or at least it feels like it's hidden. Why put my to-do list inside my address book?
See, it's not hiding it, it's contextualizing it. And this is a core philosophy of the platform. Think about what a business actually is.
It's transactions, relationships.
Exactly. It's a series of interactions and relationships with people. You aren't just writing a proposal in a vacuum. You're writing it for a specific client.
Okay.
You're not scheduling a demo for the fun of it. You're scheduling it with a prospect. By placing tasks inside the contacts ecosystem, Auto Robo is gently forcing you to connect your work to a relationship.
So it's training you. It's subtly training you to link your productivity directly to people.
Precisely. It's what you'd call a CRM-first approach to task management. It helps prevent you from doing busy work that doesn't actually move the needle on a real relationship or a deal.
That's actually really smart. It stops you from just making lists for the sake of making lists.
It has to have a purpose. So you click Contacts, and then inside that section you see Tasks. Now, if you're new to the system, and let's assume for this deep dive that you are, you're going to be greeted by a big blank screen.
And a message.
A simple, maybe slightly intimidating message. No tasks found.
The empty state. Now, my usual reaction when I see no results or not found in a piece of software is, a brief moment of panic.
Did I break it?
Did I break it? Am I in the wrong place?
In this case, it's just the system's way of telling you that your pipeline is empty. The documentation is clear that this just means no tasks have been created yet. It's a clean slate.
Which sounds good. A clean slate.
But in business, a clean slate can be dangerous. If you have no tasks, it probably means you have no forward momentum.
Right. No tasks found is another way of saying no money is actively being made.
Right. Pretty much. The goal of this entire view is to be populated. It's to take all that cognitive load, all those little to-dos you're trying to juggle in your brain, and just dump them into this list. We have to fill this void to get an organized perspective on all our responsibilities.
So let's fill it. Right there, we see the primary call to action, the big Add New Task button. The documentation describes it as quick and convenient. Why is the speed and convenience of that one button so critical from a design perspective?
It all comes down to one word: Friction.
Friction.
Friction is the #1 enemy of organization. If I have to navigate through 3 submenus and wait for a page to load just to jot down "Call Steve," guess what?
You're not going to do it. You're going to grab a sticky note.
I'm going to grab a pen and a napkin, and then I'm going to lose the napkin.
Yeah.
Auto Robo understand that for any system to be successfully adopted by a team, it has to have incredibly low friction. That Add New Task button is prominent, it's fast, and when you click it, the creation modal pops up immediately. No waiting.
Okay, I've clicked it. The modal, or the pop-up, is on my screen. This brings us right into section 2, the anatomy of a task. And this is where we get into the technical details.
The nuts and bolts.
We've got a set of fields here, and I want to go through them one by one because I feel like most people just fill in the very top one, hit save, and then wonder why they still feel disorganized a week later.
That's the classic garbage in, garbage out problem. Especially with an AI-powered system, if you don't give the system good data, the AI can't help you prioritize or find things later.
Okay, so let's start at the top, the title. The documentation couldn't be clearer here. It says titles must be clear and descriptive.
This is, without a doubt, the most important field in the entire form. The title is the unique identifier. It's what you're going to see in the list view. It's what you're going to search for later.
So it's a bad title.
A bad title is something like call or email, or my personal favorite, follow-up.
I am so guilty of follow-up. My current system is probably 50% follow-up.
And that is a nightmare for your future self. Follow up with whom? About what? Is it urgent? Was it about that $1 million deal or about ordering more coffee? You have no idea.
So what's a good title?
A good title is specific and action-oriented. Call Bob regarding the Q3 inventory discrepancy.
Okay, that's clear.
That title tells you the action call, the target Bob, and the context, the Q3 inventory issue. It allows for immediate identification. More importantly, it allows for retrieval. If you search for inventory or Bob 3 months from now, you'll find this task. If you search for follow-up, you'll just find a list of your own regrets.
Note to self and to everyone listening, be specific. Next up is the description field. The source documentation notes this is optional. So if I write a great title, why do I even need this?
Context. The title is the what, but the description is the how and the why. This becomes absolutely critical if you're working in a team, which, of course, Auto Robo is designed for.
Give me an example.
Okay. Let's say I'm your manager. I assign a task to you, and the title is Update Website. That's it. What's the first thing you're going to do?
I'm going to message you on Slack and ask, what do you want me to update?
Exactly. And now we're both wasting time in a chat conversation instead of you just doing the work. The efficiency is lost.
The friction is back.
The friction is back. But if I write in the description, update the homepage banner to the new spring sale graphic. Also, please change the copyright year in the footer to the current year and fix the broken link on the About Us page. Now what do you have?
I have a checklist. I know exactly what to do. I don't need to ask you anything.
You can execute without any further communication. The description prevents bottlenecks. It's about answering the questions before they're even asked. It's proactive efficiency.
I like that. So you mentioned assigning tasks. That brings us to the next field, assignee.
This is where we get into accountability. This is fundamental for any business with more than one person. In the Auto Robo system, you have a drop-down list of every user in your organization. You can assign a task to a specific person.
Why is that so vital for a business owner?
Because if a task doesn't have an owner, it's a ghost. It just floats there in the system. Everyone on the team sees it. Everyone assumes someone else is probably handling it.
And in the end, nobody does it. It's the bystander effect for business.
Exactly that. By populating the assignee field, you are creating a digital contract. You are saying, Sarah, this specific item is your responsibility. It creates absolute clarity. And for Sarah, the assignee, it's great too, because it helps her filter out all the noise and focus only on the list of things that she is personally accountable for.
And right below that, we have the associated contact. This links back to what we were saying earlier about the location of the Tasks tab.
Right. This is the bridge. This connects the task directly to the CRM side of the platform. You can link the task, send Q2 invoice directly to the contact record for John Smith at Acme Corp.
And why is that so powerful? What's the business value there?
It creates a historical record. It's an audit trail of your relationship. 6 months, even 2 years from now, you can pull up John Smith's profile and see every single task that was ever created and completed for him. You see the entire narrative of your business relationship.
So it's not just a contact card anymore.
No, it's a living history. It also means if John calls and you happen to be on vacation, your colleague can pull up his file and see, oh, I see there's a pending task to send him the invoice. Let me take care of that for you. They have instant context without ever needing to ask you.
That is huge for customer service. It makes the whole company look competent and coordinated. You never want to sound like you don't know what's going on with a major client.
Precisely. It makes the business look like a well-oiled machine, not a collection of individuals who don't talk to each other.
And finally, we have the due date. The documentation is emphatic here. It says assigning a due date is essential.
Because without a due date, a task is not a task. It's a wish. It's a vague intention. It's something you hope to do someday.
We all have a list of someday tasks.
And they never get done. A due date injects urgency. It allows the system and the AI within the system to prioritize for you. Auto Robo uses these dates to build your daily dashboard, to show you what's overdue. If you don't give it a date, it can't tell you what to focus on. It's about creating a timeline and a sense of responsibility. If you run a business where everything is due whenever, you don't really have a business, you have a hobby.
Ouch. But completely true. Okay, so we've just created the perfect detailed task. But let's talk about the things I hate doing. The repetitive, mind-numbing stuff.
The necessary evils.
Yes. Run weekly payroll. Check the server backup. Order more coffee beans. Do I really have to type that same task in every single week? Because it sounds like a recipe for me forgetting to do it one day.
And that brings us to section 3. Automation and efficiency. This is where the technology really starts to work for you. We are talking about recurring tasks.
A lifesaver.
The source material highlights this as a massive time saver and a key feature for ensuring operational consistency.
So how does it work on the technical side? What am I clicking?
It's simple. In that same task creation modal, you'll see a little toggle or a checkbox for recurring. You activate that.
And then what happened?
You get a couple of new options. Repeats every field where you can choose the cycle daily, every 2 weeks, monthly on the 15th, yearly, whatever you need. You can also set an end date if it's, say, for a 6-month project.
So once I set that and save it, does it just look like a normal task in my list?
Almost. Visually, there's a key difference that the documentation points out. A little cycle icon, like 2 arrows in a circle, appears right beside the due date in your main task view.
A visual cue.
Exactly. And here's a nice little UI tip from the docs. If you hover your mouse over that icon, a little tooltip appears that reveals the frequency, so you can see repeats every month just by hovering without having to click into the task.
That's a nice touch. From a business perspective, though, why is this so important? I mean, beyond just saving me 30 seconds of typing.
It's about removing human fallibility from your core operations. Humans are, frankly, terrible at remembering routine tasks. We get busy, we get distracted, we go on vacation, we get sick. A computer never gets bored.
Or distracted.
Never. If you set run payroll to recur every 2 weeks on Friday, the system will generate that task for the right person on the right day, come hell or high water. It guarantees that your operational standards are met consistently, regardless of how chaotic your day or your week gets. It's about building a machine that runs itself.
That really is the dream, isn't it?
Okay.
To build the machine. Okay, let's move to section 4. The workflow. We've filled out the form. We've set our recurring options. We're at the very bottom of the motor, and we see 3 buttons: save, cancel, and this third one, save and add another.
Ah, yes. The power user button. Most people ignore it, but it's there for a very specific, very important reason.
Explain the use case for me. When would I use that instead of just save?
The best term for it is brain dumping.
Brain dumping.
Yes. Let's imagine you just walked out of a big 2-hour strategy meeting. Your head is absolutely buzzing with 15, maybe 20 different action items that came up.
I know that feeling. I'm frantically trying to decipher my own handwriting in my notebook.
Exactly. Now, if you use the standard workflow, you'll type in the first task, click Save. The modal closes. You have to move your mouse, click Add New Task again, wait for the modal to pop back up. That little micropause, it breaks your flow.
It kills the momentum for sure.
It absolutely kills the momentum. Save and add another, on the other hand, saves the task you just entered and immediately wipes the form clean for the next one, but, and this is key, it keeps the window open.
So you can just keep typing.
You can just keep going. Type, tab, enter. Type, tab, enter. You can get all 20 of those tasks out of your head and into the system in just a couple of minutes without ever breaking your rhythm. It's designed for high-speed, high-volume data entry.
I really need to start using that. I'm a classic click save and then sigh as I click add new again kind of guy.
It's a genuine game changer for clearing your mind and making sure nothing gets forgotten after a big meeting.
Okay, that's a great tip. So, section 5, the overview. We've populated our list. We've done our brain dump. Now we're looking at the main screen again. It's not empty anymore. We see these tabs across the top. All, due today, overdue, and upcoming.
These are your operational lenses. They're filters that change how you view your entire workload.
Walk us through them. What's the purpose of due today?
Due today is your tactical view. This is your mission for the next 8 hours. When you sit down at your desk in the morning, you should not be looking at the All tab.
Why not?
All is overwhelming. All is where anxiety lives. Seeing a list of 200 tasks is paralyzing, but clicking on Due Today filters out all that noise and gives you a manageable mission. It says, don't worry about next week. Just do these 5 things today.
It's your focus list.
It's your focus list. Now, overdue.
That one sounds less fun.
That's the red alert list. These are tasks where the deadline has passed. In a perfectly well-oiled business machine, this list should always be empty.
In a perfect world.
If you log in and you see 50 tasks in your overdue tab, you have a serious problem. You are either overpromising to clients, you're understaffed, or your team isn't using the system correctly. It's an immediate visual indicator of where the business is failing to deliver on its promises.
A health check. And what about upcoming?
That's your strategic view. This is the list you look at on a Friday afternoon. You want to see what's coming down the pipe for next week so you can mentally prepare and plan your resources. It helps you level load your work. You might see that next Tuesday is already packed with 10 tasks, so maybe you can move some of those to Wednesday to balance things out.
That's smart. Proactive planning. Now let's look at the grid itself, the table of tasks. The documentation lists the default columns: status, title, description, associated contact, assignee, due date, and action. This is what you call the consolidated view.
It's your dashboard. It's designed to put all the most critical metadata in one single horizontal line. You don't have to click into a task to see who it's assigned to or when it's due. It's all right there at a glance.
And we have to talk about the most important part of this entire screen, the little checkmark icon in the status column.
Yes, the single most satisfying pixel on the entire internet.
It really, really is. There's something so final and rewarding about it.
When you click that empty circle and it transforms into a green check mark and the task disappears from your due today list, that is a little dopamine hit. It's psychological reinforcement.
I did a thing.
I did a thing. I am making progress. It gamifies the act of working. And from a manager's perspective, it allows you to track velocity. You can literally see things getting checked off the list in real time.
But what if I have a huge team or thousands of tasks across multiple projects? A simple list, even with these tabs, isn't going to be enough to manage that complexity.
And that brings us to section 6, sorting, filtering, and finding. This is all about data management.
This is what really separates a system like Auto Robo from a physical to-do list.
You can't filter a sticky note.
You can try, but it's just shuffling paper around on your desk.
Exactly. Here, we start with the most basic tool, the search bar. This is for instant retrieval. A client calls, let's say it's someone from Acme Corp. You just type Acme into the search bar and boom.
Everything related to them pops up.
Every task, every note, everything. You don't have to scroll through hundreds of items. You don't have to guess. You have the information at your fingertips instantly while you're still on the phone with them.
And what about the specific filters? The documentation mentions filtering by assignee, status, and due dates. Let's take assignee. Why is that so useful for a manager or a business owner?
Oh, the assignee filter is a management superpower. Let's go back to our example. You can filter the view to show only the tasks assigned to Mike. Maybe you see Mike has 4 tasks on his plate for the week. Then you change the filter to Sarah, and you see she has 45.
Sarah is drowning.
Sarah is drowning. She's on the verge of burnout, and she's probably going to start missing deadlines. Meanwhile, Mike is bored and probably browsing the internet. Without this filter, all you see is 49 tasks pending for the whole company. You have no visibility into the imbalance.
So the filter lets you see that.
The filter allows you to diagnose the problem and then act on it. You can say, okay, this is unsustainable. Let's move 10 of these tasks from Sarah's plate to Mike's. You save the employee from burnout, you balance the workload, and you ensure the work actually gets done on time.
It's almost like a tool for empathy, in a weird way. You can see who's being overloaded.
Absolutely. And the status filter is great for auditing and reviews. At the end of the week, you can filter by completed to see what the team accomplished. It's perfect for those weekly review meetings. Okay, team, let's look at everything we knocked out of the park this week.
And the documentation also mentions advanced filters for the real power users.
Yes, and this is for when you need to get incredibly specific. This allows you to stack or layer different criteria. Show me all tasks that are stopped. Overdue ND are assigned to Mike ND are related to the Project Phoenix contact.
Wow.
It's for when you need to do forensic analysis on your operations to find a very specific piece of information. And again, I want to mention, if this sounds complicated or overwhelming to anyone,
You don't have to figure it out alone.
no. This is where the Auto Robo Academy comes in. It's a self-training platform built right into the system.
I was going to bring that up because, let's be honest, advanced data filtering can get a bit technical.
It can, but the Academy has courses and tutorials that walk you through it. It offers training on the technical side, like here's the button you need to click,
Yeah.
and also on the business strategy side, like here's why you would want to filter your data this way. It's a massive resource that comes with the platform.
That's a huge value add. What about sorting? We can sort the list by title, due date, created at, and updated at. That's an interesting one. Why would I sort by when a task was last updated?
Updated at is a fascinating sort option. It shows you activity. It shows you the pulse of your organization.
The pulse.
Yeah, if I sort my list by updated at in descending order, I see the tasks that were touched or commented on 5 minutes ago, then 10 minutes ago. It tells me what is being actively worked on right now. Sorting by due date tells me when it needs to be done. Sorting by updated at tells me if anyone is actually making progress on it.
That's a very subtle but powerful distinction. I like that. Okay, let's head into our final technical section. Section 7, customization and bulk management. Because as we know, not every business is the same.
A marketing agency does not operate like a law firm, which doesn't operate like a bakery.
Exactly. And the software needs to accommodate that. The documentation talks about a feature called Manage Fields.
Correct. And this is all about tailoring the system to your specific needs.
How does that work? What can I do?
You can completely customize the columns you see in your main task table. For example, maybe you're a solopreneur. You know that every single task is assigned to you. You don't need a whole column for assignee taking up valuable screen real estate.
So you can just hide it.
You can hide it. Or maybe your tasks are simple and you never use the description field. Hide it. Conversely, maybe you've created a custom field for budget code. You can add that to the main view.
So you're basically decluttering the interface to only show what's relevant to you.
You are tailoring your cockpit to your specific mission. Less visual clutter means less cognitive load. It helps you and your team focus only on the data that actually matters to your workflow.
And then there are bulk actions.
Mm-hmm.
The documentation talks about the master checkbox.
This is either the nuclear option or the massive time saver option, depending on how you use it.
Give me the time saver scenario.
Okay. Let's say a big project you've been working on for months suddenly gets canceled by the client. You have 30 different tasks associated with it scattered throughout your system. You do not want to go through and find and delete them one by one.
That would be a soul-crushing 20-minute task.
It's a complete waste of your valuable time. Instead, you can filter for that project, click the master checkbox at the top left of the table, which selects all 30 tasks at once, and then you perform a bulk action. Delete. Gone.
Or what if an employee leaves the company?
Perfect example. Sarah resigns. You can filter for all tasks assigned to Sarah, use the master checkbox to select all of them, and then use the bulk action reassign to move them all to the new hire, Mike, in about 3 clicks.
That turns what could be a 2-hour administrative nightmare into a 10-second fix.
It's all about respect for your time. This is where the AI and the system really add value. They are designed to handle the drudgery of administrative work so that you don't have to.
And what about individual actions? The actions column on the far right.
That's all about flexibility. Because plans change, deadlines shift, a client calls with a new request. That column has icons that let you quickly edit a task on the fly, change its due date, update the title, reassign it, or permanently delete a single task. The system is rigid enough to keep you organized, but it has to be flexible enough to handle the chaotic reality of modern business.
So we've covered the entire journey, from finding the cab inside contacts to customizing the columns for your specific needs. It's an incredibly comprehensive system.
It is, and it's worth remembering, if you get stuck on any of this, from a simple question to a complex workflow, Auto Robo offers 204/7 support.
A real human you could talk to.
A real human, so you're not doing this alone. You have the Academy for Self-Paced Learning and the support team for immediate troubleshooting. It's a complete package.
That's a huge safety net. Okay, so we've unpacked the what and the how. Let's end with the why. It's time for our outro. Why should I, as a listener who is probably juggling a dozen things right now, stop what I'm doing and go to www.autorobo.ca to set this up?
I think it all comes down to a single concept: cognitive load.
cognitive load.
Your brain is a biological marvel. It's designed for creativity, for strategy, for empathy, for complex problem solving. It is, however, absolutely terrible at being a hard drive. It is not designed to store and recall long lists of arbitrary data.
Every time I try to remember to buy milk on the way home, I forget something actually important, like my own phone number.
Exactly. Every single task you try to hold in your head is a little processing thread that's constantly running in the background, using up your mental energy. It's slowing you down. By jumping all of those tasks into a system like Auto Robo, you are offloading that memory burden to the AI.
You're freeing up the RAM in your brain.
You're freeing your brain up to do what it does best, actually do the creative work, rather than wasting energy trying to remember what work needs to be done.
You're outsourcing the storage so you can maximize the processing power.
That is the future of business. This is what we mean when we say AI is the new way of running things. It's not about replacing you, it's about augmenting you. It's about the system taking the massive administrative weight off your shoulders so you can fly higher. This applies whether you're a team of 1 or a team of 100.
An organization isn't a destination you arrive at, right? It's a continuous practice.
It's an ongoing process, a discipline. But with powerful, user-friendly tools like this, it's a process that doesn't have to be painful. It can actually be empowering.
Well, I think that is the perfect place to leave it. Stop the chaos, tame the entropy.
Manage the atom.
Manage the atom. Head over to www.autorobo.ca, check out the task system, and maybe, just maybe, you can finally throw away those old sticky notes.
Please, for the sake of your monitor, throw them away.
Thanks for diving deep with us today. We'll see you on the next one.
Stay organized, everyone. Welcome back to the deep dive. I want to start today by asking you to visualize something that might be a little painful.
Oh.
I want you to picture your desk, not the one you post on LinkedIn with the perfectly placed succulent and the artisan coffee. I'm talking about the real desk.
Okay, I'm with you.
The one that looks like a bomb went off inside a stationery store.
The one covered in the universal confetti of stress. Sticky notes.
Exactly. The yellow sticky notes. Call Steve back urgent. Quote, needed for the bakery. Unknown number 555-0199. It is absolute sales chaos. And here's the thing. Most businesses, whether they're a lemonade stand or a multinational corporation, are secretly running on that chaos.
Oh, sure.
They are one gust of wind away from losing $1 million lead because a sticky note fell on the floor.
It's the messy desk problem.
Yeah.
But it's gone digital. And the issue is that in the modern economy, that mess isn't just annoying. It's expensive. It's effectively a leak in your bank account.
Which is why today we are declaring war on the sticky note. We're doing a deep dive into the Auto Robo System. Specifically, we're cracking open the opportunities module. Now, looking at the stack of 13 sources we have here, scripts with titles like pipeline configuration, audit logs, and lead value automation, you might think we're in for, a dry hour of reading a software manual.
Well, and it could be. But if you actually read through this material, as we have, you realize it isn't really about software. It's about the architecture of your business.
How so?
It's about taking that chaos, that mess, and turning it into a machine that doesn't forget, doesn't get tired, and frankly, is smarter than we are.
We're going to call it the digital cleanup crew. And before we get into the weeds, I want to set the hook here. Today isn't just about organizing, it's about the future. We're going to be talking a lot about AI and automation because, let's be honest, in the current landscape, these aren't optional extras anymore. They're the standard.
That's right. If you're still operating manually, relying on memory and paper, you aren't just inefficient, you're actively falling behind.
You're choosing to be slower.
Exactly. The market has shifted. The speed of business has accelerated. If you aren't using tools like Auto Robo, you are bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Consider this your wake-up call. And for those of you listening who are ready to just jump in and see this interface for yourselves, you can access the system right now at www.autorobo.ca.
Yeah, go take a look.
Go there, click around. But for the next hour, we're going to be your guides. We're going to unpack the opportunities module in detail.
And to set expectations, we're going to follow a strict 80-20 rule today.
Oh, I love a good rule. Break it down for us.
Well, the sources we've got, they're very technical. They explain exactly how the buttons work, where the fields are, and how the logic flows. So we're going to spend about 80% of our time on that technical mechanics, the how-to.
Okay.
I want you to understand the machine, but we will constantly tie that back to the 20% that matters most, the business value.
Because knowing how to click a button is useless if you don't know why it makes you money.
Exactly. And I want to emphasize that this system scales. It doesn't matter if you're a solo entrepreneur working out of a garage or a sales director managing a team of 50. The logic we're about to discuss is universal.
All right, let's get into it. Section 1, the anatomy of an opportunity. We're looking at script 1 here, which is basically how to create an opportunity.
Sounds simple.
It sounds basic, but looking at the script, there's a lot more here than just typing in a name.
It's the foundation. I mean, if you get this wrong, nothing else works. The script walks us through the dashboard. You navigate to opportunities, and you see that green Add Opportunity button.
The big green button, you can't miss it.
Right. You click that, and suddenly you're presented with the structure. The first thing it asks for, and the script implies this is critical, is the primary contact info.
Name, email, phone number.
Yes.
Why is that the first hurdle? Why not just write big deal and move on?
Because of a concept called orphan data. If you create a deal, say kitchen renovation project, but you don't link it to a human being with a phone number immediately, that deal is dead on arrival.
It's just floating in space.
Who are you going to call? A deal doesn't have a phone number. A person does. The system forces you to anchor this opportunity to a human immediately.
It's forcing good habits.
It's
Okay, so we anchor it to Dave. Then we get into the opportunity details. I want to go through these fields because I feel like people tend to glaze over them, but the script is specific for a reason. First up, opportunity name.
crucial. It's
Right.
so often done wrong. The script emphasizes giving it a proper naming convention. If you just call everything new project or consulting and you have 50 deals in the pipeline,
It's useless.
your list view is going to look like a wall of identical text. You need a system, like client name project type. So Smith website redesign.
Right, it's about scannability. Makes sense. Then we have pipeline and stage. We are going to go deep on pipelines in the next section, but essentially, this is the bucket the deal lives in.
Correct. The first bucket,
Then status, is it open, is it won, is it lost? And value. Now, this is one I want to highlight. The script says you need to assign a monetary figure.
yes.
But playing devil's advocate here, what if I haven't quoted them yet? Do I just leave it blank?
You should never leave it blank.
Mm-hmm.
That is like a cardinal sin in CRM management.
Really?
Yes. If you leave the value at 0, your forecast is 0. The system can't calculate potential revenue on a 0. It sees it as a worthless deal.
So you guess.
You estimate. It's better to be vaguely right than precisely wrong. If you think it's a $5,000 job, put $5,000.
You can change it later.
You can always change it later when you send the formal quote.
Yeah.
But you need that data point to see the total potential of your pipeline at a glance.
That makes a lot of sense. It's a placeholder for the sake of the aggregate data. Then there's owner, who is responsible for this, which I assume defaults to the user.
Usually, yes.
Right.
But the script also mentions some advanced details that are really interesting. Followers, for instance.
Oh, I saw that. This isn't social media. What is a follower in a CRM context?
This is actually one of the more insightful features for team dynamics. Sales is rarely a solo sport. Let's say you, the host, are the owner of the deal. You're the one making the calls.
Okay.
But I'm the technical expert who needs to build the product if you sell it.
So I need you in the loop, but I don't want you messing with my deal.
Exactly. In the old days, you'd have to remember to CC me on every email or shout across the office. In Auto Robo, you add me as a follower.
Ah.
The script explains that this grants me visibility and notifications on the deal's progress without me having to own it or be responsible for its outcome.
So it creates a collaborative environment. It stops the, hey, what's happening with the Smith account email.
Precisely. You just look at the deal you're following. That's all there.
Now, there's one field in script 1 that I think is the unsung hero of marketing, the source field.
Ah, yes. The truth teller.
Right. The script lists examples. Facebook ad, referral, cold call, webinar. Why does the script place so much importance on logging this right at the moment of creation?
Because of ROI, return on investment. It's that simple. If you look back at the end of the year and see that 80% of your closed deals came from referrals, but you're spending $5,000 a month on Facebook ads.
You have a massive problem. You're setting money on fire.
Exactly. But you can only know that if you track the source from day one.
You can't make those high-level business decisions if you don't track the source at the micro level of creation.
It connects the expense of marketing to the revenue of sales. It's the bridge.
So it isn't just data entry, it's business intelligence. It sounds like such a small thing choosing from a drop-down.
It is the difference between guessing and knowing. And the script wraps up section 1 by saying once you save, it's logged. It moves from a thought in your head or a sticky note to a digital asset.
A digital asset. I like that. So it's not potential money, which sounds desperate. It's an opportunity. Very professional.
It's all about framing.
Which brings us to the visual side of things. We've created the deal, but where does it go? This leads us to section 2, visualizing success. We're talking pipelines and stages based on script 5.
This is one of my favorite parts of the Auto Robo system because it turns abstract concepts into a visual map. It's something you can actually see.
So walk us through the hierarchy here. The script mentions pipelines and stages. What's the difference?
Think of a pipeline as the entire journey. It's the container. The script explains that a pipeline contains multiple stages.
Okay.
So your pipeline might be called standard sales. The stages are the specific steps within that journey.
Like new lead to hot prospect.
Exactly, or negotiation to contract sent to closed. The script details the creation process. You can name your pipeline whatever you want and add specific stages that match your actual business flow.
That customization seems key because a realtor's stages are going to look very different from a software company's stages.
Completely different. If you're a bakery, your stages might be inquiry, tasting, deposit paid, baked, delivered. Auto Robo allows for that flexibility. You can edit, delete, or reorder these stages as your business model changes. It's not set in stone.
But the real power, as mentioned in the source material, is the visualization, configuring charts.
A funnel chart, yes. The script discusses how you can include or exclude specific stages from the visual funnel charts. This allows you to see visually where things are getting stuck.
Wait, why would you want to exclude a stage? Wouldn't you want to see everything?
Not always. Think about lost deals or on-hold deals. If you include them in your funnel visualization, it bloats the numbers. It looks like you have $1 million in the pipe, but half of it is dead. By excluding those non-active stages from the chart, Auto Robo gives you a brutally honest look at what is actually likely to close.
It prevents false optimism, the hope casting instead of forecasting.
Precisely. And it helps visualize the feast or famine cycle.
I think every freelancer and small business owner just shuddered. Explain that concept.
It's the cycle where you work hard to get work. Then you do the work, and because you are doing the work, you stop selling. So when you finish the work, you have no new clients. Famine. And the chart shows that.
Ow.
The chart shows it clearly. If you see a huge bulge of deals in the proposal sent stage, but almost nothing in the new lead stage, the visual forces you to acknowledge that you are about to hit a famine in 3 months.
So you can react before it happens. You can start prospecting again.
Exactly. It's not just a list. It's a health check of your business.
So I want to ask the listener right now, visualize your current sales process. Is it a funnel or is it a sieve?
Good question.
Are deals leaking out because you can't see where they are? Auto Robo plugs those leaks by making them visible.
And it does it by giving you different ways to look at the data. Which brings us to the UI UX focus in section 3, the card view versus the list view.
Yes, scripts 4, 10, and 12 cover this. Let's start with the card view. The script uses this digital playing card metaphor.
It's the Kanban board style. Very intuitive. In the board view, every opportunity is represented as a card. You can literally drag and drop them between stages.
Satisfying.
Very satisfying.
Yeah, reading through script 4, it mentions you can choose up to 7 fields to display on the front of the card. Only 7. That feels like a constraint.
It is a constraint, but it's a healthy one. It's intentional. You have to decide, what is the most critical information I need at a glance?
Right.
Is it the phone number? The deal value. The last time we spoke, you don't want to read a novel on every card. You want to scan.
And you can mix standard fields with custom fields you've made yourself. So if you were that pizza shop we mentioned, maybe one of your 7 fields is preferred crust.
If that helps you close the deal, yes. The script also highlights the layout options. Default, compact, or unlabeled. So you can control the density of information depending on your preference.
But the real productivity hack here, and I know you love a good productivity hack, is the quick actions bar described in script 12.
Oh, absolutely. This is brilliant. The script describes these little icons located at the bottom of the card. Call, view conversations, add tags, add notes, tasks, appointments.
Why are they called quick actions?
Because they eliminate clicks. You don't have to open the card, wait for it to load, find the right tab, and then click call. You just hover over the card and click the phone icon right there.
It sounds minor, doesn't it? Saving 2 seconds.
It sounds minor, but think about a sales rep making 50 or 60 calls a day. Those seconds add up to minutes, then hours. But more importantly, it reduces friction.
Friction, okay.
If calling is easy, one click, you do it. If it takes 5 clicks, you procrastinate, you check your email first, you get a
So it
coffee.
keeps you in the flow.
Exactly. It preserves the salesperson's energy and momentum. It's a psychological design choice as much as a technical one.
Now, playing devil's advocate again. The board view is great for the hunter, the sales rep who is visual and on the move, but what about the manager, the person who needs to see the data in bulk?
That is where script 10 comes in. It's the list view.
The spreadsheet killer.
Essentially, it switches the format from a visual board to a data-rich table. The script details how you can sort by name, value, creation date. You can resize columns, all the standard spreadsheet stuff.
But the killer feature here is bulk edits.
That's...
Give us a real-world scenario for that.
Okay, imagine a sales rep, Bob, leaves the company. Bob has 50 active deals assigned to him.
A nightmare.
In a manual world or with sticky notes, it's a complete nightmare. You're spending all day reassigning things. In Auto Robo's list view, you filter for Bob, select all 50 rows, click Update Owner, select the new rep, Alice, and you're done.
In like 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
That is the difference between working on your business and working in your business.
Exactly. The board view is for the individual contributor, the person in the trenches. The list view is for management and data hygiene. Auto Robo gives you both without compromise.
Okay, so we've got our opportunities. They're in a pipeline. We can see them. Now we have to actually do the work. Section 4, managing the day-to-day. Script 2 focuses on living in the record.
This is where the rubber meets the road. You can have a pretty pipeline, but if you aren't making calls and booking meetings, it's just wall art.
Right. So Script 2 breaks down 3 main pillars: appointments, tasks, and notes. Let's start with appointments.
It's seamless. You open the opportunity, you click the calendar icon, add a location, a title, book the meeting. The key here, and this is important, is that it is linked to the deal.
It's not just on your personal Google Calendar floating in the void.
Exactly. It's part of the history of that interaction. Anyone who looks at that deal sees the appointment.
And tasks. This is the sticky note replacement, right?
This is a direct replacement.
Yeah.
You enter a task title, a description, set a due date, and crucially, you can assign it to a team member. Hey, draft the contract assigned to Sarah due Friday.
And the system will nag Sarah so I don't have to be the bad guy.
Correct. It builds accountability into the workflow. But the most important one, in my opinion, is notes.
The digital memory.
Yes. The script mentions that notes are visible in both the opportunity card and the contact record. This is vital.
Why is that linkage so important? It seems redundant.
Because sometimes you're thinking about the person, the contact, and sometimes you're thinking about the deal, the opportunity. You need the context in both places.
Give me an example.
If I make a note that the client mentioned their kid is graduating from college, that's a relationship note. I need to see that on their contact record. But if they also said, our budget for this project is firm, that's an opportunity note. Auto Robo puts them in both places so you never miss context.
And the script mentions search and filter.
Yes. You can find a specific note from 3 months ago by searching for a keyword. Try doing that with a sticky note that fell behind your desk.
You can't. And this brings up the concept of the single source of truth.
That's the mantra. If it isn't an Auto Robo, it didn't happen.
That's a little intense.
It has to be. If you had a call and didn't log a note, that call effectively never happened as far as the business is concerned. Auto Robo forces you to build a corporate memory that exists outside of your own brain.
Which is terrifying, but also liberating. I don't have to remember everything because the system remembers it for me.
Precisely. And this is accessible to everyone. You don't need an IT degree to write a note. It's designed for humans.
Okay, we've done the work. We've managed the tasks. Now, show me the money. Section 5. Follow the money. We're looking at scripts 3 and 13 dealing with estimates, invoices, and payments.
This is a game changer, especially for small businesses. Usually, you have your CRM for your sales, and then you have to switch to a completely different accounting software to send an invoice.
Ugh, the swivel chair, copy-pasting data, getting names wrong.
It's friction, and friction kills deals. Auto Robo integrates this. You navigate to the Payments tab right inside the opportunity itself.
And the workflow described in script 3 is incredibly smooth.
It is. You select Create Estimate or Create Invoice, and here's the magic. The system pre-fills the contact info. It pulls it right from the record.
No typing errors. No sending an invoice to the wrong person.
0 typing errors. You add your products or services, you can configure tax rates, add discounts if you're feeling generous, and you email it directly from the opportunity. The whole process takes like 30 seconds.
And script 13 mentions tracking.
Yes. The tab logs everything. You can see the amount, the type of transaction, and the status. Paid, pending, overdue.
So if I'm the sales rep, I don't have to call the finance department to ask, hey, did that guy pay yet? I just look at the tab.
Exactly. It speeds up the time to payment. And for a small team without a dedicated finance department, this is massive. It creates a professional, seamless experience for the customer.
Let's talk about that professionalism for a second, because Script 3 mentions customizable templates for these invoices.
Right. And this is a subtle but powerful point. When a small business sends an invoice that is clearly just a Word document they saved as a PDF.
Or just an email body text saying, please pay me $500.
Yeah. It sends a signal, doesn't it? It says, I am small. I might not be here next month.
It doesn't inspire confidence.
Exactly. When you send a structured, branded estimate or invoice directly from a system like Auto Robo, it says, I am an institution, I have systems. It makes you look bigger and more established.
It builds trust.
And trust closes deals. So the payment tab isn't just about accounting. It's about branding and customer perception.
It really streamlines the entire revenue cycle from start to finish. Now, we've talked a lot about the standard features, but every business is a snowflake, right? A unique, beautiful snowflake.
Or a complicated, messy snowflake.
Right. So let's talk Section 6, customization, making Auto Robo yours. Script 7 is all about custom fields.
This is where you mold the clay. Auto Robo gives you the basics, but custom fields let you build the house you want to live in.
Okay, so how does it work?
You go to Account Settings, Custom Fields, and you select the Object Opportunity. An object is just a type of record.
And you can create different types of fields. Text, number, drop down.
Right. So let's use your pizza example again. You could create a drop-down field called Favorite Topping, with options for pepperoni, mushroom, or pineapple.
Don't start a war about pineapple on pizza here.
I'm just saying, the system allows it. But for a B2B firm, as Script 7 suggests, this might be contract renewal date or budget cap, information that's specific to your business.
And you can group these into folders to keep it clean.
Yes, to keep it organized. The script mentions you can create folders like billing info or technical specs, and you can even hide empty fields so your interface doesn't look cluttered. It's all about relevant data capture.
That's smart. Now, Script 9 brings up something I found really interesting. Separate owners for contacts and opportunities. Why would you need that? Seems complicated.
This is a sophisticated feature, often for slightly larger teams or agencies. Often the person who owns the relationship, say the account manager, is different from the person owning the specific deal, say a sales specialist.
So I might be the main contact for the client, keeping them happy long term, but you are the expert selling them the new software package.
Exactly. I'm just here for this one deal. You're there for life. Script 9 explains that you can enable this separation in settings. It allows for distinct accountability.
So you're accountable for the deal, I'm accountable for the relationship.
Precisely. And the automation can then update followers based on these different ownerships. So if your deal gets passed to me, the system automatically makes you a follower so you can keep an eye on it.
It prevents stepping on toes and ensures the right person is chasing the right thing.
Exactly.
Now, we have to talk about security. Script 11, sharing, IDs, and audit logs. This sounds a bit dry, but I call it the save your bacon feature.
It absolutely is. First, sharing. You can just copy the URL of an opportunity and Slack it to a colleague. Simple. But the opportunity ID, that unique number, links to the audit logs.
This is the undo button for business disasters, isn't it?
It is. If a deal disappears or the value suddenly drops from $10,000 to $10, you can check the audit log. It will tell you exactly which user made the change and at what time.
Steve changed value at 3 a.m. Oh, Steve.
Exactly. There's no hiding. And more importantly, Script 11 mentions that deleted opportunities can be restored via the log. So if you accidentally hit delete, it's not gone forever.
That is peace of mind.
Yeah.
That's huge. Okay, we have arrived at Section 7. This is the big one. AI, automation, and the future.
This is where we pivot from managing the business to accelerating it. This is where the true value of Auto Robo shines.
We said at the beginning, manual data entry is dying. The future is AI. Script 8 talks about automating lead value via surveys. This blew my mind a little bit. Walk us through this workflow.
It's brilliant in its simplicity. Normally, a sales rep has to talk to a client, guess their budget, and type it into the value field.
Right.
Script 8 suggests a different path. You create a custom field for lead value. Then you build a survey in Auto Robo.
A form the customer fills out themselves.
Right. What is your budget? How many units do you need? Whatever questions you need. You send that link to the customer. When they submit it, a trigger fires in the system.
The trigger is survey submitted.
Exactly. And that trigger runs a workflow that automatically updates the opportunity's lead value based on their answers. It can even do math.
So the customer is effectively doing the data entry for you, and the system is calculating the deal size without you lifting a finger.
That is AI-adjacent logic. The system is processing information so the human doesn't have to. It saves time, it eliminates fat finger errors, and it means your pipeline value is based on real customer data, not a sales rep's optimism.
That is the new way of running a business. I mean, if you aren't doing this, you are working too hard.
And then there's script 6, learning from failure. It's about lost opportunities and reasons.
This is the part nobody likes to do. Dragging a card to the lost column, it hurts.
It hurts, but it's necessary. The script explains that when you mark a deal as lost, the system doesn't just let it die. It asks you why.
And you have a drop-down. Too expensive, went with competitor, client ghosted us.
Exactly. You select a predefined reason. This is where AI and data intelligence come in down the road. If you just delete the deal, you'll learn nothing. But if you track the reasons, eventually you can run a report and say, wait a minute, 60% of our lost deals in Q1 were because of price.
So maybe our pricing is wrong.
Yeah.
Or maybe we are targeting the wrong customers who can't afford us.
Exactly. You are spotting patterns. You're using data to plug the hole in the bucket. That is intelligence. You can't fix a problem you can't see.
It turns failure into a lesson, a quantifiable lesson.
That's that.
It's
vital for growth.
uh
And remember, this kind of automation and intelligence, it used to be reserved for giant corporations with data science teams. Now it's accessible to everyone.
That leads perfectly into Section 8, the support ecosystem. We need to talk about democratizing this technology, because Auto Robo isn't just for the tech giants.
No, and that is a key takeaway from all this material. It's designed to be user-friendly for the little guy, too. The interface is drag and drop. It's intuitive. Even if you are a one-person show, you can set this up and get immense value.
And you aren't left to figure it out alone, right? The
Yeah.
system includes an academy.
The self-training platform. Think of Auto Robo not just as a tool, but as a school. The academy provides training for the technical side, which buttons to click, but also the business side, how to structure a sales pipeline, how to sell better using these tools.
So you get the software and the education on how to actually use it to make money. And what about when things break at 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
Because entrepreneurs work weird hours.
24/7 support. That is explicitly mentioned in the documentation. No matter when you are working or where you are in the world, help is available. That's a huge commitment.
That is huge. And again, all of this is accessible at www.autorobo.ca.
That's the place.
So let's wrap this up. We've gone from the chaos of sticky notes to the streamlined precision of Auto Robo.
We've walked through creating an opportunity, visualizing it in a pipeline, managing the tasks and notes, sending the invoice, and then using automation to drive the value and learn from the data.
It's a complete ecosystem, and I think the message here, the real takeaway is clear.
The message is that the AI mandate is here. Businesses that resist automation, that resist systems like Auto Robo, are going to be left behind. It isn't just about efficiency anymore. It's about survival. It's about speed. It's about accuracy.
If your competitor is using AI to calculate lead value instantly, and you're using a calculator and a notepad 3 days later, you've already lost.
You have. Speed is the currency of the modern economy.
So I want to encourage everyone listening, don't just nod your head, take action. Check out the system at www.autorobo.ca. See what it can do for your specific chaos.
Give your sticky notes a proper funeral. They served you well, but their time is over.
Exactly. I want to leave you with a thought to mull over. We often think of software as just a tool, like a hammer. You pick it up, use it, and put it down. But with AI and automation, it's becoming something else. If your CRM is just a list of names, it's a phone book. But if it's Auto Robo, capturing data, sending invoices, reminding you of tasks, and analyzing your failures, it's not a tool. It's your best employee.
An employee that works 24 hours a day, never calls in sick, and never forgets a single detail.
That's a powerful thought. Which one do you want working for you tomorrow? The phone book or the super employee? Think about it. Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll see you next time. Okay, let's just let's unpack this right from the start.
Yeah.
We live in a world that is absolutely obsessed with productivity.
Oh, completely.
I mean, you see it everywhere. We buy the planners, we download all these new apps, we read those books on how to wake up at 4 a.m. and crush your goals.
Wait, the whole hustle culture thing.
Exactly. We are constantly trying to squeeze just a few more drops of juice out of the lemon that is the work day. But going through the research for today's deep dive, I had a bit of a realization.
Which was what?
that we might just be doing it all wrong, like fundamentally wrong. We're trying to optimize manual labor when we really should just be eliminating it entirely.
That's a great way to frame it.
Yeah, we're trying to be better at squeezing the lemon. And the documentation we have today, specifically looking at the Auto Robo system, it's basically suggesting we throw the lemon away and just build a lemonade factory instead.
That is a very apt analogy, actually. We're moving past that whole era of life hacks and little productivity tips.
Because those are just Band-Aids.
Exactly, they're Band-Aids. What we are discussing today is full-scale ecosystem automation. It's the difference between training to be a really fast runner and just building a car.
Right. And I want to be super clear right off the top because I know how you all think when you're listening to this. When we say words like automation or system architecture, it sounds intimidating.
It sounds expensive.
Yes. It sounds like something only Amazon or Google has the budget or the dev team for. But looking at the source material for Auto Robo, this feels surprisingly accessible for normal businesses.
Well, that's the entire point.
Yeah.
The landscape has completely shifted over the last few years. 5 years ago, sure, you needed a full dev team, a server room, and $1 million budget to do what we're about to discuss.
But today,
This is the standard. This is the baseline. If you were a solo consultant, a local bakery, or a mid-sized marketing agency, and you were still manually creating invoices or dragging emails into folders,
which a lot of people are still doing,
then you are effectively driving a horse and buggy on the Autobahn.
and getting lapped.
Getting lapped, getting dusted, and working twice as hard just to stay half as fast. The Auto Robo system isn't some futuristic pipe dream. It's the current baseline for how modern business actually operates.
Well, I am definitely ready to stop driving the buggy. And for everyone listening, if you want to see the dashboard we're talking about, or if you're brave enough to just start building right alongside us, you can find the system at www.autorobo.ca.
It definitely helps to visualize it because we are going to get pretty deep into the technical weeds today.
Oh, yeah. We're pulling directly from their technical documentation today. We're talking about the architecture of autopilot.
The architecture of autopilot. I really like that phrase.
It's got a ring to it. But let's play devil's advocate for a second. I've seen automation tools before. Usually I spend 10 hours setting them up, they break 2 days later, and I just go back to doing it by hand because it's easier. Why is this any different?
Okay, so that is the tech overwhelm trauma speaking. And it's totally valid. Most people fail at automation because they treat it like a toy. Yeah, they turn on feature here, feature there, without any underlying structure.
Wow.
The Auto Robo approach is different because it's built entirely on a unified workflow engine. It's not just a standalone tool, it's a massive logic map.
So let's start right there, the engine room. The source material keeps referencing the workflow with a capital W as the atomic unit of the whole system. Break that down for me.
A workflow is essentially the heartbeat of the architecture. In the simplest technical terms, it is a linear sequence of events. But functionally, you can think of it as if this, then that logic, but with a PhD in business operations.
So if this, then that on steroids.
Precisely. Every workflow, no matter how complex, consists of 3 primary components. You have the trigger, the action, and the condition.
Okay, let's go deep on these. Because trigger sounds self-explanatory, but I have a feeling there's a way to mess it up.
Well, there are plenty of ways to mess it up. The trigger is the event. It is the starting gun. Without a trigger, the machine just sits dormant waiting. A trigger could be an incoming call, a form submitted someone's birthday is today, or a specific link being clicked.
So if I want to send a birthday email, the trigger is literally just the date.
Correct. The system scans the CRM database every day, looks for matches on the date of birth field, and fires the gun. But here is where people get it wrong when they build these out. They choose the wrong trigger entirely.
Give me an example of a bad trigger.
Okay, a classic mistake is triggering a sales workflow based on email opened. You might think, hey, if they open my email, they're interested. Let's send them a text.
I mean, that sounds logical on the surface.
It's actually a disaster. First of all, privacy pixels and things like Apple Mail often block open tracking or trigger false opens, so your data is completely unreliable.
Oh, right. I forgot about the privacy updates.
Exactly. And second, just because I opened an email doesn't mean I want a high-pressure sales text 5 seconds later. That's incredibly intrusive. A much better trigger is link clicked. That demonstrates actual intent.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Intent is key. So the trigger fires, the system wakes up, then comes the action.
The action is what the robot actually does. This is where you are essentially pre-recording your own physical labor.
I love that concept, pre-recording your labor.
It's exactly what it is. The system can send an email update, a custom field in the database, add a specific tag charge, a credit card, create a task for a human employee, or even send a ringless voicemail drop.
So it's doing all the repetitive grunt work.
It's handling the execution.
Yeah.
But the real magic, and where you answer your earlier question about why those older tools failed you, is the condition.
The condition, which is the brain of the operation.
The brain, yes. The condition is the logic gate. It stops and asks a question before proceeding down the path. Let's say you have a trigger that is simply appointment booked. A dumb system just blindly sends a generic confirmation email.
Which is fine, but it's basic. It doesn't wow anyone.
Right. But the Auto Robo system uses conditions to add nuance. It asks a database question like, is this a new customer? If yes, then branch A sends the full welcome packet with the parking map, the intake forms, and the About Us video.
And if no?
No, let's say it's Bob, who's been coming to your clinic for 10 years. The condition routes him down branch B. Do not send Bob the parking map. He knows where to park. Just send him a quick text saying, see you Tuesday, Bob.
So it completely prevents you from sounding like an automated robot.
Exactly. It uses data logic to mimic human context and situational awareness.
Now, looking at the interface described in the documentation for this visual builder, it literally looks like a giant flowchart. I see boxes and arrows connecting everything.
And that is the democratization of this technology.
Yeah.
You don't need to know Python. You don't need to write a single line of C++++E. You are literally dragging and dropping logical steps. You can physically see the exact path a customer takes. They start here, they go there, then the path splits here.
It makes it very tangible, but I did notice a section in the docs that was bolded, underlined, and practically screaming at the reader, and that was folders.
Ah, yes, digital hygiene.
Really that important? Because I'm going to be honest, I'm the kind of person who has 4,000 unsorted files sitting on my computer desktop right now.
Then you are exactly the kind of person who will accidentally burn down your entire business operations if you aren't careful with this.
Ouch. Okay, point taken. Tell me why it's so critical.
Imagine you build a workflow today, and you just name it Test 1. The next week you build another one called New Test. Yeah. 6 months from now, you have 50 different active workflows. You're cleaning up, and you decide to delete Test 1 because it sounds totally unimportant.
Uh-oh.
Turns out Test 1 was the core engine running your entire automated billing follow-up.
And I just turned off my own revenue stream.
You just turned off the revenue. The Auto Robo system practically insists on using folders. You need nurture sequences, sales pipelines, internal notifications. You have to organize the logic by its business objective. It's not just about being neat, it's about operational safety.
That perfectly connects to another safety feature I saw in there, the status toggle. Draft versus published.
It seems like a trivial UI detail, but it's actually a critical technical safeguard. Draft is your safe mode. You can break connections, move logic blocks around, run experiments, and absolutely nothing fires in the real world.
And published is live fire?
Published is live. And when a workflow is live, the dashboard shows you 2 vital metrics: total enrolled and active enrolled.
Active enrolled meaning people who are literally currently inside that workflow sequence.
Yes. Imagine a workflow with a wait 3-day step. You might have 50 real human beings sitting in that wait step right at this exact moment. If you just go in and casually delete that workflow or radically alter the logic, you are impacting those 50 live users in real time. The dashboard gives you that visibility so you don't break their experience.
So basically, don't do surgery on the patient while they're awake and walking around.
Or at the very least, check their vitals on the monitor first.
Fair enough. Before we move completely out of the engine room, I want to touch on smart lists. Because if triggers start the workflows, it seems like smart lists are what actually feed them the data.
Think of a smart list as a highly dynamic bucket. In the old days of CRMs, you had static lists. You had to manually drag Bob's contact record into the VIP list.
Which I would never, ever remember to do.
Nobody does. A smart list is essentially a continuously running saved database search. You set a specific filter query. Show me everyone who has spent over $500 total A&D lives in the Chicago area.
And it just updates itself?
Constantly.
Yeah.
The millisecond Bob spends that $500 first dollar, he poofs into that smart list automatically.
And that entry can be a trigger itself, right?
Exactly. Contact add to smart list is a primary trigger. So Bob hits the spend threshold. The database detects it, dynamically moves him to the VIP list. That movement triggers the workflow. And Bob instantly gets a welcome to the VIP club email with a special discount code.
And you didn't touch a single button.
You just set the architectural rules on day 1 and walked away.
Okay, so we've got the engine built. We understand the logic and the safety. Now we need fuel to run it. We need leads. And this brings up a genuinely painful memory for me, the old lead capture nightmare.
Oh, you mean the CSV shuffle?
The CSV shuffle, it was awful. I used to run Facebook ads for a project. People would click the ad, they'd fill out the native lead form, and then the data would just sit there in Mark Zuckerberg's basement.
Just waiting for you to remember to go manually download it.
Exactly. I'd have to log in, download a messy CSV file, open it in Excel reformat, all the columns manually upload it to my email tool, and frankly, half the time I was too busy and just didn't do it. Or I did it 3 days later.
And by then, the lead is completely ice cold.
Yeah.
The speed to lead statistic in the business world is absolutely brutal. If you don't contact an inbound lead within 5 minutes of them submitting a form, your conversion rate drops by something like 80%.
80%. So how does the Auto Robo architecture actually fix the CSV shuffle?
Through direct API integration. The technical documentation outlines a very specific mapping protocol for meta platforms like Facebook and Instagram lead forms. You authorize the API connection once in the settings.
And then what?
Then you map the data fields. You literally tell the system, Facebook full name equals Auto Robo contact name. Facebook phone equals Auto Robo phone.
So you're building a direct pipe.
It's a high-speed data pipeline. The exact millisecond someone hits submit on an Instagram ad, they're instantly created as a fully populated contact record in your CRM.
No downloading.
None. And this is the crucial part where the automation kicks in. You use a specific trigger for this. Facebook form submitted. And the very first action you put in that workflow, add tag.
Let's talk about tags for a second. Why are we tagging them immediately?
Because a database without tags is just a giant unstructured phone book. You have lists of names, but you don't know who is who or where they came from. You need to tag them. Source Facebook ad or interest kitchen renovation. That tag attaches to their digital file and stays with them forever.
So if I want to run a highly targeted promo 6 months from now, I can easily just pull a list of people who specifically came from Facebook and were interested in kitchens.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
It makes your future marketing incredibly surgical. But let's go back to that 5-minute speed to lead rule. The lead data comes in through the API. The tag is applied instantly. The very next step in your workflow should be an automated action to send email and send SMS.
Literally immediately.
Immediately. Hey, Bob, thanks for inquiring about the kitchen reno. I actually have a slot open for a quick quote tomorrow morning. Want me to hold it for you? Bob gets that text on his phone while he is literally still staring at your ad on Instagram.
Okay, that is incredibly powerful. But does it feel, I don't know, does it feel too robotic to the user?
It really depends on how you write the conversational copy. If you make it sound natural, people don't care. Generally, they just appreciate the speed. They raise their hand for information and you provided it instantly.
True. Now, speaking of email, the docs dive into this concept of trigger links. We touched on tracking intent earlier. These aren't just your standard URL hyperlinks, are they?
No, they're completely different. A normal link is just a doorway to another web page. A trigger link is a surveillance sensor, in a good way, of course. When you build an email template in Auto Robo, you can insert these specific generated trigger links instead of standard URLs. When the user clicks it, the system explicitly tracks that exact action back to their specific CRM profile.
So let's say I send out a monthly newsletter, and it has 3 different links. One goes to pricing, one goes to case studies, and one says book a call.
The system records exactly which specific link they interacted with. And because trigger link clicked is a selectable workflow trigger, you can actually branch your logic based on their behavior.
Ah, I see. So if they click the pricing link, I can have the system automatically add a hot lead tag.
Exactly. And if they click case studies, maybe they're just browsing, so the system tags them as researching phase and puts them in a slower nurture campaign. You are actively treating them differently based entirely on their digital body language.
Digital body language. I really love that term. You're reading the room even though you aren't physically in the room with them?
Correct. You're reacting to their silent signals. And to make managing all these links and assets possible at scale, the system utilizes something called custom values. This is a technical feature that saves so much operational headache down the line.
I saw that in the global settings area. It looks like a snippet of code. It was formatted with brackets like custom_values.booking link.
Yeah, it's a dynamic placeholder. Imagine you have your Calendly or booking software link hard-coded into 50 different email templates across 10 different workflows.
Yep. Okay.
Then a year from now, you decide to switch your scheduling software to a new vendor.
Oh, man, I'd have to manually go dig through 50 emails to find and replace that link. I'd rather die.
Right, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But with custom values, you just insert that bracketed placeholder into all the emails when you build them. Then you manage the actual URL in one single master list in the global settings. If you change vendors, you update the URL in that one central location, and the system dynamically updates it across all 50 emails instantly.
Okay, that right there is a massive pro tip. You have to use custom values from day one.
Absolutely from day one. It makes your architecture future-proof.
There's one more critical thing on data entry before we move to the AI brain stuff. Double opt-in. The source material heavily stresses this for compliance reasons. Honestly, it sounds kind of boring, but is it really that necessary?
It is the absolute difference between having a high-value, clean database and falling into a spam trap.
Explain how that works.
Look, sometimes malicious bots crawl sites and fill out forms with garbage data. And sometimes real people just type their email address wrong by accident. If your system starts automatically blasting marketing emails to fake or invalid addresses, major providers like Google and Yahoo will flag your domain. They will actively punish your sender reputation.
Which means all my emails start going straight to the spam folder, even for my real customers.
Exactly. Your deliverability tanks. So the double opt-in acts as a structural filter.
How does the workflow look for that?
Form submitted is the trigger. Action 1 is send an initial email saying, hey, please click this link to confirm you want to hear from us. Then you wait. When the user clicks that specific confirmation link, that's a new trigger that fires an action to add a verified tag to their profile.
And from then on, you use a smart list to ensure you only ever send your marketing blasts to contacts who possess that verified tag.
Precisely. It keeps your entire domain reputation completely spotless.
Okay, so we have the clean data coming in, we have the verified tags. Now we finally get to the part of the documentation that honestly blew my mind. We're going to talk about the brain of the system, conditional logic, and the AI integration.
This is where we completely leave basic automation behind and enter true machine intelligence.
The documentation goes deep into IS branches. We briefly mentioned the new versus returning customer example earlier, but how complex can these logic trees realistically get?
As complex as your specific business reality requires. You can nest these conditions infinitely. You could say, if this is a new customer A&D, they are located in New York A&D, their self-reported budget is greater than $5,000, then route them to the enterprise sales team.
That is highly specific routing.
It is, but building that out step by step can be tedious, which is why the docs highlight a builder feature called duplicate branch.
Why is that such a game changer?
Because business logic is often highly repetitive. Let's say you're building that super complex New York routing branch. You spend 20 minutes adding all the specific localized emails, the regional tags, the exact rep assignments. Then you realize, oh, I need to build the exact same sequence for New Jersey, just with a different regional tag and tax rate.
Please tell me I don't have to build the whole tree from scratch again.
You don't. You literally just click duplicate. The builder clones that entire complex logic tree. You make your one minor tweak for New Jersey and you're done. It saves hours of redundant build time.
Efficiency at every level. But the real star of the show here in Section 3 is the positive intent trigger, this AI analysis feature.
Yes, this is the massive paradigm shift for the whole industry.
Okay, you need to play this out for me. Because historically, chatbots are really dumb. If I get an automated text and I don't reply with the word YES in all caps, the bot just breaks and doesn't understand me.
Correct. Old SMS automation relied entirely on exact keyword matching. They'd prompt you to reply YES to confirm. But human beings don't talk like that. If the customer replied, sure, that works for me, the old bot would just throw an error. Or worse, it would just ignore them entirely.
Which is incredibly infuriating from a customer experience standpoint.
Totally. The Auto Robo system solves this by running inbound replies through a built-in LLM, a large language model, to analyze the actual conversational intent of the message.
So it's essentially reading the vibe of the text.
It's reading the semantic meaning. If your system sends an automated text saying, hey, Bob, are you still interested in scheduling that HVAC tune-up? And Bob replies, yeah, I guess so. How much is it again?
The system actually recognizes that as a...
Yes. It analyzes the phrasing and flags it internally as positive intent. And because positive intent is a selectable trigger in your workflow, you can have the system automatically fire the next step based on that flag. So the system replies instantly, great, the standard tune-up is $150. Here is the link to book your slot.
And a human employee didn't have to read Bob's message or type that reply.
The human never even touched it. The AI handled the nuance.
But wait, let me be the skeptic here for a second. What if Bob is just being sarcastic? What if he replies, yeah, sure, I'd absolutely love to pay you $150 for nothing?
It's a valid concern. AI isn't absolutely flawless, but modern LLMs are highly context-aware. It picks up on conversational sentiment and sarcasm far better than any legacy keyword matcher ever could. And you can actually dial in a confidence threshold in the settings. But more importantly, this intent engine works just as well for negative intent.
Like if they say, stop texting me.
Or, I already bought one from someone else. If the system's AI detects negative intent, you can have it automatically trigger a remove from workflow action. It immediately stops all automated follow-ups, so you aren't harassing a dead lead.
Which protects the brand's reputation.
It does. And if the AI is ever unsure, if the confidence score is too low, it just safely routes the conversation to a human inbox for manual review.
Speaking of routing things to humans, let's talk about the user assignment logic, because eventually a deal gets complicated enough or high value enough that Bob needs to talk to a real breathing salesperson.
Right. If you have a sales team, even if it's literally just 2 people, you have to systematically decide who gets which incoming lead.
Do we just flip a coin? How does the architecture handle that fairness?
You can basically flip a coin. The system has a built-in round-robin assignment logic feature.
Kind of like dealing cards around a table.
Exactly like dealing cards. Lead number 1 comes in, it goes to Sarah. Lead 2 goes to Mike. Lead 3 loops back to Sarah. It ensures totally fair, equitable lead distribution across the team without a manager having to manually assign them.
But how do they know they got a lead?
There is a specific workflow trigger for user assigned. So the exact second the algorithm deals that lead to Sarah, her phone gets a push notification or an SMS. New lead assigned Bob the baker. Call now.
And because we set up that direct API data mapping earlier, she has his real phone number, his name, and his source tags right there on her screen.
She has the complete customer dossier in her hand before she even says hello.
That is just seamless. Okay, let's transition to the part of the deep dive that every business owner ultimately cares about, the commerce layer. Actually getting paid.
The best part.
The Auto Robo platform integrates directly with Stripe. But the documentation makes it clear this isn't just about having a basic shopping cart checkout page on your website. This is about automating financial charges deep inside the workflow logic itself.
Correct. You can use a specific action block called Stripe one-time charge.
Give me a practical use case for that. Why would I want a workflow to automatically charge a card instead of a person doing it?
Let's go right back to your HVAC service example. Let's say your business has a strict policy of $50 no-show fee.
Oh, I like where this is going.
Bob books his appointment. He puts his card on file during the booking, but then he completely ghosts. He doesn't show up. The technician who went to the house just opens the app and changes the appointment status to no-show.
And that status change is a trigger.
Exactly. Trigger is appointment status changed to no-show. The immediate action is Stripe one-time charge $50.
That is ruthless. I love it.
It structurally enforces your business policy without you or your staff having to make an awkward, confrontational phone call. The system just mechanically executes the agreed-upon contract.
You do need the customer's actual Stripe customer ID securely stored for that to work right.
Yes. The technical specs emphasize that the contact's CRM record must have a valid Stripe customer ID linked and a saved payment method on file in the Stripe vault. But once that secure handshake is set up, it's completely automatic.
Now let's talk about arguably the biggest revenue leak in all of e-commerce, the abandoned cart.
The ghosts. The almost customers.
I'm so guilty of this. I do it all the time. I add a pair of shoes to the cart, I get to the checkout page, I see the ridiculous shipping price, and I just close the browser tab.
Everyone does it. And if the business doesn't actively follow up, that potential revenue is just permanently gone. But there is a very specific architectural protocol within Auto Robo to handle this. It's an entire sequence, not just a single email blast.
Walk us through the exact steps of the abandoned cart protocol.
Step 1 is capturing the intent. The trigger is order form submission, but specifically looking at the opt-in phase. This tracks when someone types in their name and email, but then bails before hitting the final pay button.
Okay, so the system caught their email address before they closed the tab.
Right. Now, step 2 is the wait step. And this is arguably the most critical technical piece of the whole protocol.
Why is waiting so critical?
Because you cannot email a person 10 seconds after they close the browser tab. It feels incredibly creepy. It feels like high-tech surveillance.
Yeah.
You have to give them breathing room. The industry standard is usually configuring the wait step for 30 minutes to an hour.
Give them space to go find their credit card in the other room.
Or to chase their kids or answer a phone call. Life happens. So the workflow just pauses and waits 30 minutes.
Then what happens?
Step 3, it applies a specific CRM tag, abandoned cart. Step 4, it executes the action to send the recovery email or SMS. Hey, did you forget something in your cart? Here's a link to finish checking out.
Simple enough. But here's my main worry with that. What if, during that 30-minute wait period, they actually come back on their own and buy the shoes?
Exactly. If you send them a, hey, you forgot this email, 30 minutes after they already gave you their money, you look completely incompetent.
Right. It breaks the illusion of a smart system.
That is precisely why you have to build in the kill switch.
The kill switch, that sounds so dramatic.
It's just a secondary parallel workflow. The trigger for this one is product purchased. The immediate actions are remove from workflow abandoned cart sequence and a D, remove tag abandoned cart.
Ah, so the moment their payment clears, the system aggressively yanks them out of the follow-up sequence before the wait step finishes counting down.
Instantly. It ensures that the only people who actually receive that nudge email are the ones who genuinely need it.
That right there is the fundamental difference between a dumb bulk email tool and a smart relational system. It's about gracefully handling the edge cases.
Ecosystem automation is entirely about handling those edge cases without human intervention.
Which perfectly brings us to Section 5, Advanced Mechanics, or as I like to call it, how to keep the robot from accidentally destroying your entire business.
The safety protocols. This is where we get a bit more technical, but stay with us because understanding this prevents actual operational disasters.
The technical documentation dedicates a lot of space to something called race conditions.
Yes. Highly critical concept.
And now I know what a race condition is in Formula One. What does it mean in the context of system automation?
Think of it visually. Imagine a doorway in a building that is physically only wide enough for one single person to pass through at a time.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
Now imagine two people trying to sprint through that exact doorway at the exact same millisecond. They get wedged, they crash, nothing gets through.
In the system, those two people are packets of data.
Exactly. Let's say you have two separate workflows active. Workflow A says, when this specific form is submitted, immediately update the database with their new contact name. Workflow B says, when this exact same form is submitted, immediately send a welcome email dynamically using their contact name.
Ah, so they are both triggered by the exact same starting gun.
Yes. And if Workflow B happens to process just 0.01 seconds faster than Workflow A, it constructs and sends that email before the database is finished writing the new name. So the customer gets an email that says, hello Null instead of hello Bob.
Oof, that's embarrassing. How do we architect a fix for a race condition like that?
We use the wait step again. The wait step is essentially the duct tape of automation architecture. You simply insert a step right at the beginning of Workflow B that says, wait 1 minute.
Just give the system a tiny bit of breathing room.
Exactly. Form submitted, then wait 1 minute, then send email. That tiny delay gives Workflow a plenty of time to fully execute its job of updating the database record. It forces the data to walk through that doorway single file.
Pro tip for everyone listening, when in doubt, just add a wait step.
Always. It solves so many asynchronous data issues.
Now, what about loop locks? This sounds like a safety feature for a roller coaster.
It's a critical safety valve for the servers. Imagine you accidentally create a workflow logic that says, when tag A is applied, remove tag A, and then immediately reapply tag A.
Wait, if the system reapplies tag A...
It triggers the start of the exact same workflow all over again, which tells the system to remove the tag, which then tells it to reapply the tag, which triggers the workflow again.
It's an infinite loop.
An endless, infinite loop. In a computer system that will run thousands of times per second, it will instantly melt your server allocation, it will spike your API costs, and it can completely crash your entire account instance.
Good Lord. How does Auto Robo stop me from being an idiot in doing that?
Through the loop lock mechanism. In the master settings for every workflow, there is a fundamental toggle switch, allow reentry. By default, it is often off, meaning a specific contact can only travel through that sequence once in their lifetime.
But what if I have a workflow, like a monthly billing reminder, where I actually need them to go through it multiple times?
You can toggle it on. But even then, there are hard-coded algorithmic safeguards. If the underlying system detects an unnatural loop, say the exact same contact enters the exact same workflow 50 times within 10 minutes, it hard locks that contact record. It effectively puts them in a digital timeout box to save the broader system from crashing.
That's incredibly smart. It actively protects you from your own logical errors.
You'd have to. Human error is inevitable in complex mapping.
Now, even with all these safeguards built in, things still break in the real world. And usually when enterprise software breaks, you get some cryptic, horrifying error message like, error 404 or null pointer exception on line 82.
Which is completely useless to a marketing director or a bakery owner.
Exactly. But I saw a feature highlighted in the docs called AI error resolution.
Oh, this is a massive quality of life upgrade for system administrators.
Mhm.
When a live workflow fails, let's say an automated email, hard bounces, or a Stripe one-time charge declines, you get a system notification. But instead of just a red X and a string of code, you can literally click a button that says Ask AI to resolve.
And what does the AI actually do behind the scenes?
It instantly reads the raw technical server logs and then translates them into plain conversational English. It'll pop up and say the strike charge failed because the customer's credit card on file expired last month, or the SMS text message failed to send because the phone number provided is registered as a landline.
Wow. It just diagnoses the problem for you.
And it suggests the exact required fix. It'll say, please contact the user to update their payment method. It is literally like having a senior software mechanic standing over your shoulder explaining things.
That makes troubleshooting complex architecture actually possible for normal business humans.
Yeah.
And speaking of human collaboration, I saw a call-out for a feature called sticky notes.
Yes, it seems like such a tiny UI feature, but it is so operationally useful. You can drop digital sticky notes anywhere directly onto the canvas of the visual builder.
So I can leave a bright yellow note right next to a logic block saying, hey, Dave, do you not delete this specific wait step or the whole sequence breaks.
Exactly. You are leaving contextual breadcrumbs for your team, or honestly for your future self. Because I promise you, you'll completely forget why you built a specific logic branch that weird way 3 months from now.
Documentation inside the tool itself. Brilliant. Okay, let's move on to Section 6, omni-channel communication. We've talked extensively about email and SMS, but the reality is the world lives on social media now.
You have to build the pipes to where the people already are.
Auto Robo integrates directly with Facebook and Instagram native comments.
Yes, this is all about seamlessly turning highly public social engagement into private qualified leads.
Explain the workflow mechanics for that.
The trigger is simply comment on post. But you don't want it firing for every single emoji someone drops, so you use a condition filter. Only trigger if the comment text contains the specific word price or info.
So if I post a picture of a new bicycle and someone comments price.
The workflow catches that exact keyword and triggers 2 simultaneous actions. First, it executes a public reply right there in the comment thread. Hey, thanks for asking. Check your DMs. I just sent you the full pricing sheet.
Now, why bother replying publicly if you're going to DM them anyway?
2 reasons. First, it boosts the algorithm. More comments means more organic reach for your post. Second, it serves as social proof. It shows every other potential customer reading those comments that your brand is highly responsive.
That makes sense. And then the second action.
The system automatically fires off a private direct message to that user containing the actual pricing PDF or the booking link. You just automated the conversion of a casual public comment into a direct private sales conversation.
And what about WhatsApp? Because I know WhatsApp is absolutely huge globally, but Meta is notoriously strict about spam on that platform.
Very, very strict. To automate on WhatsApp, Meta enforces something called the 24-hour rule.
What exactly is that technical constraint?
As a business, you simply cannot send a free-form WhatsApp message to a customer whenever you feel like it. You are only allowed to initiate a free text chat if that specific customer has organically messaged your business within the last 24 rolling hours.
So it's a very tight window of opportunity.
It is a ticking clock. If the 24-hour window is open, the API lets you chat freely. But the second that window closes, say it's been 25 hours, Meta hard blocks you from sending standard conversational text.
So how on earth do you re-engage them or send a reminder if the window is closed?
You have to utilize a specific WhatsApp template. This is a highly structured, pre-approved message format authorized by Meta in advance. It has to be strictly transactional, like, your appointment is confirmed for tomorrow, or here's your updated shipping tracking number. You cannot use templates for cold sales pitches.
And Auto Robo handles all the complex API routing.
Yes, the architecture handles the logic seamlessly. It pings the API, checks the window status. If open, it sends the standard text workflow. If closed, it automatically defaults to sending the pre-approved template version.
That is seriously impressive logic just running silently in the background. And I also saw something in the notes about interactive flows specifically for WhatsApp.
Well, this is genuinely the coolest part of modern WhatsApp automation.
Yeah.
You can build entire interactive logic menus directly inside the user's chat window.
Kind of like an old school phone tree, like press 1 for sales, press 2 for support.
Conceptually, yes, but way more modern. It uses visual UI buttons right in the app. Tap here to book, tap here for support. It can dynamically load a visual list of your available calendar appointment slots right inside the chat.
So the customer doesn't even have to leave the WhatsApp interface to go load up a separate website.
No, the friction is effectively zero. They just tap a button in the chat, and that data is injected directly back through the API into your system's calendar.
That really is the future of commerce. But with all this inbound traffic, right, DMs, WhatsApp, automated comments, you are inevitably going to get hit with spam.
Oh, the spam bots are relentless. Make money fast in crypto. Contact Meta support to unlock your account.
Ugh, those fake Meta support bots are the absolute worst. They flood every inbox.
Which is exactly why you can build a guard dog workflow within Auto Robo.
A guard dog workflow. I like the sound of that.
It's a specialized filter. The trigger is simply incoming message across any channel. The condition logic asks, does the message body contain exact keywords like crypto or Forex or Meta support?
And if it does,
The immediate automated actions are delete conversation, A&D block contact.
so it acts as an automated bouncer at the door of your CRM.
Precisely. It keeps your human sales team completely focused on real leads. You never want your highly paid sales rep wasting their expensive time reading or replying to a malicious bot.
Okay, we have covered a truly massive amount of ground today. We've built the foundational engine, we've captured the leads via API, we've filtered them with AI logic, we've successfully taken their money via Stripe, we've secured the system against technical race conditions, and we've deployed an automated guard dog on our social media channels.
It is a lot to take in at once.
It really is a lot.
Yeah.
And I'll be perfectly honest, even with the visual drag and drop builder, it still sounds a little scary. I'm thinking about the listener right now who runs a local flower shop or a plumbing business. They're probably thinking, I don't know how to build a loop block. I just want to sell my flowers.
That is a completely fair and valid fear.
Yeah.
Technical complexity is inherently the price you pay for this level of operational power, but the team at Auto Robo deeply understands this gap. That is exactly why the system includes access to the built-in academy.
Is the academy just like a boring PDF manual you have to read?
No, not at all. It is a comprehensive, interactive, self-training platform natively built right into the dashboard. It's essentially a built-in university. And it actually provides different specialized tracks for different operational roles.
So there's a simplified track for the flower shop owner who just wants the basics?
Exactly. There's a business user track. It teaches you how to quickly read the analytics dashboard, how to manually reply to a hot lead in the unified inbox, and how to process a basic refund. Stuff owners do every day.
And what about the tech nerds?
There's a dedicated technical builder track. That one goes deep into the weeds on how to handle custom variables, advanced webhooks, API, routing the heavy lifting.
So you really don't have to guess or try to figure it out entirely on your own.
You never have to guess. And more importantly than the training modules there is 24/7 human support included.
Wait, real actual humans, not an AI chatbot.
Real human engineers. Look, if you hit a weird race condition that even the AI error resolution tool can't properly explain, or if you just get completely stuck trying to map a complex workflow, you can reach out for live help any time of day. You aren't just given the software and left to build this alone in a dark cave.
See, that is the exact safety net I needed to hear about, because honestly, if I'm handing the operational keys of my entire business over to a robotic system, I really want to know there's a smart human on speed dial if things go sideways.
Absolutely. It's mission critical to have that backup.
So let's wrap this deep dive up. We've gone incredibly deep into the underlying architecture of modern systems. What is the ultimate big takeaway here for the listener?
The primary takeaway is that modern business automation is no longer just about saving 5 minutes a day on data entry. It is fundamentally about achieving structural, scalable freedom. We looked at the entire closed loop today, lead capture, to logical sorting, to AI conversation, to payment processing, to abandoned recovery.
It's a completely closed, self-sustaining loop.
It is an engine. It is a machine. And yes, it undeniably takes real, upfront work and strategic thinking to build properly. That is the classic 80-20 rule in action. You put 80% of your effort completely upfront into designing the architecture and the logic.
That's the throwing away the lemon and building the lemonade factory part.
Exactly. But once that factory is built, it runs silently 24/7. It never gets sick. It never takes a vacation. It never forgets to follow up with a lead. It scales infinitely, whether you have 10 leads a day or 10,000. It systematically gives you 100% of your operational freedom back.
That is the ultimate promise of the technology. And again, for everyone listening right now who is finally ready to stop doing the manual CSV shuffle and start acting like a true system architect, the place you want to go to start building is www.autorobo.ca.
And please don't let the name or the technical jargon we've used today intimidate you. As we saw today with a robust academy and that incredibly intuitive visual builder, this entire ecosystem is explicitly designed to empower the small local business just as much as the massive enterprise team.
I want to leave you all with a final provocative thought today. We've spent an hour talking about digital triggers and automated actions, but I want you to think about your own specific role inside your company right now. If your business can utilize AI to run its own complex logic, if it can automatically diagnose and correct its own technical errors, if it can literally chase down and collect its own missing payments while you sleep, are you really just a manager anymore? Or have you finally graduated to being an architect?
That is absolutely the right question to ask yourself.
Something to seriously mull over while you're hopefully not manually dragging emails into folders today. Thanks for diving into the architecture with us.
We'll catch you on the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the deep dive. You know, I was actually looking at my calendar this morning, just staring at the sheer volume of these little colored blocks on my screen.
Oh, yeah. The rainbow of stress.
Exactly. Each one representing a meeting or a manual task or an email I forgot to send. And I realized something. We have been completely lied to.
Yes.
There is this pervasive myth in the business world right now, this hustle culture narrative that basically says if you aren't suffering, you aren't succeeding. You know the exact vibe I'm talking
Well,
about.
absolutely. It's the whole martyrdom of the entrepreneur.
Yes. The idea that if you run a business, you have to be the one drowning in sticky notes. You have to be answering missed calls at dinner. You need to be manually entering data into a spreadsheet at 2:00 a.m. with like gritty, tired eyes.
And we wear that exhaustion like a badge of honor.
We really do. But looking at the massive stack of research and documentation we have on the table today, honestly, that exhaustion doesn't look like heroism anymore.
No, it really doesn't.
It just looks like bad management.
It's the modern business trap, right? We completely confuse busyness with actual business. And in an era where technology has moved this incredibly fast, manual labor for digital tasks isn't just inefficient anymore, it's practically a death sentence for growth.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are still manually typing out an email to a new lead in this economy, you have already lost. Your competitor beat you to it 5 minutes ago.
Which brings us to the hero of our story today. We are doing a deep dive into a system called Auto Robo. Now, on the surface, I think a lot of people might just toss this into the bucket of, CRM software or marketing automation.
Right, they hear CRM and their eyes glaze over.
Exactly. But after reading through this huge stack of documentation we gathered, specifically these files detailing all the workflows actions, it feels vastly different. It feels less like software and more like hiring an extra employee.
An employee who never sleeps?
Never sleeps, never eats, never asks for a raise, and frankly is way smarter than I am before my morning coffee.
That is exactly the right way to frame it. Auto Robo isn't just a tool, it's a complete infrastructure. And the mission for our deep dive today is to deconstruct exactly how it works underneath the hood.
Right.
We have pages and pages of specific actions here.
Yeah.
These are the technical capabilities that prove AI-powered automation is no longer future tech.
It's right now.
It is the current standard, period. If you aren't using this kind of system, you are essentially bringing a knife to a nuclear fight.
I love that analogy. So we are going to cover everything today, from the communication engine to the logic core, the whole AI revolution side of it, and even how it manages your pipeline and gets you paid.
The fun stuff.
The very fun stuff. But before we get into the nuts and bolts, I want to make sure everyone listening knows this isn't some exclusive, incredibly expensive club just for Fortune 500 companies.
Definitely not.
The coolest part about Auto Robo is that despite the crazy high-tech features we're about to discuss, they have this built-in academy for self-training.
Yeah, the academy is huge.
It really is. Plus, they offer 204/7 support. So whether you're a solo entrepreneur selling custom cupcakes out of your kitchen, or you're running a massive roofing enterprise, this is built for you.
It scales with you.
Exactly. And I'll just say right now, if at any point your ears perk up today and you think, wow, my business desperately needs this, you can just go straight to www.autorobo.ca to subscribe or get access to the system.
That accessibility factor is key. Because some of the things we are about to discuss, things like webhooks, API logic, native GPT integration, They can sound really intimidating to a non-technical founder.
Oh, terrifying.
But the interface is designed specifically to be usable by anyone. So let's strip away all that intimidation and just look at the engine itself.
Let's do it. Segment 1, the communication engine. Or, as I like to call it in my notes here, how to stop playing swivel chair.
Swivel chair.
You know that feeling. When you have your Gmail open on one monitor, your physical phone in your hand for text messages, Facebook Messenger open on another tab, and you're just spinning around trying to keep up.
Oh, the dreaded context switching. It absolutely destroys productivity. Auto Robo solves this immediately by centralizing all communication into what they call workflows.
Okay, define a workflow for us, just to set the baseline.
Simply put, a workflow is just a sequence of automated actions. And looking at the source material, the bread and butter of these workflows are the send SMS action and the send email action.
Right. So a new lead fills out a form on your website, and boom, they get an automatic text, automatic email. That's pretty standard automation, right?
It is standard, but it's essential. But here is where Auto Robo gets really interesting. I was looking through the documentation, and I saw a file detailing the manual action to SMS.
Yeah, I flagged that too. Why on earth would we want a manual action inside an automation system? Isn't the whole point to not do things manually?
It seems counterintuitive, but that is a brilliant nuance of the system. Sometimes automation actually needs a human touch.
Give me an example.
Let's say you run a high-ticket consulting firm. A massive, high-value lead comes in, the CEO of a major company. You really do not want to send them a generic, robotic, "Thanks for your inquiry, we will be in touch" text message.
Right, that feels cheap. You want to customize it.
Exactly. So the manual action to SMS step essentially pauses the automated workflow just for that specific communication. It creates a task for you or your sales team to physically type a bespoke message.
Oh, I see.
But it keeps that contact inside the automated system. So once you send that custom text, the automation can pick right back up. It perfectly blends scaling through automation with deep personalization.
So it cues it up for me. It basically taps me on the shoulder and says, hey, text this guy right now, but lets me decide exactly what to say based on his profile.
Precisely.
That is really smart. Now, let's talk about VRUS features, because usually when people hear automation, they immediately just think of text-based stuff, emails and SMS. But Auto Robo seems to have a lot of voice capabilities. I saw something called the call action and the voicemail action.
The call action is honestly fascinating. It completely redefines speed to lead.
How does it work?
Okay, imagine a prospective customer is on your website at 2 in the afternoon. They fill out a, quote, request form. The Auto Robo system takes that submission and immediately calls you, the business owner, on your cell phone.
Wait, it calls me, not the customer.
Right. It calls you first. You pick up, and the system plays a recorded whisper message. It says something like, "You have a new lead from John Doe. Press 1 to connect."
Wow.
And the second you press 1 on your keypad, the system dials John Doe. So you are literally ringing the customer's phone 10 seconds after they hit submit on your website.
That is unbelievable speed. The lead is still staring at the thank you page on your website, and their phone is ringing with you on the other end.
Exactly. Your conversion rates skyrocket because the intent is at its absolute peak.
Okay, what about the voicemail action? Because I hate leaving voicemails manually.
Most salespeople do. This feature is often called a ringless voicemail in the industry. Basically, you pre-record an audio file. Maybe it's just you casually saying, "Hey, it's me. Just saw your inquiry come through. Give me a shout back when you have a second."
Casual friendly.
Right. Then, as part of a workflow, the system drops that MP3 audio file directly into the lead's voicemail inbox without their phone ever actually ringing.
That is so sneaky. I love it.
It's incredibly non-intrusive. They just look at their phone, see a missed voicemail, and assume they missed your call. It feels incredibly personal, but you didn't have to spend a minute actually dialing or waiting for the beep.
That is wild. And speaking of phone menus, I also noticed something in the docs called the end IVR call action. Now, IVR, that's the robotic press 1 for sales, press 2 for support stuff, right?
Correct. Interactive voice response. It's how you route inbound calls. But the end IVR call action gives you incredible control over how a phone call actually terminates.
What do you mean? Don't you just hang up?
Usually, yes, which is a terrible user experience. With Auto Robo, instead of just dropping the call and giving the customer a dial tone, the system can play a custom sign-off voice message.
Oh, nice.
Or, even better, you can trigger a text message to be sent to their cell phone the exact moment the call ends. So they hang up and immediately get a text saying, "Thanks for calling, here's a link to our FAQ page."
Yeah.
It completely enhances the caller experience.
It's all about the experience. You look so polished. Now, we can't talk communication today without talking about social media, because let's face it, everyone lives in their DMs these days. I see specific Messenger and Instagram DM actions in the workflow builder.
Yes, and this is where so many traditional businesses drop the ball. They treat social media as this separate, siloed thing. Someone has to manually check the Instagram app every few hours.
Which never happens.
Right. Auto Robo integrates it natively. You can fully automate your responses via Facebook Messenger and Instagram DM right alongside your emails and texts. But you do have to be careful because there are strict rules.
Rules from Meta.
Yes. The source material specifically highlights Instagram interactive messenger actions and Facebook interactive messenger actions.
Interactive, like
Yeah.
sending little buttons they can tap.
Exactly that. The system has the technical capability to send rich templates, quick replies, and actual action buttons inside the chat. But, and this is a crucial but, the documentation extensively mentions the 24-hour interaction window.
Okay, break that down for me.
Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, has very strict anti-spam rules. You can generally only send promotional automated messages to a user within 24 hours of that user interacting with your page.
So if someone messaged my business page 3 years ago asking for hours of operation, I can't just blast them a promotional coupon today through Messenger.
Precisely. If you do that, Meta will classify it as spam and they will shut down your business page.
Which is a nightmare.
A total nightmare. But Auto Robo is built to handle this. For instance, they have an action called the WhatsApp Customer Service Window Check.
What does that do?
It technically evaluates the contact record to see if you are currently inside that active 24-hour window. If you are, the workflow proceeds and sends a free-form text message.
And if you aren't?
If the window has closed, the workflow actually forces you down a different path where you have to use a pre-approved, non-promotional template provided by Meta. It essentially keeps your business compliant automatically.
That is an absolute lifesaver. I know for a fact I would completely forget that rule, send a blast, and get my account banned.
Most people would.
Right.
It's complex compliance handled invisibly by the software. And as you mentioned WhatsApp, yes, there is a dedicated WhatsApp send message action fully integrated into the workflow builder as well.
That's global reach right there.
Yeah.
Now, what about internal communication? Because running a business means you have to talk to your team, not just your customers.
Oh, Auto Robo is brilliant for this. They have the Workso Slack premium action and the send internal notification action.
I really love the idea of the internal notification. It's basically the system yelling at your sales team saying, hey, wake up, there is money on the table.
That is essentially what it is. You can configure it so the second a hot lead takes a high-value action like viewing the pricing page twice, the system instantly sends a direct Slack message or a push notification on the mobile app to a specific sales rep.
So the rep knows exactly who to call and when.
Right. It creates this always-on presence. To the customer, you look like this massive, highly coordinated corporation with a dedicated support team, even if it's literally just you and Auto Robo running things from a laptop in a coffee shop.
Which, again, is the magic of this. If you want that kind of structural power for your own business, seriously, go check out www.autorobo.ca.
Okay, so I think we've established that Auto Robo can talk. It has the communication engine down. Let's move to segment 2.
The logic core.
Yes. The big question, can I think?
This is my favorite part. This is where we move way beyond those simple, linear, if this, then that lists that most basic email platforms use. Auto Robo is a true logic engine. It is the brain of the operation. And the most critical component here is the IL-else action.
The fork in the road. Exactly. You can infinitely split the workflow journey based on specific conditions. Let me give you a real-world scenario.
Please.
Let's say you send out a text campaign. The IFL's action can look at the data and ask, did the contact actually reply to the last text? If yes, it routes them down path A straight to a calendar booking sequence.
Makes sense.
But if no, it routes them down path B, which might be a general email follow-up 3 days later. Or here's a better one-time conditions. The system can ask, is it currently a weekend?
Oh, I hate getting business texts on a Sunday.
Right. So if it is a weekend, the IFL's action routes the lead to a wait step until Monday morning at 9 a.m. If it's a weekday, it triggers the call immediately.
That wait part is really important. I saw the wait event action in the notes. It's not just the dumb timer like wait 5 minutes, is it?
No, it can be time-based if you want, but it can also be condition-based.
Yeah.
You can literally tell the workflow, pause here and wait until the contact replies.
So the automation just stops and listens.
Exactly. It holds that person in that specific step. It doesn't just blindly bulldoze forward, spamming them with step 3, step 4, step 5, regardless of what they do.
That right there is the difference between a cheap bot and a smart business system. It respects the interaction. Now, what about the go-to action? When I read that, it sounded like a bird game instruction, like go directly to jail, do not pass go.
It is incredibly powerful for creating logical loops. Let's say you have a workflow that sends 3 distinct follow-up emails over a month. If the lead still hasn't replied after email 3, you don't necessarily want to just give up, but you also don't want to build a workflow that is 50 steps long.
Right, that would be a nightmare to manage.
So you drop in a go-to action. It grabs that contact and physically loops them back up to the start of a different long-term nurturing sequence. It allows for dynamic nonlinear workflows that can cycle contacts indefinitely until a goal is met.
That is super efficient. And for the hardcore marketing nerds listening right now, I saw something in the docs called the split action. Is that basically A/B testing?
It is absolute pure A/B testing built right into the workflow. The split action allows you to mathematically divide your traffic.
So.
You can say, I want 50% of these new leads to go down path A, which is going to be a heavy SMS-focused sequence, and I want the other 50% to go down path B, which relies entirely on long-form email.
And then you just watch the data to see who buys more.
Exactly. It literally turns your daily business operations into a marketing laboratory. You stop guessing what works and start knowing.
I love that. Test, don't guess. Okay, moving down the list, there is the drip action. Now, that sounds like my coffee maker, but I assume it's for preventing the system from going completely crazy.
Spot on. Imagine you just attended a massive trade show and you import a CSV list of 10,000 fresh leads into Auto Robo.
Okay.
If you trigger a welcome text, you absolutely do not want the system to send 10,000 texts at the exact same millisecond.
Why not get it over with?
Because your cellular provider will instantly flag you as a spammer and block your number permanently. Not to mention, if 500 people reply at once, your sales team will be buried alive.
Ah, good point.
The drip action acts as a valve. It regulates the flow. You can tell it, process this list, but only send out 100 emails per hour, or drop one text message every 30 seconds. It completely prevents that fire hosing effect.
So smart. It protects you from your own success. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty data stuff. The math. I saw the math operation action. And I have to ask, why on earth is my marketing and CRM system doing math?
Because ultimately, business is math. You might want to calculate a custom value dynamically. Let's say a customer buys 3 different service packages from you over a year. You can use the math operation to automatically add those up, calculate their total lifetime value, and update that field in their profile.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or you can calculate dates. Say a contract is signed today. You can run a math operation that says current date plus 30 days and use that output to automatically set a renewal reminder task for your team.
Okay, I see the power there. And speaking of messy data, the text formatter and number formatter actions really caught my eye. I'm assuming these exist because customers are generally terrible at typing their own information.
Oh, humans are wildly inconsistent. They type their first names in all lowercase letters, or sometimes they accidentally leave caps lock on and type all CTAP PS.
Which looks terrible when you automate it.
Exactly. Nothing screams automated spam louder than an email that starts with, "Hi Bob, we love your business."
Yeah, that's a bad look.
So the text formatter intercepts that data. It can automatically capitalize the first letter of a name and lowercase the rest before it ever gets used in an email.
And the number formatter.
Same problem. People format phone numbers with dashes or dots or parentheses, or they leave off the area code. The number formatter standardizes every single phone number into a clean, system-readable format so the SMS engine doesn't break when it tries to send a text. It literally cleans your messy data while you sleep.
That is a wildly underrated feature. So we have the logic branching, we have the math, we have the clean data. But what happens when the customer actually does what we want them to do? Like, say the workflow is a 5-day nagging sequence to get them to book a call. They book it on day 2. Do we keep pestering them for 3 more days?
No, and that is exactly what the goal event action is built for. Think of it as the mission accomplished button for any workflow.
How does it know?
The system tracks their behavior.
Mm.
If the stated goal of that workflow is an appointment booking, the second the calendar system registers that appointment, the goal event detects it. It acts like a magnet and immediately pulls that specific contact out of the follow-up sequence.
It just stops the nagging instantly.
Instantly.
Mm.
Because as you know, there's nothing worse than getting a text that says, "Hey, are you still interested?"
Uh-huh.
5 minutes after you literally just handed over your credit card.
It is the most frustrating thing as a consumer. It makes you lose total faith in the company you just bought from.
Exactly. The goal event protects your brand reputation, by preventing that exact embarrassment.
All right, I think it is time to unpack the elephant in the room, or rather, the robot in the room. Segment 3, the AI revolution. Now, everyone in the business world keeps saying AI is the future, but Auto Robo seems to be making the argument that no, it's right now.
It is absolutely the present. It is the new standard. And looking at the source material, Auto Robo integrates this natively with the GPT powered by OpenAI action.
Okay.
This isn't just one of those old school chatbots that blindly scans a message looking for a keyword like price and then regurgitates a link. This is true generative AI embedded directly into the veins of your CRM.
So explain the practical difference for someone who might not know. What does the GPT powered by OpenAI action actually do differently than just setting up a really good template?
A template is static. A template is hi bracket, first name bracket, how are you today? Generative AI is dynamic and highly contextual.
Right.
Let's say a customer replies to your text and says, hey, I'm really interested in the plumbing service, but I don't get off work until 5 p.m. and my kid has soccer practice on Tuesdays. Do you have any availability around that?
A template completely breaks right there.
A template fails miserably. But the GPT action actually reads that incoming message. It understands the constraints after 5 p.m., not Tuesday. It checks your actual calendar context, and it generates a completely unique conversational response. It might reply, no problem. I totally understand the busy kid schedule. How about Wednesday evening at 6 p.m.?
That is mind-blowing. It actually comprehends the context of the schedule, and this links directly into the conversation AI action. Right?
Yes. The conversation AI action is where you get to customize the bot's actual brain and personality.
Personality.
Yeah, you give it custom instructions. Do you want your business bot to sound highly professional and corporate? Or do you want it to be witty, casual, maybe use some emojis? You literally prompt it. It handles complex, conditional responses. It is exactly like training a digital receptionist who never has a bad day.
And speaking of receptionists, I need you to tell me about Eliza. I saw the Eliza AI appointment booking action in the documentation. Is she like a specific bot personality?
Eliza is fascinating. She is a specialized, pre-trained AI agent designed for one specific, singular purpose: getting appointments on the calendar.
So she's not a general chatbot.
No, she isn't there to chat with website visitors about the weather or explain your refund policy.
Yeah.
Her internal logic is fine-tuned to negotiate meeting times.
Negotiate, like back and forth.
Exactly. She handles the entire back and forth friction. How about 2 p.m.? The lead says, no, I can't do 2, I have a meeting. Eliza responds, okay, what about 4 p.m. or would Thursday morning be better? She does all of that autonomously without you ever touching the keyboard.
That is the traditional appointment setter role. People pay thousands of dollars a month for a human to do exactly that job.
And in Auto Robo, it's just a workflow action you drag onto the screen. It completely eliminates the massive friction of scheduling. But you also have absolute control. There is an action called Update Conversation, AI Bot and Status.
Which does what?
It lets you automatically turn the AI bot on or off based on where the lead is in the journey.
Oh, I see. So the human handoff.
Right, because maybe you want the Eliza bot to handle the initial website chat and the scheduling. But once the lead is marked as hot and the appointment is booked, the workflow triggers this action to turn the bot off for that specific person.
So the bot doesn't accidentally start negotiating complex contract terms that it shouldn't be handling.
Exactly. You let the bot do the tedious qualification, and you let the human close the high-value deal. And we shouldn't overlook how AI logic ties into smart push notifications.
Right. I get so many useless push notifications on my phone.
We all do. But by using AI and logic conditions, Auto Robo ensures you only send push notifications to your app users that are highly contextual and actually matter to them. You aren't just sending generic blasts, which means your user engagement goes way up because they don't just mute your app.
It's amazing to think that this level of enterprise-grade tech is just available to anyone running a local business. Again, if you are listening to this right now and thinking, wow, my business desperately needs a brain transplant, go to www.autorobo.ca and check it out.
It really levels the playing field.
It totally does. Okay, segment 4. We've charmed the leads with AI. We've talked to them on every channel. Now, show me the money. How does Auto Robo actually handle the sales pipeline and revenue side of things? Because marketing is great, but we need to eat.
This is exactly where marketing transitions into hard sales. The system manages this using opportunity actions, specifically the Create Update Opportunity action.
Okay, for those who haven't used a robust CRM, an opportunity is basically a deal card, right? Like in a visual pipeline view.
Correct. Imagine a digital whiteboard on your screen with columns. Column 1 is new lead. Column 2 is contacted. Column 3 is negotiation. Column 4 is sold.
Got it.
The create update opportunity action automatically moves those digital cards across the board for you.
Automatically.
Yes. If a lead replies to an automated email, the workflow sees that and physically moves their opportunity card from the new lead column into the contacted column. You, as the business owner, don't have to sit there dragging and dropping cards manually at the end of the day. You just open your dashboard and see exactly where the money is.
That saves so much administrative time. And what about accountability? Because if you have a team, things fall through the cracks. I saw actions called add owner to opportunity and add follower to opportunity.
This is a huge feature for sales teams. Let's say a new, incredibly high-value lead comes in through a specific landing page. The workflow can use the add owner action to instantly assign that deal card to your absolute top closer. Let's call him Mike.
Nice, Axel. Go get him, Mike.
Mike gets an instant notification on his phone. But you also want oversight, right? So the workflow uses the add follower action to automatically attach the sales manager to that same card.
So the manager gets CC'd on the progress.
Exactly. The manager can keep an eye on the deal without having to be the primary owner. It creates systemic accountability so no lead is ever left in limbo.
Okay, so Mike does his job. He closes the deal on the phone. How do we actually capture the cash? I saw something called the Stripe one-time charge action.
This one is an absolute game changer. It means you can trigger a real, actual financial credit card transaction directly from inside an automated workflow.
Wait, really? Without sending an invoice?
Yes. If you already have the customer's credit card securely on file in Stripe, maybe from a previous purchase, or a small initial deposit they made online.
Okay.
If you are on a call and they say, yes, let's go ahead and upgrade to the premium tier, you can just move their card to the upgraded column in your pipeline. That movement triggers the workflow, which triggers the Stripe one-time charge, and boom, the card is billed instantly.
That is the speed of money right there. No waiting for them to check their email, open a PDF, click a link, and type in their numbers again.
Exactly. It removes all the friction from getting paid.
But obviously, some industries need a paper trail. If you do need to do the paperwork dance, there is the send estimates and contracts action, right?
Yes, and it is fully automated.
Yes?
The system can dynamically generate a PDF contract, pre-fill it with all the specific contact data it already has, their name, company address, the agreed-upon price from the opportunity card, and automatically email it to them for a legally binding digital signature.
Again, completely removing the manual admin work of sitting in Microsoft Word, typing up a custom PDF for every client.
It saves hours every single week.
And for businesses that run heavily on affiliate programs, I saw an action called add leads under an affiliate.
If you rely on referrals or partners to drive traffic, this automates the hardest part, giving proper credit.
Because tracking that manually is awful.
It's impossible at scale. If a lead comes in through a specific partner's tracking link or form, the add leads under an affiliate action instantly tags that new lead to the referrer's account. There's also a sister action called add manual sales for an affiliate, which streamlines all the commission calculations on the back end.
So it just keeps your referral partners happy and paid without you needing to sit there with a calculator at the end of every month.
Exactly. It manages the relationships for you.
And finally, the most important part of the post-sale process, the reputation. The send review request action.
This is critical for local SEO and trust. The absolute best time to ask a customer for a review is immediately after a highly positive interaction.
Right, when they are happiest.
Yes. You can set the workflow to wait, say, exactly 1 hour after the opportunity card is moved to the Deal 1 stage. Then it triggers the send review request action.
What does it send?
It texts or emails a direct link to your Google business profile or your Facebook review page. It entirely automates your brand's reputation management. You are literally building 5-star social proof while you sleep.
It's brilliant. You don't have to rely on your technicians or your sales guys remembering to awkwardly ask, hey, can you leave us a review?
Because they never remember.
They never do. All right, let's pivot to segment 5. Data management. Now, I know this isn't the sexiest part of the system.
It's not, but it's the plumbing.
Exactly. It's the CRM hygiene that keeps the whole machine from exploding.
It is the absolute foundation of everything we've talked about. If your data is messy, your AI gets confused, and your automation fails. The simplest yet most powerful tool here is the add remove contact tag action.
Tags are essentially like digital sticky notes on a customer's file, right? Like VIP or tire kicker or past client.
That's a perfect way to visualize it. You use the add contact tag action to granularly segment your audience as they interact with you. Then later, you can filter your broadcast. You can say, send this promotional email only to people who currently have the VIP tag.
Right.
But the remove contact tag action is honestly just as important. You have to clean up old tags so the customer's profile doesn't look like a chaotic mess of 50 outdated labels.
Because my database looks like a complete dumpster fire right now with old tags. Now, I also saw the set contact D&D action. D&D meaning do not disturb.
Compliance again. This is huge. If a customer replies to one of your texts with the word S.P, the system should obviously trigger the set contact D&D action immediately for SMS.
To prevent you from illegally messaging them again.
Exactly. It protects your business from massive fines and carrier blocks. It's an automated safety net.
Now, this next one sounded genuinely fun. Modify contact engagement score. Is this basically gamifying the CRM?
It absolutely is gamification. You can systematically assign point values to customer actions.
Give me an example of how that works.
Okay. A lead opens your email. That's +1 point. They actually click a link inside that email. +5 points. They reply to an automated text message. +10 points.
Nice.
But if they completely ghost you and ignore 3 emails in a row, -5 points.
Well, you punish them.
You adjust the score based on reality. The Modify Contact Engagement Score action dynamically tracks all this math in the background. Then, the real magic happens. You can trigger new workflows based entirely on that invisible score.
Oh, I see. So you can set a rule like, if a lead score hits 50, instantly notify the VIP sales team to call them.
Precisely. It means you completely stop wasting your human capital on cold, unresponsive leads and focus 100% of your energy on the hot ones who are actively engaging with your brand.
That is so smart. Now, what about custom objects? I saw the Create Update Custom Object action. That sounds a bit technical for a standard business owner.
It is slightly more advanced, but it's built for businesses that need to track physical things or concepts other than just people.
Like what?
Let's say you own an auto repair shop. In your CRM, the contact is the human being, John Smith. But John Smith owns 3 cars.
Okay.
The custom object in Auto Robo would be vehicle. You can have a workflow that specifically updates the vehicle record, like setting the next oil change date to 3 months from now, without messing up or changing John Smith's personal contact record.
Oh, wow. So you can link multiple objects to one person.
Exactly. Or think of a real estate agent tracking properties. A property isn't a person, but it has data square footage, listing price, status. Custom objects give the system infinite flexibility to adapt to literally any industry model.
That makes perfect sense. It adapts to you, you don't adapt to it. And speaking of adapting, let's move into segment 6, advanced integrations. My notes call this the power user zone. This is for the people who want to connect Auto Robo to, well, basically the rest of the internet.
The key to this entire segment is one word: webhooks.
Okay, please unpack webhooks for me because it honestly sounds like a gadget Spider-Man uses to catch criminals.
It does sound like a comic book weapon. Think of a webhook as a digital handshake or an instant messenger between 2 completely different software programs.
Okay.
The basic webhook action allows Auto Robo to instantly export data out of the workflow and push it into another system the second something happens. But the source material heavily highlights something called the Custom Webhook LC Premium action.
What's the premium difference there?
The standard raw webhook can be pretty tricky to set up if you don't know how to format JSON payloads.
Yeah, you lost me at JSON.
Exactly. The Custom Webhook LC Premium offers a highly user-friendly visual interface with autocomplete mapping. It makes it incredibly easy to send your Auto Robo data to, say, a specialized shipping fulfillment center or a proprietary third-party analytics dashboard without needing a computer science degree.
That is helpful.
And the documentation even mentions they have specific built-in guides for troubleshooting webhooks, which shows the platform acknowledges that this stuff can be complex and they hold your hand through it.
That is great. Now, what about Google? Because everyone runs their life on Google Workspace.
The native Google integration is deep. The Google Sheets action is wildly powerful. You can create multiple rows or look up existing data.
Give me a use case for that.
Imagine every single time you get a new qualified lead, Auto Robo not only updates the CRM, but it seamlessly adds a new formatted row to a shared Google Sheet that your outside investors or contractors have access to.
So they see the data without needing to log into the CRM.
Right. It essentially turns a simple spreadsheet into a dynamic, real-time database connected directly to your workflow engine.
And what about the marketing side? I see Add to Google Analytics and Add to Google Ads.
This is pure gold for media buyers. When a lead finally converts, say they sign a big contract or buy a freemium product, Auto Robo uses these actions to securely send that offline conversion data all the way back up to Google,
Why do we want to send data back to Google?
because it tells the Google Ads algorithm, hey, this specific click resulted in a $5,000 sale. That allows Google's machine learning to optimize your ad spend automatically, finding you more people exactly like that buyer.
Saving money on ads and getting better leads. I love that. Does it do the exact same thing for Facebook?
Yes, through the Facebook ad remove from custom audience actions. And this is brilliant for budget efficiency.
How so?
If someone buys your flagship product, you absolutely use the remove from custom audience action to take them out of your cold prospects targeting pool.
Oh, thank God. I cannot tell you how much I hate seeing retargeting ads for a pair of shoes I literally just purchased yesterday.
It is the biggest waste of ad spend in the world. This action saves you money by not advertising to them anymore, and it saves the customer the annoyance of feeling stalked.
That alone pays for the system.
It really does. Plus, Auto Robo has the Facebook Conversion API action. This transmits your web event data directly from Auto Robo's server straight to Facebook's server,
Bypassing the browser.
bypassing the browser entirely, which means you dodge all those tracking issues caused by iOS updates, cookie blockers, and ad blockers. It is the most robust, accurate way to track your ad ROI today.
That is heavy duty. And for the true hardcore coders listening,
They have the custom code action. If you or your developer can write standard JavaScript, you can make the workflow engine do literally anything you can dream up. Compute complex algorithms, parse weird data formats, limitless. And it features full OAuth2 support, which means you can securely and natively connect to almost any secure API on Earth, LinkedIn, X, specialized banking apps, you name it. The ceiling is infinite.
An infinite ceiling. I like the sound of that. But, and here's the massive but. Hearing us talk about webhooks, OAuth2, JavaScript, and server-side APIs might be making some of our everyday small business listeners sweat profusely right now.
I completely understand that.
So let's hit segment 7, ease of use. We have to be honest here. Is this thing actually usable for a normal human being who just wants to sell more roofing jobs or bake more cakes?
That is the most valid fear a business owner can have, because usually high complexity completely kills execution.
Yeah.
If it's too hard to use, it just becomes a very expensive paperweight.
Exactly.
But Auto Robo addresses this head on. First of all, the visual builder is entirely drag and drop. You absolutely do not need to write a single line of code. You visually drag a little box onto your screen that says send SMS, and you draw a line to connect it to another box that says wait 2 days.
So it looks like a flowchart.
Exactly like a simple flowchart.
And what if I do get stuck? What if I drag the wrong box and break my campaign?
That is where the Academy comes in. We mentioned it earlier, but the built-in Academy is a comprehensive, self-paced training platform right inside your Auto Robo dashboard. You don't have to guess how to build a workflow. You can just pull up a step-by-step video training while you do it.
That is incredibly reassuring.
And if you are really stuck, they have 24/7 support. Real humans you can talk to. You are never left stranded on a deserted island of broken automation trying to figure it out by yourself at midnight.
That peace of mind is huge. Now, I noticed one last, very unique feature set in the docs. Course Grant Revoke Offer. Are you telling me this CRM system can actually host online courses too?
Yes, it replaces yet another software subscription. You can build a fully secure membership and course area right inside Auto Robo.
Really?
Yeah. If someone goes to your checkout page and buys your How to Bake Sourdough Bread Masterclass, the workflow automatically uses the Course Grant Offer action to instantly generate their login credentials and email them access.
And if their credit card bounces the next month?
The workflow catches the failed payment and triggers the Course Revoke Offer action, instantly locking them out of the video portal until they update their billing. So you can literally teach and deliver value to your customers on the exact same platform you use to sell to them.
It really is a true all-in-one operating system.
It is the definition of all-in-one.
So let's wrap this deep dive up. We have covered a massive amount of ground today. We've looked at the omnichannel communication engine, we explored the logic core and the branching, we marveled at the generative AI and the Eliza bot, we went through the Stripe sales tools, and we dug into the data plumbing. If you had to distill all of this down, what is the big takeaway here?
The absolute core takeaway is synthesis. Auto Robo isn't just a shiny new marketing tool, it's a foundational operating system for a modern scalable business. It seamlessly combines the hands, which is the SMS, email, and messaging outreach. It combines the brain, which is the IELTS logic, the dynamic scoring, and the generative AI. And it integrates the wallet, the Stripe payments, and the pipeline management. all in one place.
And the central argument we started with, that idea that this level of tech is the present, not some far-off sci-fi future.
The documentation proves it's undeniable. If you are paying a human or wasting your own time manually doing what the Eliza bot can do flawlessly in 3 seconds, you are losing the game. If you are sitting there at the end of the month manually calculating affiliate commissions on a notepad when the system can do it instantly without math errors, you are bleeding resources. Using AI and automated logic isn't a luxury anymore. It is the baseline standard for business survival.
Very well said. Listen, if you want to stop drowning in sticky notes, if you want to close the 20 tabs you have open right now and start running a business that actually works while you sleep, go to www.autorobo.ca. Just go check it out.
It's absolutely worth your time.
It's built for everyone, from the local solo hustler to the massive multi-state enterprise. Again, that is www.autorobo.ca.
Highly recommend it.
I want to leave everyone listening with one final, slightly provocative thought to mull over.
Let's hear it.
I want you to imagine your absolute biggest, fiercest competitor in your local market. Imagine that their business is currently running 24/7. They have an integrated AI that instantly, perfectly replies to every single inbound lead at 3:00 a.m.
While they sleep.
Exactly. It books qualified appointments directly onto their calendar. It processes their Stripe payments. It sends out digital contracts, and it automatically harvests 5-star Google reviews, all while the owner is at home fast asleep in bed. And you are still manually checking your voicemail in the morning and putting out fires because you forgot to email 3 people back.
Scary thought.
If that is the reality of the playing field today, how long do you honestly think you have left?
That is the ultimate question every business owner needs to answer right now.
Thanks for diving in with us today, everyone. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We are doing something a little bit different today.
Yeah, quite a bit from our usual stuff.
Right, because usually we take a seminal book on economics or maybe a series of really dense academic articles, and we try to distill a narrative out of them for you. But today, we are looking at something that is arguably much more immediate and frankly, a lot more critical for anyone who is actually trying to get things done in the modern world.
Oh, absolutely.
We are looking at what is essentially the central nervous system of a modern business, specifically the Auto Robo System.
It's a really fascinating pivot for us. And when you use that phrase, nervous system, it really is the best analogy for what we're looking at.
How so?
Well, because we aren't talking about a static database here. We're not talking about a place where you just store names and phone numbers like a digital phone book.
Right, like an Excel sheet from 2005.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are talking about a living, breathing digital infrastructure that actually reacts to stimuli. Yeah. It feels pain. It feels pleasure. Well, okay, maybe not pleasure, but it detects success.
Right.
And it reacts instantly.
Right. And our source material for this deep dive is, well, I have to be honest, it's a bit of a beast.
That is an understatement.
We are working off this massive, incredibly dense technical dossier, and it is titled, wait for it, Workflows Triggered.docs.
Which is, let's just be honest, the absolute least sexy title for a document I have ever encountered in my life.
I know, right? It sounds like a printer manual from 1998.
It really does.
It sounds incredibly dry on paper, and if you just glanced at it, it really just looks like a list of technical definitions and Boolean operator.
Yeah, just lines of true and false states.
Right. But when you actually read through it, which we have done for you cover to cover, you start to realize it's essentially a menu of superpowers.
That's a really great way to frame it. A menu of superpowers.
It really is, because what we are looking at here is a comprehensive list of every digital tripwire, every sensor, and every button that is available in the Auto Robo platform.
Yeah.
And the mission for us today, our goal, is to decode these technical things, these quote-unquote triggers, and explain how they turn a chaotic, stress-filled business into a self-driving machine.
And this is really critical context for anyone listening today. We need to dispel a myth right off the bat here.
Go for it.
AI and automation, they aren't these futuristic sci-fi concepts anymore. We talk about them like they're coming tomorrow.
Right.
But they are the standard right now. They are the absolute baseline. If your business isn't using triggers to react to customer behavior instantly, you aren't just old school.
You're obsolete.
You are actively falling behind. You are bringing a knife to a drone fight.
I love that. A knife to a drone fight. So before we get lost in the weeds, and let me just warn you, we are definitely going to get into some technical weeds today. Let's set the tone.
Yeah, let's define our terms.
We are going to say the word trigger a lot. It sounds techy. But in Auto Robo land, all it really means is when this happens, do that.
It's simple cause and effect, input and output, the conditional logic that runs the whole engine.
Exactly. And while we're going to dive really deep into the mechanics today, I want to mention right up front that if you want to actually see this system in action or, get your hands on it to follow along with us, you can head over to www.autorobo.ka.
It's definitely worth checking out because as we go through this, you're going to realize that whether you are a solo entrepreneur working out of a coffee shop or you're running a massive enterprise with 50 or 100 employees, the core problem is always exactly the same.
Which is what, exactly?
Human error and lack of time.
Right.
Humans forget things. Humans need to sleep. Humans hesitate. The Auto Robo system is fundamentally positioned as the technical solution to the human bottleneck.
I really like that framing, the human bottleneck, because honestly, who here actually finds it fun to manually check if an invoice has been paid every 10 minutes?
Nobody. Soul-crushing work.
It is entirely soul-crushing.
Right.
So let's get into it. We are going to break this dossier down by category, starting with the most fundamental part of any operation, which is the people.
Right, the human connection.
Section 1 is all about communication and contact triggers.
The basics of who. Who are we talking to, and how is the system recognizing them?
So right at the top of the technical document, we have the contact created and contact change triggers. Now, playing devil's advocate for a second, this sounds incredibly basic. A contact is created. Great. Why is this a superpower?
Well, it sounds basic, but you have to look at the latency. The contact created trigger is basically the hello world of automation.
Okay.
It fires the actual millisecond a new human being enters your database.
So like someone fills out a web form or you manually type their name in.
Sufficely, the database registers the new entry. And while the source document notes that this trigger is fairly limited, that's actually a bit modest on their part.
How so?
It is limited in complexity, sure. It's just a binary state change. Was there a contact? Now there is. But its utility is infinite. This is the trigger that wakes the entire system up.
It's the starting gun.
Exactly. If you don't have this, nothing else happens. It's the front door opening. Without this trigger, a new lead just sits in your database like a manila folder in a filing cabinet, doing nothing, seeing nothing, hearing nothing.
So the system has to know someone walked in the door. And what about contact changed?
That's the evolution of the data.
Yeah.
People change, right?
Sure.
They change their email addresses, they change their last names when they get married, they move to new cities. The contact change trigger allows the system to react when the data on the actual record shifts.
So for example, if a client goes into a client portal and updates their billing address.
The trigger sees that change in the data string. Maybe it automatically updates their billing profile in a totally different piece of accounting software using an API call.
Oh, wow.
Or, let's say they change their lead status on a form from just looking to ready to buy. The system detects that field change, pulls them out of the slow nurture bucket, and drops them right into the high priority sales bucket.
It's about keeping the data alive.
Exactly. It's real-time data synchronization.
Okay, so those are the broad strokes of getting someone into the system. But let's get specific. There is one trigger in this document that I think is the absolute secret weapon of marketing.
Let me guess. The contact tag trigger.
You got it. The contact tag trigger.
Oh, absolutely. This is where you move from just storing data to actual high-level segmentation.
Segmentation, that is a big industry buzzword. Unpack that for me from a technical perspective. What is the system actually doing?
So, in the technical document, it explicitly says this trigger, quote, starts a workflow when a contact tag is added or removed.
Sounds kind of boring when you read it like that.
It does. But think about the architecture of a tag within the Auto Robo ecosystem. A tag isn't just a label you slap on a folder. It's an active broadcast signal.
Okay, give me a real-world scenario so I can picture this.
Let's say you run a high-end clothing brand. A customer goes to your site and spends over $500. The system automatically, thanks to other triggers, slaps a VIP tag on their contact profile.
Okay, so now they have this invisible sticky note on them that says VIP.
Right. And the contact tag trigger is constantly listening for that specific string of text, VIP. The exact moment it attaches to the contact record in the database, boom, it fires a workflow.
What does the workflow do?
Anything you want. Maybe it sends an automated webhook to a fulfillment center to include a handwritten thank you note. Maybe it generates and emails a special one-time discount code.
Nice.
Maybe it pings your top sales rep on Slack to give them a personal call within 5 minutes. The tag is the signal, and the trigger is the action engine.
And it works in reverse too, right? The dossier mentioned triggers for when a tag is removed.
Correct. The system detects the absence of the previously existing tag. So if someone cancels their monthly subscription, the system might automatically remove the active member tag.
And then what?
The trigger sees that removal event and immediately initiates a churn recovery sequence. It sends a "we're sorry to see you go" email, offers them a downgrade option, alert support. It's completely dynamic.
Which ensures that the customer's experience matches their current status, not what their status was 3 months ago.
Exactly. It prevents you from sending a welcome aboard email to someone who just quit.
Which is embarrassing and happens way more often than people think.
Far too often.
I love that. It makes the database feel incredibly alive. Now, moving on to something that we have all experienced, the oops moment. The dossier spends some time on the call status trigger.
This is an underused gem. I call this the phone tag killer.
The document says you can, quote, cause events to happen such as send you a text when a call comes in but doesn't connect.
Just think about how much money is lost in the daily game of phone tag.
Oh, it has to be billions globally.
Easily. You call a lead, the phone rings, they don't answer, you hang up. What usually happens next in a normal business?
In a normal business, nothing. I go get a coffee, I check my email, and I completely forget I even called them, or maybe I leave a voicemail that they're absolutely never going to listen to.
Exactly. Nobody listens to voicemails anymore. Or, on the flip side, a lead calls you. You are busy with another client, the call goes to voicemail, and the lead hangs up without leaving a message.
And that lead is gone.
Usually gone forever. They are immediately calling your competitor who actually picked up the phone.
So how does the Auto Robo call status trigger actually fix this mechanically?
It detects the specific telephony status via the phone system's API. So it listens for states like call inbound no answer, or call outbound busy, or call completed.
Okay.
So you can build a workflow that says, if I miss an inbound, call the status equals no answer, immediately wait exactly 30 seconds, and then send an SMS back to that caller's number.
And a text says what?
It says something totally natural, like, hey, so sorry I just missed your call. I'm tied up with a client right now. How can I help you?
Wow. That is slick. It completely saves the interaction.
It saves the deal. It turns a dead end into a text conversation.
Mhm.
And we know from the data that text messages have a massively higher open and response rate anyway. You are automatically pivoting the communication channel based on the failure of the initial call.
It's like having a receptionist who never sleeps.
Exactly.
And speaking of those personal touches, we also have the birthday reminder trigger in here.
Classic CRM feature.
I have to say, looking at how reliable this is, Auto Robo probably remembers birthdays better than most spouses do.
Oh, it definitely does.
Yeah.
And it never forgets to buy the card.
Right. The source material says this is great for adding a personal touch. And it's true, it's such a small thing, but getting a happy birthday, here's 10% off your next order text. It feels nice.
It does. And from a strictly technical perspective, it's very simple. It's just triggering a workflow based on a specific date field matching the current system date. But the psychological impact of that automation is really high.
It keeps your brand top of mind.
In a positive, non-salesy way, it humanizes the robot, so to speak.
Now, let's talk about ghosts.
Ghosts.
The stale opportunities trigger.
Ah, right. Re-engaging the dead.
The document explicitly says, quote, if you have an extensive contact list which has a number of contacts that are older and have gone stale, you can reignite them.
And this is huge because most businesses are just sitting on an absolute goldmine of stale leads.
People who inquired maybe 6 months ago?
Right. They asked for a quote, got busy with their lives and just never bought. But most salespeople are hyper-focused on the new leads coming in today. They completely ignore the old ones.
Because the new ones are exciting, the new ones are hot, the old ones are, well, they're stale.
Right. But the stale opportunities trigger automates the mining of that older gold. You configure the trigger to look at the last interaction date. You say, if a lead hasn't been contacted in exactly 90 days, fire this workflow.
And the workflow does what?
It sends a super casual plain text email. Hey, Bob, are you still looking for help with your roof? Just checking in.
And if they reply, boom, they are back in the active pipeline.
Yes.
And if they don't reply, it's absolutely no skin off your back because the robot did all the heavy lifting.
Exactly. It's pure operational efficiency. You create this automated safety net so that no potential revenue ever truly slips through the cracks. It just keeps circling back until they buy or tell you to go away.
Which brings us to the last thing in the human section, the contact D&D trigger. D&D standing for Do Not Disturb.
Yes, the privacy guardrails.
How does this work?
The system can sense when the D&D status Boolean changes from false to true. And this is absolutely crucial for legal compliance these days.
Like spam laws.
Exactly. If someone replies S-T-P to one of your automated text messages, the carrier automatically flags that. The Auto Robo system catches that flag and flips the D&D switch to true for SMS.
So they don't get texts anymore.
Right. But this trigger allows you to go further. You can say, if SMS D&D becomes true, also trigger a workflow to remove them from our promotional email marketing list and send a Slack alert to the sales manager so nobody manually calls them by mistake.
It protects you from being that guy.
The spammer. Nobody wants to be the spammer. And nobody wants a massive fine for violating telemarketing laws.
Absolutely nobody. All right, let's shift gears here. We have talked a lot about people and communication. Now let's talk about what actually keeps the lights on in a business.
The money.
Section 2, the money engine. Sales, invoices, and commerce.
The fun stuff. This is where the ROI of the Auto Robo system really becomes visible.
The first trigger listed here is the invoice trigger. The source dossier says it provides automation tailored to payment and invoice status.
Okay, let's have some real talk here. Chasing money is incredibly awkward.
It is the absolute worst part of running a business.
Yeah.
Sending that email like, hey, did you happen to get that bill I sent last week?
It's uncomfortable for you, and honestly, it's annoying for the client. So let the robot be the bad guy.
I like that strategy. Don't blame me, blame the Auto Robo system.
Precisely. You can set up a trigger for invoice status equals overdue. The exact moment that status flips in the system, say, at midnight on the 30th day, it fires off a polite reminder email.
Just a little nudge.
Right. But if it's still unpaid 3 days later, the system triggers another email, maybe a little firmer. 2 days after that, it triggers an automated text message. Then finally, it creates a task for a human accountant to actually pick up the phone.
It escalates automatically.
Yes.
But this trigger also works for good news, right? Not just the deadbeats. What about invoice status equals paid?
Yes. And strategically, that is just as important. Think about it. When someone finally pays you, that is the absolute peak moment of trust in the relationship. You want to immediately acknowledge that.
Like within seconds.
Yes. The trigger detects the payment gateway success code and instantly sends them a PDF receipt. Or maybe it triggers a whole onboarding sequence because now they aren't just a lead, they're officially a client. The delay between payment and acknowledgement should be 0.
Because speed creates trust.
Exactly. If I pay you thousands of dollars online and I hear absolute silence from your company for 2 days, I start to panic. I think I've been scammed.
I've been there.
But if I pay you and I instantly get a welcome packet and a video from the CEO, I think, wow, these guys are pros.
Next up in the money section, we have pipeline stage changed and opportunity status changed.
Right. So this is the visual representation of your sales process. Moving a contact card from new lead over to booked appointment and then over to negotiation.
Right, like a standard Kanban board interface.
Exactly. The pipeline stage change trigger is incredibly powerful because it turns UI actions into database actions.
Meaning what?
Let's say you physically drag a leads card with your mouse into the one column on your screen. That simple physical action, just dragging and dropping, triggers a massive API chain reaction.
What kind of reaction?
It can automatically generate and send the contract. It can ping the fulfillment team on Slack to start building the product. It can add the client to the weekly newsletter list, and this is huge. It can trigger an API call to Facebook to remove them from your prospecting ads so you stop wasting ad spend on someone who already bought.
All from one single drag and drop.
All from that one movement. That is the true definition of leverage. One human action triggers 10 complex digital actions in the background.
And there's a specific technical note in the dossier here that I think is really important to highlight for the listeners. It says, quote, to publish these workflows, you need both a trigger and an action.
Yes, that is a core architectural rule of the system.
What does that mean for the user?
It means you can't just set the trap without the spring. You can't just tell the system, hey, when the pipeline status changes, and then leave the result blank.
Right.
You have to explicitly define the output. The system validates the logic before it lets you turn it on. It physically prevents you from publishing broken or half-finished workflows. It forces you to be deliberate about your automation.
Got it. Okay, now let's talk about the estimates trigger.
Similar logic to invoices, but this happens pre-sale. The triggers are estimate sent, estimate viewed, estimate accepted.
Now, estimate viewed, I have to say, that feels a little creepy, but also really cool.
It's incredibly useful. If you send a $5,000 quote to a client and you get a system notification on your phone that they just opened it, what should you do?
I mean, I would probably call them.
Exactly. Or text them. Hey, Bob, just thinking about your project. Let me know if you have any questions on the pricing I sent over.
Because you know for a fact they're looking at it right that second.
Right. The estimate viewed trigger essentially gives your sales team psychic powers. You're calling them at the exact moment of highest intent.
I love that. Do you see my price? Do you like my price? But fully automated.
And if they do like it, the estimate accepted trigger fires, which automatically generates the invoice, sends it over and moves their pipeline stage. It perfectly connects the dots without a human doing data entry.
Now, for the people listening who are selling physical goods, we have a whole specialized category in the document called Shopify triggers.
Yes.
Yep.
The Auto Robo System plays very, very nicely with the e-commerce world.
We have two distinct triggers here that caught my eye. Order placed versus order fulfilled. Why are these separate events?
Because they represent two very different emotional states for the customer, and you have to communicate differently for each one.
Explain that.
Order placed is the dopamine high. I just bought the new shoes. I'm excited. The trigger here should fire off a confirmation of that excitement. Send a receipt, say thank you, maybe trigger an invite to join your VIP community.
Okay, that makes sense.
But order fulfilled, that happens maybe 2 or 3 days later when the warehouse actually packs the box. This marks the start of what we call the anxiety gap.
The anxiety gap.
Yes. The time between parting with your money and actually receiving the physical product. This is when buyer's remorse starts to creep in.
Oh, for sure. I start wondering if I really needed those shoes.
Exactly. So the order fulfilled trigger needs to automatically provide reassurance. It triggers emails with tracking numbers. It sends updates saying it's on the way, or maybe a link to a video showing how to care for the shoes once they arrive.
You are managing the customer's anxiety using an automated sequence.
Precisely.
We also have triggers for order submitted and order form submission. The dossier mentions this specifically enables upsells after the order is submitted.
This is the classic, do you want fries with that element?
But handled by an AI workflow.
Right. The customer has already entered their credit card details. They've mentally committed and bought the main product. The trigger fires immediately upon that submission and presents a one-time offer page.
What does that look like?
It says, hey, you just bought the heavy-duty flashlight? Do you want to add a 10-pack of rechargeable batteries for 50% off? Click here to add to your order.
It's striking while the iron is hot.
Exactly. It increases the average cart value significantly, and it's fully automated, zero extra effort from your team.
But what if they don't buy the initial product? What if they bail at the last second? The document lists the abandoned checkout trigger.
The dossier notes this is designed to connect with customers who spent, quote, significant time browsing or added items to their cart but didn't pull the trigger.
I've heard marketers say this is the highest ROI trigger in existence. Is that true?
Arguably, yes, because these people were seconds away from giving you their money. They had high intent, but then they got distracted. The pizza delivery guy arrived. Their boss walked into their office.
Life happened.
Life happened. The session timed out. The abandoned checkout trigger simply monitors the cart object. If it's not converted to a sale within, say, an hour, it nudges them.
It sends an email.
Hey, you left something behind in your cart. Here's a link to finish checking out. It recovers lost revenue that would otherwise be gone forever. It is practically free money. If you are in e-commerce and you don't have this turned on, you are literally burning money every single day.
It's amazing how much revenue is just leaking out of businesses because they don't have these simple automated plugs in place.
It really is. A business without triggers is basically a bucket full of holes. You're pouring expensive marketing leads in the top, but they're leaking out of the missed call hole and the abandoned cart hole and the stale lead hole.
And the triggers plug the holes.
Triggers plug every single hole.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to section 3, the content and education hub. Because Auto Robo isn't just about selling physical widgets or service appointments, it handles digital memberships and courses too.
And this is actually a bit of a meta moment for us in this deep dive.
How so?
Because Auto Robo itself has a comprehensive self-training platform built right into it. They use their own membership technology to teach you how to use their technology.
That's right. We should definitely emphasize that there is a built-in academy.
Yes. For anyone listening right now who is maybe getting a little overwhelmed by the tech talk, APIs, Booleans, webhooks, don't panic. The system includes an academy that trains both the technical users who want to code and the everyday business users who just want to sell.
You don't have to guess how to configure these triggers.
No, they teach you exactly how to do it step by step.
That is a huge relief. So, looking at the membership triggers in the document, we start with the new sign-up trigger.
The digital welcome mat. This fires the moment a lead subscribes to a portal. It auto-generates their secure login credentials, sends them the welcome email with a link, maybe triggers an invite to a private Facebook group. It acts as an automated onboarding concierge.
And then right below that, we have the user login trigger.
Now, this one is interesting. It fires every time a user signs into the portal.
Why would you want to trigger a workflow just because someone logged in? That seems excessive.
It's all about engagement tracking. Think about the extremes. If the database shows someone hasn't logged in for 30 days, you might trigger a re-engagement campaign to win them back before they cancel.
Makes sense.
But on the flip side, if someone logs in every single day, maybe you trigger a loyalty reward or a special welcome back power user message. It helps you automatically identify who your most engaged customers are.
Now, here is a technical nuance in the dossier that actually confused me at first. It lists product access granted, and then right next to it, offer access granted. What is the actual difference between a product and an offer in this ecosystem?
That's a great question, and it's a vital distinction in modern digital business architecture.
Unpack it for me.
Okay, a product is the actual thing, the deliverable, the content. Let's say the 10-step guide to baking bread video course. That is the product.
Yeah.
An offer, on the other hand, is the commercial wrapper around the product. It's the price point and the packaging. You might create an offer called the Ultimate Baker's Bundle, which includes the bread course, a cookie course, and a PDF checklist, all bundled together for $50.
I see. So the offer is what they buy.
Exactly. So a customer buys the offer. The system grants access to the offer, which then cascades down and grants access to the individual products inside that bundle.
So having separate triggers for both layers allows for really complex, nuanced business models.
Exactly. You could use the offer trigger to send a generic "thank you for buying the bundle" receipt, and then you use the individual product triggers to send specific emails like, "Here is your login for the bread course," and a separate email saying, "Here is the link to download your PDF checklist." It gives you incredible granularity.
That makes perfect sense. Now let's talk about gamification, keeping people hooked on the content. We have triggers here for category started, category completed, and lesson progress.
This whole suite of triggers is designed to combat the biggest problem in online education, which is the completion crisis.
Right. People buy expensive courses and then just never finish them.
All the time. Stats are depressing. But these triggers allow the system to act as an automated cheerleader. When a user finishes Module 1, which triggers category completed, you can have the system instantly fire off an email that says, "Great job, you are 20% done. Keep up the momentum."
It's a digital high five.
It is. It triggers a dopamine hit that keeps them logging back in.
And building on that, we have the certificates issued trigger.
Oh, I really like this one.
When they finish the whole course, the system automatically generates a customized PDF certificate with their actual name on it and emails it to them.
It provides closure. It gives them a tangible sense of accomplishment.
And bragging rights, they can immediately post that PDF on LinkedIn.
Exactly. Which, by the way, is completely free viral marketing for your course. Every time someone posts a certificate, their entire network sees your brand.
And speaking of community and networks, there is a trigger here called Community Group Member Leaderboard Level Changed.
Yeah.
That is quite a mouthful.
It is a mouthful, but the underlying concept is simple. It's advanced gamification.
Leaderboards.
Yes. If you host a community group inside the Auto Robo system, users automatically earn points for engaging, posting, liking, commenting. When they accumulate enough points and level up, say, they go from newbie status to expert status.
Yeah.
This trigger fires.
And then what happens?
Whatever you want. You celebrate them. You trigger an automated direct message congratulating them. Maybe the system automatically mails them a physical swag bag or gives them a public shout-out.
It creates status.
Yes. It gives the members a sense of purpose and strongly encourages them to participate daily. It's what makes a digital community sticky.
Sticky is good. We definitely want sticky.
We do. High stickiness equals low churn.
All right, let's move into section 4, the social web and lead capture. This is all about casting the net out into the world.
Catching attention in the wild.
We see specific triggers here for TikTok-led form submitted and Facebook-led form submitted.
These are absolute game changers for marketers.
Why specifically these social platforms? Why do they get their own triggers?
Because that is where consumer attention is concentrated right now. But here's the key concept you have to understand. Speed to lead.
There's that phrase again, speed to lead.
Imagine someone is scrolling through TikTok in bed at 11 p.m. They see your ad for home solar panels. They click Learn More, and the little native form pops up inside the app. They tap to autofill their info and hit Submit. And then they immediately go back to scrolling.
Right. They have completely forgotten about your solar panels in 3 seconds. They're watching a video of a cat playing a piano now.
Exactly, unless the TikTok-led form submitted trigger fires instantly via the API integration. Before they even swipe to the next video, their phone buzzes with a text message.
What does it say?
Hey, just saw you requested info on our TikTok ad. I happen to be up late working. Do you have any quick questions about solar?
Whoa. That completely stops the scroll.
It brutally interrupts the pattern.
Yeah.
It grabs them while they are still in the context of your ad. If you wait until 9 a.m. the next morning to email them, they don't even remember who you are. They think you're spam.
That's a great point.
These platform-specific triggers bridge the gap between social media time, which is lightning fast, and traditional business time, which is painfully slow. You have to operate on social media time to win.
The dossier also lists generic form submitted and survey submitted triggers.
Surveys are incredibly powerful tools.
The document specifically mentions using surveys to segment users based on their answers.
Yes. Imagine you have a survey on your site that asks one simple question. Are you a beginner, intermediate, or expert?
Okay.
If they click beginner, the survey trigger analyzes that specific data field and dynamically routes them into the beginner nurture email sequence. If they click expert, it bypasses the basics and drops them straight into the advanced sales sequence.
So you aren't annoying the guy with a PhD by sending him intro to 101 emails.
Exactly. Relevance dramatically increases conversion rates, and the trigger is what creates that relevance automatically.
And then there are trigger links.
Ah, the magic links.
The expert insight in the notes here is that these are simple URLs you embed in an email or a text. But if they are clicked, the Auto Robo system knows.
It knows exactly who clicked it and exactly when they clicked it. This is basically a digital spy tool.
In a good way, of course.
In a highly profitable way.
Give me a specific use case for a trigger link.
Let's say you send a mass email to 10,000 people saying, click here if you are interested in joining our new high-ticket coaching program.
Okay.
A prospect reads it and clicks the link just to look at the landing page. The system registers the trigger link clicked event. It automatically tags their profile as interested in coaching, and it immediately sends a Slack message to your sales team saying, call Bob Smith right now. He's literally looking at the coaching pricing page as we speak.
It's like putting a digital tracer on your hottest leads.
Exactly. It reveals hidden intent.
Moving on to Section 5. Internal operations. The brain of the business itself.
Right. This is the unsexy behind-the-scenes stuff that actually makes a business scalable.
We have task added, task reminder, and task completed triggers.
This is all about workflow management, and fundamentally, it's about avoiding the bus factor.
The bus factor, I haven't heard that one.
If your absolute best, most knowledgeable key employee gets hit by a bus tomorrow, God forbid does the business stop functioning.
In most small businesses, absolutely yes.
Because all the standard operating procedures are locked inside their head. They just know, oh, I need to remember to call that guy back on Tuesday. With task triggers, the process lives inside the system, not the human.
How does that look in practice?
When a specific type of lead comes in, the system automatically creates a task assigned to an employee. Call lead within 2 hours. If that task isn't marked as completed in the CRM by the deadline, the task reminder trigger fires and escalates it. It pings the manager.
So literally nothing falls through the cracks.
It enforces operational accountability automatically. You don't have to walk around the office being the nagging boss. The system does the nagging for you based on the rules you set.
I really love that. I'm not micromanaging you. The robot is micromanaging you.
Precisely. It depersonalizes the accountability.
Then we have note added and note changed triggers.
This is vital for syncing context across a team.
The example in the outline is actually really great. A sales rep is on the phone and types a note into the CRM. Client hates mornings.
Right. The note added trigger can be configured to scan the text of new notes. Or, simpler, just the act of adding the note triggers an alert to the account manager to review the file. It ensures that everyone who touches that contact knows the context. Don't call this guy at 9 a.m. or you'll blow the deal.
And finally, in this internal section, documents and contracts.
Automating based on document status, things like contract sent, contract viewed, contract signed.
This means no more chasing signatures manually.
Exactly. When the client finally signs the digital contract using their mouse, the contract sign trigger fires. The system automatically countersigns it on your behalf, saves a PDF copy securely to the client's cloud folder, emails everyone a final copy, and instantly generates the onboarding invoice.
The deal is done instantly.
Friction is the enemy of revenue. These operational triggers ruthlessly remove friction from the business process.
Okay, folks, tighten your seatbelts. We are heading into Section 6, Advanced Capabilities.
We are officially putting on the lab coats now.
This is the real tech deep dive. But remember, like we said earlier, the Auto Robo Built-in Academy teaches all of this. You do not need a computer science degree to use this stuff.
That's very true. But these specific features are designed for the power users who really want to push the platform to its absolute limits.
First up in the advanced tier, custom object created and custom objects change triggers.
Okay, this is a massive feature.
Let's start basic. What exactly is a custom object in a database?
Most CRMs have standard, hard-coded objects. Contacts, companies, deals, tasks.
Right. The basics.
But what if your business model is highly unique?
The dossier uses an interesting example. Pizza ovens.
Right. Let's say your company sells and services massive industrial pizza ovens for restaurants. A contact is the restaurant owner. The company is the restaurant. But you critically need to track the actual oven itself.
Because the oven is what you service.
Exactly. The oven has a unique serial number, an installation date, a specific model type, a warranty expiration date. In Auto Robo, you can build that oven as a custom object in the database.
Okay, I follow.
So with the custom object created trigger, the exact day you sell and install a new oven and log it in the system, it automatically starts a 5-year warranty countdown timer workflow.
And the custom objects changed trigger.
Let's say 2 years later, a field technician goes out and updates the oven's status record to needs major repair. That data change triggers a complex workflow to automatically schedule a follow-up service call, order specific replacement parts from the warehouse, and alert the billing department.
So Auto Robo can essentially be molded to fit any obscure industry.
Any industry in the world. Real estate, houses are custom objects, automotive. Cars and VIN numbers are objects, medical. Patients and appointments are objects. It is not just a tool for digital marketers, it is a universal infrastructure.
That is incredibly powerful. Next on the advanced list, we have verification and quality control triggers, specifically the number validation trigger.
This is all about database hygiene.
The dossier says this fires when a phone number is, quote, SMS, incapable or invalid.
If you are doing SMS marketing, you pay per text. If you are blasting texts to landlines or fake 555 numbers, you are literally burning money on delivery fees.
Right.
The number validation trigger detects the carrier status via an API. It says, error. This is a landline. The trigger fires instantly, tags the contact as email only, and permanently removes them from the SMS workflow. It cleans your data automatically, saving you money every single month.
And very similarly, there is the messaging error trigger.
This initiates a workflow upon a failed SMS delivery attempt. If a message bounces because their inbox is full or the carrier blocked it, don't just ignore the error code. Trigger a fallback email instead. Or alert your support team to reach out.
And actually, speaking of support, this is a really good time to mention that if you are in there setting up these advanced lab coat triggers and you hit a wall, Auto Robo has 24/7 support available.
Which is absolutely crucial. You are never alone in this system. If you get stuck at 2 a.m., you can hop on a live chat or a call and say, hey, why is my messaging error trigger firing correctly? And an expert will literally look at your screen and help you troubleshoot the logic.
That kind of peace of mind is worth a lot, especially for small teams. Okay, 2 more techie ones here to wrap up the dossier. Video tracking triggers.
We touched on this briefly with the course completion stuff, but it heavily applies to marketing and sales videos too.
The notes say the accuracy depends on the progress bar settings.
That's a technical detail about how the video player pings the database. But the actual business impact is this. Knowing precisely if a high-value lead actually watched your 30-minute sales presentation.
So what if the trigger shows they watched 100% of it?
You have your best closer call them immediately. They are piping hot. They consumed all the info.
And what if the trigger shows they only watched 10% and then paused it?
You put them in a long-term nurture email sequence. They clearly aren't ready to buy. This data saves your sales team from wasting hours calling people who aren't actually interested.
Finally, we have inbound IVR, interactive voice response triggers.
Ah, the classic. Press 1 for sales, press 2 for support.
The robot voice menu.
Yes. But in this ecosystem, it's connected directly to your automated workflows. If a caller presses 1, it doesn't just blindly ring a phone on a desk.
What does it do?
It can instantly tag the caller's contact record as interested in sales. It can send a push notification to the sales team's Slack channel with the caller's ID, and then it routes the call to the available rep.
It makes a three-person small business sound and operate exactly like a Fortune 500 company.
It's professionalism at massive scale,
Mm-hmm.
and it routes people and data to the exact right place instantly.
Wow. Okay. Taking a breath here. We have covered an immense amount of ground today.
We really have. We went deep.
We've gone all the way from the simple contact created to abandoned Shopify carts to custom pizza oven objects.
It has been quite a journey through the dossier.
So let's try to synthesize all of this for the listener. Based on everything in this massive document, what is the big overarching takeaway here?
The main takeaway is that the Auto Robo system isn't just a database. It's not just a digital Rolodex where data sits and rots. It is a highly active action engine.
An action engine.
Yes, most businesses are fundamentally reactive. They wait for a server to break, or they wait for a customer to complain, or they wait for a lead to call them back. This system allows you to be entirely proactive. It allows your business to anticipate needs and react to reality in milliseconds.
In looking at these triggers, it's all about deep connectivity.
Right. The CRM talks to the invoice, which talks to the email server, which updates the task list, which triggers the SMS gateway. That level of seamless, automated connectivity is exactly what we mean when we talk about true AI-powered operations.
It's the modern standard.
It's the only way to scale without just hiring 100 people to do data entry.
And I really want to reiterate, because I know we got pretty deep into the weeds today with JSON and APIs and custom objects and all these triggers. This entire platform is specifically designed to be user-friendly for any business size.
It really is. The workflow builder interface is entirely visual. It's drag-and-drop logic, and remember the resources available to you.
Exactly. Just go to www.autorobo.ca. That is where you can subscribe and get instant access to every single tool we talked about today.
And lean on the built-in academy. If you are willing to spend a little time learning, all the step-by-step info is right there inside the platform.
And of course, the 24/7 support team. You always have a safety net if you get stuck building your workflows.
Exactly. You don't have to figure it out alone.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final provocative thought.
Go for it.
We have spent an hour talking about efficiency. We've talked about saving time and plugging leaky revenue funnels and optimizing API calls. But let's make this highly personal for a second.
Okay.
If your business could suddenly react to every single customer action instantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, completely without you having to lift a finger. If the endless chasing of invoices, the tedious scheduling, the constant manual follow-up was all suddenly handled perfectly by the Auto Robo system, what would you actually do with all that newly freed up time?
That really is the ultimate question, isn't it? Would you finally focus on building that new product line? Would you spend more time at home with your family? Would you finally take that real vacation you've been putting off for 3 years?
Because at the end of the day, automation isn't really just about making more money or pleasing the algorithm. It is about buying back your own life.
I couldn't agree more. That is the real superpower here.
And that is a wrap for this deep dive into the Automator's Playbook. Go check out www.autorobo.ca right now. Get your triggers set up, buy back your time, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
See you then. You know, I was looking at a study the other day about this concept of micro-stress.
Oh, yeah. The silent killer of productivity.
Exactly. It's not the big things, right? It's not a bankruptcy or some massive corporate restructuring that absolutely kills your momentum.
Right.
It's the friction, just the daily grinding friction. And I honestly think there is no greater source of friction in the modern white-collar world than the simple, agonizing act of trying to find a time to speak to another human being.
The dreaded email ping pong.
The ping pong. I mean, I open my laptop, I feel great, I'm fully caffeinated, I'm ready to crush it.
You're in the zone.
I'm in the zone. And I email a guy named Steve. And I say, hey, Steve, let's chat. When are you free?
And right there, you've just initiated a 3-day negotiation for a 30-minute outcome.
Yes. Steve writes back, 4 hours later, Tuesday at 2. But I'm already booked Tuesday at 2. So I reply, how about Wednesday at 10?
And by the time Steve actually sees that,
Thursday.
Yeah, the week is gone.
It's exhausting. And looking at the research and the documentation we have in front of us today, it's not just annoying, it's actually quantifiably expensive.
It's incredibly expensive. We tend to think of scheduling as just admin work, right? It's just this minor thing that happens in the background of real work.
Like it doesn't count.
Exactly. But if you actually audit the time, the literal minutes spent checking the calendar, cross-referencing, typing the email, reading the reply, it easily adds up to hours a week.
Hours.
And that is just pure revenue leaking right out of the hull of your ship.
And that, for everyone listening, is exactly why we're doing this deep dive today.
Hmm.
We are not talking about calendars in the traditional sense.
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to talk about paper planners or, color coding your diary with highlighters.
We are way past that. If you're doing that, you're in the Stone Age.
We are looking at a comprehensive system today called Auto Robo.
Hmm.
And honestly, going through the specs on this thing, calling Auto Robo a calendar, is kind of like calling a Tesla a golf cart.
That's actually the perfect framing for this. It's an operations engine.
Right. It's an AI-powered infrastructure for your time.
And we are seeing this massive shift across the entire business landscape right now. We used to have what I like to call analog thinking.
Meaning what exactly?
Meaning I pick a time, I physically or digitally write it down, and that's it. It's static.
Right.
But now, modern businesses are moving to digital logic. The Auto Robo System represents that exact shift. It's about transforming your schedule from a static list of to-dos into a dynamic, intelligent asset that actively works for you behind the scenes.
It's the difference between you working for your calendar and your calendar finally working for you.
Precisely. And the core thesis, the real mission of our deep dive today, is to explore how AI and automation and scheduling aren't just some futuristic concept. People talk about it like it's the future. Like, oh, maybe in 5 years I'll automate my bookings.
Yeah, like it's a luxury add-on.
No, it is the current standard. Right now, today. If you are still doing the email ping pong, you are already operating at a distinctive competitive disadvantage.
Which is a pretty scary thought for the procrastinators out there listening to this.
It should be a wake-up call.
But let's verify that claim. We're going to break down exactly how this machine works, right from the basic technical architecture all the way up to the AI logic layer.
It's going to get technical, but it's crucial to understand.
It is, and for everyone listening, I highly recommend you actually look at the system while we discuss it. You can access or subscribe to the system right now at www.autorobo.ca.
Yeah, it really helps to visualize the dashboard while we go through the mechanics of this.
Okay, so let's get into the weeds. Section 1, the architecture. When I first opened the Auto Robo documentation, I genuinely expected to just see a grid.
Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
Exactly, a standard grid. But the documentation immediately splits into all these different calendar types. And I'll be honest, it seemed overly complex at first glance. Why isn't a calendar just a calendar?
Because a business isn't just a business.
Fair point.
Think about it. A high-stakes law firm operates on fundamentally different physics than, say, a local yoga studio.
Right, completely different flow.
Which is completely different from an emergency plumbing dispatch. If you try to jam all of those distinct operational models into one generic slot system, the system breaks. Auto Robo handles this by creating highly specific, logic-based architectural tools for different business scenarios. It's about fitting the digital tool to the actual real-world trade.
Okay, so let's start with the calendar type that sounded the most aggressive to me, the round-robin calendar.
Ah, yes.
To me, round-robin sounds like a high school tennis tournament.
In a technical business context, you should really think of it as load balancing. This is strictly engineered for teams, usually sales teams or support departments.
Okay, walk me through the logic of that. How does it actually work?
Imagine you run a software sales team. You have 5 active agents on the floor. A hot lead comes in from your website, someone who wants a software demo right now.
Okay.
Who gets that meeting?
Well, in the old days, I guess whoever screams the loudest, or whoever just happens to be staring at their inbox at that exact second and clicks first.
Or maybe whoever the manager likes best that week.
Right.
Which is obviously a terrible, inefficient way to run a modern business. It promotes massive burnout for the fast employees and starvation for the slower ones.
It's basically chaos.
Total chaos.
Hmm.
The round-robin calendar algorithmically automates that distribution. It distributes leads among the assigned team members based on strict logic you configure in the back end. So strictly speaking, it can go sequentially. Agent A, then Agent B, then C, then D, and then it loops back to A.
So it just deals them out like a deck of cards, purely sequential.
It can be. That specific configuration is called the Optimize for Fairness setting.
Got it.
But, and here's where the technical layer gets powerful, you can also change the setting to optimize for availability.
Oh, interesting. So it ignores the sequence.
It supersedes the sequence. In that case, the algorithm constantly scans the connected calendars and looks at who has the absolute soonest open slot.
So if Agent C is free in 10 minutes,
But Agent A, who is technically next in line, isn't free until tomorrow morning.
The system dynamically routes the lead to agency.
Exactly, because speed to lead is the most crucial metric in sales. The system prioritizes the conversion over the strict sequence.
That is brilliant. So it ensures that no single sales rep is drowning in 30 appointments a week while another one is just twiddling their thumbs.
Right. It democratizes the flow of incoming leads based on hard mathematical rules, not human feelings or office politics. It actively optimizes the team's entire load.
Okay, and here is where the Auto Robo documentation got a bit confusing for me. There is a very specific feature for round-robin calendars called staff member selection.
Yes.
That seemed completely contradictory to me. If the AI robot is doing the assigning and load balancing, why do we need a manual selection feature?
Because sometimes the human element actually matters more than the automated speed.
Give me an example of when that would happen.
Let's say you're running a high-end hair salon, or maybe a boutique financial consultancy. The client visiting the booking page might already have an existing multi-year relationship with Sarah.
I see.
They don't want the next available agent. They don't care about your load balancing. They want Sarah.
Because Sarah knows how to cut their hair or manage their portfolio.
Exactly. So this feature introduces a choice layer on the front-end booking widget. It literally adds a drop-down menu.
So the client can click and say, I only want to see Sarah's times.
Yes. It creates this perfect technical balance between back-end automation, which handles the raw scheduling logistics for new leads, and front-end personalization for returning clients.
That's incredibly smart. So if the client doesn't care who they see, the round-robin algorithm takes over entirely.
But if they do care, they can override the algorithm with that drop-down.
It's total flexibility.
Yeah.
It handles both the I need it right now client and the I only trust my specific guy client.
That's the 80-20 rule in action. Automation handles 80% of the volume seamlessly, but you maintain that 20% of crucial personal touch. You never want automation to kill the personal relationship. You want it to enhance the baseline efficiency so you have more time for the relationship.
Beautifully said. All right, let's look at the next architecture type, collective bookings.
Oh, this is a lifesaver.
This one, I have to tell you, reading this triggered some serious corporate PTSD for me.
Let me guess. The three-legged stool meeting.
Oh, the absolute nightmare of the three-legged stool.
We've all been there.
For anyone who haven't, you know the scenario. You need to pitch a massive enterprise client.
Right.
You absolutely need your sales director on the call for the heavy money talk, but you also critically need your lead technical developer there to answer the deep infrastructure questions.
And you're stuck in the middle trying to herd cats.
Yes. And you look at the schedules. The sales director is wide open on Tuesday, but the developer is at a dental conference. Then the developer is completely free on Wednesday, but the sales director is locked in a board meeting all day.
And then the client is only free on Thursday morning.
And you end up spending 3 literal days of your life just trying to find a single 45-minute window where the stars somehow align.
It's agonizing. The collective booking architecture solves this natively with what Auto Robo calls dynamic team assignment.
How does the AI handle that?
The system actively looks at the individual schedules of everyone you've tagged as required for that specific meeting type. It essentially acts as a Boolean filter.
A Boolean filter meaning it needs an AD condition.
Exactly. It virtually overlays calendar A, calendar B, and calendar C on top of each other, and it only outputs the specific white space that exists on all 3 calendars simultaneously.
So when the client clicks the link, they aren't seeing 3 different schedules.
No, they just see a clean list of available times. But every single time slot presented has already been cross-referenced across your entire required team in milliseconds.
So if a slot shows up, everyone is definitely free.
Correct. It is absolutely perfect for those high-stakes meetings because you really don't want to show up to a massive pitch and have to say, oh, hey, really sorry, our lead tech guy couldn't make it. Can we circle back on those security questions next week?
That looks incredibly amateur.
It kills deals. Collective booking ensures that the moment the meeting is booked by the client, the exact right combination of personnel is locked in across the board.
It completely eliminates the internal coordination tax. I love that. So let's flip the script. That scenario is many team members to one client.
Right?
What about the inverse? one team member to many clients.
You're talking about the class booking calendar.
Exactly.
This is what we call the scaling time model. If you are a business consultant or a fitness trainer or a specialized tutor, doing strict one-on-one calls has a hard mathematical ceiling.
You're only 24 hours in a day.
Exactly. You physically hit a revenue cap no matter how much you charge. The class booking architecture allows you to schedule single events with multiple simultaneous attendees.
So we're talking webinars, group workshops, training boot camps.
Sports events, yoga classes, anything where it's one-to-many.
So from a technical setup perspective, I just create a slot for, say, Intro to Digital Marketing at 2 p.m. on a Thursday, and 50 different people can hit that same link and book that same slot.
Yes, and crucially, the Auto Robo system automatically manages the headcount.
Which is vital.
This is exactly the difference between a dumb calendar and a smart operations tool. You do not want to accidentally book 200 people into a virtual Zoom tier that only allows 100 participants.
Or in the real world, if you're that yoga studio, you cannot legally or safely fit 30 people into a room designed for 12.
The fire marshal tends to frown on that.
Right. So how does the system stop that?
You set a hard capacity limit in the back-end configuration for that specific class.
It treats the available slots as literal inventory.
Time as inventory. That is the fundamental mental shift you have to make with Auto Robo. You are stocking your digital shelves with time slots, and once that shelf is empty, once person number 12 books that yoga class,
The system dynamically pulls the slot.
it puts up a sold-out sign automatically or simply removes the time from the visible widget entirely.
No manual intervention required.
None. You just show up and teach.
Which actually leads us perfectly to the next architectural type in the docs. Service menus.
When I was reviewing this, it felt very e-commerce to me. It felt like I was looking at a Shopify store or ordering dinner from an app.
It is very much an e-commerce approach to service businesses.
Yeah.
Think about a high-end medical spa or a multidisciplinary wellness clinic.
Okay.
You don't just offer your clients a generic appointment. You offer a 60-minute Swedish massage, a 90-minute deep tissue massage, a chemical peel, and maybe a free 15-minute initial consultation.
A whole catalog of options.
A service menu architecture allows you to present all of those categorized services to the public via a single unified booking link. So they land on the page, and they're basically shopping.
They click massage, and it drops down to show the types of massage, the durations, and the specific staff who can perform them. It's a highly optimized funnel.
But here's the specific thing I found really interesting in the technical notes. The ability to disable a service menu without actually deleting it from the system. Why is that specific toggle so important for a business?
It comes down to managing seasonality and temporary promotions. Let's say you run that spa, and you offer a highly specific summer skin renewal special.
Right.
You obviously don't want that package showing up on your menu in the middle of December. It clutters the interface and confuses the buyer.
But you also really don't want to delete the entire back-end build, the descriptions, the pricing, the staff assignments, and have to recreate it all from scratch next June.
Exactly. That's wasted admin time.
So you just archive it.
Basically, you just take the inventory off the shelf temporarily. You toggle the disable switch on that specific menu group. It instantly vanishes from the public-facing widget, but it remains fully intact in your back-end database, ready to be reactivated with one click when summer rolls around again.
It allows you to strategically plan your entire business year without constantly tearing down and rebuilding your digital infrastructure.
It's all about preserving your operational setups.
Okay, the final piece of this architectural puzzle is one that I think a lot of digital-first, SaaS-type people completely forget about. But it is absolutely crucial for brick-and-mortar operations.
You're talking about rooms and equipment.
Yes,
Okay.
because in the real world, it's not just about whether the human beings are free.
This is where actual physics comes back to haunt our digital schedules.
Right, because you might have a senior doctor available, and you might have a specialized nurse available at the exact same time.
But if your clinic only has one MRI machine, and that specific machine is already booked for another patient, you simply cannot take the appointment.
Or the classic corporate office drama. We have a highly important client meeting. The whole team is here, the client is here, but there are 0 conference rooms available in the building.
We're taking the meeting in the hallway.
Exactly. It's embarrassing.
The Auto Robo system solves this by allowing you to digitally map and manage physical resources directly alongside your human time slots.
How does that look in the setup?
You create a resource entity, say laser machine A. Then you tie that resource to a specific service. So when a client goes online and books a laser hair removal treatment, the AI isn't just checking the human technician's calendar.
It's simultaneously pinging the laser machine's dedicated calendar.
Exactly. If the machine is already in use by another technician at 2 p.m., that 2 p.m. slot will not show up on the public widget, even if the technician the client wants is technically free.
Wow. That actively prevents the double booking of reality.
That's a great way to put it, because you can double book a digital Zoom slot by accident and probably survive by just muting one tab.
It's awkward, but you live.
But you cannot physically put two different patients in the exact same dental chair at the exact same time. It's impossible. This specific feature respects the physical, real-world constraints of your operation. It traps the hard assets, not just the human capital.
That is incredibly robust.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to recap for the listeners, we've got the core structure down. We have round robin for load balancing and fairness.
Right.
We have collective for complex team coordination. We have class calendars for scaling one to many.
Service menus for the e-commerce shopping experience.
And resources to manage actual physical physics.
That's the architecture. That's the chassis of the vehicle.
But now I want to lift the hood.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the engine, the brain of the Auto Robo system, because this is the exact point where it stops being just a piece of scheduling software and legitimately starts being an automated executive assistant.
Welcome to the logic layer.
Yes. Section 2, the brain. And the first feature I want to unpack here is called Smart Lists in the Appointments module.
Oh, this is a pure data analyst dream.
Because when I first read it, it just sounded like a basic database filter. Why is this so crucial?
It is a database feature, but it's crucial because of scale. As your business grows, the standard day, week, month visual calendar view becomes entirely useless.
Really? Why?
Because if you have 400 appointments scheduled across 10 staff members this week, looking at a visual grid of tiny colored blocks tells you absolutely nothing. It's just visual noise.
Just a wall of Skittles.
Exactly. You can't derive any actionable business intelligence from that. You need to see patterns and you need to see exceptions.
So instead of visually scanning the grid and hoping I spot a problem, I'm using logic filters.
Smart lists allow you to dynamically organize thousands of appointments into highly intelligent, real-time filtered lists. So you don't look at the calendar, you just say to the system, show me all cancellations that happened this week, click, boom, there's the list.
Or show me all appointments where a client's credit card payment is currently pending.
Click, boom. Or show me all brand new first-time clients dialing in from the New York area code.
It literally turns your calendar into a customized CRM reporting tool.
It radically enhances your operational efficiency because you are no longer hunting for needles in a haystack. You are instantly calling up exactly the data subset you need to take action on that day.
So if I pull up that smart list and see a list of 10 unpaid appointments for tomorrow, I know exactly who my receptionist needs to call right now.
It gives you your daily hit list.
Okay, speaking of taking action, let's talk about recurring appointments. Now, I feel like this is the absolute secret weapon for building predictable revenue. But in my experience, it can also be a massive technical headache if the software handles the logic poorly.
Oh, if the software gets it wrong, you end up with infinite ghost appointments clogging your system until the year 2099.
Exactly. But why is it so important for the business side?
It's the holy grail for client retention. Think about a business coach, a specialized therapist, or an academic tutor.
Okay.
You do absolutely not want to be forced to resell that client at the end of every single session. You don't want to do the awkward, same time next week dance.
Because it gives them a chance to say, let me check my schedule and get back to you, which means they might churn.
Exactly. It introduces friction into the resale process.
So how does Auto Robo handle it?
Auto Robo allows you to easily set highly complex recurrence patterns right at the initial point of booking. You can set it for every Tuesday and Thursday for exactly 10 occurrences.
Or like the first Monday of every month for a year.
Precisely. And once that logical pattern is locked into the system, that revenue is effectively projected and secured. The client is mentally and digitally committed to the cadence.
But wait, here's the big variable. What happens if I logically lock in a client for every Tuesday at 2 p.m. for the next 6 months? But then 3 months from now, I suddenly have a massive conflict on a random Tuesday.
Like a flight or a doctor's appointment.
Right. This leads us directly to the preventing double bookings protocol. Because honestly, how smart is the system really? I've used legacy tools that loudly claim to prevent double booking, but then I still somehow end up with 2 angry people on a Zoom link at 10 a.m.
That's because legacy tools usually only check their own internal database. Auto Robo's double booking prevention is legitimately paranoid.
Paranoid is good when it comes to my schedule.
Which is exactly what you want. Auto Robo runs a highly sophisticated continuous audit system across all your connections. It doesn't just check the internal Auto Robo calendar, it constantly pings and audits your external connections.
My Google Calendar?
Your Google, your Outlook 365, your Apple iCloud. It audits the appointment settings, the meeting durations, the travel intervals.
So mechanically, if I go into my personal Google Calendar on my phone right now and block out 2 hours for dentist next Tuesday,
Auto Robo's logic engine sees that block immediately via the API, instantly, and it dynamically removes those specific time slots from your public-facing booking widget.
wow,
It essentially treats your external personal calendars as the absolute overriding source of truth for your unavailability.
that is deeply reassuring. It means I don't have to manage my schedule in 2 different places.
Right. It also allows you to configure what they call scheduling notices.
What are those?
This is a seemingly small configuration detail that genuinely saves careers. You can set a global or calendar-specific rule so that absolutely no one can book you sooner than, say, 24 hours in advance.
Oh, thank God. I desperately need that.
Everyone
I
does.
genuinely hate the surprise meeting. you
Yeah.
know. I wake up at 7 a.m., I roll over, I check my phone, and I see some aggressive client booked a strategy call for 8 a.m. while I was literally asleep.
And you haven't even had coffee, let alone prep the deck.
It's the worst. It immediately destroys my productivity for the whole day because I start the day totally reactive and on my heels.
Exactly. By going into the calendar availability and slot settings in Auto Robo, you strictly control that buffer. You tell the system's brain, I require a minimum of 12 hours lead time, and the brain ruthlessly enforces it. If it's 8 p.m., the earliest slot they see is 8 a.m. tomorrow.
That's a boundary enforcer.
And you can also set automated buffers mathematically between your meetings.
Like padding.
Yes. You tell the system, give me a mandatory 15 minutes of dead space after every single 45-minute call so I can actually type up my notes and get a glass of water.
So if someone books 1.0 to 1.45, the system automatically blocks 1.45 to 2.00.
Yes. Auto Robo will automatically insert that invisible dead space into the public availability so you never, ever suffer from back-to-back, minute-to-minute burnout.
Okay, that's incredibly smart. Now, we have to talk about my absolute favorite feature in the entire Auto Robo documentation.
I think I know which one you're going to say.
It makes me laugh every time I read it, but psychologically, it is pure genius, the look busy feature.
Ah, yes. Internally, I always call this the fake it till you make it protocol.
Literally. So, as I understand it, it's an option in the back-end settings where you can artificially mask your actual availability.
Correct.
So mathematically, even if my calendar is totally wide open, I have absolutely 0 clients and nothing to do all week, I can tell the Auto Robo system, only show a maximum of 3 open slots per day to the public.
It sounds a bit funny, almost deceptive, but it is deeply grounded in sound behavioral psychology. It is automated scarcity marketing.
Explain the psychology of that for the listener who might be thinking, wait, why on earth would I want to intentionally hide my availability and make it harder to book?
Think about walking down the street looking for a restaurant on a Friday night.
Okay.
You walk by a place, you look through the window, and at 8 p.m. on a Friday, it is completely empty. Not a single customer. What is your immediate subconscious thought?
The food there must be terrible. Or everyone else knows something bad about this place that I don't.
Exactly. It's negative social proof. Now translate that to your digital service business. If a high-ticket prospect goes to your online booking page and they see that you are perfectly free at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, and 4 every single day next week.
They subconsciously think, wow, this person is completely undemanded. Maybe they actually aren't that good at what they do.
Precisely. Their perception of your value plummets. But if they hit that same page and they see that out of the whole week, there are only 2 random slots left open next Tuesday.
They think, oh, wow, they are incredibly busy. I better grab one of these slots immediately before it's gone.
It creates immense urgency. It drives action. It drastically increases the perceived value of your time.
Because scarcity equals value.
Exactly. And especially for a brand new business that is just starting out and trying to build a client base, managing that external perception is critical. The look busy feature gives you the digital posture of a highly established, incredibly in-demand expert from day one.
That is just so sneaky, but I absolutely love the logic. It's algorithmic confidence.
It really is.
Okay, so that covers the internal brain inside the system.
Yeah.
But we know that Auto Robo doesn't just live in a vacuum. It has to talk to the rest of the digital world.
It has to integrate.
Right. Which brings us to Section 3, connectivity and integration, the ecosystem.
This is a crucial section because a calendar that doesn't dynamically sync with your other tools isn't an engine, it's an island. And you don't want an island, you want a central command hub.
So let's talk about the sync options. The documentation highlights one-way sync versus two-way sync. And I feel like a lot of normal users just glaze over this technical distinction, but it's literally the difference between a working system and a total disaster.
It really is. Think of the sync protocol like a conversation between two computers.
Good.
A one-way sync is just a broadcast. It's a monologue. Auto Robo takes a new appointment and pushes that data packet over to your personal Google Calendar so you can see it on your iPhone widget.
That sounds nice.
It is nice,
Mhm.
but it's deaf. If you manually add something to your Google Calendar, like that dentist appointment we talked about earlier, Auto Robo has no mechanism to hear about it. The data only flows outward.
So a client can still go online and book a massive strategy session right in the middle of my root canal.
Precisely. It's a recipe for operational disaster. That is exactly why two-way sync is the gold standard for Auto Robo.
How does the data packet flow in two-way?
Auto Robo pushes the appointment data to Google, and then Google continuously pushes your personal availability data back to Auto Robo via the API.
It's a constant bidirectional dialogue.
It reads and writes in both directions simultaneously 24/7.
And just to confirm, Auto Robo supports the big three platforms for this: Google Workspace, Microsoft Outlook, and Apple iCloud.
Yes, fully supported in the connections section. And the iCloud integration specifically is a very slick piece of engineering for Mac users who live entirely in that Apple walled garden ecosystem.
Why is that one special?
Because Apple's security protocols can be notoriously strict. But Auto Robo handles the handshake seamlessly. It ensures that your personal Apple life and your Auto Robo work life are actually respecting each other's boundaries without you having to manually migrate data. You authenticate it once in the Connections tab, and the digital logic holds permanently.
That is an important safety tip for the Apple fans out there.
Yeah.
Now, what about the actual execution of the meeting? We need to talk about video and communication integration.
This is another massive friction point removal. Auto Robo has native integrations built directly with Microsoft Teams and Zoom.
Native, meaning I don't have to use a third-party bridge like Zapier.
Correct. Direct API integration.
So it generates the video link automatically for every single booking.
Yes. And this is a huge operational upgrade. When a booking is confirmed by the system, Auto Robo talks directly to Zoom's servers, requests a brand new unique meeting ID.
Wait, unique, not just my static personal meeting room.
No, absolutely not your personal room. Because if you use your static personal room, a client who is early for their 2 p.m. can randomly crash the end of your highly confidential 1 p.m. meeting.
Oh, I've had that happen. It's horrifying.
It's awful. Auto Robo generates a highly secure, mathematically unique room for every single interaction. It securely embeds that specific link into the calendar invite, pushes it to your calendar, and emails it directly to the client.
So I absolutely never have to do that frantic panic dance 5 minutes before the top of the hour.
Where is the link?
Yes. Wait, do I have a link for this guy? Did I send it in the email thread or Slack? Is it my personal room, or did I make a new one?
That panic spikes your cortisol and completely kills your executive composure right before a critical pitch. You want to enter the meeting state calm and prepared. With this deep integration, when it's time, you just open your calendar and click Join.
And the client does the exact same thing from their end.
It's completely seamless.
Okay, and then there's the most important integration of all, the money.
Ah, yes, financial integration, specifically Stripe.
This fundamentally changes the paradigm of the software from mere scheduling to an actual transaction.
Yeah.
The docs say you can accept payments directly within the appointments booking module.
Yes, it's what we call the pay-to-play model.
I like that.
If you are a high-end consultant or a specialized mechanic or a premium hairdresser, really, doing anything where your physical time is the core product, getting paid before you allocate that time creates an unbreakable psychological commitment.
It definitely reduces no-shows, right? I mean, if I've already put down a $100 deposit on a credit card, I am absolutely showing up for that Zoom call.
Data shows it drops no-show rates from like 20% down to less than 2%. It filters out the tire kickers.
The people who just want to pick your brain for free.
Exactly. If a prospect isn't willing to put down a standard $50 consultation deposit, Are they really a highly serious, qualified lead for your $5,000 package?
Probably not.
No. It also completely solves the back-end cash flow problem of chasing down unpaid invoices 30 days later. You simply go into your calendar settings, toggle the accept payment switch, link your secure Stripe API keys, and suddenly your simple calendar is acting as a highly secure point-of-sale terminal.
That is a phenomenal business filter. Now, there's one more specific integration point in Section 3 that I found deeply counterintuitive, but highly interesting. It's actually about disconnecting a feature.
You're talking about the ability to dynamically disable Google Organic Booking.
Yes. Why would I ever want to turn off Google?
Because it's all about controlling your sales funnel. Google has this massive feature called Reserve with Google.
Right, where people can just search your business on Maps and click a button that says Book Now directly inside the Google interface.
Exactly. Now, if you run a high-volume, low-ticket business like a standard barbershop or a walk-in nail salon, that feature is absolute gold. You want maximum transactional volume with minimal friction.
But what if I'm not a barbershop? What if I'm a high-end, bespoke financial planner?
Then you absolutely do not want the random, uneducated general public just clicking book from a generic Google Maps search result and clogging up your highly valuable Tuesday afternoon.
Because they aren't qualified.
Exactly. You want them to be forced to click through to your actual website. You want them to read your long-form copy, watch your intro video, fully understand your premium pricing structure, and then, only if they agree, make the booking.
You want them highly qualified before they even see the calendar.
Right. So toggling the switch to disable Google Organic Booking ensures you maintain total control over the traffic funnel. You are essentially putting up a digital velvet rope. Not everyone gets in off the street. It actively prevents low-intent generic bookings from destroying your weekly productivity.
Okay, speaking of letting the right people in, let's transition to Section 4, the user experience.
A client-facing layer.
Yes. How does the outside world actually interface with this powerful engine? Because let me tell you, I have seen some incredibly ugly, clunky third-party booking pages in my time.
We all have. Early 2000s era web design.
Exactly. Does Auto Robo force them to go to some weird off-brand URL?
No. Design and branding matter immensely, but accessibility and retention matter even more. Auto Robo natively allows you to generate clean, lightweight iframe embed codes so you can drop the calendar directly into your existing sales funnels or custom websites.
So the prospect literally never has to leave my domain name to complete the booking.
Not for a second. And that keeps your branding totally cohesive. You really don't want them bouncing off your beautifully designed site to a generic third-party URL, if you can technically help it. You want to keep them fully captured in your controlled ecosystem.
But, and I found this fascinating, there's a feature listed here called one-time booking links that seems to bypass the public website entirely. What is the business case for that?
I think this is one of the most brilliant architectural features for highly specific edge cases. Imagine you have an ultra-high-ticket VIP client.
Okay.
Or maybe you have a sensitive situation where you messed up and you need to schedule an urgent makeup call to save an account.
Right, damage control.
You want to give them immediate priority access to your calendar, maybe even open up a highly restricted slot on a Saturday morning that you never expose to the general public website.
So I just generate a one-time link in the back.
Yes, you generate a mathematically unique, single-use URL. You email it privately to the VIP.
And the magic is, once they use it to book that Saturday slot.
The link permanently expires. It digitally self-destructs.
Wow. So they can't secretly save that URL, share it with their business partner and say, hey, just use this secret backdoor link to grab a free weekend slot with him. He's taking calls on Saturdays now.
Exactly. It completely prevents the digital leak. It guarantees security and enforces exclusivity. It's an incredibly powerful tool for VIP access management.
That is just incredibly smart design. Now, before that VIP or anyone else actually clicks the final confirm button, we have the ability to make them do a little bit of homework, right? Using custom forms.
This circles right back to the concept of deep qualification.
All right.
Auto Robo allows you to attach and conditionally connect highly customized intake forms directly into the calendar flow.
So mechanically, instead of just capturing a generic first name, last name, and email address,
you can legally require them to answer highly specific business questions. What is your current monthly marketing budget? How soon are you realistically looking to deploy this solution? Describe your biggest current operational bottleneck in 3 sentences.
so by the time I actually get on the Zoom call on Tuesday, I already know definitively if they are a highly qualified fit or a waste of time.
And more importantly, you are deeply prepared. You aren't wasting the first 20 highly valuable minutes of the consultation call just doing basic, low-level fact-finding.
I already had the data.
You have the complete dossier. You can hit the ground running at minute one. Psychologically, it makes you look vastly more professional because you've clearly reviewed their file in advance. It completely shifts the power dynamic of the call from a discovery phase to a high-level solution phase.
I absolutely love that. Now, unfortunately, we do have to touch on the slightly dry, boring stuff.
The legal compliance layer.
Yes. Section 4 explicitly mentions compliance and consent.
It's only boring until it keeps you from getting hit with a massive class action lawsuit.
That is a very fair point. So, looking at the specs, I see a strict requirement for a consent checkbox and something called A2P. What exactly is A2P and why do I care?
A2P stands for Application to Person Messaging. Over the last few years, the major global telecom carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, have massively cracked down on automated SMS spam.
Because everyone hates getting those robot texts.
Exactly. So, legally, if your business is going to use Auto Robo to send automated text message appointment reminders, which you absolutely should be doing, by the way, because SMS open rates are mathematically hovering around 98%.
Oh, 98%.
Yeah, it's the most effective channel. But legally, you now explicitly need documented, provable consent from the consumer to send those automated packets.
So I can't just scrape their number from my CRM and start firing off texts because I happen to have their digit on file.
No, absolutely not. That violates strict TCPA compliance laws. You need them to explicitly opt in.
So how does Auto Robo solve this legally?
Auto Robo features a native hard-coded consent checkbox directly built into the calendar widget settings. You can easily tailor the specific terms and conditions language for your specific local jurisdiction.
And if they don't click that tiny box?
The system logs the denial, blocks the SMS packet at the API level, and they simply don't get the text. It actively covers your assets.
It's an automated legal shield.
It ensures your business's SMS traffic doesn't get aggressively filtered or blocked by the carrier algorithms, and it keeps your LLC entirely safe from potentially crippling regulatory fines. It is literally just a tiny digital checkbox, but operationally, it carries a massive amount of legal weight.
And without it, your highly optimized reminder text might just dynamically disappear into the telecom ether, and suddenly your perfectly optimized no-show rates shoot right back up to 20%.
Exactly. Compliance equals deliverability.
Okay, this has been an incredible breakdown. We have successfully engineered the core calendar architectures, we've engaged the AI logic brain, we've securely hooked it up to the global ecosystem, and we've heavily optimized the front-end user UX and legal compliance.
We've built the machine.
But now, we absolutely must talk to the managers and the owners listening right now, because Section 5 is all about management, control, and oversight. Because, let's be realistic, if you have a scaling company with 10 different rogue sales reps individually booking appointments and changing settings, things are going to get messy really fast.
Operational entropy is a very real, very destructive force. Systems naturally degrade into chaos if unmanaged.
So first up in the defense against chaos, audit logs.
This is your operational black box flight recorder.
I love that analogy. How deep does it track?
Everything. If a highly lucrative appointment mysteriously vanishes from the calendar on a Thursday afternoon, or a critical payment setting gets arbitrarily changed.
You don't have to send a passive-aggressive Slack message to the whole team wondering, hey guys, did the system glitch? Did someone delete the whale client?
No.
Okay.
You just quietly open the audit log dashboard. It mathematically logs exactly what action was taken, what exact millisecond it occurred, from what IP address, and specifically which authenticated user executed it.
Steve deleted the whale appointment at 4:02 p.m. on Tuesday.
Exactly. Pure accountability. It instantly resolves internal office disputes with hard data.
Then there's a feature here called manual confirmation.
Oh.
Now this one honestly seems highly counterintuitive to the entire premise of the platform. Why would I invest in this massive automation engine just to manually confirm appointments?
Yeah, isn't the whole theoretical point to set it and forget it?
Exactly.
For 90% of use cases, yes, absolutely. Auto-confirm is the default. But let's scale up. Let's say you're a partner at a boutique venture capital firm, or you're a highly exclusive mastermind coach charging $50,000 a year.
Okay, very high stakes.
You fundamentally do not want just anyone who happens to guess your URL or finds your link on a forum to automatically get 30 minutes of your highly valuable calendar time.
Right.
So you toggle the disable switch on auto confirm.
So functionally, when they fill out the form and submit it, the request just sits in the system flagged as pending.
Yes. The system holds the time slot in a suspended state. You, or your executive assistant, manually review the application packet. You read their custom form answers. You analyze their budget.
And if they look like a highly qualified unicorn prospect,
You click confirm, and the automation takes over sending the Zoom link, the calendar invite, everything.
but if they look like a total waste of time,
You click decline. The slot instantly opens back up to the public, and the system sends them a polite, automated rejection email. It deliberately allows the business intelligence to act as a strict gatekeeper.
it's the digital bouncer at the club again.
Exactly. It's manual quality control natively built into the automated pipeline.
Okay, but what actually happens when the technical pipeline itself breaks? Because tech is tech. APIs fail, servers hiccup, things break.
They absolutely do, which is why Auto Robo engineered a highly intuitive built-in troubleshooting tool directly inside the core calendar settings.
So I don't have to immediately escalate to filing a massive support ticket and waiting on hold.
No. You can often rapidly diagnose the specific logic break yourself. The tool actively scans the connections and will clearly flag granular things like Google Sync API dynamically disconnected or staff member A has a conflicting hard-coded availability rule.
It minimizes the operational downtime because it points a massive red arrow directly at the broken pipe.
It empowers the business owner to essentially be their own level 1 IT department for all the simple, everyday configuration errors.
But, and this is a genuinely massive but for the overwhelmed small business owners listening, what if I really am completely stuck? Or what if I just hired a brand new administrative receptionist on a Monday and I literally do not have the 10 hours required to sit down and teach them how to configure complex round-robin load balancing algorithms?
This is a fundamentally crucial point, and honestly, it's one of the absolute biggest competitive value adds of the entire Auto Robo ecosystem. It's not just a cold piece of software, it's a comprehensive educational support system.
The documentation mentions something called the Academy.
Yes.
Academy. Sounds highly prestigious. What is it?
It is a fully built-in, on-demand, self-training video platform, and it's engineered to train both your high-level technical staff on advanced API setups and your basic frontline business users on standard daily management.
So I literally don't have to spend my precious weekend painstakingly writing a massive 90-page Google Doc standard operating procedure manual.
You don't. When you onboard a new hire, you literally just point them to the Academy dashboard. It mathematically walks them through the entire system setup, the daily management protocols, and the advanced logic features step by step.
That is a massive, massive time and money saver for business owners. Staff training is consistently such a brutal operational bottleneck.
It's the #1 reason small businesses fail to adopt powerful software. They just don't have the internal bandwidth to learn it.
And if the Academy videos somehow aren't enough to solve the crisis,
Auto Robo offers true 24/7 support.
actual 24/7, not just a chatbot that tells you to read an FAQ.
Real operational support, which is highly critical because, let's be completely honest, modern digital businesses absolutely do not just run on a standard 9-to-5 schedule anymore.
No, I mean, I'm usually doing my heavy admin work at 10 p.m.
Exactly. If you are frantically trying to set up a massive class booking calendar for a global webinar at 11 p.m. on a Sunday, and you hit a complex API snag, you need human technical help right then and there.
You literally cannot afford to wait for an email ticket to be answered in 48 business hours. The webinar happens tomorrow.
The 24/7 support guarantees that you are never technically stranded.
That provides immense psychological peace of mind for an entrepreneur. And I think it's highly important to explicitly emphasize this point because honestly, over the last hour, we have thrown a massive amount of dense technical jargon around.
We really have.
We've talked about round-robin load balancing, ATP telecom compliance, two-way API webhooks, dynamic sync protocols.
It sounds like a computer science lecture.
It does. So the real question is this system actually too hard for a normal, non-technical business owner to use?
Absolutely not. And that is the core design philosophy of Auto Robo. Despite housing all of this incredibly deep, enterprise-level technical functionality under the hood, the front-end user interface is meticulously designed for regular small business owners.
So it's not just a screen full of code.
It's highly visual, it's drag and drop, it's highly intuitive. You absolutely do not need a master's degree in computer science to set up a complex round-robin team. The UI guides you, and the Academy completely bridges any remaining knowledge gap.
So let's take a breath and zoom out.
Mhm.
We have covered a genuinely massive amount of operational ground today.
We started deep in the trenches of the email ping pong nightmare.
We did. And then we rigorously analyzed the different structural architectures. The round robin for fairness, the collective for complex teams, the classes for massive scaling, the resources for physical physics.
We unpacked the AI logic brain, the smart lists, and that brilliantly sneaky look busy feature.
We explored the global ecosystem Stripe payments, iCloud syncs, automated Zoom links, and finally, we highlighted the ultimate safety net, the Academy, and the 24/7 support infrastructure.
When you look at all of those technical pieces functioning together in harmony, you suddenly realize that this platform genuinely isn't just about booking a simple meeting. It is fundamentally about intelligently designing the exact operational flow of your entire business.
It's the radical shift from passively reacting to your day to actively designing it.
That is the ultimate key takeaway here. Most small businesses are entirely reactive with their time. They just absorb whatever chaos the market throws at them that day.
Right.
But Auto Robo enables you to be highly proactive. You sit down and you literally architect the mathematical rules of your business. You decide precisely how your highly valuable time is sold, how it's dynamically distributed across your staff, and how it is legally protected.
And then the AI engine simply enforces those rules for you ruthlessly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It really is the engine that drives the revenue. If your calendar is currently empty or chaotic or totally disorganized, your corporate bank account probably looks exactly the same.
Ouch. That is the hard mathematical truth. AI-powered automation really isn't just a fun, futuristic, nice-to-have gadget anymore.
No, it is the absolute baseline standard of modern operations. If you aren't deploying intelligent tools like this to leverage your time, you are essentially trying to compete in the modern marketplace with one hand tied firmly behind your back.
Well, I, for one, am highly ready to untie that hand and get back to work. For everyone out there listening who is utterly exhausted by the endless scheduling chaos and who seriously wants to build their own automated engine of time, you know exactly where you need to go right now.
You can seamlessly access the platform or fully subscribe to the system today at www.autorobo.ca.
I highly, highly recommend you give it a serious look. It is undeniably worth the initial investment of, well, of your time.
Huh. I see exactly what you did there. Very clever.
I try. But seriously, check it out at www.autorobo.ca. It is a fundamental operational game changer for any business in any industry. But before we officially sign off today, I want to leave you, the listener, with a slightly deeper, provocative thought to mull over.
I love these.
We constantly repeat the old cliche that time is our absolute most valuable resource, right? We literally say time is money.
Every day.
But if an auditor came in and objectively looked at your current manual calendar process, the chaotic emails, the manual data entry, the endless double-checking, the missed Zoom links—
The micro stress.
Exactly. If they looked at all of that, would they genuinely conclude that you are treating your time like high-value corporate money? Or are you fundamentally treating it like dirty loose change that you just randomly found shoved between the couch cushions?
Ooh, that is a deeply stinging, highly uncomfortable question.
It is meant to be. But the good news is, with a system like Auto Robo, you can immediately start treating your time exactly like the highly lucrative corporate asset it actually is. Thanks so much for diving into this incredible technical documentation with us today.
It was absolutely my pleasure. Always great to talk about building better systems.
We will catch you all on the absolute next deep dive. Go out there and boldly automate something today.
Goodbye, everyone.
See ya.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deep Dive. I'm incredibly excited to be in the studio today because, well, we are tackling a subject that I know keeps a lot of you up at night.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We're talking about the absolute unvarnished reality of the modern business landscape in 2026. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and start with a pretty bold claim.
Let's hear it.
If your digital strategy right now is still just about getting online, throwing up a website and hoping for the best, you might as well be trying to sell buggy whips in the age of the jet engine.
That's a vivid image.
Yeah.
But you know what? You're not wrong at all. The goalpost hasn't just moved. It is in a completely different stadium entirely at this point.
Right.
We are totally past the phase of digital adoption. We are firmly in a phase of survival.
Exactly. It's about surviving the noise. And let's be honest, the noise right now is deafening.
It's everywhere.
You have customers screaming for attention on Facebook. They're leaving reviews on Google, checking photos on Instagram, looking for real-time updates on X, which I think we are all still collectively trying to remember, isn't Twitter anymore.
I still call it Twitter half the time.
Same. And then you have all these hyper-specific niche directories on top of that. It's just a mess.
It's fragmentation.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that is really the word of the year for technical operations. Digital fragmentation.
Yeah.
And for a business owner, whether you're running a massive multi-state logistics chain or just that local corner bakery with a really good sourdough, managing your reputation, your listings, your basic hours of operation across dozens of platforms manually, it's impossible.
It's not just impossible. It is outright dangerous.
It is incredibly dangerous from a data architecture standpoint.
Okay, let's unpack that right away. Why dangerous? Because that feels like a pretty strong word for just, forgetting to update your holiday hours on Bing.
Well, is it too strong? Think about it this way from the consumer side. Inconsistency breeds distrust at a baseline algorithmic level. If a customer checks Apple Maps and it says your store is open until 9 p.m., but they check Google and it says 6 p.m., what do?
They definitely don't call you to clarify.
Exactly. They go to your competitor who actually has their data structured correctly. Or worse, they drive to your physical storefront at 7 p.m., find the lights off, the door locked, and now you haven't just lost a sale. You have created an active enemy.
An enemy with a smartphone, which is honestly the most dangerous kind of enemy in 2026.
Precisely. They're going to leave a 1-star review before they even leave your parking lot. And the sheer volume of these digital channels means the old method, which I think we all remember with this weird mix of nostalgia and PTSD as spreadsheets and panic.
No, the master spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Like social media logins final version 3 do not delete .xls.
I see you have lived that exact life.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, that method is dead. It is technically unsustainable to push data manually to 50 different APIs. So today, our mission for this deep dive is to explore a specific system called Auto Robo.
Right.
And we're going to look at how this platform uses AI-powered automation to turn all that fragmented chaos into a streamlined, automated, profit-generating machine.
And just to set the stage here early on, we aren't talking about some massive enterprise-only software that requires an IT department and costs 10 grand a month.
Right at all.
The core value proposition here is that it enhances efficiency and decision-making for literally everyone. It scales perfectly. So if you are listening and you run a small local shop, do not tune out. This system is actually designed for you just as much as it is for the Fortune 500 giants.
That is a key technical point. This is really about the democratization of advanced API technology.
And if you want to follow along with us, and I highly, highly recommend you do because the visual aspect of this dashboard is honestly pretty slick, you can check them out at www.autorobo.ca. Go there, subscribe, or just access the system to look around. It really helps to see the architecture we are describing.
So here is our roadmap for the next hour or so. We are going to completely dismantle this system piece by piece.
Love it.
We're starting with the digital nervous system, which is the listings overview. Then we'll look at the brand police aspects of visual identity and media syncing. And then we're going to spend a very good chunk of time on the analytics engine, because structurally, that is where the hidden revenue is.
And we definitely have to talk about the migration protocol.
Oh, yes. The Yext situation.
Right, because if you are stuck in a contract with a legacy provider like Yext, Auto Robo has a very specific, honestly almost aggressive way of handling that breakup. We'll get into the drama of that later.
It's essentially a hostage negotiation strategy built into code.
It's brilliant. And finally, we'll look at the AI capabilities, the automated review requests, and really the present state of reputation management.
It's a fully packed agenda today.
So let's dive right in. Section 1, the digital nervous system. Now, in the Auto Robo platform, this is formally called the listings overview.
Right. Conceptually, you need to think of this as the central control room. If you imagine a business's online presence as this sprawling, chaotic city, this dashboard is the satellite view.
Okay.
When you log into the platform and you click on the Reputation tab, this is exactly what greets you. It is a centralized, real-time snapshot of your entire online visibility.
And the foundational unit of this whole system is something they call an entity. Now, to me, entity sounds a little sci-fi. It's a little generic. Why wouldn't they just call it a location or a store?
That is a great question, and the distinction there is deeply technical, but incredibly important for how the software works. In the database architecture world, an entity is basically a secure container of truth.
A container of truth, okay.
Yes. For a mom-and-pop shop, sure, an entity is just their physical brick-and-mortar store. But an entity could also be a self-serve kiosk, hidden within a larger mall.
Right.
It could be a floating service area for a mobile plumber who doesn't even have a public office. It could be a purely digital storefront.
Yeah.
By defining it as an entity, Auto Robo is acknowledging that the concept of a place is totally fluid in 2026.
That makes total sense. It's basically future-proofing the database terminology.
Exactly. So your first technical step is creating that entity. There's a primary button in the upper right-hand section of the UI. You input the core raw data, your name, address, phone number, category.
The essentials.
Right. And once that entity is created, you aren't just managing a flat file on a server somewhere. You are creating a master source node. When you update the hours inside that entity, the system's APIs push that payload out to Facebook, Google, Bing, Apple Maps, X, Instagram instantly.
So it's essentially the one ring to rule them all approach.
Well, ideally with less evil intent, but functionally, yes. It is a single source of truth.
Once you have your entities fully set up, the dashboard populates. And this is where the user interface design really shines for me. It's not just a boring spreadsheet grid of text. It gives you this beautiful summary, view total entities, assign categories, active publishers. But the widgets, the widgets are where it feels like the software is actually talking directly to you.
It's a concept called guided compliance. The engineers clearly understood that business owners are overwhelmed. They do not have the time to go digging through submenus for API errors. The problems need to be surfaced aggressively.
Let's look at the online presence widget specifically. It sounds pretty basic on the surface, but what is it actually doing under the hood there?
It is essentially running a constant automated gap analysis routine. It routinely scans the entire partner network, all those dozens of directories and platforms we mentioned, and it cross-references them against your master entity data.
So it's basically pinging servers to see if you even exist.
It's checking if you exist, yes, but also if your existing profiles are properly claimed and authenticated. It specifically spotlights social platforms where your entity is not fully configured.
So it might pop up and say, hey, you're killing it on Google Maps, but you literally do not exist on Instagram.
Exactly. And the technical value isn't just throwing up an alert. The widget itself allows you to OAuth link and configure those missing platforms directly from the dashboard. It dynamically finds the hole in your digital defense and hands you the exact tool to patch it.
Which is massive, because half the time business owners don't even know they're missing these specific profiles. Or, and this is almost worse, they're at a ghost profile out there.
Oh, the ghost profile.
Yeah, where some directory's algorithm automatically created a page for your business, and angry people are leaving reviews on it, and the owner has zero idea it even exists.
The ghost profile is a silent revenue killer. This API scanning widget hunts them down ruthlessly.
Now, right next to that on the screen is the incomplete business data widget. I personally call this one the don't let the customer bounce widget.
That's a fair descriptive name. In the integration world, we tend to just call it the money widget.
Okay, I like that better. Why the money widget?
Because incomplete structured data is exactly where revenue goes to die. This widget programmatically flags entities that are missing essential fields. We aren't talking about aesthetic nice-to-haves like a holiday cover photo. We're talking about critical routing data. Phone numbers,
Hours of operation.
zip codes, longitude and latitude coordinates, the criticals. If a warm lead finds your profile on Apple Maps and they are fully ready to buy, but the API couldn't pull a phone number because it's missing from your entity, that lead is totally dead.
They aren't going to go hunt down your main website to find it.
Never. They don't search for you again. They literally just tap the next red pin on the map. This widget basically screams at the user, you are actively losing money on this specific platform right now.
I love how it effectively prioritizes your daily panic. You log in and it tells you exactly what is broken.
It does. And then, taking the back-end automation a step deeper, we have the suggestions widget. Now, this one is fascinating from a data synchronization perspective.
Okay, wait, is this just the AI taking random guesses? Like, hey, maybe you should change your meta description today.
No, not at all. And that is the technical beauty of it. These aren't AI hallucinations. These suggestions are based on actual structured updates submitted by the publishers themselves.
Unpack that workflow for us. What do you mean submitted by publishers?
So platforms like Google Business Profile and Facebook heavily rely on user-generated content signals. Let's say a real customer visits your coffee shop and notices that you just built a new wheelchair ramp. They might open Google Maps, hit Suggest and Edit, and tag your location as wheelchair accessible.
Right, I've seen that prompt on my phone.
Usually, that critical metadata might just sit in Google's database pending review, or Google's algorithm might just auto-approve it without ever notifying you. Auto Robo's API captures that incoming signal in real time. The suggestions widget pops up and says, hey, the Google network is actively reporting that you are now wheelchair accessible. Is this structurally true?
Oh, wow. That is incredibly cool. It's almost like having a digital scout out in the field reporting back to base.
It's a closed feedback loop. It ensures that your master entity database precisely matches the physical reality on the ground based on what real human beings are reporting to the networks.
And finally, all of this complex data routing rolls up into the simplest feature of all the to-do lists.
It is the ultimate gamification of technical operations.
I have to admit, it's my absolute favorite part of the interface. I really don't want to have to think about strategy at 8 a.m. I just want the software to tell me what to click and what to fix.
That is exactly the design goal. It runs an algorithm to prioritize actionable insights based on business impact. It totally removes the operational guesswork. You don't wake up wondering what your SEO strategy is for the day. The system just says, here are 3 high-priority items. Authenticate your Instagram token, update your missing phone number on the Bing API, approve this incoming wheelchair suggestion. Done.
And that really speaks directly to the small guy angle we mentioned earlier. If you are a plumber out on a job site, you don't need a computer science degree to run this. You don't even need to know what the letters API stand for. You just need to look at the screen and follow the widgets.
Immense back-end complexity should always be hidden behind front-end clarity. That is a core UX principle that Auto Robo seems to have completely nailed here.
Okay, so we know who we are digitally, that's the entity, and we know what specific data points we need to fix. Now let's pivot and talk about how we actually look to the consumer.
The visual layer.
Right, section 2, visual identity and logistics, or as I like to refer to it in my own head, the brand police.
Brand police is a little aggressive, but technically necessary.
I feel like we've all seen this happen. You look up a business, maybe it's a corporate lawyer or a high-end financial consultant, someone who charges a massive hourly rate, and you pull up their directory profile and their logo is just stretched.
It's distorted.
Yeah, it's this weird oval instead of a crisp circle. It's totally pixelated.
It's compressed and grainy because the directory's CDN couldn't parse the dimensions properly.
Immediately, what is your psychological reaction to that?
You subconsciously think they're amateurs.
Exactly.
Think about it like walking into a massive law firm downtown. If the senior partner walks out to greet you in the lobby, and he's wearing an incredible bespoke tailored suit, you instantly trust him. But if he walks out and his tie is, 4 inches too short, and his dress shirt has a massive coffee stain on the collar, you immediately start to question his fundamental competence in the courtroom. In 2026, the consumer sees your digital logo long before they ever see your physical suit. A pixelated, improperly formatted logo is the giant coffee stain of the digital world.
That is a hauntingly accurate analogy. So how does Auto Robo act as the automated dry cleaner in this specific scenario?
They enforce incredibly strict technical standards at the point of upload. For logo management specifically, the system hard requires a 1-to-1 aspect ratio.
Meaning a perfect square.
A perfect mathematical square. This constraint ensures global uniformity. Whether that image file is dynamically resized to display on a tiny mobile Apple Watch screen or blown up on a massive desktop monitor on Facebook or on some obscure local directory you've never even heard of, it will render flawlessly without distortion.
But wait, what if my company logo natively isn't a square? What if I have this long, horizontal, rectangular banner design?
That is exactly where the platform's built-in editing tools come into play. And honestly, this is a massive workflow saver for non-technical users.
How so?
You don't need to open up Photoshop. You don't need to email your freelance graphic designer and wait 3 business days for a new file. You just upload your raw photo directly, and the Auto Robo dashboard opens an integrated browser-based editor. You can dynamically crop, mirror, rotate, and force the aspect ratio adjustments right there inside the node.
So you can manually drag it to make it fit the perfect square box in about 10 seconds.
Exactly. The system natively supports PNG, JPEG, WebP, and even static GIFs. The maximum file size limit is 5 megabytes, which is honestly plenty of data density for standard web directory listings.
And then right alongside the logo management, there's the general photo syncing capability.
Right. Because you aren't just uploading a static logo once, you are constantly uploading fresh photos of your actual work, your staff, the interior of your shop. And with the photo syncing architecture, you upload that image payload exactly 1 time to the master entity, and the system automatically propagates it out to all connected publisher galleries simultaneously.
Because honestly, nothing says this business permanently closed during the pandemic like a photo gallery where the absolute latest picture was uploaded in November of 2019.
Exactly. From an SEO perspective, fresh visual content is a massive algorithmic ranking signal for local search. Auto Robo just makes keeping it fresh functionally effortless.
Now, let's pivot slightly from the visuals over to the physical logistics, because this next feature is arguably the most critical function for the massive gig economy workforce listening right now: service areas.
This is a huge technical requirement. The structure of the economy has fundamentally shifted. Not every business has a traditional retail storefront anymore.
Right. If I'm a freelance marketing consultant working out of my living room, or a mobile dog groomer driving a van around, I absolutely do not want my personal home address blasted across 50 internet directories. I don't need random people showing up at my front porch at dinner time asking for a dog grooming.
No, you definitely don't want that. Auto Robo handles this gracefully with their privacy control feature set. Specifically, there is a very powerful Boolean toggle called the Hide Business Address checkbox.
It sounds like a simple little checkbox, but the real-world safety implication is vital.
It truly is. You check that box in the database, and your specific street-level pin on the map dynamically converts into a generalized shaded radius. The public sees the area, not the specific building coordinates. But here's the technical catch. You still need the search algorithms to find you when people search for local services. You have to clearly define your operational territory.
So how do you accurately tell the mapping system where you actually work if you're actively hiding your physical address?
Within the entity settings, you select the specific structural option that says, "We provide service at customer locations." Selecting that instantly unlocks the service area's configuration menu. And you can get incredibly granular with the routing data here. You can manually define your operational territory by city, by postal zip code, or even down to the sublocality level.
Wait, sublocality, that is extremely specific.
It has to be. If you are a high-end boutique landscaper, for example, maybe you only want to take jobs in one very specific affluent neighborhood. You do not want leads from the entire metropolitan area. You can define those exact polygon boundaries right there in the dashboard.
And I noticed when playing around in there is a subtle little AI assist happening during this setup process too.
Ah, you noticed the auto-suggest feature? Yes. As you begin typing a location name, the platform dynamically queries the master database and generates standardized suggestions.
Why is that technical detail actually important for a business owner?
It all comes down to data hygiene. It actively prevents a user from accidentally typing New York City without the letter I. It mathematically ensures that the location string you select perfectly matches the standardized global database formats used by the Google and Apple APIs. It completely prevents dirty data from ever entering your entity ecosystem.
And taking a step back to look at it from a pure business strategy perspective, this tool allows for incredible operational agility.
Walk me through an example of that agility.
Well, let's say you are running a local pizza place. You are looking at your sales data and you realize you just aren't getting enough delivery orders from the new developments on the north side of town. You make a management decision. Okay, we are expanding our delivery radius by 5 miles north starting today. Historically, updating that everywhere would take weeks. Now, you log into Auto Robo, you add those 3 new zip codes into your service area array, hit save, and boom, the APIs fire. You instantly start showing up in localized searches for those specific neighborhoods across the entire web. You have completely pivoted your operational business model in maybe 30 seconds.
That is the raw power of centralized integration. It perfectly aligns your digital footprint with your physical operational reality in real time.
Okay, friends, we have completely built out the entity data. We have polished the visual brand. We have mathematically defined the service territory. Now we need to actually know if any of this is working.
The fun part.
Section 3, data-driven dominance. We are jumping into the analytics dashboard.
This is the exact moment where a business transitions from guessing to actually knowing.
I feel like so many small businesses today still operate purely on vibes. Like, the owner stands by the register and says, well, it feels pretty busy today.
Vibes absolutely do not pay the commercial lease. You need hard, structured metrics. And the Auto Robo Listings Analytics dashboard provides entirely real-time metrics. And I really want to emphasize that real-time component. We are not waiting for a static PDF report at the end of the month.
What are the foundational pillars we are looking at in this dashboard? What are the key metrics?
The first major pillar is total listings impressions.
So, basic visibility.
Right. This is the absolute top of the marketing funnel. How often does your business database entity actually trigger an appearance in consumer search results? If this raw number is extremely low, it means your underlying SEO text is bad or your category tags are misaligned. Functionally, nobody even knows you exist.
And then moving down the funnel, we have what you call the money metrics.
Yes, the total listings actions. This is the data that actually pays the bills, tracked clicks to your primary website, tracked phone calls routed from the platforms, and my absolute personal favorite metric of all time, direction requests.
I love direction requests. I've always said it is the single most underrated metric in local marketing history.
Because it is the ultimate undeniable intent signal. Think about user behavior. If a consumer clicks get directions on Apple Maps, they are no longer just casually browsing their phone on the couch. They are physically getting into their car. They are navigating to your specific longitude and latitude. That is a hard conversion.
So if you are staring at your dashboard and you see direction requests suddenly spiking on a Tuesday afternoon, you know for a fact your physical foot traffic is about to surge in roughly 15 minutes.
Exactly. It's predictive modeling for local retail. But the analytics engine goes significantly deeper than just volume. It breaks down the traffic by device usage. It segments mobile versus desktop versus tablet.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate here for a second. Why does the owner of a local bakery actually care if people are searching for croissants on a smartphone or a laptop? A search is a search, right?
Is it though? Let's say you log into your Auto Robo dashboard, and the chart shows you that 92% of your total API traffic is coming from mobile devices.
Pretty standard nowadays.
Right. But you know deep down in your soul that your actual bakery website was custom coded back in 2018, and it looks absolutely terrible on a modern iPhone screen. The user literally has to pinch and zoom just to read the PDF menu.
Oof, yeah, I've been to that website.
We all have. That specific mobile metric isn't just a fun fact. It is a blaring diagnostic alarm. It tells you that you are likely losing 92% of your potential conversions strictly because of a hostile mobile user experience.
Yeah.
It tells you, stop spending money on ads and go fix your mobile site CSS immediately.
That is an incredibly powerful business insight. It literally dictates where you need to allocate your capital.
It does. And then you have the Profile Views and Platform Insights module, which dynamically segments all this traffic by the specific publisher.
Finding the hidden gold mine in the data?
Exactly. You might naturally assume that 100% of your audience is on Google. Everyone does. But maybe for your highly specific industry, let's say you're a specialized roofing contractor, you notice in the dashboard that you are actually getting a massive volume of high-intent views from Bing or from a hyper-niche directory API like hers.
So you look at that data and you actively double down your efforts there.
Right. You go into that specific platform. You upload custom photos tailored to that demographic. You aggressively reply to those specific reviews. The telemetry data tells you exactly where the audience is physically congregating.
Again, if you want to see what these interactive charts actually look like, highly recommend going to www.autorobo.ca. It is entirely worth seeing the data visualization UI for yourself.
No, we need to shift gears a bit. We need to address the massive, expensive elephant in the room.
Ah, yes. The big contractually locked elephant.
Section 4, the migration protocol.
There are absolutely a ton of business owners listening to this right now who are thinking to themselves, wow, this Auto Robo system sounds incredible, but I'm currently paying a fortune for Yext, and I am completely stuck in a contract.
Stuck is exactly the right word. Legacy directory systems like Yext are architecturally designed to be incredibly sticky. They're basically the Hotel California of SaaS platforms. You can check out anytime you like, but
try actually leaving, and suddenly your online listings mysteriously revert to old data, or your API access gets locked out, or you end up spending 3 hours on a support call with a retention specialist who is literally scripted to never let you cancel.
it is intentional friction by design. It is a corporate hostage situation.
So how does Auto Robo handle this hostage negotiation? Because it's a huge barrier to entry.
They have built a technical feature that is, frankly, audacious. It's a specific module labeled Automated Cancellations for Yext listings.
Walk us through the actual UI workflow. Is it seriously just a giant red button you click?
It is shockingly direct from a UX standpoint. Step 1, you securely log in to your Auto Robo dashboard. Step 2, you navigate to the Edit Listings Information tab. Step 3, you open Manage Listings. And sitting right there staring you directly in the face is a dedicated action button that simply says, Cancel Yext listings.
That is so aggressive. I absolutely love it.
It is a profound statement of intent. Step 4, you click it, confirm your authorization, select a standardized reason from the dropdown, and the Auto Robo system automatically initiates the complex breakup sequence via backend protocols.
But there is always a but with legacy software. We have to responsibly read the fine print for our listeners here.
Yes, and this is highly critical for anyone planning a migration. Do not ignore this parameter. There's a hard-coded 30-day prior submission rule.
Explain the mechanics of that.
You absolutely cannot wake up in a panic on the very day your annual Yext contract automatically renews, log into Auto Robo, hit the automated button, and expect a database miracle. The automated cancellation payload is only legally applicable if you submit the digital form at least 30 days strictly prior to your official renewal or cancellation window closing.
So you have to actually plan your prison escape.
You have to strategically map out the escape timeline. It requires operational foresight.
And what happens if the automated system fails? Because these legacy SaaS platforms are notoriously tricky. Sometimes they just arbitrarily reject the incoming API cancellation call.
Right? Error handling is vital here. If the automated server-to-server cancellation fails for any technical reason, the Auto Robo system instantly flags it and displays a persistent error message. But, and this is the ultimate safety net, they have a dedicated support team intervention protocol.
Wait, so if the automated robot fails the task, a real human being steps in to fix it?
Yes. You simply submit an escalated ticket, and the Auto Robo customer support team, actual trained humans, will manually log in and physically handle the complex cancellation and data extraction processes on your behalf.
That is a massive operational relief. It totally removes the administrative terror of migrating away. It effectively says to the user, we will physically fight this bureaucratic battle for you.
Exactly. It strategically positions Auto Robo not just as a piece of software you rent, but as an active operational partner. They are declaring, we are the aggressive modern alternative, and we will do the heavy lifting to drag you into 2026.
Okay, so we've successfully escaped the old legacy system. We have our shiny, perfectly formatted new dashboard. Now we need to actively grow the business.
Yes. Section 5.
A growth engine.
Review request automation. From an algorithmic standpoint, this is the main reactor core.
The underlying philosophy here is brutally simple, but I know it's incredibly painful for some traditional owners to hear. You simply cannot wait for reviews anymore.
Absolutely not. If you passively sit back behind the register and wait for customers to pull out their phones and leave a review entirely out of the goodness of their hearts, you are organically going to capture only 2 specific types of psychological profiles.
Yeah.
You will get the 1% who are absolutely fanatical cult-like fans.
And you will get the people who are absolutely blindly furious because you forgot to put pickles on their sandwich.
Exactly. And mostly you just get the furious ones. Pure anger is a significantly stronger psychological motivator than baseline satisfaction. So mathematically, your online reputation will naturally skew deeply negative by default if you rely on passive organic reviews.
So you have to physically manufacture review volume.
You have to systematically ask for them
Yeah.
every single time. But scaling that up, you obviously can't have an employee manually typing out text messages to every customer. It doesn't scale.
Yeah.
So Auto Robo engineered workflows, which are fully automated, trigger-based set-and-forget sequences, alongside manual batch requests for highly specific, high-touch client situations.
And the really critical architecture choice here is multi-channel delivery. They aren't just relying on one protocol, SMS, standard email, and WhatsApp.
The absolute power of routing choice.
Now, I want to pause the business talk here for a second and get highly technical, because you and I were actually debating this specific point in the green room before the show. The fundamental architectural difference between sending an SMS text and sending an email blast. And it's not just about user preference, it's about what you called truth in data.
Yes. This is a subtle database nuance that every technical marketing manager desperately needs to understand. When you look at the Auto Robo Request Queue dashboard, you see 4 distinct status indicators: queued, sent, delivered, and failed.
Right. Pretty standard statuses.
On the surface, yes. But the underlying protocols are wildly different. For SMS text messaging, Auto Robo integrates directly with a back-end provider called Twilio. Twilio is arguably the global gold standard for telecommunications APIs. When the Twilio API returns a delivered status to your Auto Robo dashboard, it mathematically means the cellular carrier has successfully completed a digital handshake with the recipient's physical device. It's like sending a physical package via certified mail. You got the cryptographic signature. You know for an absolute fact the hardware received it.
Okay, I follow that.
But for the email routing protocol, Auto Robo utilizes Mailgun. Now, SMTP email protocols are fundamentally different from cellular networks. Sending an email through Mailgun is much more analogous to dropping a stamped envelope into a blue public mailbox on the corner. You securely transmitted it. Mailgun confirms the status as sent, But structurally, unless the recipient actually opens the email and triggers a hidden tracking pixel or clicks a specific hyperlink inside, the system does not always receive a verified delivered confirmation back.
So if I'm a business manager anxiously staring at my daily report and I see a massive batch of automated emails listed purely as sent, but they never flip over to delivered, I shouldn't immediately panic and call IT.
Do not panic. It is purely a limitation of the global SMTP email protocol. Sent usually just means it successfully landed in their inbox server. But with the SMS integration, delivered is a hard, mathematically verified data point.
That is a wildly helpful technical distinction. Now let's pivot slightly and talk about the WhatsApp integration. Because while SMS is huge here in the US, internationally, WhatsApp is basically the default operating system for human communication.
It is a massive global ecosystem, and Auto Robo has engineered a highly sophisticated native integration here. To initially utilize it, you obviously need to provision a WhatsApp-enabled business number. But the truly fascinating technical hurdle is the meta approval process.
Meta approval. I have to admit that sounds incredibly bureaucratic and annoying.
It sounds like a massive headache, but structurally, it's actually a badge of honor for the platform. When you create a customized text template in Auto Robo for a WhatsApp review request, you can't just spam it out. The API requires you to submit that specific text string directly to Meta, which owns WhatsApp for algorithmic approval. It generally takes about 1 to 2 minutes.
Why in the world do I want Facebook's AI approving my private business text messages?
Because it cryptographically proves legitimacy to the network. It proves that Auto Robo isn't utilizing some shady, hacky gray market workaround to emulate a mobile phone. They're interfacing cleanly with the official, sanctioned Meta Business API. This strict compliance ensures your primary business phone number doesn't get instantly blacklisted or permanently banned for spamming. It virtually guarantees incredibly high global deliverability rates.
So it's fundamentally a brand protection mechanism.
Exactly. It's a mandatory safety feature built into the code.
And jumping back to the pure business perspective, this entire automated engine is exactly how you build massive social proof at scale. A small local business with 3 employees literally cannot afford to pay someone to manually type and send 500 individual text messages every Friday asking for Google reviews. It takes way too many human hours. Auto Robo's workflows can parse the database and execute all 500 requests flawlessly in about 3 seconds.
And crucially, the engine algorithmically tracks retries.
Explain the logic on that.
The Auto Robo system dynamically tracks whether the specific user actually clicked the encrypted review link in the initial message. If the database shows they did not engage, the workflow algorithm can automatically queue up and deploy a timed follow-up sequence. Like, hey, just a friendly reminder, we'd still love your feedback.
Persistence about harassment.
That is the incredibly delicate line you have to walk. You want to automate the nudge, but you absolutely do not want to computationally annoy your customer base.
Automate the nudge, don't annoy. I feel like that should be printed on a corporate t-shirt somewhere. Okay, we are entering the absolute home stretch here. Section 6, the AI future and the support ecosystem.
We have spent an hour talking about programmatic automation, but the Reviews AI agent is really where we cross the Rubicon into next-generation tech. The original source documentation we reviewed was somewhat brief on this specific module, but the operational implication is just massive. This isn't just a script asking for reviews anymore. It's about actively managing your entire sprawling reputation ecosystem with applied artificial intelligence.
This is really the ultimate set-it-and-forget-it dream scenario.
Exactly. Just imagine an AI agent that doesn't simply trigger a request for a review, but structurally analyzes the text when a customer posts a complaint, and then autonomously drafts a highly contextual, empathetic reply for your approval. Imagine a sentiment analysis AI that processes 1,000 reviews instantly and flags your dashboard, saying, hey, 40% of your negative reviews this quarter specifically mention a broken parking lot light.
It totally reinforces the central theme of this deep dive. That AI is definitively the present reality. It is not some distant future concept. Modern businesses absolutely rely on it as the new baseline standard for operations. If you aren't deploying AI to process this unstructured data, you are actively burning expensive human capital on data entry.
But, and there's always a but, as much as we fundamentally rely on the AI agents, sometimes the machine learning models get confused. Or more likely, the human operators get completely confused.
Yeah, it's almost always the human operators.
That is exactly where the educational safety net comes into play. Auto Robo hasn't just built software. They have integrated what they call the built-in academy.
I actually saw this featured prominently on their site. It's essentially a comprehensive self-training platform housed right inside the UI.
Yes, and structurally, this is vital for adoption. Whether you are the highly technical systems integrator attempting to map complex API keys,
Hmm.
or you are just the newly hired junior marketing manager who needs quickly learn how to change a logo, you can instantly launch the academy directly within the system. You are provided with all the necessary training materials dynamically. You absolutely do not need to hire an external consultant for $200 an hour just to teach your staff how to operate the dashboard.
It's incredibly empowering for the end user.
It is. It radically lowers the barrier to entry. And if you somehow exhaust the academy and still don't have the technical answer, they include native 24/7 support.
24/7. And that's just included in the subscription.
Included standard. If the automated workflows fail, or you don't understand an API error, you can instantly initiate a ticket and talk to a highly trained human engineer. That specific hybrid operational model, deploying AI for raw processing speed, but retaining human intelligence for edge case complexity, that is the winning formula for SaaS in 2026.
And finally, just to bridge the lingering gap between the digital cloud infrastructure and the physical retail space, we have the review widgets and custom QR codes.
Functionally simple tools, but mathematically highly effective for conversion rates. The platform auto-generates customizable embed widgets, so you can dynamically pull and display those verified 5-star Google reviews directly onto your own core website. And they generate tracked QR codes natively for your physical locations.
So you just print out the code and slap the sticker right on the checkout counter.
Slap it on the counter, print it dynamically on the physical paper receipts, embed it in your recurring email newsletter templates. The entire goal is to systematically reduce friction, make it computationally and physically as easy as possible for the consumer to input positive data into your ecosystem.
So let's pull back and bring this all together. We have covered an incredible amount of technical and operational ground today. What is the final synthesis here for the listener?
The ultimate synthesis is that the Auto Robo platform is not merely a utility tool. It is a fundamental competitive advantage disguised as software. It seamlessly integrates complex listings management, highly granular real-time analytics, and AI-driven review automation all into a single, unified interface. It literally takes fragmented API tasks that used to burn 20 manual hours a week and fully automates them down to maybe 20 minutes of dashboard review a week.
And crucially, it takes that exact same Fortune 500 level architectural power and hands it directly to the local shop owner. The interface is specifically designed to be highly user-friendly. You do not need to be a back-end coder. You don't need to write Python scripts. You just need to care about scaling your business and let the AI handle the routing.
Precisely. It entirely levels the technological playing field across all industries.
So, to everyone listening, here is the direct call to action. The digital train is permanently leaving the station. Please, do not get left behind in the manual, error-prone era of spreadsheets and weekend panic. Open your browser and go to www.autorobo.ca. Subscribe to the platform, access the system, just plug in your business data and watch the dashboard map your network for yourself.
The automated tools are literally sitting right there waiting. You just have to be willing to pick them up.
And as we wrap up this deep dive, here is a final, highly provocative thought for you to chew on as you evaluate your systems this week.
Let's hear it.
We've talked a lot about the AI capturing reviews and fixing listings, but think about the trajectory of predictive algorithms. What happens in 2 years when these AI agents don't just react to bad data, but proactively negotiate with directory algorithms to secure premium ranking placement before your competitor even wakes up? If your baseline business operations are completely static, if you are still stuck manually typing in zip codes while the digital world around you is fundamentally fluid, real-time, and aggressively AI-driven, are you actually operating a business in 2026? Or are you just slowly mathematically fading out of the database entirely?
That is a terrifying reality check. The advanced tools to automate your digital existence are fully available right now. The only variable left in the equation is you.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into Auto Robo. We will see you all next time.
Take care, everyone. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we're doing something a little bit different.
Yeah, quite different, actually.
Usually we take a look at a book or a historical event, maybe a broad philosophical concept. But today we are looking at a machine.
Right.
And I don't mean a physical machine with gears and pistons. I mean a digital machine. A fundamental shift in how businesses, especially modern agile businesses, operate.
A completely new standard.
Exactly.
Hmm.
We are digging into a massive stack of documentation, user guides, and technical breakdowns for something called the Auto Robo System.
It is a really fascinating stack of papers today. And, you're right. To call it just software it feels like a bit of an undersell.
A massive undersell.
Because when we went through this material, what jumped out at me wasn't just the features, it was the philosophy behind it. It really feels like we're looking at the blueprint for the modern commercial engine.
Yeah, the premise we're working with today is pretty bold. We are moving past that tired, panicked conversation of, will AI change business?
Or is automation coming to take our jobs?
Exactly. Those questions feel outdated now. The sources we have today are screaming one thing. It is already here. The question has shifted entirely from if to how.
Specifically, how are successful businesses actually using this stuff right now, today?
Right. And that's the key for you listening. We are living in a world of total information overload,
Drowning in data.
drowning in data, but often starving for wisdom. And for a business owner, manual processes are literally the enemy of growth.
They are. If you are sitting there manually emailing leads or trying to stitch together 5 different platforms,
Website builder over here,
an email sender
a
there.
calendar tool over there.
Exactly, just to sell a single product. You aren't just inefficient. You are vulnerable. You are actively falling behind competitors who have already automated the boring stuff.
So our mission today is to dissect this system. We're going to look at the Auto Robo system from the ground up. We have documentation here covering everything from drag-and-drop builders, which they sound simple but are actually quite complex under the hood,
Very complex.
up to things like security headers, WordPress integrations, and AI content generation.
Yeah.
But I don't want this to be dry.
Nobody wants a dry tech manual read out loud to them.
Right, if we just list features, we'll put everyone to sleep. So I want to anchor this in reality.
I completely agree. Let's ground it.
Let's use a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout this deep dive, I want us to imagine a business, let's say a high-end dog training business.
Oh, okay.
Let's call it Pause and Reflect.
Pause and reflect. I like it. It's catchy.
So the owner is an expert dog trainer,
Mm-hmm.
but she is completely overwhelmed. She's amazing with dogs, terrible with tech.
A very common scenario.
She needs a way to get clients, book them, sell her online courses, and manage her reputation without spending 10 hours a day staring at a laptop screen.
Because she needs to be out with the dogs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're going to see if the Auto Robo system can actually save her.
That is the perfect test case. Because that is exactly who this system is built for. Someone with a valuable skill who needs the technical architecture to scale it. It's about, 80% technical capability, enabling 20% massive business impact.
Now, before we get into the actual tools, I want to clarify one distinction that kept popping up in the research. The difference between a funnel and a website.
Oh, yeah.
Because Auto Robo handles both. But they are absolutely not the same thing, are they?
No, and that is a crucial distinction for you to understand right out of the gate. Most people use the terms interchangeably, but they are radically different tools.
How so?
Think of a website as your digital brochure. It's an informational hub. People go there to browse, learn about your team, maybe read a blog post about why golden doodles are so high energy.
It's exploratory.
Exactly, it's exploratory. It's like walking into a massive library.
Lots of doors, lots of hallways, lots of distractions.
Precisely. You can wander around for hours, but a funnel. A funnel is a linear sales path. It is one job and one job only, conversion.
Convert.
It takes a visitor by the hand and says, Step 1, watch this video. Step 2, click this button. Step 3, buy this course. It's not a library. It is a tunnel.
You can't get lost in a tunnel.
Exactly. You either move forward or you turn back and leave. The Auto Robo sources make it incredibly clear that while Pause and Reflect needs a website for credibility and organic traffic, the funnel is where the actual revenue is generated.
That makes total sense. The website is for the brand. The funnel is for the bank account.
That's a great way to put it.
And we're going to get into exactly how this system builds those out. Plus, there is this feature mentioned in the docs called Content AI.
Oh, we have to talk about Content AI.
It claims to speed up the creation process by 10 times. We will definitely unpack that because, let's be honest, writing sales copy from scratch is incredibly painful.
It's the biggest bottleneck for almost every business owner.
By the way, if you are the type of person who learns by doing, or if you just want to see what we are talking about as we describe it, you can actually check out the system at www.autorobo.ta.
Yeah, having it open while we talk might actually help visualize some of these architectural concepts.
At autorobo.ca. But for now, let's head into the engine room, segment 1. Let's talk about the builder and funnels.
The no-code revolution.
Right. The documents refer to a funnels overview, and they heavily emphasize that you can create complex systems without any coding knowledge. Now, we hear no code a lot.
It is a bit of a buzzword these days.
It's a huge buzzword. But looking at the specs for this specific builder, it seems genuinely robust.
It really is. The core mechanism is drag and drop, which you expect. But what is interesting here is the underlying structure. The documentation breaks it down into a very specific hierarchy. You have sections, rows, columns, and elements.
Okay, let's unpack this for a second. Why does that hierarchy matter? Like, why can't I just drag a button anywhere on the screen like I'm painting a picture in Microsoft Paint?
Because the web isn't a static canvas.
Yep.
It's a fluid environment. This hierarchy is what allows for responsive design. If you just pinned a button to a specific pixel coordinate on your screen, well, it might look fantastic on your giant 27-inch desktop monitor.
The moment someone opens that page on an iPhone?
That button is going to be floating off into the void somewhere off screen. It breaks the whole experience.
And nobody wants to buy from a broken site.
Exactly. So think of it like building a house. The section is your foundation and your outer walls. Inside that section, you place rows and columns. Those are like the interior rooms and the shelving units.
Okay, following.
Then the elements, the buttons, the text blocks, the videos, those are the books and the vases you put onto the shelves.
I see.
By strictly using this structure, when someone opens your funnel on a mobile phone, the Auto Robo system knows exactly how to dynamically stack those columns vertically so it remains perfectly readable. It is responsive because it actually responds to the constraints of the screen size.
So the constraints of the builder actually create the freedom to be fully mobile responsive automatically. That's smart. Let's talk about those elements themselves, the things of conversion.
The what of the funnel.
Right. We have a rapid-fire list here in the source notes. We've got the basics, obviously. Text, typography, headlines, subheadlines, paragraphs, bullet lists.
And do not overlook the importance of the Google Fonts integration that they specifically mention in the source guide.
Why is that a big deal? Aren't fonts just fonts?
Typography isn't just about reading. It is fundamentally about trust. If Pause and Reflect uses a goofy amateur font like Comic Sans or something...
Nobody is going to pay $500 for a training course.
Exactly. They won't trust you. The ability to pull in professional, clean Google fonts instantly means you maintain a premium brand identity across the entire funnel.
Okay, then we have the visuals. Images, obviously. But the system natively integrates with YouTube and Vimeo for video elements.
Yeah.
And there's a specific note here about video backgrounds.
I love video backgrounds when they are utilized correctly. The guide actually has a section titled How to Utilize Video Backgrounds. It is a very powerful aesthetic tool.
Give me an example.
Imagine landing on the Pause and Reflect page, and instead of a static, boring photo of a dog, you see a high-definition, slow-motion video of a golden retriever happily running through a sunlit field.
It immediately grabs your emotion.
Yes, it signals a premium, dynamic experience. But, and this is a big but, you have to be careful with load times, which is why a robust system like Auto Robo likely handles the compression and the caching of that content behind the scenes so the site doesn't crawl to a halt.
Right, speed is still king.
Yeah.
Then we get to the interactive stuff, buttons, obviously. But I saw progress bars and countdowns on the list. Now, play devil's advocate for me here.
Okay.
Aren't countdown timers kind of, well, cheesy?
They absolutely can be.
Right, like those sites where the timer resets every time you refresh the page?
Yes, if you use a fake evergreen timer that resets, you destroy your credibility. People aren't stupid, they will notice. But the Auto Robo sources draw a very clear distinction between what they call a minute timer and a day timer.
What's the functional difference there?
A minute timer creates immediate micro-urgency. Like, this specific checkout offer expires in 10 minutes. That is aggressive, but effective for impulse buys. But a day timer is for actual, real-world events.
Like a webinar.
Exactly. Let's say Pause and Reflect is hosting a live webinar on how to stop leash pulling, and it's happening on Friday at noon. You need a countdown that actually ends exactly on Friday at noon.
That is functional urgency.
Right. It reminds people there is a hard deadline to register. It's not a gimmick. And the progress bar, that is pure behavioral psychology.
Yeah, so.
If you have a really long application form, let's say you're applying for the expensive 2-week board and train program, people get form fatigue.
Oh, for sure. You see 10 empty fields and you just want to quit.
Exactly. But if you put a dynamic progress bar at the top of the screen that says, 50% complete, It triggers a psychological need within the user to actually finish the task.
The Zeigarnik effect.
Yes, Zeigarnik effect. Human beings hate leaving tasks visibly unfinished. It eats at us. The progress bar weaponizes that quirk of human psychology to increase conversion rates.
It is genuinely fascinating how these seemingly simple technical elements are essentially just codified psychology. Now, I want to circle back to that content AI feature we teased. The source note explicitly says it helps generate content 10 times faster.
This right here is where we see AI moving from a fun novelty to absolute bare-knuckle utility.
Right.
Because usually the hardest part for our dog trainer isn't dragging the button onto the screen, it's knowing what words to actually write on the button.
The blank page syndrome.
Exactly. She's staring at a blank white screen. She knows dog behavior inside and out, but she doesn't know direct response copywriting.
And hiring a copywriter is expensive.
Very expensive. The content AI integration means the system literally helps you paint the canvas. She can open the AI prompt inside the builder and type something like, write a headline for a dog training course about stopping loose aggression.
And it just spits it out.
It will spit out 5 different optimized options in seconds, like from growling to good boy or the peace of mind puppy protocol. It completely removes the friction of creation.
So to be clear, she's not fully replacing herself or her expertise. She is just getting a really fast, highly structured, rough draft.
Precisely. It turns her from a frustrated writer into an editor, and editing is always, always faster than writing from scratch.
Okay, so we have the architectural structure, we have the embedded psychology, and we have the AI writing the actual copy. That is a solid engine room. But, you know, a pretty car is completely useless if it doesn't drive anywhere. We need to talk about segment 2.
The commerce layer?
Right, turning visitors into actual paying customers.
This is where the rubber meets the road. If you don't get this right, nothing else matters.
The documentation highlights 2 specific tabs in the dashboard, the Sales tab and the Stats tab.
This is a crucial business fundamental. You cannot improve what you do not accurately measure. The Stats tab isn't just a vanity visitor counter like the old days of the internet.
No rolling odometers here.
Right. It shows step-by-step conversion rates through the funnel.
Break that down. What does that actually look like for our trainer?
So if 100 people land on the pause and reflect sales page, and only 10 of them click the button to even see the price, the Stats tab tells you that your headline or your intro video is boring. You are losing 90% of people before they even see the offer.
Okay.
But if 50 people click the button but only 1 person actually buys, you know your headline is great, but your price might be too high, or your checkout form is fundamentally broken. It tells you exactly where the leak in the pipe is.
It takes the emotion out of the troubleshooting. Speaking of the checkout, I want to ask you about order forms. The docs spend a lot of time mentioning 1-step order forms and 2-step order forms. What is the real difference, and why would I choose one over the other?
This is a classic direct response marketing strategy, and having it built in is a massive game changer for revenue. A 1-step order form asks for absolutely everything all at once on one page.
Name, email, shipping address, credit card number.
Exactly. It's one big, long, intimidating form. It's fine for low-ticket items, but it can be overwhelming.
It looks like a lot of work just glancing at it.
It does. A 2-step order form, however, is pure magic.
Magic.
Magic. Step 1 asks for just the basics. Name and email address, maybe phone number. That's it. The user clicks a button that says Next Step.
Okay.
Then, and only then, Step 2 reveals the credit card field and the final price.
Okay, but why is that magic? It's literally the exact same amount of total information required to buy.
Because of what happens if they don't buy.
What do you mean?
Let's play it out. A user fills out their name and email on Step 1. They click Next. They see the dog training course is $500, and they say, whoa, I need to talk to my spouse first, or that's too expensive. And they close the browser tab.
Okay, so they're gone. The sale is lost.
In a 1-step form, yes, they are gone forever. You don't know who they were. But in a 2-step form, the Auto Robo System captured their name and email the exact millisecond they clicked. Next, on Step 1.
Oh, wow.
You have their lead info securely stored in the CRM before they even saw the credit card field.
So you can follow up.
Exactly. You can now trigger an automated email sequence. Maybe an hour later, the system automatically sends an email saying, hey, I saw you were interested in the training course but didn't finish checking out. Did life get in the way? Here is a temporary 10% off coupon to help you out.
That is incredibly sneaky.
Yeah.
But also totally brilliant. It is a built-in safety net for your leads.
It's not sneaky at all, really. It's just hyper efficient. It recovers abandoned carts that would otherwise be permanently lost revenue. It is standard practice for modern commerce, but having it seamlessly integrated without needing a third-party plugin is huge.
Okay, let's look at the outline again. It lists revenue maximizers, things like order bumps and upsells. Now, I need you to be honest with me.
I'm always honest.
Doesn't everyone inherently hate upsells? I mean, you buy a burger, they ask if you want fries. You buy an airline ticket, they barrage you with travel insurance and extra legroom offers. Isn't this just deeply annoying to the consumer?
It absolutely can be annoying if it's irrelevant to what they're doing.
Yeah,
But if it's helpful, it's actually a service.
explain that.
Think about our dog trainer. The customer is currently checking out, buying a puppy basics course for $100. They're at the checkout screen, credit card literally in hand. An order bump is a small, subtle checkbox right on the form itself that says, "Want to add the ultimate potty training checklist for just $27."
Ah, okay. That's the impulse buy, like the candy bars right at the grocery store checkout lane.
Exactly. It is a micro commitment. But more importantly, it is highly relevant. If I have a brand new puppy, I definitely need potty training help. It's a no-brainer for me to check that box. And just like that, seamlessly, the total order value goes from $100 to $127.
Okay, that's the bump. What about the upsell?
The upsell happens after the initial purchase is complete. This is where the technical magic of the Auto Robo system really shines. The customer clicks buy, the credit card has already been processed for the $100, the transaction is fully done.
Okay, so they own the puppy course.
Right. But instead of going to a boring receipt page, a brand new page pops up. It says, "Wait, before you go, do you want to upgrade to our VIP package, which includes a private one-on-one Zoom consultation with me? Normally $200, today only $97.
And if they want it, they have to type in their credit card number all over again. Because I would definitely quit at that point.
No. And that is the absolute key to this entire strategy. The Auto Robo system uses the tokenized, secure data from the very first transaction that literally just happened seconds ago. So they just click a single button that says, "Yes, add this to my order," and the system charges the card on file instantly. It is called a one-click upsell.
That is dangerously easy.
If they had to get up, walk across the room, find their wallet, pull out the card, and type the 16 digits in again, your conversion rate on that upsell would absolutely plummet to near zero. By making it just one single click, you drastically increase your average order value, or AOV, completely automatically.
It's all about removing friction.
Friction is the mortal enemy of sales online. Every extra click, every extra form fill is a chance for the customer to talk themselves out of buying. Auto Robo eliminates that friction.
The docs also mentioned a buy now, pay later integration.
Yes. BNPL options are huge right now, especially for higher ticket items. If that Zoom consultation package is $500, letting them split it into 4 payments of $125 through an integration is going to drastically increase your conversion rate.
And pricing columns.
Just a clean, visual way to present multiple tiers, basic, pro, enterprise. The builder makes creating those comparison tables drag and drop simple.
All right, moving on to segment 3. Advanced funnel mechanics and personalization. This is where it gets really interesting for me because we start seeing the actual logic and brain behind the system. The sources talk extensively about custom values.
Yes. This is a feature that truly separates the amateurs from the pros in digital marketing. A custom value allows you to insert dynamic changing data into a static page.
Give me a concrete example.
Okay, for example, let's say Pause and Reflect is running Facebook ads in 2 different cities, Toronto and Vancouver. You absolutely do not want to build and maintain 2 completely separate funnel websites just for a city name change.
That sounds like an absolute maintenance nightmare. Every time you change the price, you have to change it in 2 places.
Exactly, it doesn't scale. Instead, you use a custom value in your headline. When someone clicks the ad for Toronto, the URL secretly passes a tracking parameter, and the headline on the page dynamically changes in real time to say, "Best dog training in Toronto."
And if they click from the Vancouver ad,
It instantly says, "Best dog training in Vancouver." Same page, same infrastructure, different dynamic text.
so the page isn't static. It adapts to the user's specific context. It feels personalized to them.
Exactly. And relevance drives conversion. If I see my specific city name or even my first name if I'm clicking from an email, I instantly trust you more because it feels like this offer is uniquely for me.
Speaking of trust, let's talk about URL paths.
Yeah.
The docs mentioned customizing paths for better UX, user experience. Why does this really matter, honestly? Who even looks at the address bar anymore?
You'd be surprised. Way more people than you think, especially when you are sharing links directly via text or social media. If our dog trainer texts Alita link that looks like autorobo.k/funnel-ed-5542-IYZ.
Yeah, that looks like a phishing scam. It looks scary.
It really does. People will hesitate to click that. But if she customizes the path within the system to be pauseandreflect.com/puppy-offer, it looks incredibly clean. It tells the user exactly what to expect before they even click.
It's a small detail, but it builds subconscious trust.
Subconscious trust is everything.
And redirects. The guide mentions managing thank you page redirects.
The thank you page is, without a doubt, the single most undervalued real estate on the entire internet.
Why do you say that? I mean, the sale is already made. The transaction is over.
Because the customer has just voted with their wallet. They have trusted you. They are currently at peak excitement and peak dopamine. Most businesses just show a dead-end page that says, "Thanks, check your email for a receipt." What an absolute waste of attention.
What do they do instead?
The Auto Robo system lets you redirect them strategically based on what they just bought. After they buy the course, immediately redirect them to a calendar widget to book a consultation call. Or redirect them to a private Facebook group to join the community. Keep the momentum going. Tell them exactly what to do next. Do not just show them a receipt and let them leave.
That is brilliant. Keep them engaged while they are hot. We also have feedback loops listed here. The sources mentioned embedding surveys and forms.
Surveys are incredibly powerful because they allowed for logic-based funnel branching.
Branching.
Yeah. Imagine a quick 2-question survey right on the front page of Pause and Reflect. Question 1. How old is your dog? Option A is puppy. Option B is adult.
Simple enough. Everyone knows the answer to that.
Right. If they click puppy, the Auto Robo logic instantly routes them to a specialized landing page all about potty training, crate training, and puppy chewing. But if they click adult, it routes them to a totally different page about leash aggression, recall training, and behavior modification.
You are actively segmenting your audience in real time based on their own self-reported data.
Exactly. You aren't wasting time trying to sell puppy pee pads to someone with a 10-year-old rescue dog. The messaging matches the exact problem they told you they have.
That is so smart. It treats the customer like an individual with specific needs, not just a raw number on a spreadsheet. And then there's the review widget mentioned in the docs.
Social proof. We all look at reviews before we buy anything online today. The ability to embed a dynamic widget that automatically pulls in your latest 5-star Google or Facebook reviews directly onto your funnel builds instant, verifiable credibility.
So you don't have to manually copy and paste text testimonials and update them every month.
No, it's automated trust. It pulls the real data, with the reviewer's photo, straight from the source.
There's one seemingly small but mighty feature mentioned here that I want your take on. Click to call, click to text, and click the email buttons.
Again, we go back to friction reduction. If I am browsing your site on my mobile phone and I see your phone number written out in plain text, I don't want to try and memorize it, switch over to my phone app, open the dialer, and manually type it in.
I would probably get a notification halfway through and totally forget what I was doing.
Exactly. Distraction is everywhere. I want to just tap the button with my thumb and have the phone instantly start ringing. Those click-to-action buttons make communication instantaneous. It reduces the time between feeling interest and making contact to literal zero.
Okay, brace yourself, grab some water. We are heading into segment 4, the technical deep dive.
I'm ready. Let's get into the weeds.
This is for the power users listening. I admit some of this stuff like metadata, canonical links, it kind of made my eyes glaze over a bit when I was reading the source docs. But you say this is absolutely critical.
It is the dividing line between having a cute little hobby and running a serious, scalable business. Let's start with SEO, search engine optimization. A lot of people historically think that funnel builders are inherently bad for SEO compared to traditional websites. But the Auto Robo documentation clearly shows they have put a massive amount of engineering thought into this. We have full metadata management.
Just to level set, this is what shows up in Google search results, right?
Yeah.
The blue clickable link and the short description paragraph underneath it.
Yes. You can explicitly customize the SEO metadata for every single individual page in your system. You control the exact narrative that appears in the search engine results. You aren't leaving it up to Google to guess what your page is about.
Okay, that makes sense. But more importantly, the sources spend a lot of time discussing canonical links.
Yes.
Please explain that one. Because honestly, it sounds like something out of a medieval religious text.
It really does sound biblical, doesn't it? But in the web architecture world, a canonical link is simply how you tell Google which version of a page is the master copy.
Why would there be multiple versions of the same page?
Here is the problem. In digital marketing, we used tracking links heavily. So you might have your main page, pauseandreflect.com.
Right.
But when you run a Facebook ad, Facebook adds a tracking parameter to the end of the URL. So the link becomes pauseandreflect.com !source equals Facebook.
Okay, I've seen those long, messy links.
To a human, it's the exact same page. But to Google's web crawler robots, those look like two completely different URLs that happen to have identical copy-pasted content on them.
And Google heavily penalizes duplicate content, right?
Google aggressively punishes duplicate content. It splits your SEO ranking power between the two URLs, meaning neither one of them ranks well on page one. It's a concept called keyword cannibalization.
So how does a canonical link fix this?
A canonical link is a hidden line of code in the header of the page that basically says, hey Google, ignore all those messy tracking parameters at the end of the URL. This specific base URL is the one true original master copy. Only rank this one.
Ah, so it protects your organic SEO ranking while still allowing you to run complex tracking for your paid ads.
Exactly. That is a critical enterprise-level detail that almost all basic DIY website builders completely miss. Auto Robo handles it natively.
And on the flip side of wanting Google to find you, the docs mention a feature to prevent search engines from indexing.
Also incredibly crucial. You absolutely do not want your thank you page or your private download your ebook page showing up in public Google search results.
Why not? I mean, traffic is traffic, isn't it? The more eyeballs, the better.
Not if that traffic is completely bypassing your payment form.
Right.
If someone can just search pause and reflect download page on Google, click the link, and get your premium training PDF without ever paying the $27, you are bleeding money. So you use Auto Robo to tell the robots, the search engine crawlers, to stay completely out of those specific private pages. You put a no index tag on them. It makes them invisible to Google.
That is vital. Let's talk about tracking and analytics. The docs mention adding the pixel.
The Facebook pixel specifically. The documentation has a very clear step-by-step guide on adding it globally to your funnels.
Break this down for the uninitiated listening. How does the pixel actually work in plain English?
Think of the pixel like a highly advanced digital sticky note. When someone visits your online shoe store, the pixel silently sticks a note onto their digital back that says, this person was looking at red sneakers.
Okay.
They leave your website without buying anything, and they go log into Facebook. Facebook scans their back, sees your sticky note, and says, oh, I should show them that specific ad for the red sneakers they were just looking at.
That is retargeting.
That is retargeting in a nutshell. It continuously reminds people to come back and finish their purchase. The Auto Robo system makes it dead simple to inject that complex tracking code across your entire site without needing to hire a developer.
And there's a really specific, almost scary tracking note here in the outline. Video engagement tracking.
Oh, this is a total superpower. You can track exactly how much of a video a specific lead actually watches. And this is the really cool part. You can automatically trigger CRM automations based on that specific watch percentage.
Give me a real-world example for our dog trainer. How does she use that?
Okay, let's say she sends out an email blast with a video explaining her new high-ticket aggression rehab program. It's a 10-minute long video. She can go into Auto Robo and set up conditional triggers.
Conditional triggers.
Yeah. Rule 1, if someone clicks play but watches less than 1 minute, do nothing. They clearly aren't interested. Don't bother them.
Makes sense.
Rule 2, if someone watches 50% of the video 5 minutes in, tag them in the CRM as a warm lead and automatically send them an email the next day with a written client testimonial.
Nudging them along.
Right. But rule 3, if someone watches 95% of that 10-minute video, that person is actively dealing with an aggressive dog right now, and they are desperate for a solution. The system will instantly send an SMS notification directly to the trainer's cell phone saying, call this person right now, they are piping hot.
Wow. So you are dynamically prioritizing your human sales effort based on their exact measured attention span. That is wildly specific behavioral data.
It's behavioral marketing at its finest. You aren't guessing who is interested based on who clicked a link. You are actively observing their consumption habits.
Let's touch quickly on domain verification, Facebook meta tags, and Google Search Console.
This is fundamentally about authority and security. You have to cryptographically prove to Facebook and Google that you actually legally own the domain name you are trying to use. It prevents malicious actors from spoofing your brand.
What happens if you skip this step?
If you don't verify, your marketing emails will almost certainly go straight to the spam folder, or your paid ads will get disapproved by the platform. The Auto Robo Guide walks you through verifying via DNS records. It sounds incredibly intimidating to a layperson, but it's really just copying and pasting a single string of text into your registrar.
Speaking of security, let's touch on the compliance section. Cookie consent and security headers.
Cookie consent is that standard GDPR banner we all see, you know? We use cookies to improve your experience. Click accept or decline. If you have any traffic coming from Europe, or really California, or anywhere nowadays, you absolutely need this toggled on to avoid getting hit with massive compliance lawsuits. It's built right in.
But the security headers thing, the source literally calls it advanced site safety.
Yeah, this is the hidden gem of the technical section. Think of security headers like the heavily armed bouncer at the front door of an exclusive club. Before anyone or any piece of external code gets inside the club, the bouncer violently checks their ID.
So it's actively blocking threats.
Yes. If a hacker tries to automatically inject a malicious script into your form like trying to sneak a weapon into the club, the security header explicitly tells the web browser, block that request immediately, it is unauthorized.
Protecting us what?
Things like cross-site scripting or XSS attacks, clickjacking, things like that. The fact that the Auto Robo system includes native documentation on actively configuring these headers shows they take enterprise-level security very seriously. It's not just a toy for making pretty pages. It's a fortress for keeping your customer data safe.
And finally in this segment, terms and conditions checkboxes on the order forms themselves.
Absolutely mandatory. You simply cannot process recurring payments or large transactions without a binding digital contract. The system can be set to forcefully require the user to actively click a checkbox agreeing to your specific terms before the submit button even becomes clickable.
Does that protect against chargeback?
Exactly. It protects the merchant. If a customer tries to call their credit card company and say, I didn't know this monthly subscription renewed automatically, this is fraud, you can pull up the Auto Robo log and show the bank the exact IP address and timestamp where they manually checked the box, legally agreeing to the recurring charge. You win the dispute.
All right. Let's take a breath and shift gears entirely to segment 5. We've talked extensively about funnels and landing pages, but the sources have a surprisingly large amount of material dedicated to WordPress integration and hosting.
This is what they call the hybrid approach, and honestly, this solves a huge, decades-old debate in the digital marketing industry.
What's the debate exactly?
For years, business owners had to make a painful choice. Do you want the ultimate flexibility, the massive plugin ecosystem, and the unmatched SEO blogging power of an open-source platform like WordPress?
Sure.
Or do you want the drag-and-drop ease, the blazing speed, and the pure conversion-focused sales mechanics of a dedicated funnel builder?
You had to pick one.
You had to pick one, and marketers would literally fight on forums over which was better. Auto Robo stepped in and essentially said, why not both? The documentation clearly indicates that the Auto Robo system can actually natively host and manage full WordPress sites right inside their infrastructure.
Wait, so it's not just a little connector plugin you install, it is the actual server hosting.
Yes. The sources explicitly detail WordPress hosting management. That strongly implies they are provisioning the server space on the back end. They are completely replacing your external GoDaddy or WP Engine or Bluehost account.
Consolidating it all.
Exactly.
And looking at the specific management features listed, we see manual backup and restore.
Essential. If you've ever used WordPress, you've been there. You click Update on a random minor plugin, and suddenly your entire live website turns into a blank white screen of death.
Total panic sets in.
Absolute panic. Your business is offline. With this built-in backup feature, you don't need to call a developer. You just click Restore to yesterday's version, and you are fully back online in maybe 2 minutes.
And then there are audit logs.
That's your server's black box flight recorder. If you have a team, let's say Pause and Reflect, hires a virtual assistant overseas to upload new blog posts, and suddenly a critical sales page gets accidentally deleted.
The log tells you who did it.
The audit log tells you exactly which user account did what, and at what exact millisecond. It creates total operational accountability across your team.
But the most interesting part for me reading through this is the actual integration between the two systems. Connecting the Auto Robo CRM features, like the forms, The web chat widgets, the tracking directly into the WordPress environment via their specific plugin.
That is the crucial bridge between the two worlds. You can have your massive, beautiful, content-rich blog living on WordPress. That's where you publish your huge 2,000-word articles about dog nutrition to capture all that free, organic Google search traffic.
Right.
But when a reader finishes that article and fills out a, quote, request form on that WordPress page, that valuable lead data shouldn't just sit in a dead WordPress database. It needs to flow instantly and securely into the Auto Robo CRM to immediately trigger the automated text messages and the sales pipeline we talked about earlier.
Unifying the systems.
This deep integration unifies your top-of-funnel content marketing with your bottom-of-funnel sales engine. You truly get the best of both worlds without the duct tape.
Okay, moving on to segment 6. Aesthetics, mobile optimization, and brand consistency. We touched on mobile briefly when we talked about columns, but there are some highly specific design nuances outlined in the tutorials here, like box and text shadows.
I know it sounds minor, almost trivial when we're talking about AI and servers, but visual design is fundamentally about trust. The era of super flat, lifeless web design is evolving. Adding subtle depth with box shadows makes your primary call to action buttons literally pop off the screen.
It creates a visual hierarchy.
Exactly. It naturally guides the user's eye to where you want them to click. The tutorials in the Academy show you how to fine-tune the blur and the spread of these shadows so it doesn't look like a garish 1990s word art project, but rather like a sleek, modern app interface.
And image sliders and galleries.
Great for e-commerce, obviously, or visual portfolios. For our dog trainer, she could have an auto-playing gallery of happy graduates. Just high-quality photos of dogs sitting calmly, looking at their owners. It serves as immediate visual proof of her training results without requiring the user to read anything.
Here's a feature that really caught my eye in the tech specs. Picture-in-picture mode for videos, PIP mode.
PIP mode is brilliant. We see this all the time on native mobile apps like TikTok or YouTube or Instagram. You start watching a video at the top of the feed, but then you want to scroll down to read the comments or check the description. Usually on a standard website, you scroll past the video player, it disappears off the top of the screen.
Right, and the audio usually stops or you just lose the visual context.
With PIP mode enabled in Auto Robo, the moment you scroll down, the main video seamlessly shrinks down into a small floating box in the corner of your screen and just keeps playing.
Why is that technical trick so important for a sales funnel?
Because modern users have TikTok brain. Their attention spans are fractured. They want to keep physically moving down the page. They want to scroll down to independently verify the price or read the text testimonials or check the guarantee. But you, as the marketer, absolutely do not want them to stop listening to your core sales pitch video while they do that. PIP keeps your video visually and audibly present while they explore the rest of the page. It keeps time on page and overall engagement significantly higher.
Let's talk mobile optimization again, but deeper. The source has a specific technical guide titled How to Edit an Image for Mobile View.
This is a critical capability. Sometimes an image looks absolutely stunning on a massive desktop monitor. Say, a really wide panoramic landscape shot of a dog park with the trainer on the far left and the dog on the far right.
Looks great on a laptop.
Right. But when that exact same image gets dynamically resized for a narrow, vertical mobile phone screen, it gets squished, or the sides get cropped off weirdly. Maybe the dog completely gets cut out of the frame.
That ruins the whole point of the image.
It does. This specific feature allows you to use what they call device-specific elements. You can tell the builder logic, hey, show this wide panoramic photo only to desktop users, but when a mobile user loads the page, hide that one and instead show this specific vertical, tightly cropped photo that I uploaded separately.
So you are essentially art directing two completely different visual experiences based on the hardware the user is holding.
Yes, and the expert insight here is obvious to anyone looking at analytics today. 80% or more of your traffic is going to be on a mobile device.
80%.
Easily. If you aren't optimizing specifically for mobile, and I don't just mean making it dynamically fit the screen, I mean actually tailoring the visual experience and the element sizing, you are actively alienating the vast majority of your potential customers.
Finally, in this section, brand management. The docs talk about setting up brand boards.
This is purely for your own sanity as a builder. If Pause and Reflect builds 10 different specific funnels, one for new puppies, one for severe aggression, one for agility training, one for diet, you absolutely do not want to manually select your specific hex color codes, and font families every single time you add a new button.
Sounds incredibly tedious.
A brand board lets you define your global primary colors, your secondary colors, and your fonts exactly once at the account level. Then, everywhere you build in the system, you just click primary brand color from a dropdown, and it perfectly applies your exact shade of blue.
And global sections. That sounds related.
It's a total lifesaver for maintenance. Imagine you have a standard footer at the bottom of your website. It has your copyright year, your business address, and links to your privacy policy and terms of service. You build out 50 different pages over a year, and that footer is on all of them.
Okay.
Then the calendar turns over. The year changes from 2025 to 2026. Without global sections, you literally have to open 50 separate pages in the builder, scroll to the bottom, type the number 6, and click Save. 50 times.
That sounds like a miserable afternoon.
It is soul-crushing busy work. With global sections, you turn that footer into a master template. You edit the master copy exactly once, update the year, click Save, and the system instantly pushes that update to all 50 pages simultaneously. It saves countless hours of mindless administrative work.
Okay, we have thoroughly dissected the Auto Robo system today. We've looked at the drag-and-drop builder, the commerce checkout layer, the personalization logic, the deep SEO and security tech, the WordPress integration bridge, and the nuanced design tools.
We covered a massive amount of ground.
We did. I want to zoom out now for the outro. Synthesizing all of this, what does this all actually mean for a business owner listening right now?
It means one word: consolidation. Think about what we just meticulously described over the last hour. In the old world, even just a few years ago, Pause and Reflect would need a separate hosting provider, like GoDaddy, a separate landing page builder, like ClickFunnels, a separate video hosting account, like Vimeo, a separate checkout cart, like Samcart, an analytics dashboard, a separate calendar booking tool, like Calendly, and a separate email marketing platform, like MailChimp.
She would be paying for, what, 7 different monthly software subscriptions?
7 different monthly bills. But worse than the money, she would be spending all her time trying to make them seamlessly talk to each other using complex Zapier webhooks.
Which they never ever do perfectly.
Never. If one single API key changes or breaks, the whole entire sales machine grinds to a halt and she loses money until she figures out which specific tool is broken. The Auto Robo system completely represents the total convergence of all these disparate tools. You have the enterprise hosting, the responsive builder, the one-click checkout, the behavioral analytics, and the generative AI, all natively communicating in one single place.
It drastically reduces the actual financial overhead costs, sure. But more importantly, it reduces the cognitive load.
Exactly. Cognitive load is the real killer. You log in, you learn one single user interface, you have one support team to call, and you run your whole entire business from that dashboard.
It goes directly back to our opening premise. Automation isn't the sci-fi future anymore. It is the absolute current baseline requirement for survival and growth.
It truly is. In business today, speed wins. If you can spin up a fully copywritten, functional sales funnel in an hour using the content AI, and your competitor takes a full week to manually code one by hand, you win the market. You get the leads first. And the best part is, even small local businesses can use this because, as we saw with the drag and drop hierarchy, you absolutely do not need a computer science degree to operate it.
Now, for listeners who are feeling a mix of real excitement, but maybe also a little bit of technical intimidation right now, because let's be real, we just threw a ton of advanced tech concepts at you, the sources do explicitly mention built-in resources.
Yes, and this is highly important for adoption. There is a built-in self-training academy. It is a comprehensive video resource library inside the platform for mastering every single one of these steps.
So you aren't just thrown the key to a fighter jet and told to figure it out.
Exactly. You get guided flight lessons. And it importantly covers both the technical, click here, do this tutorials, and the high-level business strategy of why you should do it.
And they mentioned 24/7 support. That is huge for peace of mind. Knowing there is actually a human there if you get completely stuck trying to configure a DNS verification setting at 2 in the morning.
You are never building alone. That is the ultimate psychological safety net for a non-technical founder.
So if you are listening to this and you are completely ready to stop doing things the hard, manual way, if you want to actually see what this new standard of business architecture looks like in practice, the place to go is www.autorobo.ca. You can subscribe, access the entire system, and start building your engine today. It's fully adaptable for absolutely any industry, whether you're training reactive dogs, selling enterprise software, or doing high-ticket consulting.
It's definitely worth an immediate look if you value your own time.
Expert, leave us with a final thought today. We have covered an immense amount of technical and strategic ground, but what is the one provocative thing the listener should be chewing on as they walk away from this deep dive?
I want you to genuinely think about your closest competitor right now, the one who always seems to be one step ahead. Imagine for a second that they are already using this exact system. Imagine your competitor is actively using AI to draft their marketing emails 10 times faster than you can type them. Imagine they are silently tracking every single second of video your shared prospects watch, and their system is automatically texting the hottest leads immediately while you are asleep.
Oh,
Imagine they are seamlessly using one-click automated upsells to generate 30% more gross revenue per customer than you are without doing any extra manual work. Can you realistically afford to still be running your business manually with duct tape tools? The technology is already here. It is accessible. The question isn't whether or not it works. The only question left is, are you going to implement it before they do? What if the real product being sold here isn't just software, but the speed of building trust? Because automation is the only way to build that trust at a massive scale.
that is an incredibly powerful and slightly terrifying question to end on. Automation is ultimate leverage. You either actively use it or you get leveraged by it in the marketplace. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the Auto Robo system. We will catch you on the next one.
See you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. We are doing something just a little bit different today. Usually, we're looking at macro trends or big philosophical shifts in the market.
Right.
Or maybe we're dissecting a biography of some titan of industry. But today, we are zooming in, way, way in.
Yeah, we're looking at a piece of the internet that is just so ubiquitous, so fundamental, that it's become practically invisible to most of us, at least until it breaks.
Which is usually where the biggest problems and the biggest opportunities are hiding out.
Exactly.
So we are talking about forms and surveys today. And look, before you reach for the skip button or roll your eyes and think, oh, great, digital paperwork, hear me out.
Please do.
I have a stack of technical documentation right here regarding a CRM's form and survey builder. It's specifically a document titled formsandsurveys.docx.
Right.
And honestly, it paints a very, very different picture than just administrative drudgery.
It really does. If
Yeah.
you read between the lines of the technical specs in there, you quickly realize we aren't just talking about data entry.
Right. The premise we're working with today is that the form is not an administrative task at all. It is the digital handshake. It's that precise millisecond where a casual browser decides to trust you enough to actually become a lead.
It's the moment of contact. And
Yeah.
I'd actually go even further than that.
Yeah.
If you look at the architecture of the web, the form is the cash register.
The cash register, I like that.
It is the only point of transaction. I mean, think about it. You can have the best SEO strategy in the world, the most beautiful copy, the most expensive video production, perfect product market fit,
All the bells and whistles.
all of it. But if that little box where they type their email is broken, or if it's just ugly or asked for the wrong thing at the wrong time, game over. The money doesn't move. The lead doesn't enter the system.
Those are the stakes. It's the bottleneck of the entire internet economy. So our mission today is to unpack this technical guide for you. We are going to deconstruct the anatomy of a high-converting form. We're going to look at the psychology of the polite slide-in, which is a real term in the documentation, by the way, which I love. We're going to get into the weeds of URL parameters to pre-fill data, and we're going to look at the analytics that tell you if you're failing.
Basically, we're moving from data entry to experience design.
Yeah.
That's the core shift here.
Absolutely. So let's start at the ground floor. The form builder itself. The guide walks us through the interface, navigating to the Sites tab, hitting Add Form. But then it describes the workspace as having 4 specific pillars. And I really like this framework because it simplifies what can otherwise look like chaos.
Right, and this isn't just UI navigation. Those 4 killers actually represent the 4 disciplines you need to master to build something that converts. You
Okay.
have form elements, styles, themes, and options.
Let's break those down because I think people tend to just mash them all together in their heads. Form elements, that's just the bricks, right?
That's your inventory.
Yeah.
It's the what. First name, email, CAPTCHA, maybe a credit card field, a file upload button. It's the raw data you need to collect. And honestly, most people just stop here.
Right.
They drag the brick onto the canvas, stack them up vertically, and hit publish.
And that is exactly why half the internet looks like a DMV application from 2005.
Precisely, which leads directly to the second pillar, which is styles. This is the how. This is where you control the visual language.
Layout, colors, fonts, padding.
Exactly. This is where you signal to the user, hey, we are a modern, trustworthy company. versus, we're a phishing scam from a basement.
Yeah.
It's the difference between wearing a tailored suit and wearing a burlap sack. I mean, both technically cover your body, but one gets you the job.
Great analogy. Then you have themes. The guide mentions these as distinct from styles, which might confuse some people.
Themes are all about efficiency. The guide describes them as preset designs. Look, if you are a business owner and not a UI designer, you really shouldn't be messing with hex codes and border radiuses from scratch every single time you need a form.
No, nobody has time for that.
You hit a theme, and suddenly you have professional consistency across your site. It's basically the easy button for design.
And finally, the Options tab. This seems to be where the actual machinery lives.
It is the most critical and, ironically, the most ignored tab. Options is the brain. It's the logic.
What happens after they click a button?
Exactly. How are we tracking them? Are we dropping a cookie? Are we renaming the form so we can actually find it later in our system? This is where the form stops being just a drawing on a screen and starts being a piece of functioning software.
Let's double-click on the visual strategy first, specifically regarding the layout. The guide spends a surprising amount of time on layout strategy. It distinguishes between single column, two column, and something called single line. Now, single column seems pretty self-explanatory.
It is, but it's the default for a very good reason. A single column layout, which is just a vertical stack of fields, is a classic real estate solution. On a mobile phone, that is really the only layout that truly works.
Right, because of the narrow screen?
Yeah, it's a vertical stream. You scroll, you type, you scroll, you type. It's safe. It doesn't break the user experience.
But on a desktop, a vertical list of 5 or 6 fields looks like a skyscraper. It takes up a massive amount of vertical pixels. It pushes all your actual content way down the page.
Exactly. It looks empty, it looks long, and psychologically it feels like a chore. So you use two-column layouts to condense it. You put first name and last name side by side. You put city and state side by side.
Which creates a compact block.
Right. It looks manageable. It instantly tells the user, hey, this won't take long.
But the one that really caught my eye in the text was the single line layout. The guide specifically mentions this for high-traffic, low-friction areas.
This is a really specific tool for a specific job. Think about the sticky header at the very top of a website or the footer at the very bottom. These are horizontal strips. You have hundreds of pixels of width, but very little height, maybe 50 or 60 pixels high total. If you put a vertical form there, it would bleed over your content. It would block the hero image.
It would look terrible. It would look like a coding mistake.
So the single line layout forces the fields, say, just email address and the subscribe button, to sit on the exact same horizontal plane. It turns the form into a ribbon. It's unobtrusive, it's always there, but it's never in the way.
So that's the classic newsletter sign-up standard we see everywhere.
Exactly. But here's the nuance the guide points out that I really appreciate. You have granular control over field width percentages in these multi-column or single-line setups.
That sounded a bit technical to me when I read it. Why does a marketer need to worry about percentages? Can I just drag the line between the boxes?
You can, but precision matters, because the default 50-50 split isn't always right visually. Let's say you're asking for a zip code and city. A zip code is 5 digits. A city name like San Francisco or something is much longer. If you give them both 50% of the screen width, the zip code field looks massive and empty, like a cavern. And the city field might look super cramped.
It feels unbalanced. It feels off.
Right. And users notice off, even if they can't articulate why it's off. The guide says you can manually adjust those widths. You can make the zip code field 20% and the city field 80%.
Okay,
It creates a visual rhythm. It signals to the user that you've actually thought about their experience. It makes the form feel easier to fill out because the container actually matches the content.
That's a really great nuance. It stops looking like a rigid grid and starts looking like a fluid interface. Okay, so we've built the form, we have our bricks, our style. Now we enter part 2 of the deep dive, which is the art of integration. Because a form is totally useless if it's just hiding in a closet on some obscure page.
Context is everything. You have to meet the user where they are.
The guide lists 4 ways to embed a form. We've got inline, pop-up, sticky sidebar, and the polite slide-in. Let's talk about the pop-up first, because everyone hates them, yet everyone uses them. Why?
They use them because the data says they convert. Full stop. But they come at a very heavy cost. The guide describes the pop-up as an aggressive attention grabber. It overlays the screen. It usually dims the background.
It basically screams, "Stop reading and look at me."
And you can't minimize it. You have to
Oh.
engage or dismiss. It's a hostage situation.
It really is. It disrupts the user flow completely.
If you use this the second someone lands on your homepage, you are burning trust immediately. You are effectively shouting at someone before you've even said hello. You're asking for marriage on the first date.
Which brings us to the polite slide in. I just love that the developers actually named it that in the documentation. It implies a whole philosophy.
It does. It suggests that software should have manners, which is rare. The polite slide-in typically appears at the bottom right or left of the screen, but crucially, it doesn't block the main content.
You can keep reading the article.
Exactly. It's just there. It's like a waiter standing a few feet away. I'm here if you need me, but I'm not interrupting your conversation.
That's a great way to put it.
And if the user dismisses it or fills it out, it just goes away. It respects the user's agency.
Yeah.
In a world where everyone is shouting for attention, being polite is actually a massive competitive advantage. It lowers the defensive shields of the user.
Then there's the sticky sidebar. This one feels a little bit like the old school blog style to me.
It is, but it's highly effective for always-on availability. It hangs on the edge of the viewport. It travels with you as you scroll down a long article.
Right.
It's great for contact us or get a quote button that expands into a full form. It provides reassurance that help is always just one click away without the user needing to hunt around for the footer.
But the where is really only half the battle. The when is probably more important. This brings us to trigger logic.
Yes, this is where we separate the spammers from the strategists. The guide outlines triggers like show on scrolling, show after X seconds, and the always show option.
Show on scrolling seems like the smartest filter for actual interest.
It absolutely is. Think about it. If I land on your page and bounce in 3 seconds, I was never going to buy. I was a mistake.
Yeah.
Showing me a pop-up just annoys me more. But if I scroll 50% down the page,
You're reading. You're invested.
I am engaged. I am actively consuming your content. Triggering the form then feels like a natural next step, not an interruption. You are matching the ask to the engagement level.
Makes sense?
Say, hey, you seem to be enjoying this article. Want more like it? That connects. Saying, hey, give me your email. Before I've read a single word does not.
There was one feature in the activation settings that honestly blew my mind a little. The visit frequency logic. You can tell the form to not show up until the second or third time someone visits the site.
Yes, this is highly sophisticated behavior targeting.
But why would you want to hide the form from a first-time visitor? Don't you want every lead you can get?
You want the lead, sure, but you don't want to scare the deer. A first-time visitor is cool traffic. They are just figuring out who you are. They are skeptical. If you jump on them immediately, they might leave and never come back. But if they come back a second time, or a third time,
They are interested. The traffic is warm.
clearly, now is the time to strike. By setting Activate on second visit, you are automatically filtering for high-intent users. You might get fewer leads total, but the quality of those leads will be significantly higher because they have already demonstrated repeated interest in your brand.
And on the flip side, the guide mentions deactivation. Specifically, deactivate once lead is collected.
No, this is a personal pet peeve of mine.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing worse than subscribing to a newsletter and then every single time I go back to that website to read an article, it asks me to subscribe to the newsletter I am already reading.
It makes the website feel incredibly stupid.
It breaks the illusion entirely. It tells me, I don't know who you are. It treats a loyal customer like a total stranger. By simply checking that box, deactivate once lead is collected, the system drops a cookie. It knows you've submitted. It suppresses the form.
It says, welcome back. We're good.
Exactly. That builds trust. It makes the site feel intelligent and respectful of your time.
Okay, so we've designed it, we've timed it. Now let's talk about what we're actually asking for. Part 3 of the guide covers fields and data collection. We have the basics, the quick add for name, email, phone, but then we have the payment element.
This is a huge shift. We are moving from lead capture directly to sales. The guide explains that you can integrate Stripe, PayPal, or other gateways directly into the form builder itself.
And it's not just a simple donate button either. It seems pretty robust.
It is very robust. You can select products, display product images, and this is key. The system actually respects inventory counts.
Wait, let's unpack that. The form knows how much stuff I have in stock.
If you set it up in the product settings, yes. Let's say you are a yoga studio running a special weekend workshop, and you only have 20 mats available.
Okay.
You don't need to build a complex Shopify store or a heavy WooCommerce setup. You just create a form, add the workshop ticket product, and set the inventory to 20. The moment the 20th person submits and pays, the form automatically stops accepting payments.
That is incredibly powerful for small businesses or coaches or anyone running flash sales. It completely prevents the nightmare of overselling and then having to issue refunds and apologize to angry customers.
Exactly. It calculates tax automatically, too, based on location. It's basically a mini e-commerce checkout disguised as a simple contact form. It removes the need for a clunky shopping cart experience.
However, I want to play devil's advocate here for a second, because you read the fine print in the guide. The expert in you must have spotted the limitations.
I definitely did. And they are important to call out. They are deal breakers if you aren't careful. First, limitation recurring products are not supported in the form builder's payment element.
So I can't sell a monthly subscription here.
No, if you want to sell a SaaS subscription or a monthly gym membership, you need a dedicated checkout page or a full order form, not this form builder element. This is for one-time purchases only.
Good to know. What else?
Refund amounts aren't captured in the form data. So if you refund someone later through Stripe, the form analytics might still show that revenue, which obviously messes up your reporting if you're relying solely on the form dashboard.
Oh, that could be a headache.
And here is a highly technical gotcha that will drive you absolutely crazy if you don't know it. If you use NMI or Authorize.net as your payment gateway,
The more traditional merchant accounts.
right, if you use those, the first name field is strictly mandatory on the form.
Meaning, if I try to make a super sleek, minimal form that just asks for email and credit card, and I happen to use NMI,
The transaction fails. The gateway outright rejects it. You have to ask for the name. It's a security compliance thing for fraud detection, but the builder enforces it behind the scenes. If you don't know that, you might spend 3 days wondering why your checkout is broken.
that is a brilliant catch. That's the kind of detail that delays a product launch by a week while you sit on hold with support. Now, once someone actually pays, what happens next? The guide mentions an order confirmation.
Yes, you can toggle on an option to show a dynamic receipt page. It populates immediately with the user's details and the specific order ID.
Which is crucial for closure, right?
Absolutely. It confirms the handshake is complete. Without it, the user is just left staring at a screen wondering, did it work? Did you just take my money? Am I registered? You have to close the loop.
Let's move on to part 4, which is styling and the vibe. We touched on this earlier with themes, but I really want to get granular here. The guide lists a lot of very specific controls. Input styles, padding, shadows, borders. Why does a marketer need to care about this level of detail?
It matters because of trust. We judge books by their covers, and we judge companies by their forms. The guide talks about box shadow and corner radius. Now, these sound like trivial graphic design terms, but they're actually deep psychological cues.
Break that down for me. Why does someone filling out a form care about corner radius?
Because humans are tactile creatures, even on a digital screen. A button with a sharp, strict 90-degree corner feels aggressive. It feels industrial. Honestly, it feels a bit old.
Like software from the 90s.
Exactly. But a button with a 5-pixel or 10-pixel corner radius feels friendly. It feels like a physical button you actually want to press. It mimics the physical world, like a smooth pebble or a key on a keyboard.
And shadows, what do they do?
Shadows create depth. They tell the brain this element is sitting on top of the page. It is interactive, it is clickable. If a form is perfectly flat, sometimes it just looks like a colored box painted on the background. A slight drop shadow makes it pop out. It separates the interactive elements from the static text.
Interesting. And there's a toggle mentioned in this section regarding show label. The guide says you can just turn this off.
You can. If you turn off show label, the text like first name disappears from above the input box. Instead, you rely entirely on the placeholder.
The placeholder being that faint gray text inside the box that says, enter your name here, and then vanishes when you start typing.
That's the one. It's the ultra-minimalist look.
It is very clean.
It's incredibly clean. However, a word of caution here. Purely minimalist forms can sometimes be very confusing for accessibility. Or, if the user gets distracted, looks away, and then looks back, they might forget what field they are currently typing in because the placeholder vanished.
Ah, right. If they type half their name and get a phone call, they look back and see a box with letters in it and no label.
Exactly. But for very short forms, like just email and name for a newsletter, it looks incredibly sleek and modern.
There is one specific toggle in the miscellaneous section that the guide really highlights, and that's agency branding.
Ah, yes. The dreaded powered by watermark.
You seem to have some strong feelings about this one.
I do. Always turn it off. Unless you are actively getting a discount on your software for keeping it on, turn it off. The guide notes you can toggle this right there in the miscellaneous section.
Why is it such a big deal?
If you are an agency or a professional service provider, having another software company's logo in your footer dilutes your brand authority. You want the user's experience to feel 100% owned by you. It just looks more premium.
Makes total sense. And for the coders out there who want even more control.
The guide mentions the custom CSS tab. That's essentially the nuclear option. If the built-in styles aren't enough, like if you want your form to spin around or change colors when you hover over it, you can write custom code to override literally everything. But honestly, for 95% of users, the granular visual controls already in the builder are more than plenty.
Okay, let's go back to the brain of the operation. Part 5. The Options tab. We talked about on submit logic briefly earlier. You have two main choices when someone hits submit. Message or open URL.
And this is a hill I will gladly die on. Always, always use OpenURL.
Really, always. But the message option is so much easier. You just type, thanks, we'll be in touch, and you're done.
It's lazy. And worse, it's terrible for your data. Think about the message option experience. The user hits submit, the form just disappears, and a tiny line of text says, thanks, we got it.
Right.
That's a dead end. The experience is over. The user is left staring at a blank space on your page, wondering what to do next. Usually they just close the tab.
An open URL redirects them to a dedicated thank you page instead.
Exactly. And this does three crucial things. One, it confirms the action definitively. A whole new page loads saying success. Two, it allows you to give them a next step.
Like what?
Like join our free Facebook group while you wait, or watch this quick welcome video from our founder. Or simply go check your email right now for the download. You keep the momentum going. You deepen the relationship immediately instead of ending it.
And the third thing?
Tracking. It is infinitely easier to set up a conversion goal in Google Analytics or Facebook that simply says, hey, user reached the / thank you page. That is so much easier than trying to track a custom JavaScript event on a button click.
That makes attribution bulletproof.
Completely bulletproof. If you use the simple message option, you are making your data analyst's life an absolute nightmare.
Speaking of tracking, the guide devotes a whole section to the Facebook pixel.
Right. You can paste your pixel ID directly into the form options.
Yeah.
And you can set specific standard events. So page view fires when they see the form and form submission fires when they successfully send it.
So that allows you to calculate the drop-off rate.
Exactly. This is exactly how you calculate your true cost per lead. If 1,000 people fire the page view event but only 10 fire the submit event, you know your form is the problem. If you don't track both ends of that interaction, you're basically flying blind on your ad spend.
There's another feature in the options called Sticky Contact. We touched on this slightly with the polite slide in, but how does it work technically? The guide says it pre-fills data.
Sticky Contact is what I call the Amazon effect. You know how when you go to Amazon, you don't have to log in every single time. It just knows it's you.
Right, it says, welcome back.
Sticky Contact uses local browser cookies to do the exact same thing for your forms. If a user filled out a form on your site 2 weeks ago to download a PDF, and today they come back to sign up for a live webinar, the system checks the cookie. It sees, oh, this is Jane. It automatically types Jane, her email, and her phone number right into the boxes.
So she doesn't have to lift a finger.
She just reviews it and hits submit. You have removed 90% of the friction from the transaction. Every single keystroke you save the user increases the likelihood of conversion. It's a total no-brainer to turn this on.
And what about time zone capture? That was another checkbox listed in the settings.
Oh, this is a sleeper hit feature. If you turn this on, the form automatically logs where the user is located based on their browser settings, completely invisibly.
Why does that matter for the business owner?
Imagine you have a sales team calling these new leads. If I submit a form at 9 a.m. my time, but I'm in London, and your sales guy is sitting in California, he might call me when it's 2 a.m. for me.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a terrible start to a relationship. Hello, who is this? At 2 a.m.?
It's awful. It screams incompetence. Time zone capture tells your sales team right in the CRM, hey, this lead is in GMT+1. Do not call until tomorrow morning. It saves you from looking completely unprofessional. It just adds this layer of intelligence to your outreach.
That is brilliant. Okay, we are getting into the deep water now. Part 6, Advanced Technique, which is URL parameters. This section of the guide looked a bit like algebra to me. It has question marks, key equals value. What exactly are we talking about here?
We're talking about pre-filling the form using the link itself. We're doing magic here.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine this scenario. You have an email list of 5,000 current customers. You want them to sign up for an exclusive VIP event. So you send them an email with a link.
Okay, standard marketing play.
Right. But if they click that link and land on a blank form asking for their first name and their email, they're going to be a little annoyed. They're thinking, you just sent me this email. You already know who I am.
Right, it feels like bureaucracy. It feels like you
Uh-huh.
don't actually care about them.
Exactly. Or you can use URL parameters. You construct a link that looks like a formula. The guide explains the syntax, which is key equals value. So the link would actually be your website.com/form.firstname Jane.
So the link itself carries the data payload.
Yes. When Jane clicks that link in her email, the website reads the instructions embedded in the URL. It says, oh, the URL tells me the first name is Jane. It literally types Jane into the box before the page even finishes loading visually.
So the website reads the URL instructions and just does the typing for her.
Precisely. And obviously, in an email marketing system, you aren't typing Jane manually for 5,000 people. You use merge tags. The guide explains you have to map the query keys, like first name, to the dynamic values. So in your email software, you'd use a tag like contact.firstname.
Got it. So the system generates a unique, customized link for every single person who gets the blast.
Exactly.
That sounds like an incredible conversion booster.
It is massive. It
Yeah.
can legitimately double your conversion rates on campaigns because the user just has to verify the info is correct and click one single button. The work is done for them.
But the guide does point out some limitations to this magic.
Yes, it's not perfect for everything. You cannot use this to pre-fill a signature field, obviously, because that requires a physical legal action from the user to draw their name. And you cannot use it to select options in a drop-down menu or a checkbox group via the URL easily.
Oh, okay.
It's primarily designed for standard text fields, name, email, phone, company, address, things like that.
Okay, so stick to the basics for pre-filling. Now, let's pivot a bit. We've been talking exclusively about forms this whole time, but the source material has an entire section dedicated to their sophisticated sibling, which is surveys.
Right.
What is the fundamental difference here? Because to a layman, a survey is really just a long form, isn't it?
Structurally, no. The architecture is completely different. A form is typically a single page. It's a blank. Here's everything we need from you. Fill it out. Hit submit. A survey is designed with slides. It's linear. It paces the user.
Like a presentation slide deck.
Exactly like that. The guide emphasizes navigation logic. You can set it to one question at a time. This violently focuses the user's attention. They aren't overwhelmed by seeing 20 questions all at once. They see one, they answer it.
It's the salami slice method of data collection, just one thin slice at a time.
That's a perfect way to describe it. And this is a setting called auto navigation. As soon as they click an option, whoosh, it slides to the next question automatically.
So no next button is even needed.
Not if you set it up right with multiple choice radio buttons or image selections. It creates a state of flow. It feels incredibly fast and frictionless. And there's a companion setting called scroll to top.
What does that do?
The guide mentions this ensures that when the next slide loads, the user's viewport is looking at the top of the new question. They aren't stuck looking at the bottom of the page where the next button used to be, having to scroll up manually.
Now, surveys seem to have a superpower that standard forms don't really have. The guide calls it disqualification logic, or the gatekeeper.
Oh, this is absolutely critical for B2B sales teams. You do not want to talk to everyone. You only want to talk to qualified leads. The survey builder allows you to set logic paths based on specific answers. Let's say you are a high-end consultant, and one of your survey questions is, what is your monthly marketing budget?
Okay.
If the user selects under $100 and your minimum retainer is $5,000, you know right then and there this isn't a match. You can trigger immediate disqualification.
That sounds a little harsh, but highly effective.
It kicks them out of the survey instantly and sends them to a specific page. Or, if you want to be softer about it, you can choose the politer option, which is disqualify after submit.
How does that work?
This lets them finish the entire survey so they don't feel rejected to their face, but on the back end, in the CRM, it quietly tags them as unqualified.
So the final outcome changes based on their answers in real time.
Correct. You are routing people dynamically. Qualified people get sent to your calendar booking page to schedule a call with your closer. Unqualified people get sent to a generic pay miss. Thank you for your interest. Here is a free PDF resource page. You have completely automated the vetting process. Your expensive sales team never has to get on a call with someone who fundamentally can't afford you.
That is just pure efficiency. There's also a brief mention of footer HTML in the survey section.
Yes, that's distinct from forms. If you need specific tracking codes or custom scripts that only apply to the survey environment, maybe you have a different retargeting pixel specifically for people who take the survey. Versus general site visitors, you have a dedicated footer area just for that code. It keeps your global site code nice and clean.
Okay, so we built it, we've styled it, we've integrated it, we've added advanced routing logic. Now, how do we know if it's actually working in the wild? Part 8 covers analytics. The guide directs us to the Analyze tab under Sites.
This is where you face the cold, hard truth. The dashboard gives you 4 key metrics to monitor: total views, responses, completion rate, and average time.
Total views is just basic impressions, right? Just how many people loaded the page and saw
Yeah,
it.
it's top of funnel.
Yeah.
And responses is the raw number of actual submissions. But the magic number, the one that actually matters, is the completion rate. That is the ratio. If you have 1,000 views and 10 responses, you have a 1% completion rate, which is generally not great. You want that number significantly higher.
And average time.
Average time is your diagnostic tool. This metric tells you why they are failing to complete it.
Explain the correlation there. How does time tell you why?
Let's look at the extremes. If your completion rate is very low, but your average time is very high, say, people are spending 5 full minutes on the form, but ultimately not submitting, what does that behavior tell you?
It tells me they are trying, they are engaged, they are reading it, they are typing, maybe looking up information, but they aren't finishing. They are getting stuck somewhere.
Exactly. Your form is too long, or you have a specific question that is highly confusing, or maybe a required field is technically broken. They are fighting your form, and the form is winning. You need to simplify the experience immediately.
And the inverse of that. Low completion rate, but very low average time.
They took one single look and bailed. They spent 3 seconds. That's not a form length problem, that's a hook problem.
Yeah.
They saw the ask, weighted against the perceived value of what they were getting, and decided, nope. You need to change your core offer or your headline to make it more compelling.
That is a really, really helpful distinction for troubleshooting. And the guide mentions you can visualize all this data by hovering over the graph to see trends over specific date ranges.
Right, so if you change the submit button color from gray to green on Tuesday, or you remove 3 unnecessary fields on Wednesday, you can look at the graph and see if the completion rate actually went up on Thursday. It's A/B testing in action. You don't have to guess or use your gut. The empirical data is right there in front of you.
This has been a massive unpack today. We've really gone from forms are boring paperwork to forms are the actual engine of digital business. Let's summarize what we've covered. We've got the builder with its 4 pillars. We've got the layout strategies. Definitely don't forget the single line layout for your footers. We've got the polite slide in for respectful integration. We've got the power of payment elements handling inventory and the dynamic logic of surveys.
And underlying all of it, every single setting, is a mix of design, psychology, and data. It's not just tech. It's deeply understanding human behavior.
So what's your ultimate key takeaway for the listener today, if they do just one thing after listening to this?
I'd say focus on utilizing the sticky contact and the polite slide in. These 2 features really represent a fundamental shift in philosophy. They move your brand away from aggressively shouting, "Give me your data," to a much softer, "I'm here to help, and I remember you" approach. That shift inherently reduces friction. And in the digital world, whoever has the least friction always wins.
I love that. Whoever has the least friction wins. And here's a thought to leave you with, something the text implies heavily but doesn't say outright. Ask yourself, are you using your forms to just take information from people, or are you actually designing an experience that makes the user actively want to give it to you?
That's the real question.
Because there is a very big difference between an interrogation and a conversation.
And that's the difference between a bounce and a highly qualified lead.
Exactly. Go check your completion rates, people. The numbers do not lie. Thanks for listening to the deep dive. We'll catch you on the next one.
See you then. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We are really glad to have you here with us today.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. It's going to be interesting.
It is, because today we are doing something a little bit different. Usually we're looking at, a specific piece of news or maybe a broad market trend.
Right, a macroeconomic shift or something.
Exactly. But today we are looking at a giant stack of technical documentation that honestly on the surface looks like a manual for a car engine or a microwave.
It really does. It's dense.
It is dense. But when you actually read it, and we have extensively for this deep dive, it reads much more like a manifesto. a manifesto for how modern businesses are actually supposed to communicate.
It's a fascinating collection of sources because it really bridges that massive gap between hard coding, the technical back end, and the soft marketing skills that you need to actually sell something.
Right. And we are talking about blogging.
Yeah.
And I need to just stop everyone right there because I can almost hear the collective groan through the headphones.
Oh, yeah. The word itself has so much baggage.
I know. As soon as I say the word blogging, if you're listening, you are probably picturing a live journal from like 2004 with My Chemical Romance lyrics pasted in the sidebar.
Or those recipe sites.
So the recipe sites.
Yeah.
Where you have to scroll past 12 paragraphs about the author's grandmother's farm in Tuscany and the morning dew on the basil just to find out how many cups of flour go in the bread.
The life story recipe blog. It's a classic of the genre, really. And honestly, that is exactly what gave blogging a bad name for a while. It felt completely self-indulgent.
Self-indulgent and disconnected from business. Exactly. But looking at the documents we have today, we have a lot of them. We're looking at everything from technical manuals on content AI to canonical links to funnel integration.
Yeah, the whole ecosystem.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
And it is so clear we are moving way, way past the digital journal. We aren't talking about writing for the sake of writing here.
No, not at all.
We are looking at a suite of tools that essentially turns a simple blog into a fully integrated business engine. We are talking about the convergence of content search engine optimization and sales funnels.
It is a massive shift. I think the reason people groan when they hear the word blogging is that they view it as a relic of Web 2.0.
Yeah, like a MySpace era thing.
Exactly. They think of it as a hobbyist activity, something you do on the weekends. But the documents we are analyzing today paint a completely different picture. It's an ecosystem where the blog isn't a side project at all.
No, it's the core.
It is the central nervous system of your marketing. And the problem these sources are addressing is a really big one. Businesses struggle to keep content fresh. They struggle to make it look professional. And honestly, they struggle to make it actually make money.
That's the key right there, isn't it? The money part. It's that classic syndrome of, I wrote a blog post, nobody bought anything, so I guess blogging is just dead.
Precisely. But the real struggle, as revealed in these technical guides, isn't just the writing.
Right.
Writing is actually the easy part, relatively speaking. The real struggle is the distribution and the integration. A blog post sitting on an island, like a separate website that no one visits, is entirely useless.
Just shouting into the void.
Exactly. It needs to be part of the funnel. It needs to be where the customers actually are. If your content is over here and your customers are over there, you have a massive bridge problem.
So that is our mission today. We're going to unpack this robust suite of tools piece by piece. We're going to talk about how AI is literally writing outlines for you to cure writer's block.
Which is huge.
That was massive. We're going to talk about fixing your SEO without needing a computer science degree. And we're going to dive into a feature called global sections that, quite frankly, sounds like pure magic for anyone who has ever tried to design a website and just wanted to throw their laptop out the nearest window.
It is an absolute game changer for efficiency. I can't wait to get into that part.
So buckle up. We are mastering the modern blog ecosystem today. Let's just jump right into the first big concept here, which I think really sets the stage for everything else in the source material.
The integration piece.
Exactly. The sources talk extensively about adding blog lists to websites and funnels. Now, to the uninitiated, that sounds like a super dry technical instruction, right? Just put list here.
Right. It sounds like a drag and drop tutorial.
Yeah. But you highlighted this heavily in the notes as a fundamental shift in strategy. Why is that so important?
Because this is where we break the very first rule of old school blogging. Think about how it used to work for a second. You had your main website, which was essentially your digital brochure.
Right. Your homepage, your services, your contact page.
Yep. And then way up in the top right corner, you had a little button that said blog. And if a prospect clicked that button, they were taken entirely away from your product.
Away from the buy button.
Exactly. They are taken away from the buy button to a completely different page just to read articles.
So you were actively driving traffic away from the cash register.
Which is completely insane, right? It's a totally counterintuitive if your ultimate goal is to get them to buy something. Why would you send them to a library when they are standing in your store?
That makes so much sense.
So the documentation here highlights this blog post list element. You have to think of it as a component or a widget. The massive shift here is that you can drop this element literally anywhere.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. You can put it on your main website, sure, but you can also drop it directly onto a funnel step or a high-pressure sales landing page.
Okay, let's unpack this because the implications of that seem really huge for anybody listening who runs online sales. You're saying I can have a dedicated sales page for, say, a new fitness course.
Okay.
And right there on the sales page, usually, where you just have standard text testimonials,
Mm-hmm.
I can embed a live dynamic list of my latest articles about nutrition.
Exactly. And it gets better because it's not just the latest articles. The source material specifically mentions the ability to filter and curate these lists based on categories and tags.
Oh, so it's targeted.
Highly targeted. So
Okay.
you aren't just showing random posts about, I don't know, the best running shoes on a page selling a diet plan. You are showing the exact relevant posts that validate the nutrition product you're trying to sell on that specific page.
You're answering their objections with your own content.
Right there in the flow of the checkout.
So it completely reduces friction.
It destroys friction.
Yeah.
You are bringing the content directly to the user where they are already making their buying decisions. You aren't asking them to leave the room to go read a brochure. You are handing them the brochure while they've got their wallet out.
It changes the whole role of the content from just entertainment or education to active validation.
It's content as a conversion tool.
That is a great way to put it. And looking at the sources they distinguish between publishing to funnels and publishing to websites, it seems like the platform treats them as distinct entities, but they are compatible.
Yes.
Can you clarify the difference there? Because to a lot of people, a funnel is just a type of website.
Well, they are technically both web pages. Yes, they live on the internet. They have URLs. But philosophically, they're complete opposites.
How so?
A website is your digital headquarters. It's broad, it's exploratory. It has a navigation bar with a dozen options. You can go to About Us or Careers or Contact or Services. It's a choose-your-own-adventure book.
Right, you can wander around.
Exactly. You want them to explore. A funnel, on the other hand, is a linear path. It is designed to get one specific result, usually a sale or a lead capture. It has no navigation bar because you don't want them to leave.
I've heard it called the highway with no exits approach.
That's exactly what it is. Now, traditionally, putting a blog on a funnel was a massive no-no.
Because a blog is a giant exit ramp.
Exactly. It's a distraction. It invites people to click away, read something else, get bored, and then check their email, and you've lost the sale. But with this blog list element, you can control the experience completely.
Because it's a curated list.
Right. Imagine a funnel designed for a specific high-ticket consulting offer. You can curate a blog list specifically for that topic, case studies, deep dives, client success stories, and place it right before the book a call section.
So they scroll down, they see the offer, they have some doubts, and then boom, there's 3 highly authoritative articles proving you know what you're doing.
Yes. You build authority instantly without them ever clicking the back button or navigating away from the conversion event.
It turns the content into a closer.
Okay.
It's not just vague content marketing, it's content closing.
Precisely. It integrates the educational aspect of a blog with the purely transactional nature of a funnel. It allows you to prove you know what you're talking about at the exact moment the customer is wondering if you know what you're talking about.
Which is the most critical moment in the whole relationship.
Without a doubt.
Okay, so we have the perfect place to put the content. The funnel is ready. The widget is dragged and dropped onto the page.
Well,
But now we run right into the brick wall that every single business owner hits eventually.
you actually have to write the stuff.
You have to write it.
Yeah.
The dreaded blank cursor. The blinking line of judgment just mocking you from the screen.
It's the absolute worst feeling.
It is. You sit down, you have your fresh cup of coffee, you're ready to be a thought leader in your industry, and you just stare at a white screen for 45 minutes.
And then you go check Twitter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is where the source material gets really futuristic. We have a guide here titled, How to Create Blog Post Outline with Content AI.
This is a huge pivot. This is where the platform moves from being just a hosting space, a digital garage for your content, to an actual creation partner.
I love that term, creation partner. Because, let's be honest, starting from zero, the inertia of the blank page is the hardest part of the entire process.
It is the point of highest resistance.
Right.
Always. The content AI feature described in these docs is specifically designed to smash through that resistance.
How does it actually work in practice?
So you provide the topic, maybe some seed keywords or a general direction. Say you want to write about the benefits of hydration for marathon runners. You feed that in, and the AI generates the complete structural outline for you.
Now, I have to play devil's advocate here for a second.
Sure.
Because I know exactly what some of our listeners are thinking. Oh, great, more AI spam. Are we talking about the AI writing the whole 2,000-word article for you and you just hitting publish without even looking at it?
Right.
Because that seems incredibly risky for a brand.
It is risky. And honestly, doing that usually produces very mediocre generic content. But that is not what the source material emphasizes here at all. The source specifically highlights the outline feature.
Okay, so it's about the scaffolding.
Exactly. It is highly strategic. It's about structure. It ensures you have a logical flow introduction, key point A, key point B, counter-argument conclusion, before you even attempt to write a single real sentence.
So it's not doing the deep thinking for you. It's doing the architectural grunt work.
Exactly. It shifts your entire psychological role. You go from being the creator who has to magically pull brilliant ideas out of thin air to being the editor who is just refining and polishing an existing structure.
Which is a much easier psychological state to be in.
Infinitely easier. It is always easier to edit than to create. If I give you a really bad draft, you can fix it. You can say, oh, this is wrong. Let me rewrite this paragraph. But if I give you a totally blank page, you might just freeze.
I know I do.
Right. This ensures consistency. If you are running a business, you don't have the luxury of time to wait for the muse to strike. You can't wait for inspiration. You need output.
You have a schedule to keep.
Exactly. And Content AI systematizes that output. It gives you the skeleton, so you just have to add the muscle on the skin.
I really like that approach. It totally lowers the barrier to entry for sitting down to write. If I know the outline is already done when I sit down at my desk, I can just fill in the blanks. It's almost like painting by numbers, but you get to choose all the colors and the shading.
And more importantly, you get to choose the nuance. The AI might suggest a bullet point, like talk about drinking water before the race. You, as the actual human expert, can come in and say, well, actually, you need electrolytes, not just pure water because of sodium depletion.
What, you bring the actual experts?
Exactly. You flesh that out. The AI provides the prompt. The human provides the expertise. It's a true partnership.
Okay, so speaking of the mechanics of actually getting this stuff out into the world, let's look at the posting process itself. The guide called How to Create a New Blog Post walks through all the standard stuff you'd expect. Title, Cover Image Text Editor.
The basics.
Right, the basics. But there is a key step right at the end that really caught my eye. It says publish or schedule.
Yeah, it sounds so basic, doesn't it? Like, duh. Of course you can schedule a post, but the schedule function is the absolute secret weapon of professional marketers.
Why is that, though? I mean, I'm naturally pretty impulsive. When I finish writing something, I want to show the world immediately. I want the instant gratification. Why not just hit publish the second I'm done?
Because when you're done, might be 2 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday.
Fair point.
Or it might be 3 weeks since your last post, and then suddenly you have a burst of energy and you write 3 articles in one single afternoon. If you just hit publish on all of them, you get this terrible feast or famine cycle.
You flood your audience and then you disappear.
Exactly. The ability to schedule implies a mature content calendar approach. You can sit down on a Sunday afternoon, use the AI to generate 4 different outlines, write 4 rough drafts, and then schedule them to drop once a week every Wednesday for the next month.
So it's about consistency over intensity.
Always. The algorithms, whether it's Google or social media platforms and your human audience, they both prefer a steady, reliable heartbeat of content.
They like predictability.
Yes. They want to know that every Thursday morning there's going to be something new and valuable from you. They do not want a sporadic explosion of 5 articles followed by 6 months of absolute dead silence.
I've definitely been guilty of that in the past.
Most people have. This tool facilitates that heartbeat. It allows you to completely separate the act of creation from the act of distribution.
That is a really crucial distinction for people to understand. It stops you from being a slave to the post now button. It lets you treat your content creation like an actual supply chain.
Exactly. It turns it into a manageable business process rather than a creative whim.
Yeah.
And that is exactly how you scale a business. You cannot scale whims. You can only scale processes.
Wow, that's a great takeaway. Okay, so we have the content placement strategy sorted, putting it directly in the funnels. We have the AI helping us structure the writing so we don't get stuck. Now let's talk about how it actually looks.
The design phase.
Right, because if it looks like a giant unformatted wall of text from 1999, literally nobody is reading it.
Visual engagement is completely non-negotiable today. People scan before they read. If the scan looks bad, they bounce immediately.
Yeah, I do that all the time. If the font is tiny or there's no breaks, it's gone.
We all do.
So I came across a term in the sources that sounded a bit technical, but you looked genuinely excited when you saw it in the documentation notes. The term is global sections. The specific source is section templates and global sections in blogs. Break this down for us. What exactly is a global section, and why did it make you smile when you read about it?
Okay, so this is a massive, massive efficiency hack. It's a concept that's actually borrowed from advanced web development, specifically object-oriented design, but they've made it totally user-friendly here.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
To really explain the value of it, I have to explain the pain of not having it.
Please paint the picture of the pain.
Okay, imagine you have a fairly successful blog with, say, 50 posts, and at the bottom of every single post, you have a little call to action section. Let's say it's a picture of you, a short 2-sentence bio, and a button that says, subscribe to my newsletter.
Very standard stuff. You see that at the bottom of almost every article on the internet.
Completely standard. Now imagine 6 months from now, you decide to change your newsletter provider and you need a new link. Or you get a new professional headshot because you grew a beard. Or you just want to tweak the text on the button from subscribe to join the VIP club.
Okay, so I need to update it.
Right. In the old way of doing things without global sections, you would have to log in, open post 1, scroll to the bottom, swap the photo, change the link, hit save. Then open post 2, scroll down, swap the photo, change the link, hit save.
Oh my God.
And you have to repeat that manual process 50 times.
That is a total nightmare. I've actually been in situations somewhat like that. You end up just not updating it because it's way too much manual work, and then you just have broken links or 10-year-old photos scattered everywhere across your site.
It is a complete waste of human life and energy.
Mm-hmm.
A global section completely solves this problem. You create that call to action section once, just one time, and you designate it in the system as global.
Okay.
Now it exists as a single master entity in your database. When you drop it onto those 50 different posts, you aren't actually pasting a copy of the elements, you are pasting a dynamic reference back to that master section.
I see where this is going.
So if you change the headshot photo in the master global section, it instantaneously updates on all 50 posts simultaneously.
That is incredible. So it's basically like a universal remote control for your entire website's history.
That's exactly what it is. If I rebrand my company or change my core offer, or I need to update my legal privacy disclaimer in the footer, I only have to do it in one single place. It completely ensures brand consistency, and it saves literally hours of mind-numbing grunt work.
This is so smart.
The source material mentions you can do this for footers, headers, sidebars, basically anything that repeats across multiple pages. It essentially future-proofs your entire design architecture. You are never afraid to change something or run an A/B test because the time cost of changing it is virtually zero.
It completely removes the technical debt of having a large, expanding blog. That's fantastic. Now, sticking with the visual and design elements, let's talk about the hero post. There is a specific guide here on how to add hero or featured post.
Yes, this is all about curation and visual hierarchy.
See, I usually think of a blog as strictly chronological, like a timeline. The newest stuff is always at the top and the older stuff gets pushed down. That's how it's been since the literal dawn of the internet.
Right, that is the default behavior. But it's not always the smartest strategy for a business. A hero post allows you to manually pin a specific piece of content right to the very top of the page. And usually it's displayed with a much larger, more visual layout, like a magazine cover style.
Okay.
It might span the entire width of the page, have a massive high-quality background image, and big, bold typography. It screams, look at me.
So why would I do that instead of just showing the new stuff? Because conventional wisdom says people always want what's new.
Do they, though? Or do they want what's actually good and valuable? Think about it. Your newest post might just be a quick 300-word update about your holiday shipping hours. Or maybe just a short shower thought you had over coffee. Is that really the very first impression you want to make on a brand new prospect who just discovered your site?
Definitely not. I'd want them to see my best work.
Exactly. Maybe you wrote a massive 5,000-word definitive guide to your entire industry 6 months ago. It is completely evergreen. It establishes your authority perfectly. It converts like crazy. You want that definitive guide to be the absolute first thing a new visitor sees. The hero feature lets you actively direct the reader's attention to your most valuable asset, regardless of when it was published.
It's like a retail store putting their absolute best-selling flagship product right in the front window display, even if they just got a new shipment of plain white socks in the back room.
Yeah.
You don't put the socks in the window just because they're new. You put the flagship product in the window.
That is the perfect analogy. You are actively curating the user experience. You are explicitly telling the visitor, start here. This is the good stuff.
And it makes it look so much more premium.
It does.
And combined with the how to edit the blog post style guide, which mentions they have a visual built-in editor. You don't even need to know custom CSS or HTML coding to make these things look agency level good. You can adjust the fonts, the line spacing, the image layouts, all visually.
So you drag and drop to make it look like a glossy magazine.
Exactly. It dramatically lowers the barrier to entry for high-end digital design. You don't need a developer.
I really love that. It seems like the overarching theme of these design features is professionalism without the pain.
That is a very apt summary. It's the total democratization of design tools that frankly used to require a 5-figure agency budget just a few years ago.
Okay, let's shift gears and get a little technical. We have covered the front end pretty well. What the user actually sees when they land on the page. Now I want to look under the hood. I want to look at the engine. I'm talking about SEO.
Search engine optimization. The thing every business owner knows they absolutely need but hates doing because it feels like doing complex taxes.
It really does feel like taxes. The source here, called How to Update SEO for Blog Post, makes a pretty bold claim. It says there are 3 simple ways to enhance details. Is it actually really that simple? Because historically, SEO feels like some kind of dark magic involving sacrificing a goat to the Google algorithm.
Historically, yes, it was very opaque. But in this specific ecosystem, yes, it actually is that simple. The platform essentially strips away all the unnecessary complexity. It gives you direct, unmediated access to the metadata that matters, specifically the title, the description, and the keywords.
But why does manually entering that stuff even matter anymore? Can't Google's AI just read the page and figure it out? AI is incredibly smart now.
Google is very smart, yes, but it is not a mind reader. And it's definitely not a human art critic. You have to remember how Google actually reads your site.
It reads code.
Exactly. Google doesn't see your beautiful hero image the way a human eyeball does. It reads the raw HTML code behind it. It reads the alt text on the image file. It reads the meta description to decide if your article actually answers the specific question a user just typed into the search bar.
So I leave all that blank.
If you don't fill these out, or if you just leave them as the auto-generated defaults, you are essentially invisible. You are speaking a language that Google's indexing robots don't fully understand or prioritize.
So the platform is practically begging you to fill these fields in before you hit publish. It's forcing good habits.
Yes, it makes it a dedicated mandatory step in the workflow. It
Yeah.
forces you to pause for just a minute and say, okay, how will a robot read this page? What is the core keyword here? And having complete control over the slug is crucial too.
Ah, the slug. That is another one of those delightful, bizarre web development terms.
I know, sounds terrible.
What exactly is it for the listeners who don't build websites?
Right, so the slug is simply the part of the URL that comes right after your main domain name. So if your site is mybusiness.com, the slug is the blog healthy recipes part.
Yeah.
You want your URL to be incredibly clean and readable, like mybusiness.com for blog healthy-recipes. You do not want it to be mybusiness.com/mybusiness.com/blog post-I12345 grise YZ.
Because that looks like spam.
Exactly. Human beings trust readable URLs. And more importantly, Google trusts readable URLs because it uses the words in the slug as a ranking signal. This tool lets you customize that slug easily right in the editor, which is a huge foundational piece for ranking.
Okay, that makes total sense. Now, here is where the documentation got really, really nerdy. And I'm definitely going to need your help translating this. I saw a document titled, How to Use Custom Values for Canonical Links.
Ah, yes. We're getting into the deep tech now. This is the stuff that separates the amateurs from the true SEO pros.
Canonical link. It sounds like something from a high fantasy novel or like ancient church law. What on earth is a canonical link? And as a business owner, why do I care?
Okay, let's use an analogy to make this concrete. Imagine you paint a truly beautiful original picture. That picture is your original content. You frame it and you hang it in your living room.
Okay, I'm following. It's a masterpiece.
It's a masterpiece. Now imagine you want more people to see it. So you make 10 high-quality color photocopies of that exact picture, and you tape them up all over town. You put one on a telephone pole, you put one on the bulletin board at the local library, you put one on your friend's fridge, and maybe you post a digital copy on LinkedIn.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm spreading the word, syndicating the content.
Exactly. Here is the massive problem. Google hates duplicates. It views the entire internet like one giant library. It wants to know where the original source book is. If Google's crawlers see the exact same 2,000-word article on your blog and then on a Medium post and then as a LinkedIn article and maybe on a joint venture partner's website, it gets deeply confused.
Because it doesn't know who wrote it first.
Right. It doesn't know which one is the real authoritative version that it should show to searchers.
So what does the algorithm do when it gets confused like that?
It panics. And almost always it punishes all of them. It views mass duplication as manipulative, spammy behavior. So it dilutes the the SEO value across all the different copies, meaning none of them will ever rank well on page one.
Ouch. So I'm basically competing against myself and losing everywhere.
Exactly. You are actively cannibalizing your own organic traffic. This is where the canonical link comes in to save the day. A canonical link is a tiny hidden tag in the HTML code of a page that explicitly tells Google, hey, robot, ignore this photocopy. This specific URL over here is the source of truth. This is the original masterpiece.
Oh, wow. So it's literally like formally citing your sources, but for the search algorithm, it's saying credit the original artist over here.
Yes, exactly. It consolidates all the SEO value back to the original page. Now, the custom values part that is mentioned in the source title is really clever for people scaling up.
How does that part work?
Let's say you are managing multiple blogs, or you have a heavily duplicated site structure. For example, maybe you run a franchise model where every local franchisee gets a localized copy of the corporate blog on their specific subdomain.
Right. So hundreds of identical posts.
It's exactly an SEO nightmare. Instead of a human manually typing in the correct canonical link into the code for every single one of those hundreds of pages, you can use a custom value variable, like a dynamic placeholder in the system.
Oh, so it automates the tagging.
Yes, it automatically inserts the correct corporate canonical link based on the master domain. It allows you to execute very advanced multi-site SEO strategies without ever getting penalized for duplicate content. It's essentially an automated safety net for scaling your content operations.
That is absolutely fascinating. It protects your search ranking integrity while still giving you the operational flexibility to post your content in multiple places for maximum reach. It honestly sounds like one of those things you totally ignore until it completely destroys your organic business traffic, so I'm really glad we covered it.
It is absolutely one of those boring but completely vital structural things. If you get it wrong, nothing else matters because no one will find you.
Right. Speaking of boring but vital, let's talk about the actual distribution plumbing. I saw a short guide on how to set up an RSS feed for blogs, and I have to ask you, are RSS feeds actually still a thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I feel like I haven't heard that specific acronym since maybe 2010. I remember having a Google Reader account back in the day to follow tech blogs, but that's been dead for a decade. Do
Yeah.
people still use them?
Human beings don't really use them the way they used to, no, but they are absolutely still a vital thing because they have basically moved to the background. They are the invisible plumbing of the internet. Think about it like the pipes in your house. You don't ever see the pipes in your walls, but if you want water to come out when you turn the tap, you absolutely need those pipes.
So RSS is the pipe connecting different platforms.
Yes. RSS, which stands for Really Simple Syndication, is the universal standard format for how digital content is broadcast from one machine to another machine without human intervention.
Okay.
If you want your blog to automatically appear on a modern news aggregator app like Feedly or Flipboard or Apple News, you have to have an active RSS feed. But even more importantly for the business owners listening today.
Yeah, how does this make money?
Right. If you want to set up an external automation, let's say you are using a tool like Zapier or Make.com Dash, and you want it so that every single time you publish a new blog post, it automatically tweets the link and posts it to your LinkedIn company page and drafts an email campaign to your newsletter list.
You need a standardized trigger for that automation to fire.
Exactly. And the RSS feed is that trigger. It essentially yells, new content alert. Here's the title. Here's the link. Here is the image to the rest of the automated internet.
So I'm not necessarily expecting my human customers to subscribe via some clunky RSS reader like it's 2005, but the robots and the automation tools are subscribing to it.
Exactly. It facilitates seamless content syndication. It ensures your content can travel far beyond the borders of your own website totally automatically. The guide here shows it's literally just a few clicks to set up. You just give the feed a title and a brief description. But the compounding value for automated distribution is massive. It opens the door for your content to work for you while you sleep.
Okay, so we've got the entire tech stack sorted out here. We are SEO optimized with our metadata. We're canonicalized, so Google loves us. And we are syndicated via our RSS pipes to the rest of the web.
We are fully operational.
We are. Now let's talk about the real strategy. This is part 5 of our deep dive today, and honestly, I think it's the most important part of the whole conversation. The so what of it all.
The bottom line, the ROI.
Exactly. We aren't just writing and syndicating for the love of typing. We are running a business here. There is a specific guide in the stack called How to Use Blogs for Lead Generation. This feels like the absolute crux of the entire platform.
It really is. And this is exactly where the platform we are analyzing today really shines compared to, say, a standard basic WordPress setup.
Yeah.
The source material strongly implies a deep native connection to a CRM, a customer relationship management system. It specifically mentions using your CRM to create the blog.
That feels like a very vital distinction.
It is the most vital distinction.
Connect the dots for us here. How is a fully integrated CRM blog fundamentally different from just spinning up a standalone WordPress blog?
It all comes down to the resolution of your data. If I go and read your standard WordPress blog right now, I am just an anonymous visitor statistic on a dashboard. I am a unique page view. You might look at Google Analytics and know that someone from Chicago using a Mac read your article at 3 p.m., but you don't know who I am.
Right. You don't know if it was a Fortune 500 CEO or a bored college student doing research.
Yeah.
I see a line graph go up, but I can't call a line graph on the phone to sell them consulting.
Exactly. You have traffic, but you don't have intelligence. But if you are using a blog builder that is natively integrated with your CRM database, let's say you send out an email broadcast to your list, and I click a link in that email to go read your new blog post. Because it's all one system, the platform knows that I specifically, John Doe, read that exact article. It connects the content consumption directly to my individual contact record in the database.
Oh, wow. That is incredibly powerful.
It is, because it allows for automated tagging and behavioral segmentation. You can set it up so you tag users based on exactly what topics they spend time reading. If a specific lead reads 5 different long-form articles about, say, email marketing automation, your sales team knows exactly what that prospect's pain point is and what they are interested in before they even pick up the phone to call them.
That completely changes the dynamic of the sales call.
Totally.
Instead of calling and saying, "Hi, what are you currently looking for?" It's starting from scratch. It's, "Hi.
Huh.
I noticed you were doing a lot of deep research into our automation strategies. What specific bottlenecks are you facing right now?"
Precisely. It is consultative selling powered by content data. So the blog isn't just broadcasting a message outward anymore. It is actively listening. It is gathering high-intent intelligence. It essentially makes your entire sales team smarter and more targeted.
And obviously, it drives that traffic right back into the funnel environment like we discussed way back in part 1.
Exactly. The ultimate goal is to seamlessly turn anonymous readers into known leads and then into buyers. The guide discusses using the blog to actively grow the business revenue, not just the vanity view count metrics. Because the blog is in the CRM, you can embed native lead capture forms, pop-ups, calendar booking widgets, and special offers directly into the body of the posts. And that data feeds straight into your main database instantly.
Without needing Zapier or anything.
Right. You aren't relying on clunky third-party plugins that constantly break to pass the data back and forth. It is all happening inside one secure container.
That is really the fundamental difference between having a digital hobby and operating a professional marketing channel. A hobby is for fun and maybe some ad revenue, but a channel feeds the core business pipeline.
100%.
Now, as this strategy actually grows and succeeds, let's say a listener takes all this to heart. They implement the strategy, they use the AI, and suddenly 2 years down the road, they have hundreds and hundreds of published posts. Management at that scale usually becomes an absolute nightmare. The Blog Builder Overview document talks about search filter and manage functions.
This is all about content data hygiene. I know it sounds a little dry, but imagine trying to find a specific post you wrote 3 years ago because a product link inside it broke or a price changed, and you have to manually scroll page by page by page through 500 entries just to find it.
No, thank you. That sounds like my own personal version of hell.
It's terrible. The ability to quickly search and filter your own internal content library is totally crucial for what we call evergreen marketing.
Meaning content that stays relevant.
Right. Content that works for years. You need to be able to quickly find, audit, and update old content. The platform provides the back-end tools to easily manage this massive asset library you are building. You can instantly filter by author if you have multiple writers, by publication date, by specific categories, or by status, like show me all my drafts versus my published posts.
It's basically like having a digital library card catalog for your own business's intellectual property.
Yes, because your content is a tangible business asset. It has real monetary value because it ranks and drives leads. And just like any physical asset, you need to maintain it. If you just let it sit there and rot with broken links and outdated information, you eventually lose all that hard-earned SEO value. This management layer allows you to keep the entire library pristine and functional.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Now, I know exactly what some of our veteran listeners are thinking right now as we talk about all this shiny new integrated tech. They are thinking, this sounds truly amazing. I want the deep CRM integration. I want the AI outlines. I want the global sections to save me time.
Yeah.
But I already have an established blog.
Yeah, the sunk cost fear.
Exactly. They're saying, I have been writing on my old WordPress site for 5 years. I have 200 posts. I get traffic. I am stuck. I simply cannot afford to just leave all that historical work behind and start from zero on a new platform.
That migration fear is very real. It is exactly what keeps thousands of businesses locked into outdated, clunky systems for years longer than they should be. In the software industry, they call it vendor lock-in. The pain of moving is perceived to be higher than the pain of staying.
But I see a specific source right here in the pile that addresses this exact anxiety directly. It's called How to Import Blogs.
That is the safety net feature. This native import tool allows you to essentially point the new system at your old existing blog, and it will automatically scrape and pull in your historical data. We are talking about the post titles, the body content, the formatting, the embedded images, and crucially even the original publication dates. It pulls it all into this new CRM-based ecosystem.
So I did not have to hire an intern to literally copy and paste 5 years of work post by post.
No, that would be completely impossible and prone to massive errors. The import feature is specifically engineered to make that daunting transition as seamless and automated as possible. It completely removes the massive switching cost that terrifies people. It allows businesses to aggressively consolidate their entire software stack without sacrificing their legacy work and their existing SEO rankings.
That word you just used, consolidate. That really feels like the overarching theme of this entire deep dive today.
It really is. That is the macro trend we are seeing across the entire B2B software world right now. Unification and consolidation.
Just look at what we've covered. We have gone from AI natively creating the structural outlines to global sections handling the mass design updates to automated canonical links handling the complex Google relationship to the core CRM integration, seamlessly handling the sales and lead routing.
It's end-to-end. Think about the old way people used to do this, the duct tape method.
It's a Frankenstack.
Yes. You had a standalone WordPress site just for the blog, which costs you maybe $20 a month plus specialized hosting. Then you had a totally separate funnel builder account for your landing pages, which was maybe $100 a month. Then you had a separate standalone email tool like MailChimp or ActiveCampaign. Then you had to buy a premium SEO plugin like Yoast. You're literally duct taping 4 or 5 completely distinct complex tools together.
And paying monthly subscription fees for every single one of them. And having to remember logins and train staff on all of them.
And you were constantly living in fear, hoping the fragile Zapier integration didn't completely break overnight when one of those companies randomly updated their API. What we are seeing heavily documented in these sources today is the total collapse of those isolated silos. Blogging design, technical SEO, and advanced lead generation are now all happening inside one single unified database. The historical wall between the marketing department and the tech department is just gone.
It really empowers the average business owner. You don't need to make a frantic, expensive phone call to your web developer just to post a simple update or change a headline on a sales page anymore.
It puts the operational control squarely back in the hands of the creator and the marketer. It radically simplifies the technical stack so you can actually just focus on your core message and your customers.
But, it also raises a genuinely interesting philosophical question, doesn't it? And I want to kind of end our deep dive on this thought today. We talked a lot about content AI earlier in the discussion.
We did, yes.
If the built-in AI is doing the heavy lifting on the structure, generating the logical outline, and the global sections feature is largely automating the visual design, and the RSS automations are handling the outbound distribution, and the canonical tags are generating automatically to please Google.
I see exactly where you were going with this.
It feels like the machine is literally doing 90% of the actual work now.
Mechanically speaking, it is. And that leads to a very provocative thought for anyone in business today. If the creation of the structure and the mechanics of the distribution and the design are all becoming fully automated commodity work, If literally anyone with a pulse can launch a perfectly SEO-optimized, beautifully designed, structured blog with like 3 mouse clicks, what is actually left to differentiate you?
Right. If the technical barrier to entry has essentially dropped to zero, how do you as a brand actually stand out in the feed?
The only thing left, the absolute only thing that AI cannot generate is the human perspective. Your voice, your lived experience, your specific, unique insight into your industry, the stories and the client interactions that only you can tell.
So the advanced tools don't actually replace the human writer. They just demand a lot more from the human soul. They demand more originality.
Exactly. In a world where an AI can build the blog infrastructure, design the premium layout, write the perfect structural outline, and even fix the granular SEO tags, your unique human voice is the only unautomatable asset you have left. You simply cannot just be informational anymore. The AI can do informational better and faster than you. You have to be deeply insightful and genuinely interesting.
Wow, that is a really heavy question to end on. The technical tools we have today are objectively better and more integrated than ever before, but that just means the minimum acceptable bar for the human element, the actual ideas, is higher than it has ever been in history.
Exactly. The tools clear all the brush off the path for you, but you still have to be the one to actually walk down it and have something meaningful to say when you get to the destination.
Well, on that note, I think we have given everyone listening plenty to think about. Whether you are starting a brand new content engine from scratch, or you are looking to migrate and consolidate a massive existing empire, the integrated tools are clearly there and ready to go. The real question you have to answer is, what are you going to say? Thanks so much for diving deep with us today.
It was absolutely my pleasure. Always a great time.
Keep learning, stay curious, and we will catch you on the next deep dive. Welcome back to the deep dive. We've got a massive stack of documentation on the desk today that, well, at first glance, it looks incredibly dry.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly dry.
I mean, it's just technical specs, setup guides, image dimension requirements, all for this tiny little feature that sits in the bottom right corner of your screen.
Right, the little bubble.
Exactly, the little bubble, the chat widget. And I have to be honest here, before I went through this source material, I always thought of the chat widget as, a nice to have, like a garnish, just something you add on after you've built the quote-unquote real website.
The finishing touch.
Right. But looking at the data we have here, specifically looking at the lead capture metrics and the conversion rates, this isn't a garnish at all. It's the main course.
It really is. And it's actually funny that you call it a garnish because that is exactly the mistake that most businesses make.
They just treat it like decoration.
Exactly. They treat it like a piece of digital decoration. But if you actually look at the user behavior metrics in the source material, that tiny little bubble is very often the highest converting real estate on the entire website.
Now, that is a really bold claim. I mean, the highest converting, more than the main call to action, more than the big buy now button or the dedicated contact form.
Think about it from the user's perspective. When someone fills out a standard contact us form, they're essentially throwing a message into a black hole.
Yeah.
They fill out the fields, hit submit, and then they just hope someone reads it. They hope it doesn't land in a spam folder.
Right. It's very passive.
Very passive. But when they click a chat widget, the psychology completely shifts. They are actively initiating a conversation. Even if they know it's automated at first, the baseline expectation is interaction.
Interaction versus submission.
Exactly. And that shift going from submitting a form to engaging in an interaction, that is where the magic happens for conversion.
Okay, so that is our mission today. We are going to completely tear apart that little bubble. We aren't just going to read the manual on how to, toggle it on.
Because anyone can do that.
Right. We're going to look at the deep strategy behind it. Because as we dug into the settings, looking at the Sites tab, the customization options, it became really clear that there isn't just one single way to do this.
No, not at all. There is a massive fork in the road almost immediately.
Exactly.
Well,
So here is our roadmap for this deep dive. We're going to look at the different flavors of widgets available to you. So we're talking SMS, live chat, WhatsApp, and the all-in-one setup.
and why choosing the wrong one can actively hurt your business.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into the uncanny valley of avatars, why throwing a generic stock photo on there might actually be killing your customer trust.
Which happens all the time.
All the time. And then we're going to talk about the post-chat experience, which is, frankly, where almost everybody drops the ball.
The leaky bucket phenomenon.
We will definitely get to the leaky bucket. But first, I want to start with the core problem that this technology actually solves. The documentation refers to this as the 2 a.m. problem.
Oh man, yeah. This is the absolute nightmare scenario for every business owner out there.
Because you spend all this money, right?
Right. You spend thousands of dollars on paid ads. You spend months, maybe years, grinding on SEO to rank on Google. You finally get a qualified prospect to land on your site.
The holy grail.
But they land there at 2:14 a.m. on a Tuesday.
And you are fast asleep.
You are asleep. Your entire sales team is asleep. So this highly qualified visitor is looking around your site and they have one specific nagging question.
Like, do you offer financing? Or is this specific part actually in stock right now?
Exactly. And they can't find the answer immediately in your FAQ, so what do?
They bounce. They hit the back button and go straight to your competitor.
Gone forever.
Yeah.
And that right there is the leaky bucket. You paid hard-earned money for that traffic, but you couldn't catch the water. The chat widget is the digital patch for that leak.
It keeps the store open.
Yes. It ensures that your storefront is open for data collection, even if the physical lights are off in the office.
So let's get into the menu of options. I'm looking at the setup screen outlined in the notes right here. You navigate to sites, you click on chat widget, you hit that plus new button, and immediately the system asks you to make a fundamental choice.
It stops you in your tracks.
It really does. It's not just asking, do you want a chat widget? It's asking, what kind of conversation do you actually want to have with your customers?
And this is a critical juncture. This isn't just a cosmetic choice about what color the button is. It is a profound operational choice. The system gives you 4 distinct paths to go down.
Right. SMS or email chat, live chat, WhatsApp, and the all-in-one.
Mhm.
Let's start with option A. The source material lists SMS and email chat. I've heard this described as the safety net.
That is a really perfect way to conceptualize it.
But let me play devil's advocate for a second. We live in a world of instant gratification. People want things yesterday. Isn't SMS a bit, a bit old school?
It sounds like it might be.
Why would I ever choose SMS over a live chat where I can just talk to them right that second?
It all comes down to setting expectations and managing your actual resources. Let's paint a picture. Let's say you are a solo entrepreneur.
Okay.
You are a plumber or a freelance consultant, or maybe you run a busy little bakery. You physically cannot be glued to your laptop screen 12 hours a day just waiting for a ping.
Right. If you're a plumber and you're literally under a sink fixing a broken pipe, you can't exactly be typing away on a chat widget.
Exactly. And here is the danger. If you put a live chat bubble on your site, you are implicitly making a promise to the user. You are saying, I am here right now, talk to me.
And if you break that promise,
It's disastrous. If a customer types hello in that box and then just stares at 3 blinking typing dots for 5 minutes with absolutely no response, you have annoyed them more than if you didn't have a chat widget at all.
because you wasted their time.
You wasted their time and you broke their trust before you even started the actual business relationship.
So the SMS widget fundamentally changes those rules of engagement.
Precisely. The interface still pops up, but it asks for their name, their mobile number, and their message. The implied contract shifts entirely.
It says, leave us a message and we will text you back later.
Yes. It changes the psychology from chat with me right this exact second to start a conversational thread that we can pick up shortly.
It buys you grace. It buys you time to finish the plumbing job and check your phone in the truck.
It buys you time, absolutely. But honestly, more importantly than that, it captures the single highest value asset in modern digital marketing.
Mobile phone number.
The mobile phone number.
I was looking at the stats on this in the source material. The open rates for SMS are just light years ahead of email, aren't they?
It's not even a competition.
Yeah.
SMS open rates consistently hover around 98%.
98%. That's wild.
And usually that's within 3 minutes of receiving the text. Now compare that to email, which is sitting closer to 20%.
And that's if you have a really good list.
Right. That's if you are lucky and you don't get swallowed by the promotions tab or the spam folder. By utilizing the SMS widget, you are moving the conversation away from a fragile browser tab, which they can accidentally close or just forget about directly into their pocket.
You're entering their personal space. You're in the same inbox as their friends and family.
Exactly. It's incredibly intimate and highly effective.
That is a really powerful distinction. You aren't just offering customer service. You are actively acquiring a direct, persistent line of communication.
That's the real value.
Okay, so that is the safety net. Now let's look at option B, which is live chat. The documentation calls this the two-way browser conversation.
The classic traditional approach that most people think of.
So who is this actually for? Because if SMS is so amazing for data capture and open rates, why would anyone take on the risk of live chat?
It comes down to one metric: speed to lead. There is hard data, and we've seen this validated across multiple different industries in the documentation, that if you can answer a prospect's question within 5 minutes, your likelihood of closing that deal increases exponentially.
Exponentially, like how much?
By something like 900% compared to answering an hour later.
900%. That sounds almost made up. It's so high.
It's a massive multiplier. But it makes sense when you think about the psychology. In that exact moment, the prospect is hot. They are actively engaged in the buying process.
They have their credit card out, metaphorically or literally.
Right. So if they ask, hey, do you have this in a size medium, or can your team start this project on Monday? If you can resolve that specific objection instantly, boom, yes, we have it. Yes, we can. You get the sale.
What if you wait?
If you wait to text them back 3 hours later when you're done with lunch, the moment is gone. They might have already solved their problem by purchasing from Amazon or a competitor.
So live chat is really for the closers. It's an aggressive sales tool.
It is for teams that actually have the operational infrastructure to support it. If you have a dedicated support team or a sales rep who is physically sitting at a desk from 9 to 5 monitoring the dashboard, live chat is absolutely superior because it removes all the friction.
But it's a hungry beast.
Oh, it is.
You have to constantly feed it with attention.
Correct. And if you starve that beast, if you leave a hot customer sitting there waiting in the browser, it will turn around and bite you.
Makes sense. Now let's move to option C. This one feels quite a bit more specialized to me. WhatsApp.
Yes.
The documentation notes right away that this requires a specific back-end integration. You can't just click a button. You need an active, verified WhatsApp business number.
Right. You absolutely cannot just wish this one into existence. You have to have the back-end piping set up properly with Meta.
But my question is, why would a business intentionally force a user off their own website and into a third-party app like WhatsApp? I thought the entire goal of web design was to keep people on your domain.
Generally speaking, yes, you want to keep them on your property. But WhatsApp is a massive exception to that rule, and it all comes down to platform trust.
Platform trust.
Yeah. In many parts of the world, we're talking huge swaths of Europe, Latin America, parts of Asia. WhatsApp isn't just another messaging app. It is essentially the operating system of their daily digital life.
It's where they talk to their mom. It's where they coordinate work projects, plan parties.
Exactly. It feels completely native to them. It feels safe. And crucially, it feels permanent.
Permanent how?
Well, think about the live chat we just discussed. If I am chatting with your rep on your website using a live widget, and my Wi-Fi randomly flickers, or I'm on my phone and I accidentally swipe the browser tab closed.
Oof, the whole history is just gone.
It's totally wiped. I have to start all over again. Hello, my name is so-and-so. I just spent 20 minutes explaining my very complex issue to the other guy.
Which is incredibly frustrating.
It's infuriating. But with WhatsApp, that conversational thread is persistent forever. I can ask your business a question, jump on the subway, completely lose my cell signal, come back above ground an hour later, and that thread is still right there waiting for me.
So it really represents the best of both worlds. It's asynchronous like the SMS option we talked about, but it has the rich media instant feel of a live chat.
In the right geographical markets, yes, it is the absolute gold standard for customer communication. But in markets where WhatsApp is not the dominant default, like huge portions of the US, for instance, it can actually add a layer of friction.
Because you're asking them to open an app they might not even have installed or haven't checked in a month.
Exactly. You really have to know your target audience's habits before you deploy that one.
Which brings us perfectly to option D, the all-in-one widget. The Swiss Army knife of chat widgets.
The ultimate crowd pleaser.
Now, usually, and I think a lot of people listening will agree with this, when a piece of software tries to be everything to everyone, it usually ends up doing nothing particularly well. Does that principle apply here?
Actually, no. This is one of those rare software exceptions where more is actually better. Provided, and this is a massive caveat, provided you configure it correctly.
Okay, so why is it better?
The all-in-one widget fundamentally solves the real estate problem on your website.
Right.
You do not want a WhatsApp logo floating on the left side of your screen, a live chat bubble hovering on the right, and an email contact form sliding in from the middle.
Your website would end up looking like a NASCAR jacket, just logos everywhere.
Right, an absolute clutter disaster. The all-in-one setup beautifully consolidates all of that. It's just one clean, singular bubble, but when the user clicks it, it smoothly fans out and presents a menu of options.
It literally asks them, how would you like to speak to us today?
Exactly. It completely puts the locus of control directly into the user's hands, and giving them that agency is deeply important for conversion.
Because people have preferences. Some people have intense phone anxiety.
Huge phone anxiety. Or they hate live chat because they feel put on the spot and pressured to reply instantly. By giving them the menu, you significantly reduce the underlying anxiety of the interaction.
Now, there's a very specific technical detail highlighted in the docs regarding the all-in-one setup. It specifically mentions the back button functionality within the widget's header. Why on earth did they dedicate space in the manual to emphasize a simple back button?
It sounds like such a minor, trivial detail, right? But from a UX user experience perspective, it is an absolute lifesaver.
Walk me through it.
Imagine you click the widget and select live chat. The window opens up and it says an agent will be with you shortly, but suddenly you realize, oh shoot, I have to go pick up my kids from school right now. I cannot sit here and wait for a rep.
Okay.
In a poorly designed widget, you would have to completely close the tool, maybe even refresh the entire web page just to get back to the start menu so you could pick the SMS option instead.
Which is pure friction. Most people wouldn't bother.
Huge friction. They would just leave. But with that dedicated back button built into the header, you just tap it, navigate back to the main menu, and click Text Me instead.
It effectively saves the interaction.
Exactly. It prevents the user from throwing their hands up and abandoning the process.
All right, so we've surveyed the landscape. We've picked our specific weapon.
Yeah.
We know if we're going to be a sniper using live chat or a trapper setting up a net with SMS. Now we have to make the thing actually look good.
Time for the paint job.
We're moving into Section 2, the art of the look and feel. We're looking at the widget tab in the platform. And I feel like this is the exact spot where a lot of busy business owners just hit save on the default settings and walk away.
And they absolutely suffer for it in their metrics.
So let's fix that. Let's talk about the chat prompt first. This is that little text bubble that pops up above the main icon before you even click it. And the default text is almost always something incredibly generic, like chat with us.
Which is boring. It's practically invisible. It just completely blends into the background noise of the modern internet.
So how do we spice that up? The notes suggest leveraging it as a hook.
Yes. You have to think of the chat prompt exactly like a headline on a billboard. If you were walking past a physical retail store on the street and their big neon sign just said, store,
You would just keep walking.
you'd walk right past. But if the sign says, free samples inside or 50% off today only, it breaks your pattern. You stop.
So context is the key here.
Absolutely context. You can customize this per page. If this widget is sitting on your complex pricing page, the prompt should not just say hi. It should say something highly relevant, like confused about which plan is right for your team.
Oh, that's good. It's answering the exact thought the user's having in that specific moment.
Exactly. If the widget is on a technical support page, it shouldn't ask if they want to buy something. It should say, having technical issues? Let us fix it for you right now.
That is so smart. It's active, not passive. You are effectively turning the widget into a proactive digital salesman. Now let's discuss the avatar, the actual image displayed in the bubble. The documentation states we can upload a custom image, but it explicitly, and I mean it bolds this and the text warns about file size, it says keep it under 300 kilobytes.
Yeah, let's do a quick technical sidebar on that because people ignore it. Why 300 kilobytes? It's not just because the hosting server is being stingy with space. It is entirely about page load speed.
Because the widget has to load on every single page.
Every single page of your entire site. If you ignore the warning and upload a massive uncompressed 5 megabyte high-resolution photo of your company logo, you are actively slowing down your entire website just to render a tiny icon.
And Google famously hates slow websites.
Google will punish your SEO rankings and human users will just bounce. If your landing page takes 3 extra seconds to load because it's struggling to pull down a massive chat icon, your bounce rate goes through the roof. So please, compress your images, use a free online tool, shrink the file down. It's displaying at roughly 300 pixels. It absolutely does not need to be a 4K resolution masterpiece.
Okay, technical warning noted and underlined. Now, let's talk about the actual content of that image. The great debate. Human versus brand. Do I put my sleek new company logo in the bubble, or do I put a picture of, well, me?
We refer to this in marketing as the face verification effect.
Face verification effect.
Yes. Biologically, as human beings, our brains are hardwired to constantly scan our environment for other human faces. When we spot a face, our brain actually releases a tiny microdose of oxytocin.
The bonding chemical.
Right. We instantly feel a subconscious connection, but when we look at a corporate logo, we just see a cold, faceless entity.
So the human face wins the conversion battle.
Almost every single time. Honestly, unless you are a massive, globally recognized monolith like Apple or Nike, where the brand icon itself is the source of trust, you should be using a human face.
But wait, when you say human face, do you mean those perfect stock photos? You know, the woman with the perfect teeth wearing the headset?
The famous headset hottie?
Yes, the headset hottie.
No. Do not use her. We have all seen her on literally thousands of different websites. Every consumer on Earth knows she does not actually work for your local roofing company.
It screams fake.
It shatters trust immediately. You need to use a real photo, even if it's just a casual, well-lit smartphone photo of the founder or the actual customer service manager.
It grounds the experience.
It communicates to the user, hey, there are real, breathing humans working behind this digital interface. It honestly makes it much harder for angry customers to be rude, and it makes it significantly easier for cautious prospects to trust you with their personal phone number.
It de-risks the entire transaction emotionally.
100%.
Now, there is one more feature in this visual section that I think might be the actual killer app of this entire platform, the return visitor variable. In the settings, it's just bracket, bracket, name, bracket, bracket.
Yes. The welcome back effect.
Please explain how this actually works in practice, because reading about it, it almost sounds like magic.
It feels like magic to the user, but it's really just intelligent use of browser cookies. If a user has ever filled out a form on your website before, or if they've clicked a personalized tracking link from an email campaign you sent them.
Your system already knows exactly who they are.
Exactly. The system has their first name securely stored in the browser session data.
So when they navigate back to your site a week later to check pricing again,
the chat widget doesn't pop up and say, hi there, stranger. It dynamically pulls that data and says, welcome back, Sarah.
Which creates what I like to call a moment of delight.
It really does. It completely shifts the power dynamic of the interaction. It goes from, I am an anonymous prospect browsing a cold website, to I am a recognized, valued customer visiting a business partner.
And the conversion rates reflect that.
The conversion rates on personalized prompts are astronomically higher because it implies that an ongoing relationship already exists. It makes the user feel important.
And at the end of the day, everyone just wants to feel important.
Exactly. It perfectly mimics the real-world experience of walking into your neighborhood coffee shop and the barista instantly knowing your name and your regular order. In a digital landscape that often feels incredibly cold and anonymous, providing that tiny spark of warmth is a massive competitive advantage.
Okay, so let's recap where we are. We have successfully hooked them with a clever prompt. We've built subconscious trust with a real human face. And we've warmly greeted them by their first name. They click, they engage, they chat. Now we are moving into section 3, the after party.
The messaging tab.
Right. This is essentially the housekeeping section of the setup. But the source material makes it clear that this is vital. This is what creates the lasting impression. You've hooked them, they chatted, the conversation is winding down. Now what actually happens?
Let's examine the live chat acknowledgement workflow first. The rep solves the problem and the chat officially ends. What does the user see?
The system allows you to configure an acknowledgement message.
Yes. This is the automated text that appears the second the interaction is marked complete. But more importantly than just saying goodbye, it automatically initiates a feedback loop.
I saw that. The documentation outlines a feedback message and a feedback submission note.
This is absolutely crucial for operational quality control. The system gracefully prompts the user to rate the interaction they just had. Thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe a star rating.
Why does that matter so much right in that exact moment?
Because explicitly asking for feedback immediately after the problem is solved shows that you deeply value their time and their opinion. It says, we don't just want your money, we actually want to know if our team did a good job serving you.
And if they take the time to say yes or no, you get to serve them that submission note, which is a great opportunity to say a heartfelt thanks, or maybe provide a helpful link to your knowledge base for future reference.
Exactly. And we also have to talk about the restart capability in this sequence. The chat-ended message almost always needs to be paired with a highly visible click here to restart button.
Why is that? If it's over, right?
Not always. Sometimes people accidentally hit the close button with their thumb on a mobile screen. Or, very commonly, the second they close the chat, they suddenly remember, oh wait, I had one more quick question about shipping times.
Ah, right.
You must provide a frictionless, obvious path to reopen that door. If they have to dig around to figure out how to talk to you again, you'll frustrate them right at the finish line.
Makes total sense. Now, what about the SMS and email acknowledgement? Since this interaction is asynchronous, meaning nobody's actually sitting there waiting for a live reply, the afterparty has to be handled a bit differently, right?
It is quite different. The acknowledgement message in the SMS workflow acts much more like a digital receipt. It simply confirms to the user that their message was successfully transmitted into your system and isn't just lost in the ether.
But there is a very specific, critical field in this section. The customer support contact info.
The panic button.
The docs label it as technically optional, but they highly recommend filling it out.
I demand people fill it out. I call it the panic button. The system allows you to boldly display a direct support phone number or a direct email address right there in the final acknowledgement screen.
But let me challenge that. If the entire strategic point of this setup is to funnel users through the widget to capture their data efficiently, why on earth would you immediately give them a phone number to bypass this system?
Because human behavior is messy. Sometimes people just fundamentally hate filling out forms, or, more likely, their specific issue is incredibly urgent. A pipe is actively bursting in their basement right now.
They need help immediately, not a text back in an hour.
Exactly. So they hastily fill out the form, but then they see that direct phone number pop up on the confirmation screen and they think, thank God I can just call a real person right now.
It's a pressure release valve.
Yes. And here's the psychological trick. Providing that phone number instantly builds massive trust, even if they never actually dial it. It proves to the consumer that you aren't a shady company hiding behind an impenetrable digital wall. It confidently says we are real and we are reachable if you truly need us.
That's a great perspective. And there is also an acknowledgement greeting that precedes this main message, right?
Yes. It's really just an added layer of digital politeness, something simple like, hi there, thanks so much for reaching out to the team.
It softens the whole experience.
It drastically softens the inherently robotic, transactional feel of submitting a web form.
And visually speaking, we can customize these specific acknowledgement icons too.
Yes, right down to the pixel. Even the little checkmark icons and the placeholder text colors can be fully customized. Again, it comes down to extreme attention to detail. If your website is a sleek, modern, black and white design, and your acknowledgement icon pops up as a jarring neon generic green, it breaks the immersive spell of your brand.
Okay, so we have exhaustively covered the foundational basics, the visual look. Now I want to shift gears and go deep into the operational side of things, specifically focusing on the all-in-one setup. We are entering section 4.
The true power of the all-in-one widget. This is really where the software platform flexes its muscles.
We briefly touched on the prerequisites earlier, Keurig. You obviously need the right account permissions, and if you want WhatsApp, you need that verified number. But let's actually walk the listeners step by step through the setup flow.
It's a very logical, sequential process. First step. You select your channels, and remember the core rule here. You must select at least 2 channels for this to actually be an all-in-one widget.
Otherwise, it's just a single widget.
Yeah.
Right, so you might select live chat and email, or maybe live chat and WhatsApp. Once you've chosen your channels, the next step is customizing the initial message. That's the primary text that appears at the very top when they first click the bubble and the menu fans out.
Correct. It sets the overarching tone for the interaction. But after that, you have to configure the individual channel settings. And this is a nuance that trips a lot of people up.
How so?
Well, just because these diverse channels are physically housed inside one single widget bubble does not mean they operate the same way mechanically.
Break that down for me.
Okay, think of the widget as a stage and the channels as different musicians. For the email and SMS channel, you have to meticulously configure a lead capture form. You have to decide, am I requiring their first name? Am I requiring their phone number?
Okay.
But for the live chat channel, there is no form. You have to configure an automated welcome greeting, and you absolutely must set up offline routing rules for what happens when your team goes home at 5 p.m.
Right.
And for WhatsApp, you have to pre-configure the exact default text string that will automatically populate in the user's WhatsApp app when it forces the app to open. You have to tune each individual instrument in the orchestra separately, even though they are all ultimately playing on the same stage.
I really like that analogy. Tune each instrument. Now let's look at managing the actual inventory of widgets you build,
Yeah.
because you might have several. The documentation lists standard CRUD operations: create, read, update, delete.
Standard database stuff, yeah.
But there's one specific feature sitting in that list that is highlighted as a secret weapon: clone.
Oh, cloning is massive.
I saw that. But practically speaking, why would a business owner ever want to just duplicate an existing chat widget?
One reason, and it is the most important reason in digital marketing: rigorous A/B testing. We touched on this briefly earlier, but let's really dig into the mechanics of it. You should never, ever just guess what your customers want.
You need the data to prove it.
Exactly. You use the clone feature to instantly create two almost identical widgets. Let's call them Widget A and Widget B. Widget A uses your Sleep Company logo as the avatar. Widget B uses a friendly photo of your customer success manager.
Okay, a classic face-off.
Right. You take Widget A and place it on your main homepage. You take Widget B and place it on your high-intent pricing page. Or even better, you use a standard split testing tool to dynamically rotate them 50-50 on the exact same page.
And then you just let it run.
You let the traffic flow, and then you look at the hard data. Which avatar is actually initiating more conversations? Which one is generating a lower cost per lead?
Or you could test the actual copy, right? Like testing the prompt text. Widget A says, chat with our team. Widget B says, have a specific question about our pricing plans.
Exactly. The clone feature is brilliant because it allows you to spin up these granular scientific experiments in mere seconds without having to manually rebuild all your complex routing rules and form settings from scratch every single time. It empowers you to stop guessing based on your gut and start knowing based on your actual customer data.
That is incredibly smart operational strategy. Now let's talk about the day-to-day workflow for the team, specifically how the platform handles active conversations.
The daily grind of it. So once a prospect actually initiates a chat, that interaction immediately populates into the centralized conversations panel in your system dashboard. And it is vital for your team to understand that these chats stay marked as open until they are purposefully dealt with.
By dealt with, you mean manually ended?
Yeah.
Or is there an auto-close feature? I saw something about timeouts in the manual.
Yes, there are built-in inactivity settings. Let's say a user is chatting with you, but then they step onto a flight and completely stop replying. If there is dead air for, say, 20 minutes, the system can automatically time out and close the session just to keep your agent's visual dashboard from becoming hopelessly cluttered.
But ideally.
Ideally, you train your staff to manually hit end conversation the moment the customer's issue is fully resolved. It ensures your reporting metrics regarding resolution time are actually accurate.
And regarding data collection, the source emphasizes that the forms for SMS, email, and WhatsApp are designed to capture standard fields.
Right. This is the fail-safe mechanism.
Explain why that's so critical.
Because the absolute worst outcome of a chat interaction is generating what we call a ghost lead.
A ghost lead.
Yes. Someone who spent 10 minutes chatting with you, clearly expressing interest in your high-ticket service, but then they disconnect and you realize your rep completely forgot to ask for their name or email address.
Oh, that's painful.
It's agonizing. The forms are intentionally designed to mandate essential fields like name and contact method up front. This ensures that no matter which specific channel the user chooses from the all-in-one menu, your system captures the baseline data required to follow up. It automatically feeds your CRM so you never lose a lead to human error.
Okay, we are coming into the home stretch here. Section 5, troubleshooting and the FAQ. These are the inevitable gotchas.
The inevitable roadblocks that make people want to pull their hair out and throw their laptop out the window.
Exactly. So let's run through the most common scenarios. Scenario 1. I meticulously set everything up. I pick my colors. I hit save. I proudly navigate to my live website. And the widget is absolutely nowhere to be found. It is just not showing up.
A classic panic moment. The very first thing you need to check is the widget actually attached to the specific funnel or website page within the system architecture. If you are utilizing the platform's native site builder, fixing this is usually incredibly simple. It's literally just a master toggle switch.
A toggle switch.
Yeah. You go into the page settings and you just have to flip the little toggle that says enable chat widget from off to on.
But what if I'm not using the native builder?
Hmm.
What if my company site is hosted externally, like on a custom WordPress install or a Shopify store?
Then you are stepping into the realm of code. You have to manually grab the generated embed code snippet from the widget settings. And the number one mistake people make 99% of the time is pasting that code in the completely wrong location.
So it's just a simple copy-paste error.
Usually. The widget script almost always needs to be injected into the body or the footer tags of your HTML.
And people put it in the header instead.
Exactly. They slapped it in the header scripts. And when you do that, it can load erratically or it fundamentally conflicts with other critical tracking ships you have running, or it might actually visually block your site's main navigation menu. If your widget is invisible, immediately check your footer code injection.
Good to know. Okay, scenario 2.
Yeah.
I went into the settings and clearly enabled the WhatsApp channel. But when I look at the live widget on my site, the WhatsApp option is completely missing from the menu. I see email, I see live chat, but no little green phone icon.
Don't panic. This is actually the software protecting you. This is a built-in fail-safe feature. The system architecture is much smarter than we give it credit for.
How so?
It will automatically hide the WhatsApp channel from the user-facing menu if it detects that a valid, verified Meta business number hasn't been properly mapped in your backend integration settings.
So it prevents a dead end.
Exactly. It completely refuses to show a broken button that would just lead the user to an error page.
So if you don't see the icon, it just means your backend integration is currently incomplete or unverified.
Correct. You need to stop looking at the widget settings, navigate over to your global integration settings, and double-check the Meta connection. Make sure the number is actually fully verified.
Perfect. Scenario 3. I'm testing the email chat channel. I fill out the form myself as a test. I hit send. But when I check my company inbox to see the notification, nothing. My inbox is completely empty. The email isn't sending.
Ah, the silent failure. This is almost exclusively an email domain verification issue.
Verification of the sender.
Yes. Down in your core account settings, you have to formally verify the specific email address that the system is using to send out these routing notifications. If the system's mail server doesn't cryptographically trust your email domain, usually because your DNS records like SPF or DCOM aren't configured correctly, it simply will not send the notifications.
It just blocks them to protect server reputation.
Exactly. It aggressively prevents you from accidentally acting like a spammer. You have to get your IT person to verify those DNS records.
All right, last troubleshooting scenario. Scenario 4. I am utilizing the all-in-one widget, and I want to get creative. I want my WhatsApp button in the menu to be its signature green. I want the email form button to be a nice, trustworthy blue, and I want the live chat button to be a vibrant, urgent red. Can I configure that?
The short answer is absolutely no. And trust me, as a designer, you really, really do not want to.
Why not, though? Customization and user choice is generally good, right?
Customization is good, chaos is bad. The system intentionally forces a unified monochromatic color scheme across the entire all-in-one interface to enforce consistent brand identity.
Because otherwise,
If you had 3 wildly different saturated colors aggressively clashing inside one tiny little pop-up menu, it would look like a Frankenstein monster.
it would look amateurish.
Highly amateurish. It would completely erode the premium feel of your website. So that specific limitation is hard-coded into the platform to physically save you from making terrible design choices.
It prevents the Frankenstein look. I really like that framing.
Consistency builds underlying trust. Visual chaos instantly kills conversion.
Well, we have covered an immense amount of ground today. I mean, we've gone from looking at a simple, easily ignored contact us button to mapping out a highly dynamic, strategically tailored, multi-channel lead capture machine.
It truly is quite a journey when you break it all down. We started this hour looking at a digital tool that most businesses treat as an afterthought, and we've ended up dissecting a core operational strategy that can fundamentally alter the growth trajectory of a company.
If you had to distill all of this source material down, if you had to give our listeners just one critical takeaway to remember from this entire deep dive, what would that be?
I would boil it down to this mindset shift. The chat widget is not just a digital help desk for answering random FAQs. That is a purely reactive mindset.
Right.
The chat widget, when deployed correctly, is an aggressive engine for collecting actionable data and instantly starting relationships, completely on the customer's preferred terms. Whether they want to talk live right now, shoot you a text for later, or use their trusted WhatsApp, you are graciously handing them the exact key to your front door.
And you are doing it in a structured way that inherently captures their contact info. Ensure you can actually continue that conversation tomorrow.
Exactly. When you do it right, it transitions from being an operational annoyance to being one of your most valuable sales assets.
I want to leave our listeners with one final, slightly provocative thought. Something you briefly mentioned to me off mic before we started recording today. You called it the shopkeeper analogy.
Yes, the shopkeeper.
Yeah.
I think this perfectly encapsulates everything we've talked about. I want everyone listening to think of their website not as a digital brochure, but as a physical premium storefront on a busy street.
Okay, a storefront that is open 24/7.
Exactly. Now, the chat widget is the human shopkeeper of that store. Imagine a valuable prospect walking through your front doors. Is your shopkeeper hiding silently in the back stockroom, forcing the customer to wander the aisles alone looking for a contact form?
Which is what most websites do.
Exactly. Or is your shopkeeper standing warmly right at the front door, making eye contact, smiling, and greeting them by name?
Welcome back, Steve. And proactively offering to help them find exactly what they need right that second.
And that is the massive difference between a bounce and a closed deal.
The underlying technology to be the attentive shopkeeper is completely available to you. We just walked through the entire manual. The widget can dynamically do the personalized greeting. It can visually present a trustworthy human face. It can offer immediate multi-channel help. The strategic choice whether you choose to be the attentive, proactive shopkeeper or run an empty, silent store is entirely up to you.
That is an incredibly powerful place to wrap this up. Thank you so much for breaking all this technical documentation down with us today. It really changed my perspective. It was my absolute pleasure. It is always incredibly fun to dig past the surface and get into the real mechanical details.
And a huge thank you to everyone out there listening. Seriously, the moment this ends, go check your widget settings.
Action.
You might be shocked at how much money you're leaving on the table. We will see you on the next Deep Dive.
Goodbye, everyone. Okay, so let's unpack this today. We are staring at a stack of documents here that, at first glance, I mean, it really looks like a standard technical manual for some SaaS platform.
It definitely reads like one initially.
Yeah, you know the vibe. It's how to click a button, how to change a color hex code, how to reset a password. It feels dry. It feels a lot like homework. But if you actually read between the lines here, and I mean really dig into the architecture they were describing, we aren't just looking at software settings. We are looking at a fundamental shift in how businesses exist online.
It is a massive shift. And it's a shift that a lot of people are struggling to make right now. We are moving away from the era of the audience and into the era of the community.
Right. And I want to be careful with those buzzwords because, you know, community gets thrown around a lot. Like every brand with an Instagram account thinks they have a community.
Oh, absolutely. They
Yeah.
post a poll on their story and call it a thriving community.
Exactly. But what we are analyzing today for you all is different. We are looking at a specific ecosystem. It's a platform that fuses social networking with structured learning. The source material we have outlines a machine designed to turn a passive list of email subscribers into an active, self-sustaining tribe.
That distinction is vital. Think about the traditional model for a second. You have an email list that is a one-way street. You shout at your customers, and maybe they open the email, maybe they don't.
Yeah, usually they don't.
Right, usually goes straight to the promo tab. It is
Excellent.
highly transactional. I sell, you buy. But humans are social animals. We don't just want to buy things, we want to belong to things. The documentation we are diving into today covers the specific tools, communities, memberships, and courses that actually bridge that gap.
But let's play devil's advocate for a second here, because building a community is hard work. It's really messy. People fight in the comments. They forget their passwords constantly. Why should a business owner who is already strapped for time bother with this? Why not just stick to the email list and the occasional webinar?
It really comes down to data and resilience. When you only have an email list, you are just guessing. You're sitting in a boardroom or your home office, brainstorming what you think your customers want.
Throwing darts at a board.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when you have a community, you don't guess. You listen. The source material highlights this repeatedly. Communities provide real-time data on customer priorities.
So it's essentially a feedback loop.
It is the ultimate feedback loop. Instead of sending out a survey that gets a 2% response rate, you just look at the general chat channel. What are they complaining about? What are they confused by? The clients are effectively writing your product roadmap for you.
That makes a lot of sense. It's the difference between shouting into a void and having an actual conversation. And the documents use this term that I love, brand advocates. That's the holy grail, right? The person who doesn't just buy your product but actively sells it to their friends.
Yes. And you don't get brand advocates from a sterile newsletter. You get them from a sense of belonging. But, and this is the big but here, you only get that if the infrastructure actually works. If the digital house you build is confusing or ugly or broken, people are just going to leave.
Which brings us to the mission of this deep dive. We're going to take these technical guides covering everything from the UI hierarchy to gamification to the nitty-gritty of moderation, and we're going to figure out how to actually build this digital house. And to keep us grounded, I want to use a hypothetical scenario throughout this discussion. Let's imagine we are building a community for, let's say, freelance copywriters. We'll call it the Copywriters Hub.
I love that.
Well,
High-ticket skill, lots of need for education, and a group of people who are naturally kind of lonely working from home. It's the perfect candidate for this tech.
okay, so we are launching the Copywriters Hub. We've got the software. We log in. What are we looking at? Help us visualize the landscape because the terminology in the source material is very specific.
All right, so you log into the CRM side of things. You navigate to memberships. That is your umbrella. Under that, you have communities. And the fundamental unit of organization here is the group.
Group. That sounds a bit generic. Is that just like a Facebook group?
Think of the group as the building itself. In our Copywriters Hub example, you might have one group called the Free Lounge for anyone who signs up. But you might have a totally separate group called the Six-Figure Mastermind for your high-paying clients.
Okay, so the group is the container.
Correct. And the interface gives you a group card for each one. It's essentially a dashboard. You see the owner, the member count, and the status, whether it's active or inactive. It's your high-level view of the real estate you own.
So I walk into the building, the group. What's inside? The documents talk a lot about channels and tabs. How do these interact?
This is where the hierarchy gets really interesting. On the left sidebar, you have your navigation. These are the channels. Think of channels as the specific rooms in the house. You might have a channel for job postings, a channel for critiques, and maybe a channel for water cooler chat.
Okay. And the tabs, how do they fit into the rooms?
The tabs are the functionality within those rooms. This is a key distinction to make. A channel isn't just a basic chat stream. The source material lists specific tabs you can enable. You have the discussion tab, which is the chat. You have the learning tab, where the courses live. You have the members tab to see who else is hanging out in there, and the leaderboard tab.
So in my critiques channel, I could theoretically have a chat going on, but maybe also a set of video lessons attached right to it.
Exactly. It's highly modular. You are designing the experience of the room based on the furniture you put in it.
Now, the documents make a really big deal about the user experience, the UX, specifically something called the hamburger menu. Now, I know what that is. It's the 3 little lines in the corner of a screen. But why are the docs treating this like it's a massive revolution?
It sounds trivial, I know, but it's really about mobile parity. The source material emphasizes that this update streamlines navigation and allows for switching between channel groups super quickly. But the subtext here is friction.
Friction is the enemy of engagement.
Precisely. If I am a freelance copywriter, I am probably on my phone half the day. If I have to pinch and zoom to find the job postings channel, or if the menu is buried under 3 clicks, I'm simply not going to engage.
Right. The ghost town effect starts with bad UI.
It really does. The update mentions a unified bottom navigation bar for mobile users. That is standard app behavior. Instagram have it. TikTok has it.
Right.
By adopting that, this platform is lowering the cognitive load on the user. It makes the community feel like a native app on their phone, not some clunky mobile website from 2014.
And speaking of feeling native, let's talk about customization. The docs mention themes, dark mode, and hex codes. Is this just vanity? Like, does it actually matter if my sidebar is blue or green?
It matters massively for trust. Imagine you sign up for the Copywriters Hub, you pay $50 a month, you log in, and it looks like a generic gray forum template.
It feels cheap.
It feels cheap and it feels temporary. Now imagine you log in and it uses the exact same branding, the exact same gold and black color scheme as the marketing website you just came from.
It feels like a contiguous experience. You know you're in the right place.
It feels like a professional campus.
Yeah.
The documents mention specific details like the window gradient for softer transitions on the sidebar. These are subtle design cues that signal quality to the user. When a user feels they are in a high-quality space, their behavior changes. They take the whole thing more seriously.
It's basically the broken windows theory, but applied to software. If it looks polished and well-maintained, people treat it with respect. Okay, so we have built the house,
Huh.
we have the six-figure mastermind group, we have painted the walls with our custom hex codes, we have the job postings channel set up. Now we need people to actually do something because we have all seen those communities where you log in and the last post was like 3 weeks ago.
The dreaded ghost town.
Uh,
It's the nightmare scenario for any community builder.
so how does this system engineer engagement? The documents point to gamification, specifically the leaderboard. Now I have to be honest with you. Sometimes I feel like gamification's a bit cheesy. Do adults really care about getting points for posting a comment?
You would be shocked. It is basic behavioral psychology. We inherently crave status. The leaderboard tab organizes members based on their interaction and contribution levels. It turns contribution into a measurable metric.
But isn't there a risk there? If I tell the copywriters in my group, hey, whoever posts the most gets to be #1 on the leaderboard, aren't I just encouraging spam? Like people just typing great posts or
Nice.
just low effort noise to game the system.
That is a very legitimate risk.
Yeah.
And that is where the culture of the community comes in. The software provides the mechanic, the scoring system, but the community manager has to provide the context. The source material mentions that you can offer rewards. This is the lever you pull.
So don't just reward sheer volume.
Right. Maybe the reward for being on top of the leaderboard isn't just a little digital badge. Maybe the top 3 people this month get a free one-on-one coaching call with you. Now, people aren't just spamming. They're trying to be visibly helpful. They want to be seen as thought leaders in the group. It solves the lurker problem.
The lurkers, the 90% of people who read everything but never type a single word.
Exactly. Most people are terrified of being the first to speak up in a room. The leaderboard gives them a permission structure. They can say to themselves, I'm not just shouting into the void, I'm playing the game. It nudges them from passive consumers to active contributors.
And once they are active, we need to keep them in the loop. This brings us to tagging and mentions. The documents explain the functionality. You type the @ symbol, you get a dropdown, you select a name, standard stuff we use every day. But what is the strategic value here for the business?
It is entirely about the notification architecture.
Yeah.
The documents specify that when you tag someone, the system sends an email notification with the direct link to that exact conversation.
That link is key.
It is the anchor. Think about it. You are busy. You aren't checking the community tab every single hour, but you basically live in your email inbox. If you get an email that says, Sarah mentioned you in the Copywriters Hub, you click it. Boom, you're immediately pulled back into the platform.
It's a retrieval mechanism.
It is. And the docs mention you can tag multiple members at once. So in our copywriter example, let's say a junior writer asks, how do I price a landing page? You as the host don't just jump in and answer it. You answer and you say, hey, Mark, Jessica, David, you guys are experts at this. What do you think?
You are weaving a web of interaction.
You are manufacturing a conversation from thin air. You are dragging the heavy hitters into the room. Without that tag, that question might sit unanswered for days, and the junior writer feels ignored. With the tag, it becomes a lively debate within hours.
But there is a flip side to this. If everyone is tagging everyone and the leaderboard is incentivizing nonstop posting, it can get noisy, like really noisy. How do we make sure the important stuff like, hey, here's the Zoom link for the monthly call, doesn't get buried under 50 comments about the latest AI writing tool?
Yeah, that is where featured posts come into play. This is your signal-to-noise control mechanism.
The pin feature.
Yes. But look at the granularity the source material describes here.
Yeah.
You could pin a post at the channel level or at the home timeline level.
What's the difference in practice for the user?
Okay, let's go back to the hub. You have a general chat channel. You might pin a post there that says community guidelines. Be nice. That is at the top of that specific room. But let's say you're launching a brand new advanced copywriting course. That is big news. You pin that to the home timeline.
So that is the very first thing everyone sees when they log in, regardless of what specific room they decide to go to.
Correct. It is your headline news. If you don't use pins, your community is just a chaotic stream of consciousness. Pinning allows you to curate the experience. It tells the user, hey, ignore the noise for a second. This is what matters today.
It allows the host to act as an editor-in-chief.
Precisely.
Okay, let's talk about the velvet rope. The bouncer at the door. We have built this amazing place, but we need to control who actually gets in. The documents outline a few ways to invite people. There is the bulk invite sending emails to a giant list and the direct invite button. But the feature that really caught my eye was the magic link.
Oh, the magic link is a total friction killer.
Walk us through the scenario mentioned in the text, because I feel like every single time I try to join a new platform, I have to invent a new password with a capital letter, a number, and a hieroglyph. And I usually just quit halfway through.
That is exactly the drop-off point this solves. The text describes two distinct scenarios. Scenario A, you are an existing user.
Right.
Maybe you were in the free lounge group and you just bought access to the paid mastermind. You get a magic link. You click it. You are logged in. Done.
No password re-entry at all.
None. The system recognizes your token. It's totally seamless.
And scenario B, the brand new guy who has never heard of us before today.
It's a new user, gets the link. They click Accept Invite. A pop-up appears right there. They set their password on that exact screen, and they are in. It completely removes the check your email for a 6-digit confirmation code dance that causes so many people to bounce.
The docs do mention a security note, though. These links expire in 30 days.
Which is standard practice. You don't want a key to the city floating around in an old inbox forever. If someone hacks your email 2 years from now, you don't want them getting free access into the paid community.
Now, what if I want to be a bit more selective? Let's say the Copywriters Hub isn't for beginners. I only want people who already have paying clients. I don't want to just let anyone in who happens to have a credit card.
This is where the approval process becomes your best friend. The system allows for membership questions.
Like an application form before they even get to the door.
Exactly. You can set up to 3 custom questions. You can use a text box, single select, or multi-select formats.
So I could ask, link your portfolio, what is your current annual revenue, and why do you want to join this specific group?
Yeah, and this is critical for the vibe of a private group. If you let everyone in, you dilute the quality of the conversations. If you force people to answer 3 thoughtful questions, 2 things happen immediately. 1, you filter out the lazy people who aren't serious. 2, you get invaluable data. You can review all the answers in the requested tab and make a hard decision, approve or decline.
It adds a much-needed layer of exclusivity.
It protects the culture you're trying to build. If someone writes, I just want to spam people with my crypto offers in the text box, you click decline. You just saved your entire community from a massive headache.
Speaking of headaches, let's talk about when things go wrong inside the house. We need to talk about law and order, management and moderation.
Right. Every digital society needs a police force, or at least a very attentive neighborhood watch.
The documents lay out a very specific hierarchy of roles, a caste system, if you will. We have the owner, the admin, the moderator, and the contributor.
It's important to understand these distinctions because giving the wrong person the wrong role can be absolutely disastrous for your business.
Okay, let's start at the very top, the owner.
The owner is God. They created the group. The source material is very specific here. The owner is the absolute only one who can inactivate or delete the group entirely.
So the owner can literally burn the house down to the ground if they want to.
Yes. And nobody else has that match. This protects the business.
Yeah.
You do not want a disgruntled employee getting mad on a Friday and deleting your entire revenue-generating community.
When we have the admin.
Think of the admin as the CEO. They can manage members and they can manage moderators. They can hire and fire people. They can change the overarching settings.
And the moderator, because this is the most common role for community managers, right? They are the ones in the trenches.
Yes. Think of the moderator as the referee on the field. They manage the content, but they do not manage the people. They can delete a nasty post. They can pin a highly helpful post. But, and this is a vital distinction, they cannot ban a member from the group.
That's actually a really smart system of checks and balances. You want your moderators to keep the conversation clean and on topic, but you don't want them to have the unilateral power to kick out a paying customer just because they got into a petty argument.
Exactly. Only the admin or the owner can fully remove the person. The moderator just handles the daily noise.
So let's play out a scenario. Let's say we have a problem user in the Copywriters Hub. Let's call him Spammy Steve. Steve keeps posting affiliate links to his web hosting scheme. The moderator deletes the posts, but Steady just logs in and keeps doing it. I, as the admin, have to step in. The documents mention 2 nuclear options, remove and ban. What's the functional difference?
This is a crucial distinction to make. Remove is a temporary measure. It revokes their member status immediately. They are out of the group, but they can technically request to join again later if they want.
So it's like getting kicked out of a local bar for the night, go home, sleep it off, sober up, come back tomorrow and behave.
Yes, maybe Steve just didn't read the rules and needs a timeout.
Yeah.
But ban. Ban is a permanent solution. The source explicitly says cannot rejoin. It blocks them at the account level.
That's the barred for life photo taped behind the cash register?
Correct. You use remove for misunderstandings or maybe lapsed credit card payments. You use ban for truly malicious actors.
There is also a small but I think very important privacy feature mentioned in the user profiles. Members can hide their email and phone number from other people.
I'm really glad you caught that detail. In a B2B setting like our copywriter group, maybe I want my email totally visible so people can hire me for gigs. But what if this was a health support group or a highly charged political discussion group? I absolutely do not want my personal contact info scraped by strangers. Giving the user the toggle to hide that info is essential for psychological safety.
Okay, so we have the community running. It's safe, it's moderated, it looks professional, but here is the big question. How do we actually teach them something? Because the unique selling point of this entire stack of documents isn't just community, it's the intersection of community and learning. The Learning tab.
This is the real superpower of the platform. Usually these two things are entirely separate. You have a course sitting on Teachable or Kajabi, and then you have a Facebook group over here. And you are constantly trying to herd cats, sending people from one platform to the other. Hey, go check the Facebook group for the discussion on Module 3. It's just clunky.
And this platform fuses them together.
It completely puts the classroom inside the student union. The Learning tab sits right next to the Discussion tab in the same window.
So in our Copywriters Hub, I can have a Copywriting 101 course living directly inside the newbie group.
Yes, and the access controls you can put on those courses are fascinating. You have open access, which is just free for everyone currently in the group, but then you have leaderboard level access.
Wait, explain that one. That caught my eye too.
You can lock a specific course so that it only unlocks when a member reaches a certain level on the gamified leaderboard.
That is actually brilliant. So you can't just throw money at the screen and buy the advanced client negotiation course. You have to earn it by being genuinely helpful in the community discussions.
Think about what that does to the quality of your engagement. Now, people aren't just posting to get a meaningless badge. They're posting because they desperately want the locked knowledge. It turns the community into a literal meritocracy. If you help 50 people fix their headlines, we will unlock the module that teaches you how to double your rates.
That is a massive retention hook.
It gamifies the education itself, not just the chat.
And of course, there is the paid option, because at the end of the day, we have to make money here.
Right. The text details the monetization setup pretty thoroughly. You can select Buy Now. You can choose Recurring, which is a subscription, or One Time, which is a lifetime access fee. You set the currency, the price, the trial period.
So this basically replaces the need for a separate checkout cart software?
Effectively, yes. It turns the group itself into a digital storefront. And because it allows for recurring payments, you are building a predictable membership business. You aren't just selling a static course once, you're selling ongoing access to the ecosystem and the people in it.
Let's talk about the actual course mechanics. Because if the video player or the course structure sucks, nobody is going to watch the material. What features do we actually have to work with?
It's a fully fledged learning management system, an LMS. You have drip content.
That's where the content unlocks slowly over time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Say your flagship copywriting course is 8 weeks long. If you give a new student all 8 weeks at once, the minute they sign up, they get completely overwhelmed. They binge watch 3 hours on a Sunday, get a headache, and quit. Drip content allows you to release one module every 7 days. It forces them to pace themselves.
And crucially, it keeps them coming back to log in for 8 solid weeks.
Exactly. It builds a behavioral habit of logging into your ecosystem.
How do we know they're actually learning anything, though, and just not letting the videos play in the background?
Quizzes. You can assess their knowledge at the end of a module.
Yeah.
And then the payoff certificates.
I saw the note about certificates in the docs. It mentions course completion or category completion. And there was a very dry technical detail about exporting issued certificate data as a CSV file. Why is that specific export feature highlighted?
That is entirely for the B2B market. Let's say a big ad agency buys your copywriting course for their entire junior marketing team. They need documented proof that their employees actually did the work they paid for.
Ah, corporate compliance.
Right. Did John finish the new SEO training? Did Sarah pass the compliance module? The admin can just export the CSV, send it straight to the HR department and say, here is the proof. Without that simple data export, you literally cannot sell to big enterprise clients.
And the expiration date feature on the certificate?
Same exact thing. This certification is valid for 12 months. The system handles the expiry logic automatically, It turns your fun little community course into a legitimate professional credentialing engine.
That's a huge value add. It moves the whole product from a hobby to a profession.
And notice the integration mentioned in the source material. You can add a course specifically to a group. This flawlessly integrates the solitary student experience with the social experience. You aren't watching the video alone in a dark room. You are watching it and then immediately clicking the discussion tab to talk about the homework with your cohort.
It effectively creates cohort-based learning without the administrative nightmare of managing those cohorts manually.
Precisely. The software does the heavy lifting.
Now we have painted a very rosy picture here today. But technology breaks. Users are, well, users. They get confused. Let's look at the technical support and troubleshooting section of the manual. What are the main friction points we need to watch out for?
The eternal friction point of the internet passwords.
It's always passwords.
The documents explicitly outline the admin's role here. A user emails you frantically, "I can't get in, my launch is tomorrow." In many older systems, you have to tell them, "Go find the forgot password link on the homepage and pray they figure it out."
Which usually ends up in their spam folder and they just get more frustrated.
Right. Here the admin has actual power. You can go into their contact details in the CRM and manually type in a new password for them. Or you can click the Send Password Reset link button, which triggers the system email instantly.
It sounds like a minor feature, but being able to email a client back in 2 minutes and say, "Hey, I just reset it to welcome 123 for you. Try logging in now," that can literally save a customer relationship.
It massively reduces the support ticket ping pong. Speed is customer service.
And finally, what about migration? The documents mention moving house. If I already have a massive course built out on Kajabi, am I just stuck there forever?
The source material specifically calls out Kajabi by name. It mentions importing courses directly from Kajabi.
That's a pretty direct shot across the bow.
It is. It's the platform saying, "We know you're probably using them right now,
Right.
and we built a custom bridge to get you out of there." But it also notes that migrating the community aspect, the actual people and their historical comment threads, is a much more manual process.
You can't just press a magic button and move 10,000 comment threads over.
Not easily, no.
Yeah.
You have to create the new group in the new system, match the branding perfectly, and then aggressively message your old members to move over. It's a real transition.
Hey guys, we are moving to a shiny new clubhouse. The old one is shutting its doors on Friday.
Exactly. It requires a real communication strategy. You have to sell your users on why the move is happening in the first place. We're moving to this new place because it has a better mobile app, better courses, and way less spam.
You essentially have to market the migration itself.
You do. It's a campaign.
Okay, we have covered a massive amount of ground today. We have deconstructed the architecture, the groups, the channels, the tabs. We've looked closely at the psychology of gamification and those leaderboards. We've analyzed the gatekeeping mechanics with magic links and membership questions. We've looked at the policing powers of the admin versus the moderator. And we've seen how the learning LMS integrates directly into the social flow.
It is an incredibly comprehensive ecosystem. It's not just a software tool. It's basically a business model in a box.
So what does this all mean for you listening? If you have that big email list or you have that big Instagram following, but you feel like you are just running on a hamster wheel of daily content creation, what is the ultimate takeaway here?
The takeaway is synergy. If you separate your content, your courses and videos from your community, your actual people, you are creating massive friction. You are asking your best customers to jump between platforms constantly.
And every single jump loses people.
Exactly. This system argues that the content is the bait, but the community is the hook. The course is what brings them in the door. But the ongoing discussion, climbing the leaderboard, the peer-to-peer connection, that is what keeps them happily paying the subscription fee month after month.
It turns a passive audience into an active tribe.
And a tribe is a defensible asset. An audience is just a rented list. A tribe defends your brand, they market for you via word of mouth, and they help you improve your product in real time.
So here is the challenge for you as you wrap up your day. You've heard the features, you know about the magic links, you know the power of drip content and leaderboard unlocks. If you are still treating your customers like static rows on a spreadsheet, you are leaving money and, more importantly, real human connection on the table.
Don't just build a list. Start building a world for them to live in.
The tools are clearly there. The strategy is now up to you. Go build your tribe. Thanks for diving in with us today.
Catch you next time.